My name is Chen Huai'an, and I have been diagnosed with cancer, my demise imminent. Recently, I have become infatuated with a game that allows one to raise a digital girlfriend. I have spent my money to purchase skills and artifacts for her. Although my wallet is empty, I find joy in the experience. I always believed this was merely a game until one day, my digital girlfriend gifted me a pill. In the next moment, the pill appeared in my hand. It seems I may not have to die after all. Years later, Chen Huai'an stands unrivaled, embracing his beloved, reminiscing about the past. Teske, how did I become the supreme swordsman merely by spending a bit of gold? My name is Qingran. I've been stripped of my cultivation, my spiritual roots excavated, and cast out of my sect, now cowering in a decrepit hut awaiting death. Just when I thought my life had reached its end, I encountered a mysterious elder who remained unseen. This elder healed my wounds and aided my cultivation, and I grew stronger, eventually becoming the mightiest sword cultivator in Qingran realm. Upon hearing that the spiritual energy of Qingran realm was dwindling and the path to greatness obscured, I learned of a powerful being from the immortal realm planning to merge with another world that was on the verge of spiritual resurgence. A great conflict is about to unfold. Even ascending to immortality carries the risk of downfall. I searched the world for the elder's whereabouts. I must protect him and become his Tao partner. Chapter 1. The small workshop is fierce. In this era, cancer is no longer a terminal illness with a 100% mortality rate. We possess advanced technology and seasoned medical teams. As long as you have insurance, or a supportive family, or even just yourself. Chen Huai'an turned off the television, a bitter smile gracing his lips. But I have nothing. The critical illness notice was issued the day before yesterday. His girlfriend left yesterday, and today he has succumbed. He is merely a newly enrolled university student, with parents who were forest rangers, perishing in a forest fire years ago, leaving nothing but a meager compensation. Over the years, Chen Huai'an has risen from the ashes of his parents' death, choosing to face life with optimism, relying on that compensation, living frugally, and taking odd jobs. Completing his university education seemed feasible. His grades were decent. At least he was admitted to a key university, rumored to guarantee job placement upon graduation. He thought that, even if the salary were low, he could still survive, yet he learned 2 days ago that the persistent pain in his ankle was due to stage 2 cancer. Knowing he had no funds for treatment, Chen Huai'an decided to leave school and rented a house near the city's wetland park for a year, planning to spend his remaining days there. As for what would happen when the rent was due and he had no money, he chuckled to himself, believing he wouldn't live to see that day. Checking his bank balance on his phone, he found over 30,000 remaining. Food costs no more than $500 or $600 a month. Accounting for other miscellaneous daily expenses, let's say 1,000. After a year, I should still have at least 20,000. Chen Huai'an pondered over the balance, reflecting on the hardships of recent years. While other students traveled, he worked odd jobs. While they played games, he worked. While they dated, his girlfriend was unfaithful. In the time to come, he resolved to live for himself. He would play games, watch the television series he had accumulated over the years, and if his health permitted, perhaps visit the seaside for a change of scenery. Installation complete. Come and claim your electronic girlfriend. Whenever Chen Huai'an encountered such advertisements popping up on his phone, his instinct was to ignore or dismiss them. Yet today, his finger lingered. Upon reaching the home screen, he noticed a new app icon, depicting a chibi-style ancient character. It appeared to be a girl, dressed in azure robes and bearing a sword, her garments fluttering elegantly. An automatically installed game? Could it possibly be a virus? In the past, he would have simply deleted such an occurrence and scanned his phone with a security app. However, today he was curious to see what these so-called virus applications were all about. Now, with nothing left to lose and suffering from a terminal illness, he felt fearless. After all, he had been too preoccupied with work and studies to indulge in gaming, and had long yearned to try it. He opened the app, and the screen dimmed, revealing a prompt. This game is only for players aged 18 and above. Starting the game will bind your identity, and your account cannot be deleted or transferred. By commencing the game, you agree to these coercive terms. Oh, so you acknowledge this is coercive? Chen Huai'an scoffed, rolling his eyes before clicking to start the game. He was now 100% certain this was indeed a virus application. What would the creators do? Steal personal information? Chat logs? If they discovered he was a cancer patient with no funds for treatment, would the operators behind this app voluntarily uninstall it? Please choose your electronic girlfriend. The graphics of the game were surprisingly exquisite. While the app appeared chibi-style, the in-game visuals were remarkably realistic. Before him were several electronic girlfriends to choose from, each accompanied by basic information. Presently, the character on Chen Huai'an's selection screen was Neon Underworld Heiress, Wudao Qinzi. Age, 22 height, 158 centimeters dimensions, 89, 55, 86. From the live 2D model, this character could be described as voluptuous, her figure accentuated even in a kimono. She possessed a sweet visage, coupled with the identity of a mafia heiress. Such a contrast of a well-endowed lowly would likely appeal to numerous men. Unfortunately, she had blonde hair and was of neon descent, which did not pique Chen Huai'an's interest. After examining a few more characters, he realized they hailed from various epochs, some even from realms beyond the earth, showcasing a boundless creativity, even featuring a transforming princess. Ultimately, Chen Huai'an's selection settled on a girl in azure robes, Qingran sect female disciple, Li Qingran. Age, 19 height, 169 centimeters dimensions, 90, 60, 91. This Li Qingran seemed to be the chibi character from the app icon, though now she appeared more three-dimensional. Her fair skin and delicate features, with long, dark hair cascading down her back, complemented her azure attire and sword. Despite her lack of makeup, she radiated the beauty of a figure from painting. Most striking to Chen Huai'an were her eyes, cold, vacant, yet imbued with a hint of fragility and hollowness, as if they were gazing through the screen. Wow, this small workshop has some serious skills. He began to doubt whether this was truly a virus. Such intricate design for a virus. Were they aiming for a graduate program or a doctorate? You got my vote. Are you certain you wish to choose Li Qingran as your electronic girlfriend? Note, this choice cannot be altered. Should your electronic girlfriend perish, you will be unable to revive her, and she will vanish entirely. So serious? Chen Huai'an furrowed his brows, realizing this was likely the developer's intent. He could almost predict how the game would exploit players financially. In the past, he would have hesitated, but today he clicked to confirm. You have 132 days of life remaining. A message flashed across the screen. The visuals expanded. Chen Huai'an expected the game to feature low-quality graphics and a typical cultivation world with a beginner's village, where he would endlessly click to complete tasks, acquire gear, mounts, and engage in the usual mechanics of subpar mobile games. However, it was anything but that. The screen displayed a dilapidated thatched hut, with the only semblance of a bed being a damp straw mat. A ragged girl cowered in the corner, hugging her knees, her disheveled hair obscuring her face. Her exposed arms and legs bore bruises, and a centipede-shaped wound stood out starkly against her pale skin. Is this Li Qingran? Chen Huai'an was utterly bewildered. He noticed a broken sword near the straw mat, which indeed belonged to Li Qingran's character in the earlier selection. Li Qingran is starving and freezing, her body growing increasingly frail. Li Qingran is suffering from fire poison, enduring excruciating pain. Li Qingran has half an hour of life remaining. As these three messages appeared, the girl in the corner emitted a pain groan. She slightly lifted her head, revealing her hollow, numb eyes and pale lips. Even with only half her face visible, Chen Huai'an recognized her as the character he had chosen. What should I do? A sense of urgency surged within Chen Huai'an. The character's expressions and voice were strikingly realistic, including the grotesque injuries that seemed vivid enough to compel him to act. If he did not take measures, once the countdown in the upper right corner concluded, this girl would truly perish. At that moment, a prompt appeared. Ding! A limited-time offer of 6 yuan for a house renovation gift pack to provide your electronic girlfriend with a comfortable home. Chapter 2. Strength through recharge is the map of the Yin Kingdom truly so minuscule? Chen Huai'an couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and amusement upon reading the recharge notification. It seemed the game developers were unabashedly seeking to extract money from players right from the outset. Yet, observing the pitiable expression on the girl's face on the screen, he was inexplicably reminded of his own plight. Isolated, financially strained, with no means for medical treatment, and abandoned by his girlfriend. How much better was his situation compared to Li Qingran's? Friends from his past had distanced themselves, terrified he might ask for a loan, leaving him utterly alone. Who could possibly extend a helping hand to him? Yet now, he found himself in a position to assist this girl. Even if it was merely a programmed mechanism designed to empty his wallet, it was only $6, so he recharged. Recharge successful. A golden light burst forth from the notification, cascading toward the dilapidated hut where Li Qingran resided. The shimmering light enveloped the straw mat, transforming it into a wooden bed adorned with bedding. It touched the walls, converting the crumbling earthen structure into a solid brick wall, complete with a window that shielded against the elements. As the golden glow encompassed the entire room, the floor, table, chairs, hearth, and various antique furnishings materialized. Now, this felt right. Chen Huai'an sighed with relief, eager to observe Li Qingran's reaction. However, being just a mobile game, he presumed it would lack such intricate details, perhaps merely a fleeting expression of joy. Yet, he soon witnessed Li Qingran's emotions shift from astonishment to fear and then to wariness. She seemed utterly incredulous, huddled in the corner as if paralyzed. After a considerable pause, she cautiously explored her new surroundings, akin to a kitten in an unfamiliar environment. She returned to the bed, tentatively touching the soft mattress, her eyes reflecting nothing but bewilderment. Goodness gracious! The feedback in her demeanor, the interaction mechanics. Chen Huai'an was left dumbfounded by the cascade of reactions from the game character. As Li Qingran sat upon the bed, it naturally yielded slightly to her weight, and the spot she had touched retained the creases from her fingers. A mere mobile game could achieve such realism? Even if he were to spend a bit more, it would be worth it as a tribute to the game creators. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, another notification appeared. Limited time offer for just 30 yuan. You can purchase a beautiful outfit for your electronic girlfriend. With a glance at Li Qingran's tattered clothing, his heart softened. Recharge. Swish. An elegant, antiquated blue gown appeared at the foot of the bed. Today's special for an additional 68 yuan. You can serve your electronic girlfriend a sumptuous and nutritious meal. 68 yuan for a meal? Chen Huai'an usually spent no more than 15 on takeout. But so what? Recharge. This week's offer, recharge 98 yuan to receive a background report on your electronic girlfriend, complete with a health check form, allowing you to learn more about her status. Chen Huai'an, recharge. This month's special offer allows you to recharge 188 yuan to procure 3 talismans of celestial fire for the protection of your electronic girlfriend's abode. Chen Huai'an exclaimed, recharge, recharge, recharge. However, a message appeared. Your electronic girlfriend is frightened. Please wait before proceeding. There are no prompts for recharging in the game. Upon inspection, Chen Huai'an discovered that Li Qingran had taken refuge beneath the bed, trembling uncontrollably. The new garments on the bed remained untouched, and the banquet of chicken, duck, and fish lay undisturbed. A countdown for a detection report appeared in the upper right corner, indicating it would take half an hour to complete. 3 talismans adorned the door, windows, and ceiling, barely discernible without magnification. A slight comfort came from a knowledge that Li Qingran's lifespan had been extended to 6 hours. It seemed manageable for the time being. The game's time synchronized with real time, alleviating some of his anxiety. Previously, Li Qingran had some fire poison afflicting her. But what exactly was it? It seemed that by clicking on Li Qingran, he could view her status. However, she had now burrowed beneath the bed, leaving only a delicate, pale foot visible. Attempting to click yielded no response, and her foot withdrew as though shocked. It was likely that the detection report would provide a clearer understanding. Chen Huai'an rubbed his stomach and glanced at the delectable dishes on the game's table, observing the succulent oil dripping from the roasted duck. The realism was astonishing, far surpassing mere textures. He could almost savor the aroma. It was already afternoon, and he had yet to eat lunch. Perhaps he would simply sauté some vegetables. As the game character dined better than he did. With a sigh, he reflected that spending 68 yuan for such a feast seemed rather reasonable. Relieved, he placed his phone on the table to charge, intending to have lunch before checking on his electronic girlfriend again. Li Qingran, a 19-year-old disciple of the Qishao Peak at Qingran sect, had once led a tranquil life, diligently following her training and completing sect tasks. She was under the protection of 4 capable senior brothers until one fateful day when the eldest brother, Lu Changtian, returned with the 6th junior sister, securing her entry into Qishao Peak with his own life. Everything changed thereafter. The elder brother who used to summon her for morning classes ceased to do so. The second brother, Xiao Yifeng, known for his alchemical prowess, no longer invited her to test potions. The notoriously aloof third brother, Yin Zimo, was suddenly interested in teaching the junior sister love songs. Even the fourth brother, Zhang Hanxiao, once immersed in his missions, now devoted his days to guarding the junior sister. Mu Baishuang. Everyone surrounded the junior sister, and even their usually indifferent master treated her with kindness, moved by her tragic past of losing her family and her frail health, which gave the impression that without proper care, she might shatter at any moment. Li Qingran harbored no resentment towards these changes. It was only natural for the sweet and endearing junior sister to receive such affection. As a senior sister, she felt it was her duty to care for the junior sister more, under the nurturing guidance and abundant resources provided by her 4 senior brothers. Mu Baishuang's cultivation steadily caught up to her own. 2 weeks prior, During the Grand Sect competition, she engaged in a duel with her junior sister, Mu Baishuang, adhering to the principle of respecting one's opponent by only lightly sparring. Although Mu Baishuang's cultivation had improved, her foundation, bolstered by elixirs, remained unstable, and her combat experience was significantly lacking. She intended to exchange a few blows to demonstrate her prowess before applying pressure for Mu Baishuang to concede, allowing her junior sister to save face without affecting rankings or fairness. However, Mu Baishuang relentlessly aimed for vital points, forcing her into a defensive stance. Yet, at an unexpected moment, the aggressive Mu Baishuang abruptly shifted from offense to defense, charging directly at her sword. By then, she could no longer retract her weapon, giving the impression that she deliberately aimed to strike at Mu Baishuang's vital areas. That single thrust merely grazed Mu Baishuang's shoulder, yet it nearly cost her life. Consequently, she was expelled from Qishao Peak and demoted to an outer disciple. Did she think this was the end? Far from it. Her 4 senior brothers had no intention of letting her off the hook. The eldest, Liu Chantian, crippled her cultivation and implored their master to sever her spiritual roots. The second brother forced upon her a debilitating pill, claiming it was to ensure she experienced the same suffering as her junior sister. The third brother bribed an elder of the outer sect to expel her from Qingran's sect, while the fourth brother, who promised to escort her down the mountain, instead abandoned her in a dilapidated hut surrounded by monstrous beasts, leaving her to fend for herself. They appeared almost possessed, treating what was merely a misunderstanding as a grave offense, each determined to see her meet a dire fate for the sake of their junior sister. Over the past 2 weeks, she had done her utmost to protect herself, having recently fought off a wounded wolf demon with great effort. With her cultivation extinguished, the once non-lethal fire poison within her had transformed into a death sentence, leaving her utterly exhausted. Just as a torrential rain began to pour in the mountains, she huddled in a corner of the crumbling shack, awaiting her demise. Suddenly, a mountain sparrow darted through the rain curtain at the door, and a voice rang in her ear, "Homecoming." In the blink of an eye, her dilapidated hut had miraculously transformed into a stone-built residence. Chapter 3. This game actually has an independent voice actor. Qingran had never witnessed such an occurrence. For cultivators, constructing a residence is a simple task. Yet instantaneously transforming a ramshackle hut into a stone abode is no trifling feat, not to mention conjuring clothing and food from thin air. The difference between bringing something into existence and creating something from nothing is profound. Initially, she suspected that a powerful cultivator was toying with her, perhaps hidden and retrieving items from a storage ring, yet she felt no spatial fluctuations. Everything simply materialized out of nowhere to achieve the miraculous feat of creation. And to ensure the food's appearance, aroma, and flavor were all impeccable, the individual must surely be a high-level cultivator, perhaps at the transformation stage, or even emerging stage. Qingran was uncertain. Regardless, her master, the ancient and formidable Qingshan Taoist at the transformation stage, could not accomplish such a feat. He could only transform ingredients into prepared dishes, but could not summon food into existence from thin air. Of course, it remained possible that Qingshan Taoist had never studied such techniques, given that foundational cultivators could already practice fasting. The tantalizing aroma of food stirred a deep craving within Qingran. After her cultivation had been rendered ineffective, she could no longer fast. The flesh of the demonic beasts was often highly toxic, and she lacked the means to discern its safety. Thus, her sustenance relied solely on wild fruits and roots found in the mountains. Hiding beneath the bed was not a viable solution. With trepidation, Qingran cautiously peered out from her hiding place and summoned her courage to call out, "Which esteemed elder is practicing magic here?" Li Qingran, humbly request an audience with you." Silence enveloped her, with no response forthcoming, save for the torrential rain battering against the bamboo windows. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to emerge from her concealment. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt no fear. Yet, considering the elder's formidable powers, did she truly possess the capacity to resist should they choose to act? Just moments ago, the elder's warm hand had brushed against her foot, seemingly mocking her for her cowardice. The thought made her bite her lip, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. So be it. If death is to come, let it come. She crawled out from beneath the bed, casting her gaze around the room, but found no suspicious figures. Ultimately, her eyes gravitated, quite unreasonably, toward the sumptuous feast laid out on the table. With a gulp, the sound of her swallowing echoed alongside the rumblings of her empty stomach. She awkwardly seated herself at the table, fixating on the dishes yet refraining from picking up her chopsticks. Instead, she clasped her hands in homage and bowed deeply, saying, "If the esteemed elder is unwilling to present themselves, could you kindly inform Qingran whether this food is safe for consumption? Should you remain silent, I shall not touch your offerings, even if it leads to my demise." With that, Li Qingran sat before an array of delectable dishes, closed her eyes, and entered a meditative state. Meanwhile, Chen Huai'an hastily prepared a simple tomato and egg stir-fry for his lunch. Upon returning and checking his phone, he noticed Li Qingran had emerged from her hiding place and was now seated at the dining table in meditation. However, her body swayed precariously, her feline-like face adorned with beads of sweat, and her nostrils flared as she clearly fought against the allure of the food. What a sight! Chen Huai'an chuckled. Who meditates in front of food? Is she training her willpower? The poor girl looked as though her chin would soon rest upon the roasted chicken. A dialogue box popped up. Li Qingran requests permission to consume the nutritional meal. Do you agree? Was this something that required my approval? How stringent. Chen Huai'an shook his head in bemusement and selected agree. At that moment, it seemed Li Qingran had heard something as she opened her eyes, her face lighting up with delight. Thank you, esteemed elder. To his astonishment, a clear and melodious female voice emanated from his phone, nearly causing him to drop it. He had initially kept the sound off, assuming the game lacked audio due to the absence of background music, only to discover the presence of authentic environmental sounds, such as the crackling of the fire and the torrential rain outside, once he adjusted the volume. Yet, he had never anticipated that Li Qingran would have her own voice actor. Indeed, as the saying goes, the small workshop spares no expense. Chen Huai'an continued to enjoy the sight of the girl relishing her meal. At first, Li Qingran took small bites, but soon her chopsticks began to dance with increasing speed, transforming her eating into a ravenous feast that left him utterly astonished. Truly, it was as if only a character from a game could devour food with such swiftness. Once she finished her meal, Li Qingran picked up a small cloth beside her to dab her mouth, her cheeks flushed as she bowed in gratitude, expressing, "It has been a long time since I have tasted such delectable food. Your kindness shall remain etched in my memory, esteemed senior." Just moments ago, while she was meditating with her eyes closed, she suddenly heard a resonant sound that penetrated her very soul. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a colossal golden character composed of spiritual energy hovering above her meal. The sound was evidently a form of transmission. Many cultivators could condense spiritual energy into words. Yet this particular character seemed to appear out of thin air rather than being summoned from the surrounding energy, indicating that it had arrived alongside the transmission itself. One could only wonder how far this esteemed senior had transmitted their voice. Li Qingran inhaled sharply, feeling an increased mystique surrounding the unknown elder. Regardless, given the current circumstances, it appeared that this senior bore her no ill will. "Esteemed senior, I shall now tidy up the dishes," she announced, rising with the plate in hand and stepping outside. The rain continued to pour outside, with dark clouds shrouding the sky, and the dense sheets of rain reduced visibility to less than 5 meters. All that could be heard were the pattering raindrops and the distant rumble of thunder. The rain had intensified since before. Casting a glance skyward, a wave of gratitude washed over Li Qingran. Had it not been for the elder providing her shelter, her dilapidated thatched cottage would likely have collapsed by now. There was a small corridor outside the house, and she walked along the eaves until she quickly located the wooden bucket she had left outside yesterday. Originally intended for collecting rainwater to drink, it was now brimming, proving quite convenient for washing her dishes. Li Qingran is cleaning the utensils. Li Qingran's favorability level, 5. Current total, 10. Goodness, she can even wash dishes? The favorability system is quite unexpected, Chen Huai'an mused, finding the game increasingly impressive. Not only were the characters vividly lifelike, but there were also numerous interactive elements. How had he never encountered this game online before? Seeing that his identity and health report would take a few more minutes, Chen Huai'an began to explore other features and soon discovered a new realm. He had initially thought the game's scope was limited to the vicinity of that small house, only to find that it was far more expansive, complete with a large map. When he unfolded the entire map, he realized that Li Qingran's location was merely a small circle, with green dots indicating her position, while the surrounding area was enshrouded in black mist, likely due to unexplored territory. Aside from the illuminated area around the small house, there was also a structure resembling a sect that remained untouched by mist, bearing 3 golden characters, Qingyan sect. Is it not the sect where Li Qingran once resided? Chen Huai'an furrowed his brow. Given that Li Qingran was a disciple of the Qingyun sect, why was she not at the sect? Moreover, her current predicament was quite dire, especially considering that the sect was not far away, perched atop another peak, while she was at the foot of the mountain, merely a few paces for a practitioner. There must be quite a story behind this. He zoomed out of the map, only to be greeted by a change in his expression. 5 red dots had appeared near the small house, swiftly advancing towards Li Qingran's location. Chapter 4. Annihilation of All. Though Chen Huai'an was not an avid gamer, he had witnessed enough to recognize that red dots on a game map typically signified enemies. These 5 red dots were moving with remarkable speed, closing in on the small house within mere breaths. This was bad. Li Qingran was still outside washing dishes. In the scene, Li Qingran was completely engrossed in scrubbing the plates, oblivious to the abnormality surrounding the small house. A chill ran down Chen Huai'an's spine as he frantically searched the game interface for options to alert Li Qingran. The interface was cluttered with numerous options, but the majority were locked. Recharge 100 to purchase a message talisman, allowing a single communication with Li Qingran. The recharge interface popped up. Without pausing to contemplate the exorbitant cost of the talisman, Chen Huai'an proceeded with the recharge. A notification from Alipay rang out, and, simultaneously, a talisman materialized in the center of the screen. Please hold the talisman and speak. Chen Huai'an's lips twitched as he took a deep breath and pressed the talisman. Speaking in a grave tone, monsters are attacking the city. Retreat quickly. A commanding voice echoed in the void. Hurry. Startled, Li Qingran, who was washing dishes, suddenly froze. Looking around, just now, it seemed like a senior's voice. A sharp wolf howl pierced through the rain. Accompanied by a heavy growl, 3 enormous, pitch-black demon wolves burst into Li Qingran's view. 2 more shadowy figures of wolf-like demons lingered behind them. Were these the black-backed demon wolves? How could this be? Li Qingran immediately pieced it together. The demon wolf she had previously repelled must have been a scout. No wonder it had not engaged her directly. It had merely retreated at her slightest resistance, all along gathering intelligence. The recent demon wolves were now no more than 5 meters away from her. Without a hint of hesitation, one lunged directly at her. Although her cultivation had been crippled, and her spiritual roots severed, her combat experience remained intact. Seizing the moment, Li Qingran rolled aside to evade the first demon wolf's assault, deftly tossing a plate to strike the second wolf that was preparing to pounce. Outside the screen, Chen Huai'an's heart raced. Witnessing Li Qingran move with the agility of a cat, her actions precise and decisive, he couldn't help but clap his thigh in approval. Well done. He feared encountering someone who would merely freeze in the face of danger. Thankfully, Li Qingran remained composed and quick to react. The demon wolves have long made their home in the Wangshan, occasionally clashing with the cultivators of the Qingyan sect. At this moment, upon seeing a glimmering object descending towards them, they instinctively thought it was a magical artifact discarded by Li Qingran and instinctively recoiled. The plate struck the ground without incident. The pack of wolves exchanged glances, feeling humiliated, and their crimson eyes flared with even greater ferocity. Meanwhile, Li Qingran seized the opportunity to swiftly retreat to her room and shut the door. Oh no, oh no, oh no, she muttered anxiously, dragging various pieces of furniture toward the door. A few days prior, a single demon wolf had nearly taken her life. How could she possibly contend with 5? She was already drained of energy, struggling just to move a table, her face flushed with exertion. Just as she was about to drag the table to the entrance, she heard the ominous tremors of the approaching wolves outside. Li Qingran's pupils constricted, and she immediately retreated to the window. Escaping through the window might be her only route of salvation. However, just when she believed the wolf demons were about to break through the door, a thunderous roar erupted from outside. The brilliance of lightning flickered even through the door. Then, she heard the agonizing howls of the wolves. As the air became thick with the scent of charred flesh, Li Qingran looked up in astonishment, only to see a talisman affixed to the door radiating dazzling, thunderous light. The square outline of the talisman was visible from the other side of the door, spewing forth thunderfire and incinerating the nearby wolves into cinders. The Thunderfire Talisman. Li Qingran instantly recognized its name. She had not noticed the talisman affixed to the door when she entered and exited earlier, but it was clear that it was the handiwork of that esteemed senior. Talismans and elixirs are categorized into 5 grades: mortal, middle, upper, exquisite, and celestial. Celestial grade talismans are enveloped in golden light and possess unparalleled power. Only ancient practitioners from great sects who specialize in the Tao can inscribe celestial-grade talismans. Ordinary Thunderfire talismans are suitable only for dealing with those in the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages. While celestial-grade Thunderfire talismans can even obliterate demons in the Golden Core stage, making them treasures that cannot be purchased regardless of wealth. The talisman before her was a golden, celestial grade. Most cultivators would use such a talisman as a trump card for self-defense. Yet, that senior had directly affixed this precious item to her door. What a squandering of a rare treasure. Qingran felt both touched and pained. Outside her dwelling, the two wolves that had ventured closest were reduced to mere remnants by the Thunderfire talisman. The remaining 3 wolves gaped in horror, their tails tucked between their legs as they beheld this spectacle. What merit did they possess? They were merely minor demons in the Qi refining stage. Did they deserve to be met with such a formidable talisman? The talisman continued to radiate its brilliance, clearly signaling that this route was impassable. Yet, abandoning the meal, so tantalizingly close, was not in their nature. The 3 wolves exchanged glances, 2 of them circling around to seek an entrance through the window, while one prepared to scale the roof in search of an opening. However, before it could reach the rooftop, boom! The 2 wolf demons lurking by the window were obliterated into ashes. How could this be? The last remaining wolf demon, terrified, abandoned its quest for food and fled. What? Chen Huai'an's face turned ashen. In the past, he would have uninstalled the game in an instant. Yet, witnessing Qingran's fraught expression, he pondered the dire consequences if that wolf demon returned, possibly bringing forth more of its kind. Eradicating the roots ensures no resurgence, a lesson learned. Clenching his fists, his countenance twisted with fury, akin to grasping a Thunderfire talisman. With 288 disappearing from his Alipay account, a talisman shot toward the fleeing wolf demon. From Qingran's perspective, a thunderous boom resonated through the air, followed by a beam of golden light streaking towards the demon, exploding upon impact, leaving only the ravaging thunder and searing lightning, which persisted even amidst the torrential rain. 3 consecutive celestial-grade Thunderfire talismans. Qingran gazed blankly out the window. In less than half a minute, all 5 wolf demons lay vanquished. The elder remained unseen, merely sending a telepathic reminder. Such prowess was indeed astonishing. Yet, why would such an individual extend assistance to her? She couldn't help but recall her senior brothers and master from the Qingran sect. Before her junior sister's arrival, although her master and brothers treated her decently, their kindness felt formulaic. To her master, it was merely protocol, while her eldest brother, Lu Chantian, sought her as a partner due to his fire affinity, and her second brother, Xiao Yifeng, obsessed with alchemy, often tasked her with managing spiritual herbs, occasionally requiring her to test elixirs. Her third brother, Yun Zimo, a martial arts enthusiast, frequently challenged her to spar, often with little regard for her safety. The fourth brother, Zhang Hanxiao, had a mischievous temperament, causing trouble during sect missions, leaving her to clean up his mess and bear the blame. What, then, was this elder's intention? Yet, she possessed nothing but her own meager existence. Or perhaps, devoid of ulterior motives, he simply happened by and chose to assist her in her moment of distress. Qingran shook her head, casting aside these convoluted thoughts. Regardless, she owed a debt of gratitude to the elder for saving her life. Should she survive, she would certainly strive to repay this kindness. Junior Qingran, once again, I express my heartfelt thanks for your assistance. This time, she refrained from saying more, kneeling towards the heavens, bowing in reverence, her demeanor solemn. Qingran's affinity level, 5. Current total, 15. Excellent, the affinity is rising swiftly. Chen Huai'an stroked his chin, nodding with a smile. It seems my investment of 288 was not in vain. This game is indeed exhilarating. Having played for only a short while, he had already spent several hundred. He could somewhat understand those who would go into debt for gaming. Perhaps it was akin to his own obsession. Beep. Qingran's health report has been generated. Detailed identity information is now available. Would you like to view it? Chen Huai'an's eyes brightened with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. It's here, it's here. Chapter 5. The Frenzied Thursday Specials. Identity and Health Report. Name, Qingran Current Realm. First layer of Qi Refinement Identity. Former disciple of Qingran sect. Qi Xiao Peak Age. 19 Special Talent. Single Water Spiritual Root. Tying Dao Body State. Damage Foundation. Ruptured Dantian. Fire Poison eroding the body. Heart Demon manifesting. Severe internal injuries. Moderate external injuries background. Once an inner disciple of Qi Shao Peak in the Qingran sect, Li Qingran was betrayed by a treacherous individual, leading to a rift with her sect. Her cultivation was destroyed by her senior brother, Lu Changtian, and her spiritual root was stripped away by her master, Qingxian Daoist. The fire poison within her body originated from a failed elixir concocted by her second senior brother, Xiao Yifeng. Subsequently, she was expelled from the sect by her third senior brother, Yun Zimo, in collusion with an elder from the outer sect. Her fourth senior brother, Zhang Hanxiao, led her into a dilapidated hut, leaving her to fend for herself. The seeds of the heart demon were sown by the traitor, and another arose from within herself. Comprehensive evaluation, a life fraught with misfortune, a flickering candle in the wind. After reviewing Li Qingran's health and identity report, Chen Huai'an was left dumbfounded. This isn't right. Why has she come to my realm? Moreover, while I may have but a single debuff akin to cancer, she bears 5. And how tragic is her plight? What vendetta could there be? Was it merely a shoulder wound inflicted during the sect's grand competition? In the world of cultivation, where blades and swords are blind, what harm is there in sustaining an injury during a sect trial? Yet, the entire Qi Shao Peak seems to have been thrown into turmoil. Could there be some hidden truth behind this? No wonder she is huddled in such a dilapidated hut. Had I not arrived in time, she might have truly perished. Observing Li Qingran, who sat cross-legged on a chair with her eyes closed in meditation, Chen Huai'an found himself subconsciously immersed in her reality, as if she were a living being rather than a mere game character. Is this her cultivation practice? With her foundation destroyed and her spiritual root lost, can she still cultivate? Chen Huai'an gently placed his hand on Li Qingran's shoulder, out of respect, rather than any inappropriate place. State, cultivating. Cultivation progress, 3999. This implies that she must accumulate spiritual energy to reach 99 before advancing to the second layer of Qi refinement. Chen Huai'an speculated quietly, oblivious to the faint blush creeping onto Li Qingran's ears. He watched her cultivate for half an hour, yet her progress not only stagnated but regressed to 38. The image of the young girl furrowed her brows, her pale lips slightly downturned, evoking deep sympathy. She must also sense the spiritual energy retreating rather than advancing. Chen Huai'an began to search for buttons and options, hoping to assist Li Qingran in accelerating her cultivation progress. Given her numerous injuries, leaving her in this state would only worsen her condition. After rummaging for quite some time, he could not find any options to heal Li Qingran. However, he stumbled upon an electronic girlfriend shop that was still locked. Finally, he discovered a possibly useful item for Li Qingran within a formation icon located at the upper right corner. Beginner Spirit Gathering Array. Unlocked for 1 hour by watching an advertisement. Intermediate Spirit Gathering Array. Unlocked for 10 minutes by watching an advertisement. Advanced Spirit Gathering Array. 188 for 1 hour. Advertisement required. Crazy Thursday Special. Besides the Spirit Gathering Arrays, there was a myriad of formations listed below, such as the Concealment Array, the Mysterious Armor Array, and the impressively named Extermination Array. Some of these formations required monetary purchase, while others demanded the fulfillment of various rare conditions, many of which he could not comprehend. For instance, one of the top formations, the 10 Directions Blood Fiend Slaughtering Heaven Array, necessitated the collection of 12 low-grade spiritual weapons and a multitude of intricate materials to activate. The critical question remained, where could these materials be found? Should he purchase them, acquire them through the game, or would Li Qingran be required to search for them? Akin to the journey of the traveling frog? Another special offer. And it was Crazy Thursday too? Chen Huai'an gritted his teeth. The Advanced Spirit Gathering Array would revert to its original price tomorrow. It would not be cost-effective to wait. To extend one's neck is to invite the blade. And so he resolved to spend. With a reluctant expenditure of 1888, Chen Huai'an felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness wash over him. Yet, that sensation faded almost immediately. He had only a few days left to live, so he might as well indulge, as long as it provided him with emotional value and made him feel like a vibrant being rather than a half-buried corpse. What did it matter if he went bankrupt? From this moment onward, the Advanced Spirit Gathering Array would last for 10 hours, perfectly until midnight. Since Li Qingran wished to cultivate, he would ensure she was fully supported. However, first, he had to watch an advertisement. Heavenly Tao is ruthless, treating all living beings as mere fodder. We cultivators traverse the world, defying the heavens. And without a suitable weapon, how can we proceed? The Treasure Pavilion's Spiritual Weapons, a leading brand among weapons, is currently holding a promotion in the cultivation realm. Click the link below to receive a Heavenly Dao subsidy and enjoy discounts of up to 25. When purchasing weapons, trust the Treasure Pavilion. Chen Huai'an sighed in defeat. In the room, Qingran let out a dejected sigh. Her cultivation had been crippled, her foundation damaged, and with her spiritual roots depleted. Even mastering the cultivation methods would not ensure successful progress. The spiritual energy within her continued to diminish, and no matter how much she practiced, it only served to delay the inevitable. Moreover, she was training in the unique technique of Qishao Peak, the Qia method. Throughout the entire Qingran sect, the Qia method was considered a relatively fast-paced, low-tier method of the Xian rank, subordinate to the superior-tier Xian rank technique, Qishao Gong. If even the Qian method could not restore her spiritual energy, the only recourse left would be to rely on the spirit gathering array. She had become quite adept at setting up spirit gathering arrays. 3 years ago, her fourth senior brother, Zhang Hanshao, had assisted her during a sect mission. Since then, she had allocated half of her spirit stone share each month to Zhang Hanshao for arranging the spirit gathering array, and over time, she had grown exceedingly proficient. The spirit gathering array required a substantial amount of spirit stones, with the beginner array demanding at least 100 low-grade spirit stones. The intermediate spirit gathering array requires 500 mid-grade spirit stones or 50 high-grade spirit stones. In contrast, the advanced spirit gathering array necessitates spirit crystals, which are typically affordable only to elders and sect leaders. Yet, at this moment, she found herself devoid of even spirit refuse. Just then, a sound echoed as something fell to the ground. Qingran focused her gaze and was astonished, her eyes widening and her mouth forming an O shape. Lying on the ground were actually 10 spirit crystals. These translucent azure stones, the size of an infant's fist, radiated a rich aura of spiritual energy. She could not be mistaken. The spirit crystals that the Qingxian Taoist usually handled had simply been discarded on the ground. Oh, esteemed senior, you are so wasteful of these precious items. Following this, 8 flags emanating a soft golden glow materialized out of thin air, all of which were top-quality immortal-grade array flags capable of maximizing the efficiency of array materials without wasting a single fraction. The 8 flags, as if manipulated by an unseen hand, encircled her and swiftly combined to form an advanced spirit gathering array. As the array activated, the spiritual energy within the crystals was instantly extracted, enveloping Qingran like a whirlpool. Under the array's confinement, the concentration of spiritual energy escalated, first manifesting as mist and later transforming into droplets of spiritual liquid within the array. At that moment, even without operating the Qi and Ju, the spiritual energy surged eagerly into Qingran's body. She needed a spirit gathering array, and the esteemed senior had indeed gifted her one, the finest of its kind. Qingran felt a wave of emotion, her eyes prickling with tears. From her residence, clothing, and food to the Thunderfire talismans and the advanced spirit gathering array, the gifts from the senior far exceeded her own worth. She had even pondered whether the senior required her to serve as a furnace cauldron, but even that would not necessitate such an investment. Merely 10 spirit crystals could purchase several foundation-building female cultivators willing to serve as furnace cauldrons. She realized that this might truly be her fortuitous encounter. The senior might be one of those wandering superiors who, until now, had remained concealed, asking nothing in return, merely dropping a thread of causality and accumulating merit. The only way she could repay this esteemed senior was through diligent cultivation, not to squander their nurturing intent. Rest assured, esteemed senior, Qingran shall not disappoint you. Wiping her eyes, Qingran took a deep breath and resumed her meditation. Every second within the advanced spirit gathering array was immensely precious. She could not afford to waste the senior's goodwill. Status, cultivating. Cultivation progress, 41.99. Current affection level, 20. Why does it still feel a bit slow? Chen Huai'an scratched his head and continued to observe for another 10 minutes. Finding nothing else to do, he poked Qingran's shoulder to check her cultivation progress. Ultimately, he could only console himself that as long as the spiritual energy did not regress, that was all that mattered. As Qingran's cultivation is expected to take a considerable amount of time, he believes nothing significant will transpire during this period. Nevertheless, he relocates the lightning fire talisman from the rooftop to the entrance of his room. After ensuring everything is secure, he hesitates to turn off his phone, leaving it beside him as he opens his computer. Previously, he had little desire to earn money, believing it futile, for death was inevitable. However, his perspective has shifted. For the sake of this game, for the string of data associated with Qingran that has injected some vibrancy into his life, he resolves to pursue financial gain. In this digital age, especially as a cancer patient, there is no easier way to earn money than to expose oneself to the public eye. Indeed, he decides to embark on a live streaming venture. Yet, some preparations are necessary before he can proceed. For instance, he must obtain a cancer certificate from the hospital and shave his head to feign multiple rounds of chemotherapy. Makeup is unnecessary. His pallor clearly reveals the severity of his illness. As he opens his computer, he has already conceived the content for his live stream, defiantly raising a middle finger at fate and mocking death with a smile. He plans to climb the treacherous mountain, enduring excruciating pain in his legs, all while embodying the persona of a bone cancer patient. Chapter 6. What? Their essay monthly card. In the Qingran sect, atop the Qishao peak, Mu Baishuang, who was in the midst of her cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes, sensing something amiss. How peculiar. Her senior sister's aura appears to have stabilized. She retrieved a tattered straw doll and 2 copper coins from her spatial ring, attempting to calculate the situation with her fingers, but to no avail. According to her calculations, given Qingran's internal and external injuries, his spiritual roots completely destroyed, and a lingering fire poison within him, there was no way he could survive beyond half a month. Moreover, the myriad Qing mountain is teeming with ferocious beasts. Encountering even a slightly formidable creature would spell death for Qingran. Once he perished, the Tying Dao body would become hers. What could possibly have gone awry? Furrowing her brow, Mu Baishuang could only ascertain that Qingran remained stagnant in his dilapidated hut, oblivious to all else. This was the only aspect that provided her some solace. Baishuang, are you there? A hoarse voice called from outside her cave dwelling. Mu Baishuang's frown deepened, her expression laden with disdain. It was that incessant chatterbox, Zhang Hanxiao. This fellow visited her cave at least a dozen times a day. Were it not for maintaining the adorable little sister persona and the intrigue surrounding Zhang Hanxiao's possession, she would have severed ties long ago. A debauched scion, idling away his days, daring to aspire to be her Dao partner? How absurd. Nevertheless, Zhang Hanxiao did possess some utility. With a flicker of inspiration, Mu Baishuang devised a strategy, donning a sweet, innocent smile as she stepped outside to greet him. Brother Hanxiao, she cooed sweetly, causing Zhang Hanxiao to nearly melt at the sound. Is there something you need, Brother Hanxiao? Standing before him, she tilted her head slightly, her attire as pristine as snow, hands clasped demurely at her waist. Her hair danced gently in a breeze, her eyes glimmering like autumn waters, pure as a budding white lotus. It's nothing of great importance. Zhang Hanxiao fixated intently on Mu Baishuang's face, swallowing hard as he hurriedly extended the item in his hand, stammering, half a month ago, during your duel with Qingran, the Frost Moon sword was shattered, wasn't it? I've been diligently completing sect tasks lately and earned some money to buy you a fine sword, named Qiuhua, which surpasses the Frost Moon. He lied. This sword was actually a birthday gift previously bestowed upon him by Qingran. Indeed, he had undertaken numerous sect missions recently, but they had also brought him considerable trouble, and his earnings barely covered his debts. In the past, Qingran had always compensated for his losses, but now he had to shoulder the responsibility himself. However, to cultivate a relationship with his junior sister, he thought it necessary to present her with small tokens of affection, and after much contemplation, he decided to offer her the Qiuhua sword. Mu Baishuang glanced at the Qiuhua sword in Zhang Hanxiao's hand. This sword was a mid-grade magical artifact, undoubtedly superior to the Frost Moon sword, which was merely a high-grade mundane weapon, making it quite luxurious among foundation-building cultivators. In truth, Lu Chantian had already gifted her a high-grade magical artifact, the Wind Whisper sword, but who would ever begrudge possessing multiple weapons, especially considering that in critical moments, a magical artifact's self-detonation could serve as a decisive weapon. Brother Hanxiao, this seems inappropriate, Mu Baishuang remarked, pouting as she looked at her senior brother's waist. Isn't the Qiuhua sword your own weapon? What will you use if you give it to me? Oh, come now. My capabilities are evident. Any sword I wield is merely a sword, Zhang Hanxiao replied nonchalantly. But you, my dear sister Baishuang, are in greater need of a dependable weapon for protection. It's settled then. Do not attempt to refuse. Mu Baishuang rolled her eyes inwardly at his words. What did he mean by her needing protection? Was she weak? Nevertheless, she graciously accepted the Qiuhua sword, her heart filled with disdain, yet she performed a polite bow, her eyes shimmering with delight and gratitude. Embracing the Chihuahua sword tightly, she smiled and declared, "I truly appreciate this sword, Brother Han Xiao. You are exceedingly kind." Zhang Han Xiao gazed at the sword in Mu Baishuang's arms, wishing he could swap his own arm for hers. His mind drifted back to his earlier plan, and seizing the moment, he asked, "Sister, do you have time this evening? I must tell you, there's a splendid place behind the sect, rich in spiritual energy, perfect for cultivation. I'd like to take you there tonight." "Oh, no need for that," Mu Baishuang replied politely, smiling. "Senior brother has already arranged a gathering spear formation for me." Zhang Han Xiao was momentarily taken aback. By the way, Brother Han Xiao," Mu Baishuang stepped closer, wrapping her arms around his, her fingers playfully intertwining with his palm. She blinked, saying, "There's an outer sect female disciple named Song Jiao, a good friend of mine. Could you kindly bring her to me? You know it's quite inconvenient for me to go over there." With her embrace, Zhang Han Xiao felt utterly enraptured. The fragrance of his junior sister enveloped him. Leaving him dazed and uncertain of how he had arrived at that moment, his mind clouded. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself standing beneath a willow tree outside the cave dwelling. Worth it, he thought to himself, relishing the lingering sensation on his arm as he departed, satisfaction blooming within him. The outer disciples are forbidden from entering the inner sanctum, and likewise, inner disciples are not permitted to bring outer disciples within. This is the rule of the sect, and those who are caught will face punishment. Yet, at this moment, he pays no heed to rules. The words of the little junior sister are the only decree that matters. Mu Baishuang returned to her cave dwelling, leaning against the door, instinctively touching the fiery, serpent-shaped mark on her lower back. Her delicate face bore a grim expression, and her eyes shimmered with cold light. Qingran, I wonder if your life can withstand this trial." At midnight, Chen Huai'an was roused from slumber by the alarm he had set. Due to his frail constitution, he usually retired by 8 or 9 in the evening, falling into such a deep sleep that even the King of Heaven could not awaken him. However, today, to ensure he would rise, he had set his phone to vibrate, resting his face upon it as he slept. The alarm blared every minute, designed to rouse him mercilessly. The sole purpose of his awakening was to check on his electronic girlfriend. Upon opening the game, he discovered that the high-level spirit gathering array had already concluded. 10 spirit crystals lay shattered, and the array flags were dimmed, yet at the heart of the formation, Qingran was rejuvenated. Chen Huai'an gently tapped her forehead. Status: resting. Cultivation progress: 327 for 199. She has reached the second layer of Qi refining. She's on the cusp of the third layer. This money was well spent. Chen Huai'an shook his head, feeling as if he had just purchased study materials for his daughter, who then soared in academic achievement. Yet, he had no time to marvel, as 2 notifications related to in-game purchases abruptly appeared before him. Congratulations, your electronic girlfriend, Qingran, has broken through to the second layer of Qi refining. Monthly card discount. Enjoy a spectacular discount on your first monthly card purchase, which grants 1 free cultivation session. For just $18.88, you can receive rewards worth $18,880,000, including a daily supply of spirit stones and a potion corresponding to Qingran's level. The electronic girlfriend store is now open. You may purchase all items suitable for the Qi refining stage. Additionally, you can participate in the beginner's lottery at the fortune koi pool. The smile on Chen Huai'an's face froze. He stared at his phone in silence, his hand trembling slightly. He felt the urge to call for help. Chapter 7. This is, in fact, a blood prophet. Game Forum. Awakened Roast Goose. Have you heard of a game called My Electronic Girlfriend? It boasts exceptional production quality, detailed character modeling, and highly interactive gameplay, with unique micro-expressions, though it is rather predatory in its monetization. For Love Ga Dan, never heard of it. Uncle from Shanghai, what is this? Does such a game truly exist? Pink Ferrari Cow. Opie, could you share the installation package here? I would like to experience it. It was impossible to find this game on Kandu, and asking for the installation package was sheer folly. As Chen Huai'an discovered, the game lacked an installation package entirely. Based on his experience, games of this caliber typically require at least 10 gigabytes of space. Yet, before and after the installation, his meager 64 gigabytes of memory remained unchanged. The graphics fluidity and intricacy were far beyond what his modest device, which struggled to run even the simplest of games, could handle. Thus, the truth became glaringly apparent. Adjusting his glasses, Chen Huai'an surmised that he had caught the attention of a formidable hacker organization, and this game was their creation, rendering him merely a guinea pig for their experiments. Alas, the quality of the game was indeed commendable. He gazed despondently at the screen, where Qingran had just concluded her meditation, murmuring to himself. The game was so captivating that it tempted him to spend money willingly. The external injuries on the young lady had fully healed, and her remaining lifespan had transformed from a mere 6 hours to 3 years. At that moment, she was meticulously storing away 8 formation flags. He could even hear her soft murmurs. My senior has been so kind to me. These materials on the flags could be used to craft a protective talisman. If I ever encounter my senior again, I would present it to him. After uttering this, she shook her head vigorously. Ah, but for someone of my senior's stature, such a gift would only elicit laughter. Chen Huai'an mused that if the talisman crafted by her could indeed find its way into his hands, even knowing it was a gift from the Game S developers, it would hold immense emotional value. Should he attempt to send a voice message expressing his fondness? Yet, upon glancing at the voice message item in the electronic girlfriend shop, now restored to its original price, he chose silence. What would be the point? After all, this was merely a game. The newly opened electronic girlfriend shop for the Qi refining period offered a plethora of items, but the prices and quality left him utterly disheartened. Low-grade spirit stones were priced at 50 each, common Thunderfire talismans at 576 apiece, voice messages at 300 each, low-grade mundane swords at 998, medium-grade mundane swords at 49.98, and high-grade mundane swords at a staggering 99.98. What left Chen Huai'an utterly speechless was the Thunderfire talisman. The promotional offer was exclusively for celestial-grade items, while purchasing would only yield mundane-grade ones. Though he had never encountered the power of mundane items, it was evident they paled in comparison to celestial ones. The weaponry was equally disheartening. Mundane weapons were the most basic tier, with artifacts, spirit weapons, innate spiritual treasures, and celestial weapons above them. It was unfathomable what exorbitant prices the even more advanced weapons would command. The game's creator must have lost their mind over money. 9,998 for a single sword? Who in their right mind would purchase that? Chen Huai'an scoffed at the notion, while he might begrudgingly accept spending on other items. He would rather write his name backward than buy even a single weapon from the shop. Just as he was pondering this, Qingran suddenly frowned, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. She took a moment to regulate her breath, steadying the tumultuous flow of her vital energy. A flicker of despondency crossed her eyes as she murmured softly, "With the assistance of my esteemed senior, at least my spiritual energy has ceased its decline. However, my dantian is shattered, leaving me without foundation. Moreover, lacking a spiritual root, expelling the fire poison from my body is a Herculean task. My cultivation speed will only diminish further. I see 2 potential solutions to my current physical predicament. Either return to the Qingran sect to seek a medicinal pill, or venture into the surrounding Wanquanshan to search for healing spiritual herbs. Yet, the former is nearly unattainable. I am no longer a disciple of the Qingran sect, and have no desire to trouble my casual acquaintances within the sect. The latter, though fraught with risk, is my preferred option. Previously, in my weakened state, I could only await death within my chamber. Now, should I encounter that demon wolf again, I might possess some measure of resistance." Qingran's voice was barely audible, yet Chen Huai'an could hear everything, even the whispers of her innermost thoughts. Return to the Qingran sect? Embark on an adventure in Wanquanshan? Chen Huai'an swiftly opened the recharge at her face. The girl had already spat blood. What was he waiting for? Even though he knew this was merely a ploy to extract money from players, he could not restrain his hand. He purchased the monthly card without hesitation. If he didn't buy it this month, next month the price would be higher. Opportunities like this were fleeting. He could only comfort himself with such thoughts. Monthly card purchase successful. 1 opportunity for transmission and breath regulation granted. Supply of medicinal pills and spiritual stones has been delivered. With a resounding thud, 2 bags descended onto the table, startling Qingran into a shiver. Curious, she leaned in and poked one of the bags, which felt full and exuded a palpable aura of spiritual energy. She raised her gaze towards the ceiling, clasped her hands, and inquired, "May I ask if these 2 bags were cast down by my esteemed senior?" No response came. Qingran was not surprised. She had gradually grown accustomed to this peculiar dynamic with her senior. Silence, she had come to learn, implied agreement. The 2 bags were evidently gifts from her benefactor. Having previously accepted assistance from the senior, she felt no need for pretense, and, with a mix of embarrassment and curiosity, opened one of the bags. With a rustle, a large handful of spiritual stones tumbled out. Li Qingran stared in astonishment, counting them. There were no fewer than 50 low-grade spiritual stones. Within the Qingran sect, an inner disciple in the Qi refinement stage typically received only 30 to 40 low-grade spiritual stones monthly, and those in the foundation establishment stage might see their allocation rise to 60 or even 100. Spiritual stones serve as currency. It can also be crushed to absorb their spiritual energy. They're indispensable for array formations and weapon refinement. 50 low-grade spiritual stones were an invaluable treasure. Unbeknownst to her, this was merely her share for the day. Grateful for her senior's gift of spiritual stones, Li Qingran expressed her thanks. Though 50 low-grade spiritual stones were insignificant to a formidable figure in the God transformation or core formation stages, the principles of gratitude and propriety must not be forsaken. Chen Huai'an could not suppress a smile at her words, instinctively reaching for his non-existent beard in a gesture of amusement. How to articulate it? Although the monthly card was costly, however, the low-grade spirit stone sells for 50 coins on its own. How can this not be considered a lucrative bargain? Li Qingran continued to open the second bag, revealing a red brocade box. The moment she held the box, the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted out. Such a pure medicinal scent. Over the years, she had assisted her second senior brother in tending to spirit herbs, occasionally serving as a test subject for pills. She had encountered various elixirs from the Qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage. Her second senior brother was exceptionally talented, producing pills of remarkable quality, even earning praise from the elders of the Dan Pavilion. Yet, despite this, none had possessed such a pure fragrance, all tinged with a hint of impurities. Upon opening the box, she discovered a red pill nestled inside. This pill was translucent, resembling red jade, and exhibited no discernible impurities. It was a great recovery pill, a celestial-grade elixir. Li Qingran gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. The talisman was celestial grade, and the pill was also celestial grade. Was this elder not a polymath of extraordinary talent? The Great Recovery Pill was widely utilized by cultivators from the Qi refining stage to the Golden Core stage for healing. It was affordable and effective for both internal and external injuries. The Supreme Grade Great Recovery Pill was said to possess detoxifying properties. Thus, the Celestial Grade variant would undoubtedly resolve the fire poison within her. Whether it be spirit stones or elixirs, the elder had provided her with precisely what she needed, tailored just for her. A warm sensation blossomed within Li Qingran. Throughout her life, she had only experienced such meticulous care from her parents. Regardless of whether the elder appreciated it or not, she felt compelled to prepare a gift for him. Li Qingran made a silent vow. Meanwhile, outside the screen, Chen Huai'an received a prompt. Li Qingran is about to commence healing. Would you like to use a transmission opportunity to personally assist her in healing? Wait, personally? Chen Huai'an narrowed his eyes, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Is this personally the kind of personal involvement I understand? With a hint of doubt, Chen Huai'an opted to proceed. The elder is going to personally channel energy to heal me? He noticed Li Qingran suddenly freeze, her delicate face turning crimson. The young girl quickly waved her hands. Qingran is of lowly status. How could I merit such an act from you, esteemed elder? I can manage on my own. For dialogue options appeared. 1. Let's make it quick. I'm quite busy. 2. How dare this little girl defy me? Is she tired of living? 3. Humph. Little miss, do not be ungrateful. This is your honor. 4. Recharge 300 coins to purchase a communication talisman for free dialogue. Chen Huai'an thought to himself, feeling as though the game developers were reaching into his bank account. If he had to spend 300 coins here, he would truly be mad. After some contemplation, Chen Huai'an chose the first option. It was the only one that seemed somewhat reasonable, albeit a bit arrogant. Once he selected the dialogue option, he found he could not hear his own voice. However, Li Qingran appeared to have truly heard, her eyes first revealing fear, then taking a step back. She lowered her head in trepidation, as if scolded, whispering, all right, but I am rather dirty. So I humbly request that the esteemed senior allow me to wash up before imparting your teachings. Is that acceptable? As a cultivator, it is inconceivable to be unclean. Yet, after this half-month of disheveled living, she had inevitably accumulated dust and mud, with dried bloodstains on her garments. To receive healing from the senior in such a state was beyond her capacity for shamelessness. She perked up her ears, awaiting the senior's response. No need to wash. I prefer the original flavor. Haha. Very well, you may go. I shall await your return. Less chatter. Hurry and remove your upper garments. Recharge 300 to purchase a voice talisman for free dialogue. I will first eliminate options 1 and 4. Chen Huai'an hesitated between 2 and 3. What would happen if he chose 3? Would Li Qingran truly remove her upper garments? It appeared that was all she wore. Choosing 2, Li Qingran would certainly go to bathe. Could he perhaps witness that? No wonder the game advised players to be over 18. There might indeed be unspeakable VIP content. But was he, Chen Huai'an, such a perverse individual? He played games and spent money because Li Qingran's data provided him emotional value, a glimmer of hope in his despairing life. Moreover, Li Qingran was already quite beautiful with her flushed cheeks. A wash would only enhance her allure. It was certainly not his intention to explore the bathroom. Option 2 it is. The image of Li Qingran in the game blushed and nodded, softly saying then, "I shall go now." The bathroom was conveniently nearby, though it hadn't existed before. She had observed it during her previous exploration of the residence, noting all the toiletries within. As a girl who cherished cleanliness, she had long desired to cleanse herself, yet had never settled down to do so. Upon entering the bathroom and gazing at her reflection in the brass mirror, Li Qingran was about to loosen her garments when her fingers suddenly halted at her chest, a flush spreading from her cheeks to her ears. She bit her lip gently, her thoughts racing. The esteemed senior possesses formidable powers, having foreseen the demonic wolf's assault. She had sent spirit stones and elixirs upon witnessing her injury, which indicated that everything about her could be perceived by the senior. This meant that if she bathed here, she would undoubtedly be exposed to the senior's gaze. No, it couldn't be. The senior wasn't that kind of person. Li Qingran vigorously shook her head, feeling a wave of shame wash over her. How could she harbor such thoughts? If the senior wished to take advantage of her vulnerability, there would have been no need to wait until now. Moreover, the senior was likely a venerable sage of many centuries. One could discern youthfulness in his voice, but that did not equate to a youthful age. Given such a seniority, he would surely have no interest in a fledgling like her. With this thought, her embarrassment and inner turmoil dissipated significantly. The garment slipped from her bare shoulders, and as the bodice came undone, it revealed a body with exquisite proportions and alluring curves. Meanwhile, Chen Huai'an fixated on his phone, his eyes reddening. His finger hovered hesitantly over the bathroom option. He had previously experimented with it. He could switch rooms with just a gentle tap. Chen Huai'an, do not become the person you yourself disdain. Yet, was it not merely a game? After all, desire is a fundamental aspect of human nature. You are a cancer patient. You need not entertain such cravings. So what if he was a patient? Could a patient not harbor desires? I'm simply concerned about the girl in the bathroom. What if she slips? What if a great shark demon or an octopus demon suddenly appeared in the bathroom? As these thoughts crossed his mind, his finger landed on the bathroom option. Insufficient affinity. Unable to peek. Chen Huai'an exhaled in relief, his anxious heart momentarily at ease. But soon enough it revived. This meant he could indeed observe, but his affinity was lacking. Thus barred from viewing? It felt as if they were implying he was eager to watch. Chen Huai'an scoffed, casually opening a small website to indulge in some visual appreciation. Midway through, a notification from the game chimed in. Li Qingran has finished her bath. So soon? Do girls not typically take over half an hour to bathe? Chen Huai'an silently returned the torn tissue to its place, focusing intently on the bathroom door. After a moment, the door opened slightly, and faint steam wafted out. Then it swung open completely, revealing Li Qingran, her delicate shoulders bared, wrapped in a simple white towel. Chen Huai'an's gaze was instantly captured by her long, fair, exquisite feet, zooming in to the point where he could see droplets of water cascading down. Wow, this is impressive. He marveled at the water droplets and steam. By the way, was this girl not donning new clothes? He noticed Li Qingran kneeling on the bed, her back turned to the camera, her flawless back making him yearn to place a couple of cupping glasses on it. Senior, Qingran is ready. In Li Qingran's mind, the senior was a benevolent, stern old man, so the embarrassment and psychological burden she felt were not particularly severe. However, after taking a powerful elixir and loosening her bathrobe, as the fabric slipped down along her sinuous waist, obscuring her legs and hips while exposing her entire back, her ears flushed a deep crimson. Cultivating and healing could not be done through clothing, especially on the back and abdomen. She harbored fire toxins and various impurities within her, which would be expelled entirely through cultivation. The fire toxins were intense and could easily ignite clothing. Thus, fully exposing her back was the most convenient solution. Surely, revealing just her back was preferable to being completely scorched. Chen Huai'an stared at Li Qingran's back, utterly bewildered. At this moment, the game perspective magnified her back, showcasing the area from the nape of her neck down to above her hips. He could even discern the faint outlines of blood vessels beneath her pale skin. No. Is this a test for the experienced elder? Though he expresses such sentiments, he cannot deny the beauty of that back. The curves are simply exquisite. Yet what comes next? After a brief moment of uncertainty, a golden acupoint diagram materializes on Li Qingran's back. Please press the Mingmen acupoint with your left hand, and the Qiheu acupoint with your right hand, and begin cultivating to heal. Chapter 9. The heavenly mechanism is being deciphered. Ah, so this is a method performed personally. There is no disappointment or lack thereof as Chen Huai'an reaches out to press down. A faint groan emanates from the game. Chen Huai'an muses, indeed. It is worthy of a small workshop. He has a fondness for such establishments. The influx of spiritual energy into the body seems quite painful. Li Qingran continuously emits suppressed groans, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, cascading down her cheeks and neck, while fine droplets of moisture appear on the surface of her skin. Chen Huai'an can distinctly observe that as the progress bar for healing advances slowly, tiny black substances gradually emerge from the beads of sweat. The artistry of this scene is truly breathtaking. How should one articulate this? When investing in a game, one must not only consider its playability, but also its worth. Some games are limited in scale. Although their gameplay may be decent, they only produce 1 or 2 chapters, resulting in an overall playtime of less than 2 hours. Yet they sell for exorbitant prices. Surely, that is akin to harvesting crops? The game Electronic Girlfriend, however, is a different matter entirely. He has a premonition that this game could be played to the end. As the healing progresses to the midpoint, some encouraging notifications finally appear. Li Qingran, meridians repaired, foundational damage removed. Li Qingran, internal injuries healed, moderate internal injuries removed. Commencing detoxification, please press the Yaiyangwen acupoint, circle press the Xinyu acupoint, and cultivate to heal. Following the instructions, Chen Huai'an switched to the 2 acupoints. As soon as he began, Li Qingran gasped. Surely, it must be quite painful. He silently thought. At this moment, Li Qingran's skin began to flush, a hue reminiscent not of prolonged exposure to hot water, but akin to that of a well-cooked shrimp. The poor girl was so pained that she bit her lip to stifle any sounds that might disturb her elder. Yet in reality, she only felt the warmth of the 2 large hands on her back. The process of expelling the fire toxin from her body felt akin to countless insects crawling through her limbs, itchy and tingling. She bit her lip, fearful of making any inappropriate sounds that might offend her senior. To divert her attention, she glanced at the brass mirror hanging by the bedside. From this angle, she could see a small portion of her back. Expecting to see an elderly gentleman, she was instead met with nothing but 2 palms formed from gathered spiritual energy, one hand pressing down with a bent finger, the other tracing circles, delivering a gentle and substantial force. Not seeing the elder's visage left Li Qingran feeling a bit disappointed. While her heart felt reassured, it was also tinged with shame. The elder is indeed not someone who takes advantage of others' misfortunes. Even when she channels energy to heal, not a trace of it touches her skin. She is the epitome of a true gentleman. It was utterly inappropriate for me to harbor such disrespectful conjectures previously. Li Qingran, expelling fire poison, removing fire toxin from a body. As the healing progresses, Li Qingran's skin returns to its normal state. However, from Chen Huai'an's perspective, although her skin bore some impurities, it was evidently more radiant than before, resembling a boiled egg polished with a touch of wax. Thank you, senior, for helping me heal. I already feel much better. Li Qingran softly expressed her gratitude, her hands awkwardly clutching the towel at her sides. Chen Huai'an noticed the blush creeping to her ears, which seemed to extend to the nape of her neck as well. May I ask you a question, senior? Li Qingran's voice trembled slightly, as if she had summoned the courage to utter this line. Certainly. No. Guess? Recharge 300 to purchase a communication talisman for free dialogue. This time, Chen Huai'an chose without hesitation. With her request granted, Li Qingran felt a surge of joy, her tone becoming considerably lighter. Senior has helped me greatly. May I know your name? Of course, if you prefer not to disclose it, I shall not press further. Please enter your name. Goodness, Chen Huai'an mused internally. He had already spent several thousand and played the game for half a day. Had he finally arrived at the stage of creating a character name? So it seems that without spending money to reach this point, one is unworthy even of creating a name. The threshold for this game is exceedingly high. After some contemplation, he settled on a simple name. Chen Huai'an. He typed Just those 3 characters. If he were to perish in the future, at least this game data on his phone would bear his name. Perhaps this would be the only trace he could leave behind. In the night, driven by the sword of longing, let the heart of the scholar transform the cold night. Huai'an, Huai'an, the name of the elder, etched in the heart of the younger Qingran. She turned back with a gentle smile, her brows slightly arched, her dark hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall. Outside, the long night was as dark as ink, and the torrential rain poured down, yet she felt no chill, only a soft warmth blossoming in her heart. Chen Huai'an stared at Qingran's radiant smile, momentarily entranced, as if the screen of his phone had vanished. It felt as though there truly was a girl smiling at him. The small workshop's output was almost overwhelming. He quickly shook his head, dispelling those impractical fantasies. Senior, there are quite a few more stains on my body. I need to wash up again. This time, no dialogue options appeared. Qingran wrapped herself in the towel, turned to the ceiling, and performed a graceful bow before taking her new clothes from the bedside into the bathroom. Chen Huai'an stared blankly at the now empty room, realizing that he had become quite infatuated. On that fateful day, an unexpected flutter of affection for a game character struck him. It must be said, however, that the young woman had merely recovered from her injuries, while the issues concerning her spiritual roots and dantian remained unresolved. He rummaged through the game interface and stumbled upon a help center, where inquiries could seemingly be made. The first question each day is free. The second requires a purchase of 100 for a question ticket, and the price for the third ticket increases 5-fold, and so forth. Really? One might as well rob a bank instead of engaging in a game. Chen Huai'an couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. Nevertheless, since the first inquiry was complimentary, he resolved to exploit it daily, as long as he could. How could the issues regarding Qingran's dantian and spiritual roots be resolved? You may only inquire about one. Chen Huai'an pondered. The dantian seemed more crucial, being the vessel after all. Thus, he asked, how can the dantian be repaired? Heavenly secrets are currently being deduced. The air of mystery surrounding the deduction amused Chen Huai'an. Little did he know that in the Songyun realm, where Qingran resided, the celestial phenomena had undergone a dramatic transformation. The stars had shifted, tides had stirred, and the earth trembled, causing numerous elder sect members to take notice. This was the work of a formidable practitioner divining the fates, in a world where spiritual energy was becoming increasingly scarce. Such celestial disturbances indicated that a powerful being was foretelling the future of the Songyun realm. It was best to avoid such mighty entities. They were not to be trifled with. Better to retreat into seclusion, indeed. The deduction of heavenly secrets is complete. To repair Qingran's dantian, an ancient divine medicine, the primordial restorative pill can be utilized. This pill, long lost to time, not only repairs severely damaged dantians, but also enhances their quality and capacity for spiritual energy. The fortune koi pool has captured a thread of heavenly secrets for you. Drawing the fortune koi allows for the exchange of the divine primordial restorative pill. Chen Huai'an scoffed. Capturing a thread of heavenly secrets? Isn't this merely stuffing game items into a guaranteed prize pool? Drawing 1,000 times would cost 100,000. Although there is a chance of drawing directly, what is the difference between 0001 and 0? If he were truly lucky, he wouldn't be in such dire straits. Resolving to set up his account first thing in the morning, he would then procure a hospital certificate and head straight to Mount Lei for a live broadcast. Chen Huai'an scratched his head, initially planning to wait a few more days before visiting Mount Lei. However, urgency had begun to creep in. Qingran's dantian must be restored. He had promised her. Chapter 10. A gift from your electronic girlfriend has arrived. As night fell, the rain gradually ceased. Qingran, feeling somewhat anxious, gazed at the talisman in her hands, preparing to complete the final 3 steps. The first step involved infusing spiritual energy into the talisman. She was uncertain how much spiritual energy was required to craft the talisman from the remaining materials of the celestial array flag. All she knew was that depleting 50 low-grade spirit stones and exhausting her own spiritual energy barely filled the talisman with the necessary energy to activate it. She gently rubbed her pale, delicate face and took a deep breath. Next is the second step, inscribing the name. The creator of the talisman must use their own blood as ink to write the name of the one being protected. This step, ostensibly the simplest, made Qingran even more apprehensive than before. It must be done well. It absolutely must be done well, she muttered to herself, and finally inscribed the name Chen Huai'an on the talisman. However, a A smile more grotesque than tears appeared on her face. Oh no, this is even more laughable now. The characters on the talisman twisted and turned, looking worse than the scrawl of a dog. Li Qingran had a natural flaw. Her handwriting was atrocious. It wasn't due to a lack of refinement, but rather because before entering the Qingran sect, she was the daughter of a general. Despite her parents urging her to learn the skills befitting a young lady, her interest lay solely in horsemanship, marksmanship, archery, and the arts of combat, skills necessary for the battlefield. Back then, whenever her parents forced her to practice writing, she would cry. After all, one didn't need beautiful handwriting when charging in a battle. Now, she found herself regretting it. Given another chance, she would surely dedicate herself to learning to write properly. Her father had once said that the sentiment behind a gift was what mattered most. Li Qingran clenched her fists for encouragement and proceeded to the final step, bestowing fortune. As the name suggests, it involved transferring one's luck to another. The fortunes of heaven and earth are cyclical. For every gain, there is a loss. Fortunately, the talisman served as a medium, making the transfer temporary. However, the one who bestowed the fortune would experience a period of misfortune due to the loss. Yet, Li Qingran felt this was inconsequential. Regardless of whether her predecessor needed this meager fortune, she only wished for their safety. Using a secret method, she sealed her luck within the talisman. Her complexion visibly deteriorated, yet she smiled joyfully. I shall place this talisman on the table for now. Li Qingran bowed to the ceiling. Regardless of whether her predecessor could hear her, she believed they surely could. Junior Qingran, grateful for your care, has crafted this talisman in gratitude for your healing. Though the gift is modest, it carries my sincere intentions, and I hope you will not think it trifling. After speaking, she lowered her head, her eyes nervously glancing upward, cautiously watching the talisman on the table. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Whoosh! The talisman vanished. Her predecessor accepted her gift. Li Qingran's heart swelled with joy, a smile unconsciously gracing her face as she bashfully said, "Thank you for not despising my ignorance, esteemed one." After a night of labor, her injuries just healed, she was utterly fatigued. Turning back to her bed, drowsiness immediately washed over her. For the first time in half a month, she lay on such a soft bed, and the sleepiness quickly invaded her mind. Yet, she continued to gaze at the ceiling, struggling and mumbled drowsily, "Good night, esteemed one. Song Jiao Jiao, your cultivation has indeed progressed remarkably. You have reached the 9th level of qi refining, haven't you? Just in time. I have a task for you. Speak. Assist, main eliminating Li Qingran. Kill Li Qingran. Are you still brooding over that matter? And what of it? Li Qingran's reputation within the sect has already been tarnished. Her demise would mean little. She deserves it. Besides, if you handle it discreetly, you could easily attribute her death to the beasts within Wan Qingshan. Be good, and if you execute this well, I shall procure a foundation establishment pill for you. A foundation establishment pill? Very well. Await my good news. Early the next morning, before dawn, Chen Huai'an's first action was to activate the electronic girlfriend. Your remaining lifespan, 131 days. How absurd. What kind of game is this, starting with such a proclamation? He was aware of his terminal illness. Yet a mere game foretells when he shall meet his end. Amusing. However, Chen Huai'an reconsidered. It must be referring to his character in the game, who has 131 days left to live. Yet, since it is a game, there must surely be a corresponding solution forthcoming. Just as my relationship with Li Qingran flourishes, my character is on the verge of death, and they expect me to spend money to extend my life? I have seen through your ploys. A cold smile crept across Chen Huai'an's face. Another notification appeared. Due to your divination of heavenly secrets, you have suffered backlash from the heavenly path, resulting in a loss of fortune. Today's hexagram, Li hexagram, minor auspiciousness, suitable for marriage, avoid mountain climbing. Tomorrow's hexagram, Zhun hexagram, ominous, suitable for cleaning, avoid mountain climbing. Oh, how considerate. Chen Huai'an scoffed. I, Chen Huai'an, have 1 foot already in the realm of the dead. What is there to avoid? Moreover, being afflicted with a terminal illness, every day should be marked by great misfortune. It is evident that this game is merely a haphazard calculation, unworthy of belief. However, Chen Huai'an had a certain curiosity regarding such mystical matters. Thus, driven by a desire for knowledge, he consulted Baidu. The so-called Zhun hexagram signifies thunderous tremors, corresponding to a person's feet. Typically, when paired with ominous energies, it suggests one should refrain from travel. The ominous is easily understood. great misfortune indicates imminent death, while mere misfortune suggests severe injuries, such as losing limbs. Am I to understand that I could be struck by lightning while climbing a mountain? He glanced at the weather forecast. The next 2 days in the area of the mountain would see temperatures exceeding 30 degrees. Where would one find rain? Dismissing the 2 notification boxes, they obstructed his view of Li Qingran's exquisite sleeping visage. Indeed, Li Qingran was still asleep. This young lady had an admirable sleeping posture, remaining undisturbed throughout the night. Yet, for some reason, her complexion appeared less than ideal. Last night, after reviewing the climbing guide for the mountain, he had gone to sleep without paying attention to Li Qingran's state. Nevertheless, before he fell asleep, she had been meditating diligently. It must be said, this young woman was truly dedicated, practicing at every opportunity, like a perpetual motion machine. He gently tapped her face and examined her status, discovering an additional debuff, loss of fortune. Strange, could the deduction of fate truly influence Li Qingran? After much contemplation, it appears that this is the only plausible explanation. Status, asleep. Current affection level, 25. Affection level has reached 25, triggering a small gift. Your electronic girlfriend, Li Qingran, has prepared a small gift for you, which has been delivered. The gift system is rather common. Chen Huai'an stroked his chin and nodded, yet after searching for a considerable time, he couldn't locate Li Qingran's gift in his game inventory. There was no mailbox feature in this game. This game is exceedingly pay to win, and it certainly wouldn't offer hundreds of draws upon opening. Perhaps it simply hasn't refreshed yet, Chen Huai'an speculated. Some smaller development studios operate this way. Announcements update swiftly while items lag behind. Perhaps by 8 or 9 in the morning, it would be available. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Chen Huai'an, filled with confusion, went to open it, only to find no one outside. Just as he was about to close the door, he glanced down and noticed a small package, roughly the size of his palm. Huh, I haven't purchased anything, and who delivers packages at 5 in the morning? He picked up the box. The label bore no insignia of any delivery company, nor any tracking number. Only a line of neatly printed characters read, "A small gift from Li Qingran for Senior Chen." Chapter 11. The Fragrance of Li Qingran. Chen Huai'an was utterly bewildered. No way, it really has been delivered? Are small studios this generous? Furthermore, this game must definitely be the work of hackers. Is this not conclusive evidence? He promptly opened the box. Typically, one would respond to such occurrences with fear. However, Chen Huai'an was unafraid. His life was already in shambles. What was there to fear? Hey, you must be lurking in the hallway, right? Come out and speak. Can't you adjust this game as exorbitant costs? I truly have no money. He shouted into the dark corridor, his voice echoing, yet no response came. If you choose not to show yourselves, so be it. Chen Huai'an scoffed, and with a resounding thud, closed the door. He understood that these hackers would not reveal themselves. His words were merely a test. I shall see how this unfolds. He settled onto the sofa. Unboxing the package, his curiosity piqued. Since the sender had taken the trouble to create and deliver an item modeled after a game character, it indicated a genuine investment in the game. Thus, the quality of the gift must be exceptional. Inside the box lay a square sachet resembling an amulet. The craftsmanship was exquisite. However, as Chen Huai'an turned the sachet over, he couldn't suppress a grimace. Inscribed on it were 3 traditional characters. Chen Huai'an. Below, a line of smaller text read, "Safe and sound." Clearly, this was a talisman. Yet, as for the characters, Chen Huai'an felt compelled to remark that even his handwriting in elementary school was superior. The inscription appeared as if scrawled by a dog. Crooked and unrefined, it detracted significantly from the otherwise fine craftsmanship. What was contained within this bag? He attempted to open it, but the material proved more resilient than he had anticipated, resisting his efforts. In order to ascertain its contents, he leaned in closer and inhaled. The moment he did, an ethereal fragrance enveloped his senses. It was neither sweet nor cloying, but rather elegantly understated, exuding a gentle aura devoid of any aggression. Akin to a girl quietly expressing her longing. He could not define the scent, yet the image of Li Qingran naturally manifested in his mind. He even experienced a fleeting illusion that this fragrance was reminiscent of Li Qingran herself. Astonished, Chen Huai'an exclaimed, "What kind of game can achieve such a feat?" He had heard of gifting games, where male characters received items like authentic stockings from female counterparts, which also possessed a scent, yet those were mere banal perfumes, devoid of any evocative associations. This talisman was entirely different. He changed positions to inhale the fragrance anew, but Qingran remained the focal point of his thoughts. Even when he opened his character profile to face his favorite teacher, Qingran's image lingered in his mind. Remarkable. Chen Huai'an slapped his thigh. Bro, with this technology, why not monetize in the game? Promote the game for free, establish a perfume brand, and you could earn a fortune. Ultimately, Chen Huai'an chose to carry this talisman with him. It was, after all, the only artifact that truly gave him the sensation of being crafted by Qingran herself. Within a mere morning, he had arranged everything. He found a barbershop downstairs at the hospital to shave his head, placed his cancer diagnosis on the homepage of his livestream account, and even enlisted a doctor to help him film an inspirational vlog for his first video, investing 1,000 yuan in promotion. He dined on a modest meal at a noodle shop and, by afternoon, boarded a plane bound for Leishan. His livestream homepage exuded bravado and youthful exuberance. Youth has no price, and life is singular. I am Chen Huai'an, diagnosed with terminal cancer. In the time that remains, I shall defy fate, mock death, and challenge the limits of my body, striving to make my life shine as brightly as possible. Today's challenge, a 5-hour ascent to the summit of Leishan. By the time he arrived at the foot of Leishan, it was already 7 in the evening. His aim was to commence his ascent at midnight, allowing him to witness the sunrise from the peak, a small dream realized. As for the potential earnings, he remained uncertain. But the spectacle of climbing Leishan with late-stage cancer was indeed rare. His legs ached intensely, with both ankles swollen, making it painfully inconvenient to wear shoes. Given his physical condition, even a short walk was excruciating. He found a chair at the foot of Leishan and rested for 3 hours. After 10 o'clock, rejuvenated, Chen Huai'an withdrew his phone once more. He first opened the game to catch a glimpse of Qingran. The young lady had already risen, seated on her bed in meditation. The table was adorned with meticulously clean plates, accompanied by a basket of fruits, of which only a small portion had been consumed. These were all offerings he had presented to Qingran that day. Truly, she was a diligent girl. Thus, he resolved to put forth his own efforts as well. The anxious feelings that had initially consumed him dissipated upon catching sight of Qingran. Taking a deep breath, Chen Huai'an smiled faintly and opened his live streaming account. After half a day's anticipation, his vlog had garnered considerable attention, with over 100 viewers already reserving spots for that evening's broadcast. Although this number paled in comparison to that of established outdoor streamers, he felt immense satisfaction. As the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. Streamer, how can you prove you are a terminal cancer patient? Surely, you're not here to elicit sympathy and profit from our pity? Climbing Mount Leishan at the late stage of cancer is one thing, but you intend to reach the summit in 5 hours? Are you not suffering from bone cancer? Even scams require a semblance of logic. Ha ha ha, this is utterly fake. Such sentiments echoed Chen Huai'an's own thoughts. Shortly after opening the live stream, a barrage of skepticism flooded in. He remained silent, patiently promoting his channel once more until the viewer count swelled to several hundred. Only then did he finally speak. Greetings, everyone. My name is Chen Huai'an, and I shall ascend Mount Leishan within 5 hours as a terminal cancer patient, broadcasting live without edits. My profile contains my medical diagnosis, payment records, and examination documents. Should you suspect my diagnosis to be fabricated, feel free to contact the relevant hospitals for verification. I welcome any substantiated evidence. With that, he turned his phone to reveal his legs, rolling up his pant legs and removing his shoes and socks to expose his swollen ankles, covered in burn-like lumps. He continued to pull his pants higher, revealing that the swelling on his right leg had spread to his knee. As you can see, my physical condition is dire. Each step inflicts excruciating pain upon my nerves, burdening my body immensely. Chen Huai'an then flipped the camera back, stroking his bald head and displaying a carefree smile. Yet I shall prove myself. I will tread upon the head of this affliction, mocking the impotence of fate and defiantly raising my middle finger at death. In that moment, at sunrise, I shall strive alongside all of you watching from behind the screen, with a complete set of medical documents, the mottled lumps on his legs, his conspicuous bald head, and Chen Huai'an's carefree smile. All 4 formidable weapons were unleashed. The live streaming room fell into a profound silence. Chapter 12. We are here to witness reality. My goodness, this is truly moving. I can hardly believe I doubted the streamer's intentions. So passionate. I feel utterly ashamed. Streamer, please don't climb any further. I will send you gifts. Chen Huai'an's heartfelt words prompted a shift in the discourse within the live stream, though some skepticism lingered, including doubts regarding the authenticity of his proof and calls for personal verification on Mount Leishan. The friend who is coming to Mount Lei can set off now. I will begin my ascent promptly at noon, and I shall not go anywhere before that. This statement elicited a considerable response in a live stream. Climbing Mount Lei with terminal bone cancer? What a farce. A young man, who had just been provoked by a gaming mishap, glowered at the screen. I can't sleep tonight, so I might as well tune in. He left a message in the chat. I'm an hour's drive from Mount Lei. Wait for me, the real streamer. With that, he grabbed his keys and departed. There are far too many fraudsters online. For every one reported, 2 more emerged, much like those gaming trolls. Fueled by a sense of justice, he believed he could catch a pathetic streamer broadcasting from the base of Mount Lei, even if he couldn't catch the trolls. Chen Huai'an also noticed these comments. In fact, he hoped for someone to verify his authenticity. The more, the better. This would not only confirm his status as a genuine cancer patient, but also boost the popularity of his live stream. Once the viewership surged and caught the attention of higher-tier accounts, his chance to earn money would materialize. Brothers, hit that follow button so you don't lose your way. My time is limited, and I am racing against it. Aside from climbing, I aspire to try more extreme sports in the future, such as skydiving or bungee jumping. His words ignited another wave of comments, both mocking and supportive. However, the main concern for all was whether Chen Huai'an was indeed a cancer patient, and, if so, whether he could reach the summit of Mount Lei within 5 hours. If he wasn't, they would wait for the genuine individuals to arrive, treating it as mere entertainment. As noon approached, Chen Huai'an double-checked his gear. As a patient aiming for the summit in 5 hours, he needed to travel light. Initially planning to bring 2 power banks, he ultimately decided to carry just one to reduce weight, hanging it directly from his shoulder. His phone's battery was waning. After just 2 hours of streaming, it was down to 27, depleting rapidly. However, with the power bank, he should manage to last until he descends. Are you Chen Huai'an? A voice called from behind. He turned to see a young man, 2 middle-aged men, and a punk girl. Are you from the live stream? Indeed, we are here to verify your claims. Zhang Rui replied bluntly, a cold smirk on his face. On the way to Mount Lei, he had formed a group with several viewers intent on exposing Chen Huai'an. To prevent him from fleeing, they had gathered at the entrance before seeking him out, ensuring he couldn't escape their blockade. Hello, everyone. Chen Huai'an greeted the 4 viewers with a smile, his tone lighthearted. I thought this journey was to be a solitary one. Having company is even better. Zhang Rui, however, did not reciprocate the pleasantries. He pointed at the lump on Chen Huai'an's leg and said, that lump on your leg is just special effects makeup, right? Roll up your pant leg, and let me see. Chen Huai'an nonchalantly pulled up his pant leg. Zhang Rui and the other viewers leaned in with their flashlights to take a closer look. The punk girl stretched out her hand and pinched, suddenly astonished as she covered her mouth. Oh my, it's truly a subcutaneous lump. So many of them. How can he walk? Is this person serious? Zhang Rui felt a bit embarrassed, instinctively averting his gaze, murmuring, just because there are lumps doesn't necessarily indicate bone cancer. This is osteosarcoma. Chen Huai'an chuckled. You can search for information regarding osteosarcoma online and compare it with my situation. Well, it's time for me to start climbing. Zhang Rui opened his mouth. Wanted to say something more. However, Chen Huai'an had already raised the live streaming stand and moved forward. You're being a bit excessive. The punk girl, Su Xiaoqian, shot Zhang Rui a sideways glance. Regardless of whether it's osteosarcoma, his leg must certainly have issues. Considering that information, the likelihood of him lying is quite low. We ought to have a bit of compassion. Indeed, young man, a middle-aged man nearby, nodded in agreement. My father also passed away from cancer, having had osteosarcoma. Do you think I wouldn't recognize if this kid has it? He can endure such a severe illness to climb the mountain. Even just standing here instead of lying in a hospital bed is commendable. Absolutely, another middle-aged man chimed in. Bone cancer can easily lead to complications like fractures, necessitating a reduction in high-intensity activities. This kid is really brave and determined to come climb the mountain. Zhang Rui, feeling ashamed, scratched his neck and fell silent. The 4 of them, seeing Chen Huai'an walking further away, hurried to catch up. Zhubo, your stand is quite heavy. Shall I help you carry it? Su Xiaoqian, feeling a sense of guilt, stepped forward to offer her assistance. However, Chen Huai'an shook his head in refusal. No need. I prefer to carry it myself for ease of adjusting the angle, and climbing with the stand is a promise I made to my audience. Well done, young man. An older gentleman gave a thumbs up, his face filled with admiration. Incredible. Everyone encouraged Chen Huai'an. Finally, Zhang Rui chimed in, Hey buddy, I apologize. I lost a game today, and my head's a bit foggy. I said things I shouldn't have. It's all right. I understand your concerns. After all, earning money isn't easy. Chen Huai'an replied, without looking back. In that case, I'll send you a gift to make amends. Upon hearing this, Chen Huai'an immediately turned back with a warm, inviting smile. What will you send me? I'll send you a big rocket, the one that cost 2,000 yuan. Great, thank you. You're truly a good person. Zhang Rui realized that the streamer indeed had an illness and genuinely wanted to earn money. However, he found it a bit perplexing. Wouldn't such exertion worsen Chen Huai'an's cancer? Nonetheless, considering his decent background, since Chen Huai'an needed money, he decided to support him. Zhang Rui entered Chen Huai'an's livestream, first followed him and lit up a sign, starting with 10 big rockets. Wow, the boss is generous. Isn't this the real deal? This evokes a sense of guilt. It seems the streamer is indeed a cancer patient. It is the first time witnessing such a poignant reality firsthand. With the front rows captivated. Alas, the streamer has endured much. I shall contribute a little as well. Keep going, dear streamer. If it becomes too arduous, we shall support you. The 10 magnificent rockets have undeniably sparked a chain reaction of gift-giving, simultaneously drawing more spectators into the live stream. The viewer count is swiftly rising. Observing the shower of gifts and the sensational challenge of the ultimate climb for a terminally ill bone cancer patient, many have chosen to remain. Our heartfelt gratitude to the benefactor for the 10 splendid rockets. Chen Huai'an felt a surge of joy and immediately directed the camera toward Zhang Rui behind him. This fellow appeared rather bashful, his face reddening as he shyly averted his gaze. After deducting the platform share, Chen would receive a sum of 10,000 from those 10 rockets. Such is the fortune of a lucky draw, reaping rewards swiftly in the digital realm. Chen Huai'an reflected upon the rapid accumulation of gift value, feeling a twinge of melancholy. The taxi drivers, construction workers, and delivery boys toil tirelessly for an entire day, earning less than what a popular streamer garners in merely half an hour. Yet he, too, is making sacrifices. As he ascended the steps, sharp pain coursed through him, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. The voices of doubt and mockery within the live stream began to dwindle. Zhang Rui and others quietly trailed behind Chen Huai'an, even as his pace slowed considerably. They silently observed Chen's unsteady figure, their throats constricted, unable to utter a single word. Chen Huai'an was in excruciating pain. Sweat soaked the protective talisman against his chest. The delicate fragrance intensified slightly, lingering at the tip of his nose. The image of Qingran's smiling face surfaced in his mind. What is that young lady up to now? Chapter 13, The Frenzied Beast. What is the senior doing at this moment? Qingran rested her chin in her hands, gazing at the ceiling. She could sense that Chen Huai'an was preoccupied, too busy to attend to her. A figure of such stature, surely he is battling on behalf of all the cultivators in the Zhangyan realm, perhaps vanquishing great demons and the like. As she pondered, her mind conjured an image of a venerable elder, hair as white as snow, commanding a flying sword to slay a great demon with grace. Lost in thought, a silly grin crept upon her face. If only this esteemed figure were her master. No, Qingran, do not become too greedy. She gently tapped her head, offering herself a mild admonition. Today, the senior bestowed upon her a generous 12 spirit crystals, sustaining a high-level gathering formation for 6 hours. He had also rather abruptly elevated her cultivation to the 5th layer of qi refining. Thanks to the restoration of her meridians and internal injuries, the dissipation of spiritual energy within her dantian has significantly slowed. However, her dantian remains fractured, akin to a basin with a hole, always leaking energy bit by bit. She must devise a way to resolve the issues concerning her dantian and spirit root. Qingran pondered within her heart. Although her predecessor possessed extraordinary abilities, she could not trouble them with every little matter. If her predecessor chose to assist her, that would be their decision, but she could not seek their aid directly. She had already formulated a plan. The Qingran sect was undoubtedly unreliable. She needed to explore other sects, even if they were merely minor ones. Those smaller sects often housed ancient texts, and perhaps by sheer luck, she might discover methods to restore her dantian and spiritual roots. If all else failed, she would leave the realm of cultivation to seek a serene and beautiful place to live in seclusion, gradually gathering clues about her enemies. Or perhaps even return to the Nanshao kingdom to become a female general. As for avenging her senior brothers, Qingran had not considered it. Previously, she was no match for those few brothers, and the current odds seemed even less favorable. While this may appear cowardly and weak, The survival laws of the cultivation world have always been thus. She had previously wished for death, indifferent to the outcome. But now, she wished to prolong her life. To wait until her predecessor was free and willing to meet her, even if it were just to exchange a few words. She genuinely yearned to express her gratitude in person. Something felt amiss. Hadn't Li Qingran been cast into a thatched cottage? Song Jiaojiao furrowed her brow as she gazed at the stone house at the foot of the mountain. Cultivators possessed keen eyesight. She could discern that the stone dwelling was newly constructed, indicating that someone was aiding Li Qingran. But who could that benefactor be? The disciples from Qishao Peak? Though it was not beyond the realm of possibility, even if Mu Baishuang claimed those few harbored deep animosity towards Li Qingran. What if they still felt some lingering affection and extended her a measure of concern? If she were to kill Li Qingran, would that not be tantamount to opposing those disciples? Yet, she was unwilling to relinquish the Foundation establishment pill. Song Jiaojiao deliberated and resolved to test the waters first, observing whether those few had left any traces near Li Qingran's abode. Thus, she retrieved a half-zhong long red incense from her storage ring. This incense, known as Beast Attractor, emitted a fragrance with a wide dispersal range, difficult for cultivators to detect, yet capable of enticing the keen-nosed beasts. Typically, it was employed during hunts to lure monsters, but at times, it could also serve as a weapon for assassination. Initially, her plan was to burst into the thatched cottage to slay Li Qingran and dispose of the body to feed the beasts in the mountains, ensuring a clean execution. However, with the change in plans, she dared not approach recklessly. Instead, she would use the Beast Attractor to provoke beasts into committing murder, despite the potential for such a disturbance to draw the attention of the sect. Li Qingran, when the walls come crashing down, do not blame me. Song Jiaojiao ignited the red incense and flicked her fingers. The incense shot forth, landing on a tree near the dwelling. Having completed her preparations, she swiftly set up a concealment array to mask her presence. When a minor beast riot commenced, there would inevitably be a few formidable characters. This array would ensure her safety. Now, all that remained was to hide in the shadows and watch the spectacle unfold. The beast would require some time to gather after catching scent of the fragrance. Within the stone house, the slumbering maiden remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. At 5 in the morning, a faint haze of light began to illuminate the horizon. Chen Huai'an was nearing the summit of the mountain. Yet his condition was far from favorable. The winds atop the mountain were fierce and the temperature low. Many tourists, drenched in sweat halfway up, found themselves shivering as the cooling breeze dried their perspiration. To warm themselves, they needed to quicken their pace or seek refuge in a nearby eatery for a bowl of hot porridge. However, Chen Huai'an was different. His complexion was pale, his entire being soaked in sweat, and each step he took was precarious, with beads of perspiration dripping from the soaked hem of his garment. The pain was palpable. Throughout the journey, he had consumed but 2 pieces of bread, the remainder of his sustenance being water. He was incessantly drinking. Yet, despite his unsteady gait, each step he took was resolute, no longer wavering. His back remained straight, and with a tranquil gaze fixed ahead, the light in his eyes imbued him with an air of pilgrimage. "Brother, allow me to carry you up. Stop climbing." Zhang Ruwei was on the verge of tears, knowing that this evening's experience would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. He watched, wide-eyed, as a patient suffering from bone sarcoma, enduring excruciating pain, persevered, step by step, up the stone stairs. The 2 middle-aged men struggled to keep pace, while a punkish young woman gasped for breath. Zheng Hui, accustomed to regular exercise and possessing decent stamina, felt the weight of psychological pressure bearing down on him. With each step Chen Huai'an took, and each droplet of sweat that fell from his garment, Zhang Ruwei's heart felt as though it were being tortured. Throughout the ordeal, Chen Huai'an uttered not a single complaint. He embraced their malice with a heart full of tolerance and serenity. Behind him trailed not only the 4 companions, but also numerous other tourists, many of whom had turned back halfway, yet, inspired by Chen Huai'an's story, chose to follow him, swelling the ranks behind him. As they approached the summit, the size of the procession had transformed into a serpentine line upon the stone steps. Almost there, Chen Huai'an lifted his gaze toward the peak and smiled. He must endure until he reached the summit. An hour prior, a fellow climber had proclaimed that if he could reach the top before dawn, he would grant him 66 Drum and Dragon City tokens, each valued at 2,888, resulting in a net gain of approximately 95,000 after platform deductions, complemented by additional tips from other climbers, potentially earning him around 12,000 that night. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that the man was merely boasting. Chen Huai'an regarded such matters with equanimity. He had intended to summit regardless of the promised reward. His ascent of the mountain was not solely for financial gain. He yearned to explore the limits of his existence, to discover how much warmth he could still generate. Yet, just as he approached the final 98 steps to the summit, an agonizing pain surged through his right leg. His body faltered, and he collapsed onto the stone steps. Following closely behind, Su Shaoqian instinctively glanced at Chen Huai'an's legs, her expression shifting dramatically as she gasped, "Ah!" His leg. Chen Huai'an gritted his teeth and looked down at his limb, only to find his right leg grotesquely contorted from the ankle to the knee. He had sustained a fracture. Chapter 14, Mirage. Concurrent fractures are a common symptom in patients with bone cancer. The destruction of skeletal tissue by cancer cells leads to a softening and brittleness of the bones, making fractures all too likely. This unfortunate reality had befallen Chen Huai'an. As the pain intensified, a numbness began to set in. The physical agony remained within tolerable limits, while the psychological torment seemed trivial in comparison. Chen Huai'an believed nothing could inflict greater heartache than the memory of his parents perishing in a fiery inferno. Thus, amidst the concerned gazes and inquiries of surrounding tourists, Chen Huai'an calmly adjusted his camera and turned to Zhang Rui, who was supporting him. "Buddy, could you do me a favor and open my backpack?" "No, my friend, hurry and call an ambulance." "Why are you worrying about your backpack?" Zhang Rui had never seen Chen Huai'an in such a state, as if the deformed leg were not even his own. "You shout for an ambulance, but it can't reach us. Just help me with the backpack. I have my own way." With a hint of skepticism, Zhang Rui unzipped the backpack and handed it to Chen Huai'an. He extracted a bag and unfolded a cane. "Zheng Hui." Other tourists. "Wait, so this is your grand plan? We thought you had some miraculous pain relief medication." "All right, let's continue." Chen Huai'an adeptly used the cane to support himself. Given the high probability of fractures in bone cancer patients, he often relied on a cane even before sustaining an injury, fearing he might struggle if he ever did break a bone. Now that the fracture had occurred, was this not a kiss with fate? Viewers in the live stream silently showered him with likes and gifts, some urging the host to descend the mountain. No one questioned the authenticity of Chen Huai'an's illness any longer. Indeed, they seemed indifferent to the specifics of his condition. Their sole concern was whether this remarkable individual could make his journey worthwhile. That bent right leg resembled the oppression of fate, a mockery from death itself. Yet the cane in Chen Huai'an's grasp stood defiantly, a middle finger raised against both death and destiny. They may have prevented him from reaching the summit, even rendered his leg useless, but he remained resolute in his pursuit. Tourists gazed at the figure struggling to ascend, their respect growing with each laborious movement. This young man, so tenacious, surely harbored grand ambitions, did he not? Charge forth. Soon we shall secure a sponsorship of 90,000, 1,000 draws to explode the koi prize pool. As Chen Huai'an stared at the diminishing steps, his teeth clenched and his expression gradually twisted into a grimace. "Han Yuan Pu Tian Dan. Hee, just a trifling Han Yuan Pu Tian Dan." The surrounding tourists felt an even greater admiration swell within them. Look how this young man endures the pain. His features are all contorted, a top Mountling Shan. As Chen Huai'an's trembling legs touched the final step, a ray of unripe light pierced through countless layers of clouds, spreading from the dim horizon and gently caressing the sky above. A flock of birds soared through the illumination. The distant mountains echoed with the sound of bells. In the next moment, a radiant sun erupted from the horizon, its flames unfurling to illuminate the entire expanse of sky and earth. Chen Huai'an widened his eyes, his heart quivering, while the surrounding tourists fell silent. All were transfixed, witnessing the hazy outlines of the mountains being gilded in golden light. Suddenly, a resounding proclamation echoed, its source unknown. An unusual fluctuation appeared within the sunlight, creating ripples reminiscent of disturbed lake waters. Within these ripples, a procession of ancient ceremonial guards emerged, dancing in the interplay of light and shadow. At the forefront stood a figure of imposing stature, clad in a dark dragon robe, adorned with a crown, and wielding a sword at his waist, flanked by civil and military officials. The scholars held tablets, while the warriors donned dark armor, and attendants carried sacrificial vessels, all stepping upon the clouds, with azure bricks and tiles materializing beneath their feet as they ascended towards the summit of Mount Ling. What on earth is this? A mirage? No, is someone filming here? The tourists stared in astonishment at the scene before them, the ceremonial procession still distant enough for them to contemplate. In the blink of an eye, the procession inexplicably traversed miles, suddenly appearing right before them. Silence enveloped the peak of Mount Ling, a hush falling over the crowd as they closed their mouths. An unseen pressure weighed upon them, rendering them motionless and mute. Chen Huai'an stood frozen, gazing at the majestic emperor approaching him. He could not discern the emperor's features, only feeling as though his eyes were being stirred, a blur enveloping his vision. The ceremonial guards glided through the throng of tourists like smoke and mist, elusive and untouchable. They walked their path with unwavering focus, as if a scene from another realm had manifested before his eyes, gazing across the river of history, yet remaining unaffected by it. Initially, Chen Huai'an believed this to be the case, until the emperor stood directly before him. In the fleeting moment before the emperor passed through his corporeal form, the sovereign inclined his head slightly, his gaze lowering, golden vertical pupils locking onto Chen Huai'an's. A shiver coursed through Chen Huai'an's spine. He swore the emperor was indeed looking at him, not by chance. He could even feel the scrutiny within that gaze. Yet, this moment of connection lasted but an instant. The emperor passed through Chen Huai'an's being, along with his retinue, gradually vanishing into the mist atop Mount Ling. The mirage at the peak of Mount Ling sparked fervent discussions across the internet, swiftly ascending to the top of trending topics. Experts speculated that it was the ceremonial retinue of the first emperor. The mirage depicted the scene of the first emperor's sacrificial rites at Mount Ling. As for why such an ancient historical event would resonate in the modern era, experts have yet to provide a more satisfactory explanation. However, as the ancients said, one should not speak of strange forces and spirits. Ultimately, the explanation will undoubtedly be profoundly scientific. Chen Huai'an paid little heed to the online uproar, including the fleeting glance cast upon him by that mirage, for as a steadfast materialist, should anyone suggest the presence of a female ghost in his home, he would promptly descend to the supermarket to procure a box of Okamoto 001. This was not merely for personal gain, but rather to contribute a modicum of effort to the diversity of species. The elder brother of the 57th level kept his word. The 66 gongs from Longcheng had already been received, expressing gratitude to Chen Huai'an for allowing him a glimpse of the exceedingly rare mirage that he would never have witnessed in several lifetimes. This singular experience was worth every bit of support he pledged for Chen Huai'an's future endeavors. Chen Huai'an felt a wave of satisfaction within. He cherished such genuine admiration from a benefactor. With the live stream task accomplished and his phone battery depleted, he exchanged simple farewells before ending the broadcast. Brother, how do you plan to descend the mountain? By cable car or carried down? Following this event, Zhang Ruwei held Chen Huai'an in the highest regard. Previously, he had been skeptical of anyone deserving the title of a dragon among men. Now, he was convinced. In his eyes, Chen Huai'an had ascended to superhuman status. Of course. By cable car, Chen Huai'an replied. Presently, numerous university students had come to Leishan for companionship during climbs, while others offered to carry individuals down mountain. He opted for the cable car, primarily for its affordability and swiftness, eager to return and recharge his phone to connect with his electronic girlfriend. Speaking of which, he had already amassed 120,000 in income. Though this streaming venture was arduous, it illuminated a path to financial gain. Yet his illness remained formidable, with amputation being inevitable. The key concern lay in the low survival rate post-amputation. While the attending physician had not explicitly stated it, his words suggested that the condition had likely metastasized. Was it worth investing money in a gamble? Should he strive to earn for chemotherapy or simply embrace the joy of living in the present? As Chen Huai'an pondered these matters, he was assisted by Zhang Ruwei and several friends towards the cable car station. The ticketing area was bustling with people, including many foreign tourists. Fuck! A curse echoed through the crowd as an impudent foreigner who had attempted to cut in line was struck on the shoulder by an errant rock. Serves you right. You should have queued properly. Zhang Ruwei and his companions wore expressions of schadenfreude. Soon, it was Chen Huai'an's turn to board the cable car. This particular lift could accommodate 8 passengers simultaneously. As Zhang Ruwei helped Chen Huai'an ascend, he noticed a few individuals inside the car adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos, giving off an air of malevolence. Brother, are you still going to sit? Zhang Hui hesitated, glancing towards Chen Huai'an. Of course, let us go, Chen Huai'an replied nonchalantly. Though these individuals appeared unsavory, appearances could be deceiving. Perhaps the elder brother merely had a penchant for ornamental beasts. One must not judge solely by looks. However, at that moment, with a sudden snap, The cord holding his protective talisman broke, causing it to tumble to the ground. Chen Huai'an paused, momentarily taken aback, before bending down to retrieve it. His movements were sluggish, prompting several men in the cable car to issue insulting remarks in impatience. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble erupted, causing the entire Ling Mountain to tremble violently. In the instant Chen Huai'an grasped the protective talisman, he was thrown to the ground, rolling all the way into the ticketing hall. "Get out of the way," he shouted, grimacing as he rolled, with debris crashing down from above. Falling rocks. In a daze, he heard someone yelling amid the crowd's screams, followed by a deafening roar and the sound of shattering glass from the cable car. Chapter 15. If There's a Next Life? An earthquake struck Ling Mountain, leading to a rock slide. A massive boulder crashed onto the ticketing hall, flattening a cable car that was about to descend. Fortunately, the cableway itself remained unaffected. Otherwise, all the tourists aboard would have faced dire consequences. Even more astonishing was that the 7 individuals who perished in the cable car were drug dealers. Both the suppliers and the recipients were present. Moreover, these 7 were the masterminds of 2 drug trafficking organizations, their hands stained with the blood of many. Many claimed it was the manifestation of the mountain god of Ling Mountain. Others associated the incident with the mirage scene during the mountain's Fengshan ceremony. This was information that Chen Huai'an learned only later. Upon descending the mountain, his first action was not to call for an ambulance, but rather to borrow a power bank from a nearby convenience store. He charged his phone, opened his electronic girlfriend game, and nonchalantly sat in a chair while Zhang Rui, beside him, anxiously called for help. He felt partially responsible for Chen Huai'an's injury today, had he not made such excessive remarks. Perhaps Chen Huai'an would not have insisted on climbing Ling Mountain. "Let me check on my electronic girlfriend." As soon as the game screen opened, Chen Huai'an was inundated with a barrage of notifications. "You have 130 days of life remaining. Your electronic girlfriend, Qingran, is under attack by a small beast wave. Your electronic girlfriend, Qingran, is fighting valiantly. Your electronic girlfriend, Qingran, is injured. Your electronic girlfriend, Qingran, is severely injured." What on earth? Chen Huai'an's heart sank. How could she have been injured after such a brief climb? How could there be a beast wave assault at this hour? Even if it conformed to the nocturnal habits of mythical beasts, this was a game. Don't players need to sleep? He hastily dismissed all the notifications, only to be met with a heart-wrenching sight. The residence was nearly shattered under the assault of the beasts, with Qingran surrounded by a horde of them, the ground littered with their carcasses. She knelt in a pool of blood, head bowed, her long hair obscuring her face, holding a broken sword in her hand. Still clad in the new outfit gifted upon a $30 recharge. Yet at this moment, her attire was marred by countless claw marks, the torn fabric revealing not a glamorous scene, but rather grotesque, bloody wounds. Your electronic girlfriend, Qingran, is on the brink of death. Regrettably, she was unable to meet her senior. Qingran felt her life slipping away. She struggled to lift her head, gazing at the ceiling, which had been punctured, her haggard cheeks devoid of color. Those hollow eyes stared into the morning sky, growing increasingly dim as the world around her faded into obscurity. At the tender age of 19, reflecting upon her past, she was overwhelmed by sorrow. Her father perished on the battlefield, and her mother was poisoned by an assassin from an enemy nation. She had once believed that joining the Qingran sect would allow her to avenge her parents, only to find herself ensnared in yet another quagmire. The cultivation world is governed by rigid rules that forbid interference in mortal affairs. Yet these rules serve merely as shackles for ordinary cultivators. Thus, she diligently sought to elevate her cultivation, aspiring to rise above the constraints of such regulations and to console the souls of her departed parents. Now, however, she was expelled from the sect and left in a pitiful state, her dantian and spiritual roots rendered useless. A sparrow flitted through the hole in the roof. A flicker of light returned to Qingran's eyes. In just 2 days, memories of her encounters with her senior flooded her mind, even though her senior had never appeared. The concern and warmth offered were utterly selfless. In this life, Qingran felt powerless to repay her senior's kindness. As she hunched over, blood mixed with tears trickled down her lips. If only there were another life. A monstrous beast, sensing Qingran's weakened state, charged forward, ready to rend her apart. At that moment, dozens, even hundreds of bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens. The thunderous light, imbued with a fierce and commanding aura, struck down, illuminating the small dwelling and its surroundings in a blinding white. Song Jiaojiao, who had been preparing to retreat, stood in shock within a concealed formation. witnessing the extraordinary scene. What had she just seen? A multitude of thunderfire talismans descending from the sky, aimed at the demonic beasts. Were they Li Qingran's? Yet, even the most basic thunderfire talisman costs 500 low-grade spirit stones each. This event must have consumed at least tens of thousands of such stones. It was inconceivable for Li Qingran to possess such wealth. Thus, only one possibility remained. Someone behind Li Qingran had intervened. Who could that be? Song Jiaojiao gazed at the storm of thunder, her complexion pale. The lightning continued to surge. The thunderfire talismans rained down as if they were free, each handful obliterating the demonic beasts inside and outside the dwelling, reducing their corpses to ash before finally ceasing. As the lightning gradually faded, the small house remained intact, though its surroundings were riddled with numerous craters. Inside, Li Qingran lay unconscious in a pool of blood, surrounded by raging thunderfire, yet shielded by a golden barrier. This place is no longer safe. A sense of foreboding stirred within Song Jiaojiao. In the next moment, a thunderfire talisman suddenly appeared above her head. This talisman radiated a golden light, and the characters inscribed upon it exuded the majesty of thunder. Could it be a celestial artifact? Song Jiaojiao's eyes widened in disbelief. A celestial-level thunderfire talisman was aimed at her, a mere novice who had yet to establish her foundation. The means by which her presence was detected no longer required speculation. To someone who could discard such a talisman, as if it were refused, her concealment array must have seemed like a mere toy. A bitter smile crept upon Song Jiaojiao's face. In the next instant, a thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel descended from the heavens. The concealment array shattered instantaneously, leaving Song Jiaojiao utterly obliterated. Upon witnessing the red dots on the map extinguished completely, Chen Huai'an finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had not felt this tense, even when he had suffered fractures and rockfalls on Mount Luo. Why on earth could this game not implement an enemy alert system? A monster could invade the home without warning after just a moment's absence? He had already drawn from the koi pond 500 times. The items he obtained were either spirit stones or thunderfire and communication talismans. To put it bluntly, acquiring low-grade spirit stones was undoubtedly a loss. But both the thunderfire and communication talismans were profitable. Moreover, the thunderfire talismans were not all of ordinary quality. Among them were several superior and exceptional pieces. Celestial artifacts were the rarest to obtain. After 500 attempts, he had received only 2. He had just used one to strike down that lurking little boss in the shadows. However, he also managed to procure an exquisite magical artifact, the Suxian sword. He had no idea how much the exquisite artifact would sell for. It certainly was not available in the Qi refining shop, indicating that it was a weapon commonly utilized by foundation-building cultivators. He should have made a considerable profit, right? Nevertheless, this was not the time for such considerations. Chen Huai'an's expression grew serious as he assessed Li Qingran's condition. Status: excessive blood loss, near death. Cultivation progress: 1456, 4999. Remaining lifespan: mere moments. Favorability: 35. Given that the game character suffered severe injuries, the logical course of action would be to administer medicine. Chen Huai'an opened Li Qingran's storage ring and brought a celestial-grade Great Restoration pill to her lips. Yet, he received the following notification. Your electronic girlfriend, Li Qingran, is gravely injured and on the brink of death. She cannot autonomously consume the Great Restoration pill. Medicine administration failed. How aptly this mirrored the logic of reality and the constraints of agency. Chen Huai'an mused, is this game so hardcore that it aspires to test public service? Chapter 16. Just want to stick something. This chapter is exclusively sponsored by Tanya. When items purchased with money become unusable, the only recourse is to contact customer service. Chen Huai'an directly engaged in celestial divination, a complimentary attempt for today. How could he assist Li Qingran in recovering from her injuries? Calculating celestial divination for you. Boom! The winds of change swept through the Zhongyun realm. Countless ancient beings from various sects awoke from their meditative states. Alas, in less than 2 days, which formidable entity is once again divining the celestial secrets? It must be a master well-versed in divination. Could it be the venerable ancestor of the Ansai Nianzhai? Alas, the spiritual energy of the Zhongyun realm is gradually dwindling, and these great powers are certainly anxious. We should focus on our cultivation and strive to break through our bottlenecks. Retreat. Retreat. If our demonic sect's secrets are detected, it may jeopardize our plans. The divination is complete. You may employ the transmission of skills for recuperation and the golden needle acupuncture technique to heal Qingran. The former has a mediocre effect, restoring 30% of the injuries, while the latter is exceedingly potent, capable of fully restoring current injuries except for the dantian and spiritual roots. The electronic girlfriend store has captured a glimpse of celestial secrets for you. Would you like to spend $99.98 in the store to purchase the long-lost golden needle acupuncture technique? After purchasing, this skill will become a permanent ability, allowing for upgrades, with only the cost of the golden needle as the consumable fee for each use. Chen Huai'an, I can't take it anymore. Even the store has begun to capture celestial secrets. Should we also have the toilet and bathtub attempt to glean some heavenly insights? And the purchase of a skill for $99.98 is just the beginning. Of course, upgrades will require spending money. But do we really need to pay for the golden needle consumables? Does this game regard its players as mere commodities? Yet, gazing at Qingran, who lies in a pool of blood, Chen Huai'an couldn't help but reflect on his late parents. His family was of modest means, yet throughout his life, his parents endeavored to provide him with the best resources possible. He now finally begins to empathize with their feelings. Charge! Congratulations! You have acquired the long-lost secret technique, golden needle acupuncture. Technique, flowing cloud hand, activated. Technique, spring and counter needle method LV1, activated. Spring and counter needle consumables. 64 special silver needles, totaling 640. Please recharge first. Chen Huai'an clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Is it not possible to deduct even a single cent? Please recharge first. Damn it, charge, charge, charge. This game is indeed insatiable, but he cannot abandon Qingran. Another 640 vanished from his wallet. The skill is learned, and the consumables are secured. What should he do next? Please assist Qingran in removing her clothing. Chen Huai'an was taken aback, slowly typing out a question mark. Finally, is it about to come? No, now is not the time to contemplate that. Saving a life is paramount. Who called for an ambulance? Who needs treatment? The ambulance has arrived, and the doctor and nurse disembarked from the vehicle. Zhang Rui pointed at Chen Huai'an, who was intently staring at his phone, his eyes alight with fervor. What's wrong with him? The doctor, momentarily perplexed, could not discern any issues with Chen Huai'an. He is in the late stages of cancer, suffering from bone cancer, and has developed osteosarcoma, having also fractured his leg while climbing Mount Tai. Late-stage bone cancer and a leg fracture while climbing Mount Tai? The doctor's eye twitched. Are these words truly in the same language? How have such bizarre phrases become intertwined? He instinctively assumed that Zhang Rui was joking. After all, the young man was sitting there, engrossed in his phone. He hardly resembled someone with a fracture. Shouldn't a person with such an injury be clutching their leg, their face pale and wailing in agony? Not to mention the late-stage bone cancer. Was he akin to one of the 18 bronze men of Shaolin? Fearless of pain, however, adhering to the spirit of dialectical practice. He lifted Chen Huai'an's leg, resting on the chair, and tugged at the pant leg. His expression changed instantly. Quick, bring the stretcher. Indeed, the young man's leg was fractured, with numerous visible subcutaneous cysts, indicators of osteosarcoma. The calf was severely deformed, with a swollen area at the fracture site, dark purple and filled with bruises. If not properly treated, the young man's leg was beyond saving. However, given the extensive presence of osteosarcoma, it seemed that preservation was already a lost cause. The doctor assisted Chen Huai'an onto the stretcher, and he appeared somewhat dazed. It was the first time he had encountered such a composed patient. It was as if the emperor was unperturbed while the eunuchs fretted. Wait, buddy, why are you still on your phone? Zhang Rui observed Chen Huai'an, still holding his phone aloft on the stretcher, and felt utterly bemused. What game could possibly be so captivating? Yet from his vantage point, Chen Huai'an's screen was merely a void. Could it be that this fellow was grappling with a mental illness? As he watched the ambulance fade into the distance, Zhang Rui returned the power bank that Chen Huai'an had borrowed to the charging station at the nearby supermarket, increasingly convinced of the possibility. If he had a mental illness, devoid of fear for pain or death, then all his peculiar behaviors would indeed make sense. Thus, he reflected on the many indiscreet remarks he had made to someone with late-stage cancer and potential mental issues. Lost in thought, Zhang Rui slapped himself across the face. I truly deserve this. In the ambulance, two nurses exchanged strange glances at the sight of Chen Huai'an, engrossed in tapping away at his phone. They could not fathom what was so compelling about a completely black screen. However, from Chen Huai'an's perspective, he was administering acupressure to Qingran. His clothing was already loosened, nearly revealing all. He held the phone screen directly to his face, a means to avert embarrassment, not for any other reason. Besides, gazing upon the myriad wounds covering Li Qingran's body, he harbored no lascivious thoughts, nor did he have the luxury to focus on any intimate areas. Furthermore, to aid in his needling, the game depicted Li Qingran's entire body covered in a map of acupoints, a multitude of them shifting upon the skin surface. When an acupoint illuminated, it signaled where he should apply the needle. Even the private areas were concealed by the acupoint map. Even if they weren't, Chen Huai'an had no time to dwell on them. The speed at which the acupoints lit up was reminiscent of the S-level difficulty in Dance Dance Revolution. He had to concentrate intensely to barely keep pace. Young man, how long have you had cancer? Do you have medical records? Which hospital conducted your previous examinations? Alas, your leg is in a dire state. Sir, excuse me, sir. The nurse appeared somewhat irritated. Having entered the hospital ward, this young man remained engrossed in his mobile phone. He was rather handsome and did not seem foolish at all. She waved her hand in front of Chen Huai'an, exclaiming, "The doctor is speaking to you." Chen Huai'an quickly tilted his head away from her hand, not raising his gaze, and nervously replied, "I apologize. I'm quite busy here. Please wait a moment." The doctor noted, "This young man is rather polite." He exchanged a glance with the nurse, gesturing towards Chen Huai'an and then to his head, whispering, "You handle his hospitalization procedures. I'll go summon Dr. Wu from psychiatry. Let's have him examined as soon as he arrives." As soon as the doctor and nurse departed, Chen Huai'an completed the acupuncture session. With the last silver needle inserted in a clockwise twist, a stream of vital energy ascended from the 64 needles. He then observed as the bleeding wounds on Li Qingran's body ceased bleeding almost instantly, the injuries beginning to heal gradually. A voice in his mind instructed, "Please grind the celestial pill into powder and sprinkle it over Li Qingran's wounds." A stone mill appeared in his vision, and Chen Huai'an meticulously followed the instructions. He then witnessed the wounds swiftly regenerate flesh, completely healing within moments, leaving no trace behind. Finally, "It's done," Chen Huai'an sighed in relief. He glanced at Li Qingran's condition. She had escaped life-threatening danger, but remained in a deep slumber, requiring some time to awaken. It was time for what came next. However, just as he prepared to appreciate Li Qingran's exquisite figure, his phone screen went black due to low battery. "No, come on. He has already taken out the tissue." Chen Huai'an stood there bewildered for a good 30 seconds, gritting his teeth in frustration. Where was the power bank he had borrowed from the bottom of the mountain? It was then he realized something was amiss. It seemed he was no longer at the foot of the mountain. Looking around, he felt utterly dazed. When had he entered the hospital? Had he teleported? "Young man, keep it down. I'm trying to sleep," a hoarse, aged voice interrupted from beside him. Chen Huai'an turned to see an elderly man in the next bed, his leg bandaged, appearing unwell with dark circles under his eyes. Likely having endured a night of pain without rest and finally drifting into a light sleep, Chen Huai'an promptly silenced himself. However, his gaze was drawn irresistibly to the small cart beside the old man's bed, which held a set of silver needles. He squeezed his fingers, feeling an intense itch in his hands. Ah, that tantalizing sensation. He felt an overwhelming urge to stab something with those needles. Chapter 17. Could it be that Chen Huai'an is a genius? Indeed, this powerful sensation was no mere illusion. It compelled Chen Huai'an to act against his better judgment. He reached for the set of silver needles, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he glanced at the elderly man. In his expression danced a mix of audacity, lewdness, arrogance, nonchalance, and an overwhelming eagerness. Then he opened the needle case. Inside lay 36 silver needles. His fingers brushed over the needle tips, and a wave of familiarity surged to his heart, reminiscent of touching his girlfriend's fingers. "My apologies." Chen Huai'an silently clasped his fists towards the old man beside him. He then picked up a silver needle and, with a swift motion, pierced it into his own leg. To use a needle previously employed by another on oneself, could this not be considered a form of betrayal? This act was a profound apology to both the old man and the needles. As for why he didn't pierce the old man instead, was he mad? He merely felt a fleeting curiosity and interest. He would never engage in such a reckless act upon another. Hurting himself, however, bore no psychological burden, for he was nearing death and was willing to experiment on himself. His gaze fell upon his leg, where acupoints and meridians began to manifest, subtly aligning with the acupoint map from the game. His fingers moved with the swiftness of lightning, executing the needlework as gracefully as clouds gliding over water. In the blink of an eye, all 36 needle tips were embedded in his right leg. Chen Huai'an took a deep breath, holding it in. Next, he adjusted the depth of each needle and rotated their bases, stimulating the acupoints on his leg. His hands, which would typically tremble even when holding a bottle of water, were now astonishingly steady. After some time, the needling was complete. Chen Huai'an retrieved the silver needles and returned them to the case. The prickling sensation had finally dissipated. He rubbed his hands together, feeling fulfilled. The fracture was in his right leg, and that was precisely where he had inserted the needles. At that moment, the bruising on his leg showed signs of subsiding, though the bone remained distorted. However, a fracture itself was not an excessively grave issue. The critical concern lay in managing the tissue contusion that followed. Thus, alleviating the bruising was of utmost importance. In less than 10 minutes of acupuncture, he observed a remarkable reduction in swelling and bruising. Chen Huai'an found it hard to believe. This game truly was hardcore. Was it genuinely possible to learn something? Yet, surely not everyone could grasp it. Who could replicate his ability to remember the acupoint techniques and maps after a single demonstration? But his memory had not always been so sharp. It was somewhat uncanny. After pondering for a moment, Chen Huai'an suddenly had a revelation, clapping his hands in excitement. So that's it. I understand now, ha. Outside the ward, Dr. Wu and Dr. Zhang approached, still discussing Chen Huai'an's case. This young man is a university student with no history of mental illness. Are you certain he has a problem? Dr. Wu, having reviewed Chen Huai'an's records, expressed skepticism towards Dr. Zhang's assessment. It is cancer. The mysterious cancer cells have activated my genetic lock. I'm truly a genius. A strange, suppressed laughter echoed from the ward. Dr. Zhang shrugged, tilting his head slightly towards the room. Dr. Wu remarked, "It seems this young man may have experienced some stimulation after climbing Mount Tai and seeing a mirage. Indeed, medical intervention may be necessary." The young man, Dr. Wu, entered the ward. "Doctor, I am not unwell. I wish to be discharged. Do you have a power bank? If you do, I might stay a little longer." Wu Bin observed the earnest young man in the hospital bed, pondering whether an increase in dosage was warranted. Dr. Zhang, however, noticed Chen Huai'an's leg and was momentarily taken aback. "What? How is your leg healed?" He distinctly remembered that when he first consulted with Wu Bin, the area around Chen Huai'an's fractured tibia was significantly swollen, with the most severe region exhibiting signs of necrosis. Yet now, the swelling had evidently subsided, and the bruising was markedly less severe than before. Chen Huai'an, sensing the doctor's gaze, sheepishly retracted his foot and chuckled awkwardly. "I've always been quite resilient. I possess a peculiar talent for self-recovery. It would be implausible to claim that the bruising had been alleviated by some secret acupuncture technique. Who would believe such a tale? It would only invite unnecessary complications. As for performing an acupuncture demonstration for the two doctors, that was sheer folly." The elderly gentleman nearby was indeed a remarkable subject for observation. But before he could even begin, he might find himself confined to a psychiatric ward, and besides, he had no confidence that his technique would yield the same results on another. Dr. Zhang pondered for quite some time, but could not deduce a plausible explanation. He could only conclude that the osteosarcoma on Chen Huai'an's foot had not vanished. If it were to disappear entirely, he would genuinely need to consider retaining Chen Huai'an for further treatment and report the matter to his superiors. "Young man, you must find a way to treat this cancer. Neglecting it would likely lead to dire consequences. I understand the gravity of the situation, but I lack the financial means," Chen Huai'an replied with a smile. "Did you not purchase insurance?" "No. What of your parents?" "They have passed away." Dr. Zhang fell silent, his inquiries leading only to an uncomfortable stillness. As a seasoned attending physician, he had encountered many patients in circumstances akin to Chen Huai'an's, those bereft of resources, left to await their fate. Yet, few displayed such genuine indifference as this young man. "Doctor, I am fully aware of my condition. I do not have any excess funds. Please treat me as you would for a standard fracture." Dr. Zhang nodded, but felt compelled to add, "If you require assistance with fundraising, do not hesitate to let me know. Perhaps I can be of some help." "Thank you. If I manage to earn some money, I will certainly seek proper treatment." Throughout the conversation between Chen Huai'an and Dr. Zhang, Wu Bin had been observing, noting that the young man was articulate and bright-eyed, devoid of any apparent mental health issues. If anything, he was merely a touch eccentric. "We nearly resorted to using a tranquilizer gun," he thought, relieved. Chen Huai'an remained in the hospital until the afternoon. His right leg had undergone surgery for the fracture and was now encased in a cast. According to the physician's council, Hospitalization for observation was the best course of action. However, he declined, citing a lack of funds. Before departing, he purchased a set of silver needles from the pharmacy adjacent to the hospital. A power bank. A power bank. Upon exiting the hospital, Chen Huai'an, resembling a famished wolf, cast his emerald gaze around the nearby shops. He was in desperate need of a power bank. Having spent the entire afternoon without gaming, he was anxious about the possibility of Qingran being assaulted by a monstrous beast. Furthermore, having invested nearly 60,000 into the game, the thought of losing his character was enough to drive him to leap from the second floor of the hospital in frustration. Release that power bank. In the terrified gaze of a female student, Chen Huai'an, leaning on his cane, swiftly seized the last available power bank from the charging station at a restaurant. He powered it on and launched the game, releasing a sigh of relief upon discovering that Qingran was still unconscious within the Xuanjiao formation. With the power bank clutched in his mouth, one hand gripping the cane and the other holding his phone, he approached a table in the restaurant, sitting down amidst the bewildered stare of the female student. "Owner, I'll have a couple of side dishes." "Certainly. Would you like a fried egg?" "No, but I would like some noodle soup." "Understood. A fried egg costs $3. "Not eating that. The noodle soup is complimentary. You may have that." For the time being, Qingran's unconsciousness could wait, so he opened the luck lottery pool. He was still 500 draws away from the guaranteed prize. "Alas, I lack the fortune of a true lucky one." Chen Huai'an scoffed softly as he confirmed the payment. His finger pressed on the lottery draw button. All in. Chapter 18. This is a crucial item. Qingran found herself in a dream, pursued by countless monstrous beasts. Darkness enveloped her from all sides, akin to a pitch-black tide. Just as the beasts were about to catch her, a melodious thunderclap echoed through the void. A young man, obscured and clad in peculiar attire, appeared on the horizon. With a flourish of his left hand, he unleashed a flurry of talismans, and with a sweep of his right, he summoned an array of magical artifacts. The beasts that chased her were either struck down by the lightning from the talismans or impaled by the descending artifacts. Could it be a senior? Qingran Gazaskiwat. Her intuition whispering that this figure was indeed her savior. Though his face remained indistinct, he appeared far younger than she had envisioned. There was no time for careful observation. As in the blink of an eye, the senior materialized before her. A rush of panic surged within her, and a crimson hue crept to her ears as she hurriedly bent to prostrate herself in reverence. In the next instant, a pair of strong hands lifted her up. Then, the figure pressed a square object into her hands. It was entirely black, resembling a brick, yet it lacked the weight of one. 3 simplified characters were inscribed upon it, seemingly reading, "Power bank full?" Was a power bank some sort of magical artifact? As she pondered, the figure before her began to fade, dissipating like mist. "Senior, Qingran has always been profoundly grateful to you. This is of great significance." Amidst the dissipating mist, the voice of her mentor resonates. "Make sure to keep it safe." Just this, the power bank, its name alone inspires trust. Chen Huai'an clicked to place an order. A 3-yuan fried egg was beyond his means, but a 300-yuan power bank was an easy decision. After this ordeal, he had grown fearful. He must carry the power bank with him at all times. Moreover, it must possess a substantial capacity. He had contemplated whether to change his phone, but would transferring to a new device allow him to migrate his electronic girlfriend game? This was a virus program that didn't even have an installation package, and he was utterly perplexed by how to proceed. Glancing at the time on his computer, he noted it was already 9 in the evening. It had been over an hour since he returned home. Qingran should be awake by now. Chen Huai'an launched the electronic girlfriend game, and indeed found that Qingran had regained consciousness. The girl was huddled in a corner, wrapped in tattered clothing, her hands clutching her knees, her vacant gaze fixed on the ground, lost in thought. Chen Huai'an noticed a half-burnt red incense stick at her feet. "Your electronic girlfriend, Qingran's home has been damaged. Recharge 6 yuan to restore it." Without a frown, Chen Huai'an responded, "Recharge. An additional recharge of 88 yuan will allow you to purchase 2 sets of distinct new outfits for your electronic girlfriend. Recharge. Your electronic girlfriend Qingran is hungry and feeling down. Recharge 68 yuan to uplift her spirits. Recharge." The house was instantly revitalized. New clothes appeared on the bed, and an array of chicken, duck, fish, and fruits came crashing onto the table. With such a commotion, it would be astonishing if Qingran failed to notice. She realized her mentor had come to visit her. In truth, she was aware that her mentor had already been there, as evidenced by the numerous craters and the charred remains of demon beasts surrounding her little abode. alongside her own wounds which had already healed. The sudden appearance of the demon beasts was indeed peculiar. She had scouted the area around her home, hiding behind the unburnt lightning flames, and discovered the broken beast attracting incense beneath a tree. This incense was a hunting tool employed by various sections. However, the beast attracting incense varied slightly among sections. For instance, the base of the Qingran sect's incense bore azure cloud patterns. These azure motifs were essential, intricately carved from a particular material. If scraped off, the incense's effectiveness would be significantly diminished. This was, after all, a perilous item, and the major sects naturally ensured proper markings to prevent false accusations. The one who offered the incense might have presumed it would burn completely to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Little did they know, her mentor had arrived midway, transforming a 500-meter radius into a barren wasteland. The individual did not come to claim her life, for they too were likely reduced to ashes. Mentor, Qingran gazed at the ceiling, her face etched with exhaustion, her parched lips slightly parting, resembling a flower on the brink of wilting. Do you think, esteemed senior, that Qingran is the sort of person who inspires disdain? My affection for you is boundless. How could I harbor such thoughts? The first dialogue box had scarcely appeared when Chen Huai'an opted for free conversation. Having just drawn from the koi pond, he now possessed over 70 sound transmission talismans, which inflated his confidence. Clearing his throat, he pressed the talisman, his tone gentle as he remarked, "How could that be? In my eyes, Qingran is an exceptionally polite and considerate young lady, diligently devoted to her cultivation. Why would you think otherwise?" The preceding was a nearly 300-word composition by Chen Huai'an. What Qingran perceived, however, was the authoritative resonance of the great Tao. What do you mean by that? If it were not so, why would the people of Qingran sect, my seniors and my master, persist in seeking my demise? My dantian and spiritual roots have been rendered useless. I have been expelled from the sect, banished to the Wanshan to fend for myself. Why then are they still unwilling to let me be? Have I committed some egregious offense? Chen Huai'an looked into Qingran's eyes, now dimmed and shrouded in shadows. He understood her bewilderment all too well. Judging by her life experiences, she epitomized a self-sacrificing persona. A modicum of kindness from others elicited a tenfold return from her. When the esteemed Qingxian Taoist took her as a disciple, even in the absence of formal guidance, she regarded him as her most revered elder. Her senior brother, Lu Chantian, offered her support upon her initiation, and she came to view him as a true brother. Her second brother, Xiao Yifeng, provided her with surplus elixirs, prompting her to assist him in tending to spiritual herbs and serving as a test subject. When her third brother, Yin Zimo, gifted her a storage ring, she remained silent and accepted her expulsion when he framed her. Her fourth brother, Zhang Hanxiao, once aided her during a mission, and she devoted the majority of her monthly spirit stone allocation to remedy the troubles he caused. She blossomed brilliantly with even a hint of sunlight, maintaining a smiling countenance despite the onslaught of tempests. Yet, beneath that cheerful facade lay a face marred by countless wounds. Kindness invites exploitation, and gentle creatures are often ridden. Such wisdom is not mere jest, but a truth distilled by our ancestors. Like his own experience of lavishing affection upon a former lover only to be met with betrayal and humiliation, Li Qingran's situation was all too common. The dearest of souls, cherished and nurtured, could find themselves trampled in the most sordid of places, their efforts ultimately flourishing on another's balcony. Increasingly, individuals sought solace in the companionship of pets and virtual characters, willingly investing their time, energy, and finances. Are they foolish? No, they simply yearn to shield themselves from further harm. Humanity must possess a fiery spirit. We are not mere playthings destined for the refuse bin. One day, that heart, riddled with wounds, will be carefully cradled by another. Qingran. Chen Huai'an gazed at Qingran. Their eyes, separated by a screen, seemed to traverse countless dimensions, intertwining in a profound connection. He stared into Qingran's eyes, which reflected his own image. Today, I shall assist you in restoring your dantian. The voice of the Tao spoke without omitting Chen Huai'an's words, conveying entirely, even if your past is a mire, your future shall undoubtedly blossom with splendor. Chapter 19. The Emergence of the Divine Elixir. At the peak of Qishao, Qingyan sect, the Taoist Qingxian would emerge from seclusion only once a week to impart teachings, each session lasting 2 hours. Afterward, he would allocate an additional hour to address the inquiries of his disciples regarding their cultivation challenges. At this moment, the disciples gathered beneath a centuries-old pine tree at the summit. The lecture had concluded, and it was now time for questions and answers. Lu Changtian was the first to rise, performing a deep bow before addressing the figure in blue beneath the ancient pine. Master, I have heard that the sect leader's direct disciple, Zhao Lingtian, was severely injured in battle, his dantian shattered. The sect leader is now troubled over how to restore Zhao Lingtian's dantian, even willing to expend great wealth. Is there truly no way to repair it? Upon hearing this, the expressions of several others beneath the pine varied. After all, Zhao Lingtian was not the only one with a shattered dantian. Their former fifth junior sister, Li Qingran, had suffered the same fate. The Taoist Qing Xian, upon hearing the inquiry, opened his eyes slightly, stroked his beard, and replied calmly, "The dantian is not irreparable. It merely requires a certain ancient divine elixir. With that elixir, even a lost dantian can be restored. Without it, however, the task is as daunting as ascending to the heavens. Dare I ask, Master, what is this divine elixir?" The Hunyuan Butian pill. The Taoist Qing Xian enunciated each word distinctly. The disciples exchanged glances, their hearts stirred merely by the name. Such a treasure. The Taoist Qing Xian continued. When all living beings are born, their dantian is already predetermined. Each individual's dantian possesses varying qualities, affecting the capacity and quality of spiritual energy they can contain. In terms of cultivation talent, the influence of the dantian is not as pronounced as that of spiritual roots. However, as one's cultivation reaches greater heights, the differences in dantian quality will become apparent when two cultivators of equal skill and spiritual roots engage in battle. In ancient times, when spiritual energy was abundant, the powerful classified dantians into 9 grades. The 9th grade was the lowest, and the 1st grade was the highest. A 1st grade dantian could absorb vast amounts of spiritual energy, refining it at an astonishing rate, and the energy transformed was exceptionally pure. Back then, simply observing a dantian could indicate how far a cultivator might ultimately go, and sects placed great importance on the quality of their disciples' dantians. "Then, Master, what grade is my dantian?" Zhang Hanshao stepped forward confidently, patting his belly. He believed his dantian to be quite commendable, with a swift cultivation speed and substantial spiritual energy. Yet the Taoist Qing Xian merely shot him a sidelong glance, scoffing lightly. "You? Not even grade." Zhang Hanshao. Beneath the ancient pines, a wave of laughter erupted. Zhang Hanxiao's expression darkened instantly, wishing he could sink into the earth. Yet, the Taoist Qing Xian continued, "What are you laughing at? Most of you barely qualify, with only Lu Changtian's dantian marginally reaching the 7th grade. In the era of abundant primordial energy, you would merely serve as menial laborers in the outer sect, cleaning up after the guardian beasts of the sect. It is only because the spiritual energy in the Tsangyun realm has dwindled and its quality has deteriorated that you find yourselves eligible for the inner sect or direct discipleship." The laughter ceased, replaced by grim faces. With just a few words, Taoist Qing Xian had demoralized the disciples present. He then redirected the conversation. A cultivator's dantian is predetermined. Once shattered, it cannot be restored, much like spilled water that cannot be retrieved. However, in the ancient times, there was an alchemist who, drawing from the essence of the heavenly stones, crafted the primordial restoration pill. This divine elixir can transform a dantian's fixed fate into a variable one, not only repairing the dantian, but also enhancing its quality further. And this is merely the effect of the ordinary primordial restoration pill. The efficacy of the celestial grade version remains known only to that ancient alchemist. Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces illuminated with longing. If they could acquire a primordial restoration pill now and present it to the sect leader, they might never have to worry about cultivation resources again. Next month, a small ancient secret realm will open in the central continent, which not only houses a battlefield of demonic beasts, but is also said to contain the abodes of ancient cultivators. Perhaps they might discover such a divine elixir within. Lu Changtian's spirit sword. According to Taoist Qing Xian, his dantian was currently at the 7th grade. If he could obtain a primordial restoration pill, it should elevate his dantian to at least the 6th or even 5th grade. "You may go and test your luck," Taoist Qing Xian nodded. In truth, he held little hope. For even in ancient times, the primordial restoration pill was a rare treasure, unlikely to appear in a small secret realm. However, entering the secret realm would still provide valuable experience and resources, so he refrained from discouraging the disciples. Today's teachings conclude here. Return to your caves. With a wave of his sleeve, Taoist Qing Xian prepared to disperse the disciples. Just then, a resounding boom erupted. A beam of azure light shot up from an unknown source, piercing the clouds above Wanqing Mountain. The azure light ascended further, resembling a divine pillar reaching the heavens. Cultivators throughout the Cangyan realm looked up in astonishment. A column of spiritual light, an aroma of medicinal essence fills the air. This signifies the emergence of a divine pill. It is in the direction of Wanqing Mountain. Let us hurry, perhaps we can catch it. They were uncertain what kind of divine pill it was, but if they could obtain it, their cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Atop Qishao Peak, Taoist Qingshuan's narrowed eyes suddenly opened wide. In the next moment, he soared into the air, racing towards the direction of the azure light, while several other prominent figures of the Qingyun sect also took flight. Surrounding Wanqing Mountain, every cultivator with any semblance of strength was on the move. The emergence of the celestial-grade Hunyuan restoration pill is poised to stir the world. But could the recharge of 18 be a means to conceal the secret of heaven? Chen Huai'an stared at the notification on his phone, his lips twitching. There was no denying it. The celestial phenomena were unmistakable, practically broadcasting to those nearby that treasures lay in wait. The map rapidly filled with a multitude of crimson dots, and an increasing number began to illuminate, sending a shiver down his spine. Fortunately, given his substantial expenditure of 90,000, the game developers seemed to have refrained from pressuring him further for additional funds. Nonetheless, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him. Could the concealment of the heavenly secrets not be granted without charge? Gritting his teeth, Chen Huai'an reluctantly recharged 18 units. Concealment of heavenly secrets activated. The azure pillar of light vanished, and even the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs dissipated in an instant. The first to approach, Qingxian Taoist, hovered in the air, utterly bewildered. His consciousness swept over a radius of several miles like a tidal wave, yet yielded no discoveries. Was that not Qingran? When his awareness scanned the small dwelling, the Qingxian Taoist recognized it as the abode of his former fifth disciple. He recalled that Qingran had been expelled from Qishao Peak and subsequently cast out of the sect. Zhang Hanshao had mentioned sending Qingran down the mountain to return to the mundane world. How is it that Qingran remained in the Wanquanshan range? Was he courting death? Humph. Does he think that lingering in Wanquanshan will permit him to return to the sect? Shaking his head, Qingxian Taoist sneered. Frustrated by his inability to locate the divine herb, he had little inclination to concern himself with Qingran. After a fruitless search in every direction, he was left with nothing but perplexity and discontent as he returned to Qingyan sect. It was evident that a divine herb had indeed emerged within Wanquanshan. However, the abrupt disappearance of the accompanying phenomena could only indicate two possibilities. Either the divine herb had already been taken, or its secrets had been obscured by someone else. In either case, the cultivator responsible was not one he could confront. Esteemed senior, may I have the honor of your presence? I humbly beseech you to grant me the elixir to restore my Dantian. I am willing to exchange any resources for it. Wu Duantian, the sect master of Qingyan sect, bowed deeply to Wanquanshan. Should a powerful being have refined a divine herb here, perhaps they possessed the means to procure the restorative elixir he sought for his beloved disciple. However, after a prolonged wait, the vast mountains yielded no response. Sighing in despair, Wu Duantian could only return home, feeling helpless. The great cultivators who understood the situation had already departed, leaving only a handful of wandering practitioners and inexperienced cultivators in Wanquanshan, hoping for fortune. Little did anyone know that the divine herb, which had once astonished the entire Cangyan realm, now lay upon an unremarkable wooden table. In a nearby corner cowered a girl, paralyzed by fear. Chapter 20. Avowed a heaven citizen senior. What is this? Qingran was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Chen Huai'an's intention to assist her in restoring her Dantian. As she processed his words, a peculiar object fell onto the table, enveloping the entire room in a magnificent azure glow, accompanied by an intoxicating aroma of medicinal herbs. Merely inhaling the fragrance seemed to accelerate the flow of spiritual energy within her body. This is a pill capable of restoring your Dantian, Chen Huai'an stated, refraining from disclosing its name, aware of its exorbitant value. To him, Qingran appeared akin to a highly intelligent AI entity. Achieving such a feat, given the current capabilities of AI, was not overly challenging. It merely required a substantial influx of data for training. Since the game creator was a skilled hacker, crafting a sophisticated AI model was a trivial task. Although advanced AI differs fundamentally from humans, it could still simulate human emotions under the influence of data streams. If you were to inform Li Qingran that this was the primordial restoration pill, she would undoubtedly reject it. A restorative pill for the Dantian? Li Qingran had never encountered such a remedy, fully aware that once a Dantian was shattered, restoration was nearly impossible. Even if it were feasible, the methods involved were beyond the reach of a mere qi refinement stage cultivator like herself. Furthermore, the commotion caused by the pill's mere presence indicated its extraordinary rarity. Esteemed senior, this pill is far too precious. I cannot accept it, she declared resolutely. While she yearned to mend her Dantian, she felt burdened by an overwhelming sense of indebtedness for the favor she had already received from him, knowing she could not reciprocate equally. Just accept it, Chen Huai'an urged through the communication talisman, internally acknowledging the AI's impressive capacity for character simulation. In another game, even a nurturing type, the character would likely accept the offering without hesitation. He continued, this pill was specifically procured for you. It holds no value for me. Accept it, or those individuals will come to seize it. Chen Huai'an rambled on, while Li Qingran interpreted his words as a warning. This item is of no use to me. The recent disturbance has drawn the attention of cultivators, and I cannot conceal the secret for long. If you do not consume it now, you are merely inviting trouble. Li Qingran gazed at the ceiling, her eyes drifting back to the primordial restoration pill, her teeth biting down on her lower lip, torn with indecision. If she ingested the pill, she would feel guilty, unable to repay the favor. Yet, refusing it would only create trouble for her esteemed senior. Hurry up, a stern voice echoed from above, causing her to shudder in fright. In the face of her principles and the prospect of offending her senior, she ultimately chose to forsake her boundaries. She did not wish to anger him. Observing the young woman carefully lifting the pill from the table, Chen Huai'an couldn't help but smile with a hint of mischief. In the end, you must obediently consume it. He realized that being referred to as senior by Li Qingran had begun to inflate his ego. From now on, he would simply refer to himself as the esteemed one. Embracing the moment. If you do not consume this elixir, then my expenditure of 90,000 would be in vain. The urgency of the situation had prevented him from discerning the contents of the 500 draws he had just won. Li Qingran cradled the elixir. Despite breaching her own principles, she was determined to find a way to remedy the situation. Gazing at the ceiling, she raised one hand, extending 3 fingers to symbolize the harmony of heaven, earth, and humanity, and boldly swore, today, as a junior, I, Qingran, have received the aid of my esteemed predecessor to acquire the divine medicine for the restoration of my Dantian. My heart is filled with shame for being unable to repay this kindness. In the future, should my predecessor have any needs, regardless of the perilous paths of fire and sword, I shall not hesitate to face any danger. Li Qingran's vow resonated not only with the heavens, but also with her own heart. Each word stemmed from the depths of her soul, causing a profound reaction in the natural order, as the surrounding spiritual energy surged forth, lifting her flowing hair and revealing her resolute gaze. With her oath sealed, she felt unburdened, raising both hands to consume the elixir. She had entrusted herself to her predecessor. This was all she could offer. The celestial grade elixir, the primordial restoration pill, dissolved upon entry, transforming into a stream of pure energy that surged toward Li Qingran's shattered Dantian. From Chen Huai'an's perspective, a golden thread appeared to weave into her lower abdomen, while everything in the room began to whirl around her, forming a vortex that expanded, eventually reaching outside the small house and manifesting as a tornado connecting to the heavens. Could this be the spiritual energy whirlwind? Chen Huai'an pondered. Given the game's setting in the realm of cultivation, Li Qingran's current state should be one of immense spiritual energy entering her body, serving as the fuel for the primordial restoration pill's effects. However, such commotion seemed excessive. Did it not warrant some concealment? The spiritual energy tornado churned the clouds above, creating a gap in the sky. The red dots on the map, akin to headless flies, began to converge towards this location as if drawn to a gathering. Li Qingran, consuming the celestial grade primordial restoration pill, will continue to invoke heavenly phenomena. Should 28 be charged to conceal her secrets? How infuriating! Chen Huai'an was both amused and exasperated. Is it necessary to stretch this out? Could they not be more straightforward? Despite his frustration with the game's recharge system, he begrudgingly spent the 28. In the depths of Wankingshan, amidst such terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy, the emergence of a divine pill was indeed confirmed. Ha ha! I shall become an immortal. Suddenly, the spiritual energy tornado's momentum waned, as if extinguished by an enormous hand, dissipating into nothingness. The treasure-seeking cultivators were once again engulfed in confusion. Where to go? Are they toying with us? Forget it. Let's search in that direction and not overlook anything we encounter, even if it is merely a pile of refuse. Meanwhile, Chen Huai'an reveled in the sight of the meditative Qingran. She sat there quietly, two strands of hair cascading over her shoulders, swaying gently in the swirling spiritual energy. Though her attire is simple, it harmonizes beautifully with her elegant and unpretentious demeanor. On ordinary days, one might discern a hint of spiritedness in her brows. Yet at this moment, with her eyes closed and brow slightly furrowed, her pale and delicate visage exudes a touch of frailty, evoking a deeper sense of tenderness. Chen Huai'an is a student of the sciences, possessing no grandiloquent vocabulary. However, he is willing to employ the most unembellished words to extol Qingran's beauty. Remarkable indeed, he muses, unable to gaze any longer, fearing that prolonged scrutiny would render him incapable of rising to seek guidance from his teacher. Having drawn breath 1,000 times from the auspicious lottery pool, he is yet to inspect the spoils of the latter 500 draws. As he opens his backpack, he finds 12 compartments filled to the brim, arranged from left to right. Low-grade spirit stones, mid-grade spirit stones, communication talismans, and various grades of thunderfire talismans, along with a mysterious golden jade slip. Frustrated, he laments, why can't a single thunderfire talisman occupy a compartment? It vexes him that he cannot simply bestow all the talismans upon Qingran. Should she fall under control, he might yet provide support from afar. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that expanding the first compartment of his backpack requires a fee of 188. Very well. I'll give her what I don't need shortly, he resolves, redirecting his attention to the final item. The golden jade slip, a premium artifact, emanates an aura of superiority. Upon opening it, he is greeted by the powerful presence of a top-tier item. I'm a madman from Chu, laughing at Confucius. With a 3-foot sword in hand, I point towards the sorrowful heavens. The Qinglian Sword Classic, crafted by the Qinglian Sword Immortal, encompasses 36 foundational sword techniques and 12 sword forms, classified as immortal grade. Anyone with a flowing meridian may practice the Qinglian Sword Classic, yet to attain its pinnacle, one must possess a sword bone, a sword spirit root, and an unwavering sword heart. Indeed, the artifact is of exceptional quality, yet after perusing the introduction, Chen Huai'an's expression turns quizzical. Could this Qinglian sword immortal truly be Li Bai? Wasn't he the immortal poet? When did he become a sword immortal? He shrugs off the thought, acknowledging that contemporary reinterpretations are commonplace. After all, if Tang Sung can wield a Gatling gun, then Li Bai becoming a sword immortal is hardly outrageous. With a shake of his head, he recalls that Li Qingran wields a sword. Thus, the Qinglian Sword Classic could indeed serve her well. An immortal-grade sword technique should be formidable, he surmises. As the Qinglian Sword Classic opens to its first page, Chen Huai'an initially perceives it merely as a gaming item, only to discover that the page is adorned with text and ink illustrations of figures. Remarkable! Is this a small workshop? How astonishing! The first sword chapter, Crane Stance. With legs together, bend the knees and raise one foot, forming a crane stance. Keep the body upright, the sword held parallel to the body and directly in front, with the sword hilt aligned horizontally with the ground, and the blade close to the arm while maintaining verticality. Breathe steadily, calm the mind, and focus on the fusion of the sword and one's own breath. Accompanied by an illustration, the specific operational methods of this sword technique are made clearer. Chen Huai'an continued to scroll down, discovering more detailed explanations and images for Sword Technique 2, Expansion, Sword Technique 3, Holding the Blade, Sword Technique 35, Return to 1, and Sword Technique 36, Carefree. Doubting the absurdity of the situation, he persisted until the very end, only to find that each sword technique was meticulously accompanied by illustrations and descriptions, devoid of any filler content. At this moment, Chen Huai'an was profoundly impressed by the dedication and rigor of the game's developer. The frustration from having been swindled out of so much money began to diminish. The 36 sword techniques appear to be foundational skills, with an additional 12 sword styles yet to be unveiled. As he was about to turn the page, a notification popped up on the screen. You have not yet learned sword techniques 1 through 12. You cannot access the sword styles. What nonsense is this? I need to learn? How do I learn? Chen Huai'an instinctively sought a recharge window, but to his dismay, he could not locate one. This Qingran sword manual seemingly did not rely on monetary transactions for upgrades. Would you like to begin learning sword technique 1? Yes. Think again. Without hesitation, Chen Huai'an selected yes. He was eager to discern what this game had in store. Currently rotating the camera, the game visuals vanished, the camera activated, and selfie recording mode commenced, while the game window continued to float above. Please begin practicing as per the instructions of the Qingran sword manual, sword technique 1, crane standing. Current progress, initial understanding. Huh? Wait, are you serious? Chen Huai'an observed as his own mouth twitched uncontrollably on the screen. If he wasn't mistaken, the game was instructing him to perform the crane standing pose right now, wasn't it? And to record it for upload? So this game intends to toy with me without any financial investment, does it? Chen Huai'an thought that if he complied with the game's demands, he would truly be losing his mind. Is it possible that the game's creator harbors some twisted sense of humor, deriving pleasure from watching players execute a variety of ridiculous and awkward poses while they sit back, munching on takeout and laughing maniacally? I, Chen Huai'an, will not allow such a person to succeed. With a cold snort, he discerned the developer's intentions. All he needed to do was refuse, and, soon enough, a recharge button would appear. It was all a ruse, similar to certain games that dangle exceptionally laborious rewards, leading players to inevitably choose to spend money once they can no longer endure the grind. However, after waiting for what seemed like ages, Chen Huai'an saw no sign of a recharge button. TSK, can I simply teach this sword technique to Li Qingran? He closed the page and attempted to drag the Qingran sword manual into Li Qingran's possession. You cannot directly impart the Qingran sword manual to Li Qingran. Please first cultivate the 36 sword techniques to the initial understanding level to unlock the ability to teach sword techniques. What on earth is this? Chen Huai'an was exasperated. What kind of game is so inflexible? In the upper right corner of the pop-up window, there was a circle question mark. He resolved to treat the dead horse as if it were alive. The game was initially designed to offer players the most authentic nurturing experience, allowing them to provide resources and various forms of assistance to their electronic girlfriends, while also serving as their guide and emotional support. However, one must first strengthen oneself to better mentor the electronic girlfriend, thus urging players to strive for self-improvement. Upon reading this reminder, Chen Huai'an fell silent. His previous disinterest in watching others play stemmed not only from the perception that games were costly, but also from a lack of immersion. No matter how skilled a sharpshooter one might be, they were not the first assault trooper charging into a site. No matter how adept at jungle play, they were not the king of the wilds. Ultimately, games and reality remained disparate. Yet, this electronic girlfriend game seemed to explore an innovative realm. It was novel, but could easily falter in today's gaming industry. Nevertheless, Chen Huai'an could not deny that he felt a stirring within. The prospect of personally guiding his electronic girlfriend filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Learning first, then teaching the bewildered girl. Watching her use the sword techniques he imparted to surmount challenges and vanquish foes. Was this not the very immersion that modern games so sorely lacked? Indeed, the game demanded significant investment and was quite hardcore, yet he relished such challenges. Chen Huai'an reopened the learning page of the Qingran sword manual. He propped his phone on the live streaming stand, took a deep breath, and resolved, for the sake of teaching Li Qingran an unparalleled sword technique, to brave the mockery of the game as creators, for they were unseen. In the absence of a sword, he substituted it with a clothes-drying pole. He discovered that the textual and visual instructions were deceptively simple, yet the execution proved far from easy. Firstly, the sword must remain steady. Previously, he would tremble while holding a water bottle, but today, for some unknown reason, his hands were remarkably steady. Additionally, he needed to ensure two perpendicular points, the sword's alignment with the ground and its positioning with his arm, while maintaining parallelism between the sword and his body. Performing this maneuver posed no immediate issue, but after less than 2 minutes, his arms began to ache. Even more disheartening was the realization that after half an hour of lifting the closed pole, the progress for the first level of the sword technique, initial glimpse, had advanced by a mere 1%. Nevertheless, his remarkable perseverance prevailed. He stubbornly continued for an entire hour, stopping only when his back was drenched in sweat. He muttered to himself, "I can't go on. I'm falling apart." Trembling, he set down the clothes pole and stretched his stiff body. It was quite late, nearing midnight, yet he had not washed his clothes or bathed, and an unpleasant odor clung to him. If this training were to be regarded as physical exercise, it would be somewhat acceptable. Chen Huai'an rubbed his sore arms, resolute in his determination. He planned to rest and resume his practice the following morning. Just then, a sudden thud sounded at the door, as if something had collided with it. Chapter 22. You are destined to meet the true self. Upon opening the door, he found no one outside. Chen Huai'an stood in silence, his mind speculating whether this was yet another delivery from a gaming company. Subconsciously, he lowered his gaze and was met with a furry black ball huddled by the door, faintly discernible eyes, nose, and ears peeking through. It was a kitten. If memory served him right, he was staying at a chain hotel. Glancing down the elongated corridor, Chen fell into contemplation. How did a kitten manage to enter a chain hotel? He crouched down and poked the furry creature gently. It did not respond, merely shivering in place. He then lifted the kitten by the scruff of its neck, enabling a clearer view. The little creature bore a distinctive white patch on its face. Commonly known as a milk-capped cat, its hind legs a gruesome sight, and its back marred with injuries. His room was at the far end of the corridor. Adjacent to an open window, he noticed a small patch of blood on the door, a place the kitten could never reach, and several feathers from a raptor scattered near the window. This cat was certainly out of the ordinary. Could it be some kind of creature? Chen squinted, sensing that this matter was far from simple. A sudden epiphany struck him. A large bird must have crashed into the window, inadvertently dropping its prey at his door, and subsequently fled in fright, abandoning its quarry. What keen insight! Chen felt as if some dormant potential within him had been awakened. Little one, it seems fate has intertwined our paths. He carried the kitten inside. Ignoring the hotel's strict policy against pets, he thought that with his terminal illness, he could afford to disregard such rules. The kitten was temporarily housed in a shoebox. It was too late to visit a veterinary clinic. Most were closing near midnight, and given his remote location, reaching an all-hours pet hospital would take an hour and a half to the city. He sensed that the kitten might not survive until then. In the brief seconds he spent searching for a veterinary clinic, blood had already seeped into the shoebox. Little one, since conventional methods would surely lead to your demise, I shall resort to unconventional measures today. If your life is meant to persist, grow strong and avoid the clutches of that bird again, should fate dictate otherwise. Do not blame me. Chen Huai'an clasped his hands in prayer before the kitten. He then retrieved a set of silver needles he had purchased earlier, initially intended for his own treatments to expedite healing, pondering whether to use them on someone else in the future. With a kitten present, he decided to give it a try. As he grasped the silver needle, the acupoint map naturally unfolded in his mind. Cat acupoints differ from those of humans. Chen was unsure of how he knew this. Perhaps it was the manifestation of his latent abilities. The spring needle technique was primarily used for stopping bleeding, promoting blood circulation, and aiding wound recovery. The conditions for upgrading are to administer 1,000 acupuncture needles or recharge 998, thus elevating to the level of open vein acupuncture LV2. Following the illuminated sequence on the acupoint chart, one must quickly and seamlessly insert the needles. The little cat soon exhibits remarkable changes. Most notably, the hemostatic effect is evident. The wound no longer seeps blood, with the back's injury being the clearest, entirely sealed by a layer of blood membrane that was absent prior to the acupuncture. This acupuncture effect is rather potent, mused Chen Huai'an, stroking his chin. Though unfamiliar with traditional Chinese medicine, he maintains a profound respect for its mystique. Now the question arises, is it his skill or the techniques learned from the game that are impressive? He finds himself unable to discern. For the little cat, he could do no more. Its survival instinct will now dictate the outcome. He turns to the bathroom for a shower. However, as he enters the shower stall, he fails to notice the emergence of a fearsome black dragon behind him, its form like smoke and mist, flickering between existence and oblivion, with eyes that exude an aura of authority that chills the soul. Within a shoebox, the little cat struggles to turn over, its dark body laboriously shifting. Its mouth quivers slightly, producing creaking sounds as a pallid bone fragment becomes discernible within. With each chew, its form contorts, oscillating between that of sheep and a cat, its visage morphing into that of a sightless, fanged demon with a large mouth and eyes nestled beneath its armpits. After several seconds of alternating transformations, it finally stabilizes into a feline shape, gradually falling silent. Song Jiao Jiao has perished. This information reached Mu Baishuang through her companion, Yang Buotao. How did Song Jiaojiu meet her end? Faced with Mu Baishuang's inquiry, Yang Buotao's expression darkens. I don't know. I merely sent her to eliminate that vilely Qingran. after which she never returned. She left a soul lamp with me, and upon returning to my cave to retrieve spirit stones, I discovered the lamp had extinguished. Startled by this revelation, Mu Baishuang feigns grief and anger. What do you mean? Why did you send Song Jiaojiao to kill Li Qingran? She is my dear friend, and Li Qingran is my senior sister. Have you lost your mind? I did it for you. Yang Buotao, pale and trembling, responds, Baishuang. That wretched Li Qingran dared to harm you. She previously humiliated me as well. I have long harbored a dislike for her. That day, did you not confide in Song Jiaojiao about the grievances you suffered at Li Qingran's hands? I was merely seeking to avenge you. Call me Mu Baishuang. We are not so intimately acquainted. What I discuss with Song Jiaojiao pertains to our sisterly bond, and it is none of your concern. Do I need you to avenge me? Mu Baishuang's countenance grows cold, yet her heart is a tumultuous storm. Her original plan was to feign grievances to Song Jiaojiao, intending to incite Yang Buotao, who harbors affections for her, into anger against Song Jiaojiao, thereby making Yang Buotao the instigator of Li Qingran's demise rather than herself. Accompanying Song Jiaojiao to the inner gate was the fourth senior brother, Zhang Hanshao. In this manner, she deftly extricated herself from the situation. Her only concern was that Zhang Hanshao would bring Song Jiaojiao to the inner gate, but this was hardly a matter of significance. According to the sect's regulations, the responsibility would solely fall upon Zhang Hanshao. Moreover, as her senior brother, he ought to take the blame for her. Song Jiaojiao had attained the 9th level of qi refinement, while Li Qingran was merely a discarded waste with a devastated dantian and severed spiritual roots. Eliminating Li Qingran would be remarkably simple. In fact, Song Jiaojiao could do so without leaving a trace, ensuring everyone's safety. Yet, she never anticipated that Li Qingran would survive, while Song Jiaojiao would perish. Clearly, something had transpired. The recovery of Li Qingran's injuries had already seemed suspicious, though she had paid it no mind. Sister Baishuang, all I do is for your happiness. Yang Buotao felt a surge of anxiety. Since Li Qingran had been expelled from the sect, she was no longer associated with Qingyun's sect. Coupled with her ruined dantian and spiritual roots, she was merely an inconsequential, ordinary person. However, Qingyun's sect was a righteous sect, and for a cultivator to lay hands on an innocent individual would surely evoke ridicule from other sects if it became known. To preserve their reputation, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment from the sect, and Song Jiaojiao's death would also be attributed to him. No, I'm not happy. Young Buotao, prepare to face the sect's retribution. Mu Baishuang's words shifted all blame onto Yang Buotao. At that moment, the senior brother of Qi Shao Peak, Lu Changtian, entered. Mu Baishuang instinctively hid behind Lu Changtian. Yang Buotao, this is Qi Shao Peak, not your Xianling Peak. What brings you here? Brother Chang Tian. Mu Baishuang, her countenance pained and tearful, clung to Lu Changtian's arm and lamented. Yang Buotao instigated Song Jiaojiao to assassinate Li Qingran and ultimately caused her death. How could he do this? One was my dear friend, and the other my senior sister. Woo-woo. No, that's not how it is. Lu, my dear senior, allow me to explain. Yang Buotao attempted to interject, but upon witnessing his junior sister's tears, the already heated Lu Changtian swiftly kicked him to the ground. Yang Buotao, you possess great audacity. Even if Li Qingran has left Qingyun's sect, she was once part of Qi Shao Peak. When did the affairs of Qi Shao Peak become your concern? Do you think that by killing Li Qingran, we would regard you with esteem? You have already violated sect regulations by ordering Song Jiaojiao to kill Li Qingran. Now, come with me to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment. Lu Changtian pointed his sword-like finger at the pallid Yang Buotao, preparing to seize him. Beside him, Mu Baishuang tugged at Lu Changtian's sleeve, whispering, Brother Changtian, Sister Qingran is not dead. It was Song Jiaojiao who died. Lu Changtian's outstretched hand paused, his face etched with disbelief. It took a moment for him to process her words. What did you say? Chapter 23. The activation of the Phase War Order. Song Jiaojiao is dead, but Li Qingran is alive. Upon clarifying this causal relationship, Lu Changtian found it even more difficult to believe. What was Li Qingran's strength? Relying solely on her body nurtured by years of spiritual energy, she was merely an adept warrior. And what a Song Jiaojiao? If memory serves, she was at the 9th level of the qi refinement stage. With such prowess, slaying Li Qingran would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Yet the outcome was that Song Jiaojiao perished. Was it Li Qingran who took her life? Lu Changtian glutted at Yang Buotao. I do not know, Yang Buotao stammered, visibly shaken. I merely urged her to eliminate Li Qingran. Initially, she was reluctant, but I promised her a foundation establishment pill, and she acquiesced. Later, when I went to retrieve the spirit stones to purchase the pill, I returned to find Song Jiaojiao's soul lamp shattered. When a person dies, the lamp extinguishes. For cultivators below the nascent soul stage, this phrase is an unyielding law. The soul lamp harbors a fragment of the cultivator's soul and a drop of their essence blood. When the main soul perishes, the remaining soul, akin to a rootless floating weed, inevitably detaches from that drop of essence and dissipates into the world. Brother Chen Huai'an, this incident is exceedingly suspicious. I have heard that the demonic sect has resumed its activities in the Songyun realm. Could it be that our senior sister has been possessed by someone from the demonic sect? Mu Baishuang expressed her fear. Although Qingran is no longer a member of our Qingyan sect, I still hope she hasn't fallen victim to the hands of those from the demonic sect. Lu Changtian's countenance darkened as he pondered deeply. Yang Buotao would undoubtedly face punishment. There was no escaping this matter. The circumstances surrounding Li Qingran were indeed perplexing. While he held no concern for her fate, Li Qingran must not become a hidden peril for the Qingyan sect. It was imperative to ascertain whether her ability to slay Song Jiaojiao was merely a coincidence or if there were deeper reasons at play. Coincidentally, he overheard Mu Baishuang saying, "Brother Chen Huai'an, Sister Qingran was once one of our Qishao Peak members. We cannot simply ignore this situation. Otherwise, how will the other peaks perceive us? Regardless of whether Sister Qingran is culpable, we must bring her back, even if it is merely to have her serve as a menial worker. That is better than leaving her to languish in the Wangqingshan." She feigned ignorance of Li Qingran's whereabouts, her eyes filled with compassion. Such a kind-hearted junior sister. Even after Li Qingran has harmed you, you still speak in her defense. Zhang Hanxiao should have dealt with her decisively from the start. Lu Chantian ground his teeth in frustration, yet he absorbed Mu Baishuang's words. If Song Jiaojiao's death was an accident, then Li Qingran must be sent far away from Wangqingshan, as far from Qingyun's sect as possible. However, if it was indeed Li Qingran who killed Song Jiaojiao, then regardless of whether she had gained some opportunity or was possessed by the demonic sect, she would remain a ticking time bomb. It would be prudent to keep such a threat close at hand, lest it explode without warning one day. Nevertheless, he believed the former scenario to be more plausible. Aside from being possessed or aligning herself with the demonic sect, he could not fathom any other means by which a waste without spiritual roots or a dantian could slay a cultivator at the 9th level of chi refinement. His master had stated that only the primordial restoration pill could restore a dantian, a legendary elixir from ancient times. Surely, Li Qingran could not have acquired such a divine pill, could she? Do not worry, junior sister. I will report this matter to our master, and I assure you that a satisfactory resolution will be provided. Lu Chantian gently patted Mu Baishuang's head, revealing a tender smile. Song Jiaojiao cannot die in vain. If Li Qingran is not the one who killed her, then why not bring her back to Qixia Peak? A mere mortal can still be sustained at Qixia Peak. Indeed, Brother Chantian, you are the best, Mu Baishuang replied, her eyes curving with delight, a glint of cunning flashing deep within. Lu Chantian reported Song Jiaojiao's mysterious death and his suspicions regarding Li Qingran to the sect. The sect leader, Wu Duantian, took the matter very seriously, first punishing Yang Buotao by confining him to a wall at Thundercliff for half a year and stripping him of all resource allocations for a month. Subsequently, he appointed Lu Chantian as the team leader, commanding him to lead a group of disciples from the law enforcement hall to investigate the situation in Wangqingshan. Before their departure, the gathered disciples in the law enforcement hall were repeatedly reminded by sect leader Wu Duantian, if you encounter anyone from the demonic sect, do not act hastily. Demonic cultivators are treacherous, and the strength they display may merely be what they wish you to see. Lu Chantian, your foremost duty is to report to the sect using the communication jade slip. Rest assured, sect leader, I shall not act recklessly, Lu Chantian replied, bowing respectfully to Wu Duantian before turning to seek guidance from the master of Qixia Peak, Qing Xiandaoren. Qing Xiandaoren stroked his beard and squinted, saying, "You have always been steady in your actions. I shall not elaborate further. Go forth." Upon hearing this, Lu Chantian drew his flying sword with a flourish, captivating a number of female disciples with his charismatic demeanor. Just as he and the disciples were about to take flight on their swords, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed through the air. Boom! The sky above the Songyun realm transformed dramatically. The once clear sky was shrouded in dark clouds. In flashes of blood red, lightning flickered within the layers of clouds. An aura of terrifying pressure swept through, causing Lu Changtian's mind to go blank, and he stumbled off his flying sword. The disciples of Qingran sect gazed anxiously at the sky, their hearts filled with trepidation, while sect leader Wu Duantian and the elders wore grave expressions. What transpired in these days? Is there a powerful being attempting to divine the heavenly secrets just after noon? Generally, such divination is undertaken by great cultivators when they are faced with insurmountable challenges. Moreover, not everyone possesses the capability to divine the heavenly secrets. Only those who have cultivated corresponding techniques can rely on this method to glean insights into potential breakthroughs. This practice is highly draining on a cultivator's vitality and can even harm their fate and fortunes. Typically, such divinations are conducted once a year, marking a significant expenditure. What could it mean to perform such a divination in a single day? Yesterday, there was also the emergence of a divine elixir in Wanjingshan. Could there be a connection between the two events? The Cangyun realm is becoming increasingly inscrutable. Wu Duantian murmured to himself, filled with lamentation. While those in the transformation stage may appear grand, they are but a swarm of ants in the grand scheme of the universe. Even the great beings who divine the heavenly secrets struggle to find a solution. How can we, as lesser cultivators, confront such a perilous future? Lu Changtian, for safety's sake, you shall walk there with the disciples of the law enforcement hall, Wu Duantian instructed, pulling his gaze from the ominous sky back to Lu Changtian. There are those with great abilities who could divine the secrets of heaven. Surely, even the followers of the demonic sect would not dare to roam recklessly. Whether they depart early or late, it matters not. One should remain discreet and low-key. Indeed, Lu Changtian, with a grim expression, nodded in acknowledgement. He cast a glance at the dimly lit sky, clenched his fists, and resolved that one day he too would become such a person. Yet, the mere act of divining the secrets of heaven sends the weak into a frenzy, rendering them too fearful to soar through the skies on their swords. Are you an artificial intelligence? At the bathroom door, Chen Huai'an, dressed in his pajamas, was furiously tapping at his phone. Divining the secrets of heaven. Failure in divination. Please pose another question. When does 1 + 1 = 3? Divining the secrets of heaven. 1 + 1 = 2. Please pose another question. There are 10 birds in a tree. If one is shot down, how many remain? Divining the secrets. One is dead on the ground. None remain in the tree. Pose another question. Amusing. However, there must certainly be a game master behind this. Chen Huai'an pondered, stroking his chin. Questions that could stump artificial intelligence were ineffective against this divining the secrets of heaven, indicating a true human presence behind it. If that is the case, could you provide me with an internal number? I shall thoroughly experience the game and write daily reports for you. So please do not swindle me out of my money again. I have mastered the golden needle technique. You may find it hard to believe, but it is akin to practicing ancient Tai Chi to forge miraculous skills. I can now revive the ailing. Should you ever find yourselves missing limbs, I shall treat you free of charge. Chen Huai'an meticulously entered this message, but just as he clicked send, the game window for divining the secrets of heaven automatically closed. TSK, quite stubborn. Chen Huai'an pouted. If so, they ought not to regret it when they seek out Master Chen for assistance in the future. How to restore spiritual roots. He reopened the divination, this time posing a more conventional query. Li Qingran was still digesting the primordial restoration pill, a celestial elixir from ancient times. Clearly not something that could be fully absorbed in a short period. Thus, with nothing better to do, he began to torment the divination process once more. Li Qingran faced two significant issues, his dantian and spiritual roots. Currently, there was no effective solution for the spiritual roots. Divination complete. Spiritual roots cannot be repaired, but can be artificially implanted. The Cultivation battle order has captured a thread of heavenly secrets for you. Simply recharge 12,888 to receive 10,000 times the return. Super prizes await at the peak of Qi refinement, middle stage foundation establishment, late stage foundation establishment, and complete foundation establishment. Achieve complete foundation establishment to receive an exquisite and mysterious spiritual root. Would you like to activate the Qi refinement mid-stage? Complete foundation establishment battle order? Chen Huai'an, I shall battle your dam. Chapter 24, The Guardian Package. Is there no other avenue to obtain spiritual roots? Must this battle order be activated? Is my money simply blowing in from the wind? In response to Chen Huai'an's frustration and bewilderment, The system prompted the girlfriend store on the page. The first sight that captured his attention was the resplendent Xian Shui spiritual root, priced at an astonishing 19.99 million. Such exquisite varieties of elemental roots are merely the most affordable. Below it lay an array of even more exorbitantly priced spiritual roots, with the trailing zeros surpassing the value of a life itself. Ordinary roots were non-existent. This shop exclusively dealt in the finest. The critical aspect was that the Xianshui root was still locked, requiring Li Qingran to attain the Yuaning realm to unlock the purchasing rights. It was utterly absurd. If he possessed 19.99 million, wouldn't it be better spent on cancer treatment? Once cured, he could lounge in leisure for a lifetime. Thus, the game evidently had no intention of allowing him to acquire such a game item through purchasing channels. What more was there to say? Chen Huai'an let out a bitter laugh, contemplating how this confounding game had inadvertently unlocked his genetic potential. Well then, let us recharge. Another hefty sum vanished from his e-payment account. Chen Huai'an collapsed onto the sofa, enveloped by a profound sense of emptiness that was not only more intense than the sage mode, but also far more enduring. Meow. A weak meow pierced the silence. Chen Huai'an sprang up like a carp leaping from water, rushing to the shoebox. Oh, little Baiga is quite resilient, compared to its earlier pitiful state. The little black cat appeared significantly improved, at least able to move within the confines of the shoebox, though its wounds still looked severe. A closer inspection revealed some healing since its bath. I, Chen, am truly a genius. This time, Chen Huai'an expressed his affirmation in a declarative sentence. However, he soon shook his head, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. Alas, life is fleeting. He did not notice the little black cat fixating intently on his neck, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in its dark eyes. Eat him, consume him, and you shall recover. A mere bird is insufficient. What are you staring at? Chen Huai'an and the little black cat exchanged intense glares. Upon noticing Chen Huai'an's gaze, the cat's fierce demeanor softened immediately, its previously erect pupils roundening as it let out a squeaky meow. Still unwell? Chen Huai'an stroked his chin, pondering. Very well. He turned his back, defenseless. An opportunity. The black cat arched its back, preparing to pounce. Its fur bristled, eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Yet, in the next moment, the man abruptly turned, holding a set of silver needles in his left hand while gripping the cat's nape with his right. The black cat's eyes widened in shock. Damn it! What has this wretched human done? Why can't I move? This feeble body, move for me now, having just administered one round of acupuncture. I shall reinforce it now. Chen Huai'an placed the little black cat on the sofa, casually wrapped it in a towel, and proceeded with the acupuncture. The little cat was still uncertain if it bore rabies. Now that it could move, caution was certainly warranted. To avoid being scratched, he had to go to the hospital for rabies vaccinations, which is quite a waste of money. How despicable, these lowly humans, daring to wrap this king in a towel. The black cat struggled fiercely, baring its teeth. Chen Huai'an was well prepared, administering a needle to each of 2 acupoints. The black cat's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this technique? It moves again, yet now it cannot move at all. How remarkably effective. Chen Huai'an shook his head in admiration as he continued to inject, pondering that even if he could not use it on humans, obtaining a veterinary certificate and opening a pet hospital might fill his coffers. And those pet owners would surely present him with banners of gratitude. By the way, is this a male or female cat? Chen Huai'an lifted the tail to take a glance. Oh, a male cat. Then you should grow up obediently. I shall personally perform a neutering surgery on you later, to prevent you from harassing other female cats. The black cat was taken aback. What is this human saying? He intends to neuter this king? Unthinkable, utterly preposterous. I must devour him. However, as Chen Huai'an continued with the injections, the black cat suddenly felt its wounds healing rapidly, the pain within dissipating gradually. The silver needles did not bring suffering. Instead, they transmitted a warm current into its body, lulling it into a state of drowsiness. This human seems to possess a utility beyond mere consumption. This acupuncture technique appears capable of healing. How intriguing that this era still has a successor of the Golden Needle secret technique. Very well then, I shall wait for him to finish healing me before consuming him. At that point, the Golden Needle secret technique will belong to me. Your electronic girlfriend has fully absorbed the celestial grade Hunyuan supplement. A window popped up in the game. Chen Huai'an caught a glimpse, his heart leaping with joy. With a few swift motions, he removed the silver needles from the black cat, tossing them accurately into a shoebox. The shoebox bounced slightly on the sofa, the lid snapping shut with a sound. The black cat protested. The wounds have yet to be healed. Meow. Human. I demand your demise. Chen Huai'an disregarded the black cat's frantic scratching and furious outbursts, focusing entirely on Qingran. Status: regulating breath, generating energy in the Dantian. Cultivation progress: 3,679, 59.99. Remaining lifespan: 273 years. Favorability: 50. Wow, this status is quite promising. Chen Huai'an felt a sense of comfort as he noted Qingran's lifespan had reached 273 years, though he couldn't help but feel envious. At midnight, the game notification refreshed again, predicting his own lifespan to be a mere 129 days. Though skeptical, he acknowledged his own short-lived existence, naturally envying those who enjoyed longevity. Yet soon enough, he found solace. The game's time aligned with reality. In essence, as long as he pours substantial funds into ensuring that Qingran encounters no unforeseen mishaps. Even in the event of his demise, as long as this gaming account remains intact and is not obliterated by the game company, the character of Qingran will persist for over 2 centuries, bearing the imprint of his existence. He suddenly realized that his previous expenditures did not seem so unreasonable after all. Of course, this is contingent upon the game company behaving ethically. He had heard tales of many games abruptly shutting down, rendering players' investments and cultivated characters utterly futile, with compensation limited to worthless items from other games under the same company's banner. Such actions bear no distinction from the violation of another's property. Fortunately, upon entering the game, he did not encounter the notorious disclaimer stating that the ultimate authority of the game lies with the company itself. Meanwhile, within the confines of his mobile device, a transformation was occurring around Qingran. The curtains ceased their fluttering, the dust surrounding the small room began to settle, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy became increasingly stable. Chen Huai'an observed golden, plant-like tendrils emerging from the girl's vicinity, their reach expanding gradually to envelop the entire room, budding with flowers, as if something extraordinary was on the verge of being born. Qingran has entered the final phase of the nascent Dantian. A first-grade Dantian tends to attract attention from all quarters. Should one invest 88 to safeguard Qingran? Is this a new monetization strategy? A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Chen Huai'an's mouth. Here, neglecting to select the restoration of Qingran's Dantian would undoubtedly lead to failure. One could only wonder from where an ancient monster might emerge to seize Qingran's Dantian. As for whether such a theft was feasible, the game was crafted by them. How they concocted an incident was merely a matter of programming. Fortunately, 88 was not an exorbitant sum, and Chen Huai'an proceeded to make the payment. Please select your protective form. External Avatar Guardian 1008888 once. Mount Guardian 58888 once. Sword Spirit Guardian 38888 once. Ultimate Guardian Package 35888 once. Includes a complete set of the Minor Extermination Sword Formation, a complete set of the Xuanwu Formation, and 7/9 Yang 5 Thunder Talismans. Advanced Guardian Package 18888 once. Includes a complete set of the Thunder Locking Dragon Formation and 19 Yang 5 Thunder Talismans. Intermediate Guardian Package 1888 once. Includes a complete set of the Soaring Sword Formation and 10 Celestial Grade 5 Thunder Talismans. Basic Guardian Package 188 once. Includes a complete set of the Thunder Fire Burning Heaven Formation, 10 Celestial Grade Thunder Fire Talismans, and 19 Yang Purple Thunder Talismans. Customizable package. Aggregate payment in the shopping cart. After reviewing the array of packages, Chen Huai'an felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. How naive he had been. The 88 yuan was merely the key to unlock the floodgates of spending. Without paying that sum, one wouldn't even qualify for premium purchases. Now that he had invested the 88 yuan, the decision to spend further lay before him. Fortunately, the additional options were not excessively extravagant. The packages offered were undoubtedly designed to assist Qingran in overcoming this tribulation, while purchasing the more expensive options was merely for the ostentation of the wealthy. He could even foresee that when the game officially launched, players reaching that stage would witness affluent players basking in a plethora of dazzling effects, while other players and their corresponding digital companions would be left drooling in envy. Most ordinary players would merely opt for the low-tier Guardian package, which offered minimal effects but did not hinder their progress in the game. Chen Huai'an considered himself far from a fool, thus he chose the low-tier Guardian package. Curiously, this individual, who deemed a 15 yuan takeaway to be exorbitant, found the 188 yuan package to be reasonably priced. This was merely a limited-time promotional price. One could only wonder how much it would cost under normal circumstances. The predatory nature of microtransaction games was indeed frightening. Low-tier Guardian package now available. Chen Huai'an observed as a dazzling array of lightning coalesced around Li Qingran's modest abode, swiftly enveloping a 100-meter radius before fading from view. Concurrently, 10 exquisite thunderfire talismans adorned the surroundings of the cottage, while inside, on the table before Li Qingran, lay a large talisman glowing with purple lightning. Intricately inscribed with mysterious symbols, spanning the length of an adult's arm, the 9 Suns Purple Thunder Talisman. Surely, the next sequence would involve a monstrous siege? With arms crossed, Chen Huai'an felt he had a comprehensive grasp of the game's progression. At this moment, Li Qingran's Dantian reconstruction was in its final phase, with the progress bar reaching 90%. In its Sanyun realm, atop the Wanquan mountain, lay a desolate rocky outcrop devoid of flora. Beneath the shadow of towering peaks, a pitch-black abyss stirred, as a pair of sinister eyes suddenly opened. What a delightful aroma! Such a tantalizing scent. This fragrance is from the Dantian, an exceptional Dantian. It is hard to believe that in this era, there exists a prodigy capable of condensing an extraordinary Dantian. Ha ha ha! Heaven is indeed aiding me. Truly, heaven is aiding me. Chapter 25. The Celestial Demon Sect, Nightfall. Brother Liu, is there truly activity from the demon sect within Wanquan Mountain? I have heard that those from the demon sect resort to cruel practices, using cultivators for alchemy, skinning them alive to craft artifacts. I wonder if the rumors hold any truth. A group of disciples from the Qingran sect descended from the mountain, their paths hastened by the urgency of their foundational cultivation stage, leaving little time for idle chatter. Today, however, presented a rare opportunity for leisurely discourse, prompting them to seek fitting conversation topics. Silence. Liu Chantian scoffed, casting a detached glance at his fellow disciples. Even if there are members of the demon sect, what of it? Wanquan Mountain is our Qingran sect's territory. Even if an elder from the demon sect were to arrive, they would still be subdued. Upon hearing his words, the disciples displayed expressions of admiration. Brother Liu is correct. Indeed, Brother Liu is the strongest among the new generation of direct disciples of the Qingran sect, with talents that far surpass those of demon sect disciples. Should we encounter them, we shall unleash our fury. Though Liu Chantian maintained an impassive facade, internally he felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, previously, the sect master had placed a heavy burden upon Zhao Lingtian, but now, with Zhao Lingtian's Dantian rendered useless, he stands as the foremost among the younger generation of direct disciples, the mightiest foundational cultivator of the Qingran sect, overshadowed merely by the trivialities of the demonic sect. Alas, the once clear night sky suddenly darkened. Liu Chantian raised his gaze, witnessing a mass of ominous clouds rising from the mountains, obscuring the moonlight and racing westward with alarming speed. Within those clouds surged a scarlet demonic aura, a chilling pressure palpable even from a distance. It is a demonic cultivator. Such terrifying demonic energy. Quickly alert the sect. Liu Changtian's complexion turned pale, devoid of his earlier arrogance. The demonic energy had already coalesced into clouds. Their adversary must be an ancient fiend. Encountering such an old monster, they, as mere nascent soul cultivators, would be courting death. The disciple from the law enforcement hall beside Liu Changtian fumbled to retrieve the transmission jade slip. But just as he was about to activate it, he found himself paralyzed. Little ones, you cannot be allowed to transmit messages so freely. A chilling laughter echoed from behind. Liu Changtian's heart sank as he realized the black clouds had vanished. The demonic cultivator had somehow appeared behind them. The mist of demonic energy engulfed the law enforcement disciple, silencing his screams before crushing the jade slip into fragments. I have urgent matters today. No time to deal with you. Here, have a little toy to play with, the fiend cackled. As the demonic aura gradually dissipated, the cultivator had not even fully revealed himself before having slain a disciple of the Qingran sect at the foundational stage, leaving only a grotesque corpse behind. He has left. Zhang Shidi? Alas, do not call out. He is beyond saving. We must return to the sect and report. The transmission jade slip was singular, and with a formidable demonic cultivator present in Wanquan, it was no longer suitable for disciples of their combat level to continue the task. More elite disciples or even elders must be dispatched to resolve the issue. A disciple stepped forward, preparing to collect the body of the unfortunate Zhang Shidi. Do not approach. Come back. Lu Chantian, having sensed something amiss about the corpse, hurriedly warned, but it was too late. Suddenly, the lifeless Zhang Shidi sprouted crimson fur, and with astonishing speed, leapt from the ground, pouncing upon the disciple like a cheetah, its gaping maw revealing 2 pairs of sharp fangs, eager to sink into the disciple's neck. With a sickening crunch, the neck of the foundational disciple was gruesomely severed, flesh and blood erupting forth. The unexpected scene left the surrounding disciples in a state of shock, rendered motionless by fear. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty creature grew even more frenzied. This is a hair zombie. Lu Chantian unsheathed his flying sword, his expression grave, and urgently instructed his fellow disciples, quickly form a formation. The enemy is formidable. If we do not eliminate it, none of us shall escape. Gazing at the grotesque hair zombie, a chill gripped his heart. With a mere flick of the wrist, one could transform into a peak foundation establishment stage corpse. What exactly is the origin of the formidable demon sect? In a humble dwelling at the foot of the mountain. The elixir bestowed upon me by my senior is likely far more precious than it appears. Li Qingran, astonished, turned her gaze inward to her dantian. There, amidst a shimmering golden light, a nascent dantian took form, distinct from her previous understanding. As its condensation approached completion, a rotating golden lotus platform materialized before her. Is this truly my new dantian? The lotus-shaped dantian radiated a hazy azure light, with every petal distinctly visible, even revealing the profound scriptures of the great Tao inscribed upon them. What manner of dantian is this? It is unheard of and unseen. Yet, Li Qingran understood that this dantian was extraordinary. She frequently visited the scripture pavilion to peruse various texts. Although the first floor lacked formidable techniques, it contained numerous biographies chronicling the history of the Songyun realm, many of which were tales recorded by cultivators. While these stories may not enhance combat prowess, they broaden one's horizons. In ancient times, sects valued the quality of the dantian over the spiritual roots. Dantians were classified by grade, with the first grade dantian being the pinnacle among innate dantians, although there existed an even rarer supreme grade. However, no cultivator had ever been born with a supreme grade dantian. Only those exceptional prodigies with first grade dantians could, through the use of precious resources, attain a slight chance of acquiring the legendary supreme grade dantian. Li Qingran had never witnessed a supreme grade dantian, but she harbored a vague intuition. Her current dantian must be supreme. What remarkable elixir did my senior bestow upon me? Opening her eyes, she found herself in the small room filled with blooming golden lotuses, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. She felt utterly indebted for the restoration of her dantian, and now, her senior had not only restored it, but also gifted her such a grand opportunity. Cackling with glee, a voice echoed from outside the small house. Li Qingran gazed out the window and beheld a dark cloud hovering above, swirling with demonic energy, within which a vague silhouette loomed. It was a demon cultivator. The visitor bore ill intentions and exhibited considerable strength. Senior, a practitioner from the demon sect, is approaching. In a moment of desperation, Li Qingran did not pause to consider whether her senior was stronger than this demon cultivator. Instead, she seized a broken sword, her gaze fixed intently on the window. Cackling. The demon cultivator had heard Li Qingran's voice and responded with maniacal laughter. I am Yi Futian, the ancient ancestor of the heavenly demon sect. Today, none of you shall escape. Submit and become the foundation upon which I ascend the great Tao. Do not be so arrogant. Li Qingran's expression hardened as she grasped the broken sword, preparing to rise. Yet, a gentle force pushed her back down. In a hotel room, Chen Huai'an gazed at the dark cloud and the large red mark on the map, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He produced a communication talisman and pressed it down, saying, Child, step back and snugly cover yourself with a blanket. I am about to put on a display. No matter. A mere ant, I can easily crush. Chapter 26, 188 direct seconds. What more is there to say? You may manipulate the formation and talismans at will. At the instant Chen Huai'an glimpsed this prompt, a sinister smile gradually twisted upon his face. As a premium player, is it not his purpose to effortlessly overpower bosses? The Thunderfire Incineration formation. No need to conceal it. Let us unleash its fury. In its Songyun realm, a voice resounded above the small dwelling. Thunderfire Incineration Formation, activate. Buzz. What is this? From Yi Futian's perspective, the ground within 100 miles of the small house erupted with flowing purple runes. As lightning and flames surged forth from the formation's symbols, intertwining to encircle him and the dwelling. A sense of threat surged in his heart, albeit not overwhelming. Yi Futian was inherently cautious. Otherwise, he would not have survived years of pursuit by righteous cultivators, evading grievous injuries and still brazenly emerging to commit further misdeeds today. Had it been any other demonic cultivator, they would likely have been utterly dismantled by now. In the past, even the slightest hint of danger would compel him to flee. However, today was different. The temptation before him was far too great. A supreme quality Danteon, if he could obtain this body, or the bottlenecks that had plagued him for years. Even a complete reformation of his cultivation would seem worthwhile. The spiritual energy in the Qingran realm was dwindling, and the treasures of heaven and earth were no longer sufficient to facilitate a qualitative leap. Fortune favors the bold. Today, even if all the elders of the Qingran sect were present, he would dare to take the risk. A mere formation dares to obstruct me? Concealed within the demonic aura, Yi Futian, unseen yet audible, summoned forth a blood-mist claw from the swirling darkness, which descended upon the roof of the small house with overwhelming force, causing the surrounding earth to tremble, the dust to swirl, and the vegetation to bow. Within, Li Qingran felt an icy dread seep in her heart, rendering her breath difficult. Bang! The claw struck the grand formation, causing its runes to flicker momentarily, but showing no signs of collapse. What the hell? Chen Huai'an, fixated on his phone, was startled. He was still pondering how to activate the formation. In the blink of an eye, the boss's attack had already arrived. That old man shows no regard for martial ethics. Then let us first offer you a few celestial-grade Thunderfire talismans. Chen Huai'an's fingers danced upon the screen, sending 3 talismans soaring from the door and walls of the small house, aimed at the demonic storm. Yi Futian did not regard the trifling talismans with any seriousness. His heart weighed heavily. The fact that the grand formation withstood his full-powered strike demonstrated its exceptional quality. The most enigmatic figures in the Qingran realm were the formation masters, and if given the choice, he would certainly prefer not to contend with one. Gathering his strength for a second strike, Yi Futian unleashed it without reservation, intent on a swift resolution. His palm technique is a low-grade, earth-level skill, the Blood Cloud Palm, which guarantees a hit and possesses the eerie ability to corrode spiritual energy. Once afflicted, any cultivator opposing him will gradually weaken as their spiritual energy is devoured by the demonic aura of the Blood Cloud Palm. Naturally, it is also effective against formations. In an instant, 3 talismans soared forward, radiating golden light and accompanied by a thunderous roar. Something was amiss. This is a celestial-grade item. Knight Futin felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, but it was too late to change his strategy. The celestial-grade Thunderfire talisman detonated in midair, unleashing a torrent of lightning and flames, enveloping all of Knight Futin's blood clouds. Simultaneously, Chen Huai'an had also deciphered how to activate the formation. A keyboard popped up on his phone, and following the prescribed sequence, he pressed the keys in a continuous rhythm, producing a blend of English and Chinese characters. For me, Chen, this was childish play. Previously, Chen Huai'an would not have dared to say such a thing. However, ever since mastering needlework, his hands had become swift and steady. If he were to participate in a rhythm game competition now, he might very well outshine the competition and set a world record. Top, top, top. Chen Huai'an feverishly input commands on his phone screen. Come as lie, go, is your boom. Just as Knight Futin, who had barely withstood the 3 Thunderfire talismans, was regaining his composure, he was struck in the face by a bolt of lightning and fire unleashed by the formation. Nod is yes, shake head is no. To greet is to say hello, hello, hello. Boom, boom, crackle. As Chen Huai'an's answering speed accelerated, the speed of the lightning and fire intensified. Although the might of the Thunderfire Devastation formation was not sufficient to obliterate Knight Futin in an instant, its overwhelming numbers were relentless. Soon, the black clouds formed from the demonic aura began to dissipate, revealing an old man clad in tattered black robes, his body charred, with a head of white hair resembling a dandelion. Enough. I will have your life. Knight Futin, having lived for over 500 years, had never endured such humiliation. No longer concealing his form, he leapt onto the rooftop, his ashen hands extending forward in a pressing motion. The overwhelming demonic energy surged around him, forming a colossal visage with a green face and sharp fangs behind him. The apparition opened its gaping maw and mirrored Knight Futin's motion, pressing forward. Boom! The entire Thunderfire Devastation formation was fully manifested under the terrifying pressure, with the formation's runes shattering piece by piece, struggling to sustain themselves. What? The bosses entered the third phase and unleashed a powerful attack. From Chen Huai'an's perspective, Knight Futin still had a third of his health remaining. He couldn't help but chuckle in appreciation. This boss is indeed impressive. Its skills are so flamboyant. As long as I purchase the package, I can definitely clear the level. Thus, he remained unfazed, even finding time to admire the boss's appearance. The apparition solidified, coordinating its assault. This was a demonic cultivator at the transformation stage, and certainly not an ordinary one. Inside the small house, Qingran, clutching her garments with an anxious expression, could not help but remind him, Senior, demonic cultivators are cunning. Be extremely cautious of any hidden cards they may possess. At this moment, the senior has already taken action. If she were to intervene now, it would only complicate matters. All she could do was silently pray that her senior would remain unscathed in the battle against the demonic cultivator. Simultaneously, a profound sense of powerlessness and guilt welled within her. If it were not for the senior's efforts to mend her Dantian, how could she have attracted such formidable demonic foes? If she were just a touch stronger, would she be cowering in the corner like a mouse, helplessly watching her senior take risks while she could do nothing? The death of her parents had sown the seeds of vengeance deep within Qingran's heart. The humiliation from her peers, coupled with her observations of the world's harsh realities, had forged within her a resilient spirit. At this moment, a flicker of determination to grow stronger began to take root in her heart. The path of heaven is merciless to protect all that one cherishes. One must possess strength at all times. Boom! The Thunderfire burning heaven formation shattered with a resounding crash. Yi Futian hovered above the small house, his divine manifestation crushing the flying talismans without mercy, the explosive Thunderfire barely tickling his manifestation. What other tricks do you possess? The 4 great Corpse King manifestations of the celestial demon art, after 500 years of arduous cultivation, had coalesced into the Ingo manifestation, indestructible and immensely powerful, capable of shattering myriad laws. What could your formation achieve, no matter how exquisite it may be? Is that so? A cold snort echoed from within the small house. As Chen Huai'an unleashed the final talisman, the dim night sky unexpectedly radiated a rusty hue. Ink clouds surged like waves. Purple lightning tore through the heavens like a sword, heralding a night as if a torrential storm were about to descend. Above Yi Futian, the winds began to swirl ominously, vast thunderclouds accumulating. The 9-yang purple thunder talisman floated amidst the clouds, appearing and disappearing, while deep within the cloud layers, a formidable power was coalescing. Its might was profound, its presence overwhelming. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth grew wild and tumultuous. Yi Futian looked up at the sky, a chill running down his spine, as an ominous premonition began to take shape. At the Qingran sect, the gathered cultivators gazed at the celestial phenomenon, their spirits shaken. Within the Wanqing mountain, the red-haired zombie, which had been mercilessly slaughtering Lu Changtian and the others, suddenly trembled violently, howling as it turned to flee, seeking to escape the area engulfed by thunderclouds. The Thunderfire Talisman, even as an immortal-grade artifact, merely infused spiritual energy to generate thunderfire. However, the 9-yang purple thunder talisman harnessed the might of heaven and earth, drawing a bolt of divine thunder to eradicate evil and cleanse wickedness. Condense. Following the requirements of the game, Chen Huai'an traced the strokes of the talisman with his fingers. The heavenly might was overwhelming. Staying any longer would mean certain death. As long as he could escape this place, he would one day attain a supreme Dantian. He merely needed to remain patient. Yi Futian, not sparing a glance at Qingran within the small house, prepared to flee. In the next moment, boom, a thunder dragon descended from the heavens, momentarily illuminating the world in blinding white. The lightning split into 2 bolts, one pursuing Yi Futian, the other striking towards the eastern side of Wanqing Mountain. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. Chen Huai'an observed on his phone as the health bar of this boss, Yi Futian, plummeted to 0 in an instant. He blew on his fingers and chuckled softly. Teske, that one T do it all, despite appearing so formidable. The sum of 188 yuan was directly settled. What more is there to say? Within the Qingran sect, Sect Master Wu Duantian gazed at the extraordinary celestial phenomenon, acutely sensing the tumultuous waves of spiritual energy. Within Wanchuan Mountain, a fierce battle among cultivators unfolded. One participant even summoned heavenly thunder. Such an extraordinary display is undoubtedly linked to the mysterious cultivator who previously refined the divine elixir, Zhao Lingtian. As he pondered, a flicker of hope ignited within him. He turned to his pale-faced, incapacitated disciple lying in bed, his tone gravely earnest. "This may be our final opportunity. We shall venture forth together. Should we garner the assistance of that esteemed elder, your Dantian may yet be salvaged." Chapter 27. A request for opportunity. When Wu Duantian and his disciple arrived at the scene, the battle had already concluded. The celestial anomalies had vanished, and the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy had dissipated. The elder was nowhere to be seen. Residual, demonic energy lingered. Could it be that the elder had been engaged in combat with a demonic cultivator? He surveyed his surroundings and quickly discovered a vast lightning pit spanning several meters. Approaching it, he noted that the pit was 3 zhang deep, filled with seething magma, molten rock formed by extreme heat, with arcs of electricity flickering within. Even now, thin traces of demonic energy remained in the pit. However, the source of that energy had vanished. It was uncertain whether they lay slain or had fled. The ability to wield such fearsome lightning was indeed astounding. The elder's strength was unfathomable. While Wu Duantian maintained the composure befitting a transformation realm cultivator, he was inwardly alarmed. A cultivator of the transformation realm could initially harness the forces of heaven and earth. Yet to borrow the power of the heavenly Tao, as that elder had done, was beyond his capabilities. What level of power did that elder possess? Nevertheless, since they had contended with a demonic cultivator, it was certain that the elder was a righteous practitioner. A reassuring notion. "Master, look, there seems to be a woman in that small cottage." Zhao Lingtian pointed towards the cottage by the stream at the foot of the mountain. Wu Duantian glanced over. His keen eyesight as a transformation realm cultivator allowed him to discern Li Qingran within the cottage from a distance. He remarked softly, "Isn't she the disciple from Qishao Peak who intentionally harmed my junior sister? What was her name?" "Li Qingran." "What brings her here?" Indeed, it was Li Qingran. Zhao Lingtian also recognized her, his expression twisting into a disdainful sneer. During the sect competition, she insisted on seeking personal vengeance and was justly expelled from Qishao Peak and the sect. I heard that Zhang Hanxiao sent her back to the mundane world. It seems she has returned, believing she could rejoin our Qingyuan sect. There is no need to waste time on such irrelevant individuals. Wu Duantian averted his gaze. A mere discarded female disciple was not worthy of his or Zhao Lingtian's attention. Fortuitously, Li Qingran had escaped death amidst the aftermath of the battle between the two great cultivators. It should be noted that the lightning pit was only 300 to 400 meters from the cottage. Had it been any closer, the residual shockwaves alone would have sufficed to spell her doom. As for the mysterious elder and any potential connection to Li Qingran, Wu Duantian had never contemplated such a notion. It simply did not cross his mind. Li Qingran's newly formed Dantian had withdrawn inward, with all fluctuations of energy completely vanished. Moreover, given the vast disparity in their statuses, he did not believe that the elder capable of refining divine elixirs would concern himself with mere ants. Zhao Lingtian, it is possible that this esteemed elder is still nearby. Wu Duantian advised the disciples around him. After the battle, that elder will surely seek a secluded place to recuperate. You should earnestly plead with him. Perhaps he might assist you in healing your Dantian. Yes, sect master, Zhao Lingtian responded with unwavering confidence. He hailed from a distinguished lineage, being a prince of a great nation in the mundane world, coupled with exceptional talent and cultivation, possessing the exceedingly rare luminous fire spiritual root. Prior to the shattering of his Dantian, its quality could be rated as 4th tier, and with his handsome appearance and remarkable demeanor, anyone who beheld him would inevitably feel a sense of admiration. In the realm of cultivation, fate and karma are of utmost significance, particularly for those reclusive masters who have long been ensnared by a bottleneck. Upon emerging from seclusion, they wander in search of opportunities, and do not shy away from forming benevolent relationships to accumulate merit. Such actions can indeed facilitate their breakthroughs and enhance their chances of successfully overcoming tribulations. Elder, Zhao Lingtian took a few steps forward, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect toward the thunder pit, tears welling in his eyes as he earnestly implored. I am Zhao Lingtian, the chief disciple of the Qingyan sect. I witnessed your esteemed self refining a divine elixir the other day, and today repelling the demonic sect as cultivators. I have long held deep admiration for you. My dantian was shattered by the demonic cultivators, and my heart harbors an intense loathing for them. I dare to request a remedy for restoring my dantian. Could you kindly point me in the right direction? If I am able to recover my dantian, your grace will never be forgotten, and I am willing to serve you wholeheartedly. Upon hearing this, Wu Duantian felt a twinge of envy. When he had initially accepted Zhao Lingtian as a disciple, such words had not been uttered. Yet, for the sake of restoring this beloved disciple's dantian, he could only endure it for the moment. Amidst the vast expanse of the mountains, no response echoed back, and both Wu Duantian and Zhao Lingtian remained patient, silently awaiting an answer. Why have Sect Master and Zhao Lingtian come here? It seems they are searching for the elder, Qingran mused, peering out from the window before retreating back to her bedside. From Zhao Lingtian's words, it was evident that he sought an opportunity from the elder. However, would the elder truly bestow such an opportunity upon him? Qingran was profoundly uncertain about this. To speak somewhat impertinently, in her impression, the elder, while extraordinarily powerful, resembled a benevolent figure who unconditionally dispenses opportunities. It must be acknowledged that Zhao Lingtian surpassed her in every regard. Her talents and background were simply incomparable to his. It was evident that investing in Zhao Lingtian would yield far greater returns than in her. Returning to her bed, she hugged her knees, her lips pouting as if they could hold a jar of vinegar. She did not wish for the elder to grant Zhao Lingtian an opportunity. It was not out of selfishness or a desire to monopolize. Rather, she understood that Zhao Lingtian was not a man of benevolence, despite his talent. He was arrogant and narrow-minded. The elder bestows opportunities upon such individuals. Should this person later utilize the elder's resources to cause trouble, would it not entangle the elder in a web of consequences? Yet, the matter of decision lies solely with the elder. She can only observe in silence. Someone is requesting an opportunity from you. Chen Huai'an was diligently engaged in defeating a boss when a notification abruptly appeared on his screen. What is this? He paused momentarily and, following the game's prompt, spotted the NPCs Wu Duantian and Zhao Lingtian near the cottage. Leader of Qingran sect, Wu Duantian direct disciple of Qingran sect. Zhao Lingtian, two significant figures, indeed. Wasn't the Qingran sect the same one that Qingran had previously affiliated with? A sect leader and a direct disciple. Come to solicit an opportunity from him? Chen Huai'an couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and indignation. Who do they think he was? Qingran was his electronic girlfriend. Thus, in essence, he was Qingran's cyber boyfriend, was he not? How dare these individuals disrespect his beloved Chen Huai'an and then approach him for opportunities? The game interface conveniently displayed a dialogue box with a sound transmission talisman. You have triggered the opportunity gifting storyline for the first time. This use of the sound transmission talisman is free. You may bestow opportunities upon other cultivators, which may yield unpredictable consequences for your electronic girlfriend, Qingran. Items to be gifted can be selected from your inventory. Upon reading this notification, Chen Huai'an took a moment to regain his composure. What do they desire? Cultivator Zhao Lingtian is requesting a primordial restoration pill from you. Will you gift it? What on earth? A primordial restoration pill? This beyond character seeks an opportunity? This is a matter of life and death. Chen Huai'an opened his game inventory and drew out a Thunderfire talisman, aiming it at Wu Duantian and Zhao Lingtian. Can I strike these two wretched beings dead? Wu Duantian is a late-stage transformation god cultivator. Will you engage in battle with him? It seems the system does not allow for the annihilation of these NPCs through monetary means. Never mind. Chen Huai'an calmed himself once more. He understood that the items he possessed were likely insufficient to vanquish a transformation god cultivator. Should he fail to defeat them, it would be quite embarrassing. His own status would diminish, but more importantly, he feared repercussions for Qingran. In light of this, he decided to maintain the demeanor of a mysterious expert. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Huai'an pressed the sound transmission talisman and took a deep breath. How dare you seek opportunities from me? Looking at you too in such a state. Do you even consider whether you are worthy? In the cloudy realm, a tempest arose before Wu Duantian and Zhao Lingtian, causing the grass and trees to bow low. The two men felt a surge of spiritual energy in the wind, their eyes lighting up with realization. Finally, the elder was willing to respond. Wu Duantian thought to himself, my dantian is finally saved. Zhao Lingtian could hardly contain his excitement, clenching his fists. They strained to listen, eager not to miss a single word. However, amidst the roaring wind, only a single word echoed, a furious bellow. Get lost. Inside the cottage, Li Qingran, seated at the bedside, initially widened her eyes in astonishment. Unable to contain herself any longer, she covered her mouth delicately, letting out a soft chuckle. In Chapter 28, Another Gift, the furious roar carried by the wind was heard. Wu Duantian and Zhao Lingtian's expressions darkened instantly. "Senior, have I offended you in any way? We are unacquainted. There is no need for such humiliation," Zhao Lingtian protested. He was a rare prodigy, accustomed to being revered. After sustaining injuries to his Dantian from a demonic cultivator, a distinguished late-stage transformation realm practitioner, his master Wu Duantian fretted daily, tirelessly working to ensure his recovery, all because of his exceptional talent that promised to elevate the future of the Qingran sect. When had he ever faced such scorn? Even a mere insult left him feeling embarrassed. Yet, there was no response from Wang Quanchen. Frustrated and awkward, Zhao Lingtian contemplated leaving but hesitated to abandon the chance of restoring his Dantian, standing foolishly in place, seeking help from Wu Duantian. "Alas, let us depart. What is meant to be yours will be yours. If not, it simply indicates your lack of affinity with that senior." Wu Duantian sighed, shaking his head, feeling helpless in this predicament. Were the opponent merely a practitioner of comparable strength, he might have sought justice for his disciple. However, as it stood, even if the mysterious cultivator had activated their spiritual awareness to communicate, he could not ascertain their location. This indicated that the other party could evade them at will. From the outset, they held the upper hand, their power only superior, and further entanglement would only invite disgrace. "Master," Zhao Lingtian protested, yet Wu Duantian merely patted his shoulder, refraining from summoning his flying sword, and walked away nonchalantly, saying, "Let us go." He felt an even greater burden than Zhao Lingtian. As a master, he ought to defend his disciple and stand up for him, but at this moment, he could only swallow his pride and retreat in shame. Meanwhile, Lu Chantian and several disciples of the law enforcement hall sat under a pine tree, still shaken. They had arrived with around 50 individuals, but now only 36 remained. 14 disciples had perished in the battle against the red-haired zombie. Fortunately, a powerful being had cast a spell on Wang Quanchen, and when the thunder struck, it also vanquished the red-haired zombie. Without that high being's assistance, they would have suffered even greater losses in eliminating the creature. Who could this great figure be? Summoning heavenly thunder to eradicate evil? Such prowess is beyond our reach, lamented one disciple. Though Lu Chantian remained silent, he yearned to encounter that mysterious figure, hoping to receive guidance that would smooth his path of cultivation. "Senior Lu, given these unforeseen circumstances, should we continue with our mission?" Another inquired. "Indeed, Senior Lu. We do not even know if the demonic cultivator is dead," they sighed. Although the disciples did not explicitly voice their doubts, their evasive gazes and hesitant words betrayed their inclination to retreat. Lu Chantian felt a sense of disdain in his heart and replied calmly, "The task assigned by the sect leader must be accomplished. Given your current state, you should return and report the casualties. I will handle the rest." "Ah, Senior Brother Lu, this is not appropriate, is it? The situation in Wang Quanchen is perilous. How can you face it alone?" Hearing their insincere pleasantries, Lu Chantian merely curled his lips. "It is settled. My mind is made up. I am the leader, and you shall follow my orders." With this declaration, the disciples from the law enforcement hall ceased their reluctance, expressing their gratitude profusely before departing, leaving Lu Chantian alone beneath the pine tree. "Ah, covardireches. With such timidity, you will never seize the opportunity." Continuing the mission is not merely for reputation or the sect leader's command. It is also about seizing chances. The fortunes of one are vastly different from those of a multitude. Inside the small cabin, all was tranquil. Qingran's Dantian was recovering, thanks to the kindness of her predecessors, for which she felt immense gratitude. She bowed towards the ceiling, having expressed her thanks excessively, unsure how to articulate her joy and appreciation. Words felt too insipid, and repeating them seemed insincere, so she concealed her excess sentiments within her heart. "What thanks? You are my electronic girlfriend." Chen Huai'an, seeing his affinity level reach 60, was instantly elated. "As a cyber boyfriend, isn't it my duty to assist my electronic girlfriend?" Qingran, focus on your cultivation and trample those who look down on you beneath your feet. My life may be set, but you are different. Although you are merely data, data can grow. Before the official launch of this game, I will surely nurture you into the strongest female cultivator. Then, even if the king of hell claims me, I can smile as I reincarnate as the world's wealthiest. Li Qingran heard the words, "Cultivate diligently, Be humble and patient. Yes, I shall not disappoint the expectations of my predecessors. Li Qingran bowed deeply, her face stern, yet inwardly she could not help but think. The predecessor remained so aloof, yet unexpectedly reliable and reassuring. She could not suppress a silly grin before quickly adopting a serious demeanor and retrieving a string of prayer beads from her storage ring. Crafted from low-grade spirit stones, each bead was meticulously polished to a uniform size, appearing exceedingly exquisite. Predecessor, this is a luck bead I crafted. It is made from humble materials. I hope you do not find it lacking. Once I acquire better materials, I promise to create a new one for you. Low-grade spirit stones were the only resources Li Qingran felt she could utilize. She longed to use the high-grade spirit crystals reserved for the advanced gathering formation, but feared upsetting her predecessor. However, the low-grade spirit stones given to her daily were presumably hers to use freely. Since they were at her disposal, she decided to indulge a little. Your electronic girlfriend, Li Qingran, has prepared a small gift for you. Please check your messages. Wow, a gift? Qingran, you are truly wonderful. He. Chen Huai'an, before his phone, wore an anti-smile, feeling that all the money spent was indeed worth it. Even if he knew this was merely the official's ploy, what of it? The value of emotional satisfaction is priceless. He accepted it. Meanwhile, in the Sanyan realm, Li Qingran remarked, not bad, quite thoughtful. Yet, he wondered when a small gift would arrive. At a certain 7-day express hotel, Chen Huai'an clutched his phone, reluctant to set it aside. Speaking of which, the last talisman was of mediocre quality. After just one mountain climb, his name was washed away by sweat. The thought left him speechless. After all, he had contributed so much money. How could the talisman fade? There was no sincerity at all. He hoped that this time, the official's gift would be of a higher caliber. TSK, what is this human boy grinning at that black box? A pair of round cat eyes peeked out from the gap of a shoebox, the cat stealthily observing. Currently, my body is too frail. I would likely be no match in a direct confrontation. Moreover, this human seems to possess some special ability. Grasping my nape renders me immobile. To be safe, I shall wait until this human falls asleep before taking action. In the late night, Li Qingran continued his cultivation. Before sleeping, Chen Huai'an foolishly checked his balance, his face turning green. Where had his money gone? In just 2 days, nearly all the money he had earned had been spent. It seemed he needed to quickly initiate the second challenge livestream. However, his foot had yet to heal for the livestream to have any effect. The difficulty must not be lower than that of Mount Tai, otherwise, who would watch? Alternatively, he could devise something new, yet either option was unkind to his current disabled state. Chen Huai'an wore a frown, finally succumbing to sleep at 4 in the morning. The moonlight seeped through the window, brushing over the windowsill and sofa, silently cascading onto the shoebox. Suddenly, the motionless shoebox sprang open. For nimble black cat paws landed softly on the table without making a sound. In the darkness, a pair of cat eyes glimmered with a red light. Fixated on the man sleeping soundly in bed, it advanced step by step, entering the moonlight. The shadow cast on the wall was not that of a cat, but rather a terrifying, colossal beast. Outside the window, the wind ceased, the grass stood still, and the chirping of insects abruptly vanished. Time thickened in that moment. Chapter 29. A fine sword. A fine sword. Any creature is most vulnerable while in deep slumber. So vulnerable, in fact, that they can be easily slain by beings countless times weaker than themselves. Just as it was at this moment, the black cat crouched low, its gaze locked onto Chen Huai'an's neck, exposed and vulnerable. It had only recently awakened. Facing an adult male head-on would be a challenge. However, once it continued to recover and feasted on more prey to regain its vitality, even those 4-wheeled iron boxes would no longer pose a threat. The thought of those 4-wheeled iron boxes lingered. In the depths of the black cat's eyes, a flicker of animosity ignited. Those cunning humans had the audacity to conceal themselves within swiftly moving iron boxes on 4 wheels, and for the first time, it encountered the unknown, nearly meeting its demise. Thus, vengeance would commence with the consumption of this human. With a swift whoosh, the black cat lunged at Chen Huai'an, its speed blurring into a phantom-like shadow, claws raised, leaving a crimson trail in the air. That strike was aimed directly at his neck. Yet, just as it was about to succeed, a thunderous roar resonated in the black cat's mind, leaving it disoriented. Its agile limbs suddenly stiffened, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless piece of meat. Is it the ancestral dragon? How can this aura be possible? Trembling, the black cat managed to ascend back onto the bed. shaking its dazed head to gaze once more at the slumbering man, disbelief etched in its feline eyes. The commotion roused Chen Huai'an, who turned over, lips smacking together, the blanket slipping to reveal a portion of his back. There, the dragon tattoo writhed, its fierce visage coming to life, with golden eyes flickering with a piercing radiance, exuding an air of majesty. As if sensing the cat's gaze, another thunderous roar echoed in its mind. The black cat's thoughts became muddled as the dragon-shaped tattoo leaped from the man's back. Oh, come on. Is this necessary? Terrified, the black cat turned to flee. However, the dragon's tail, adorned with golden-edged black scales, swept in and yanked it back into the shoebox. The lid snapped shut with a decisive sound. Damn it. This human possesses the protection of an ancestral dragon. Crouched within the shoebox, the black cat trembled in agony, feeling as if its very insides were ablaze. Blood spilling from its mouth. It had just awakened, its body frail. In this desolate era of spiritual energy, healing was already a formidable challenge. First, it had been struck by the iron box, then snatched away by a wretched bird, and now it had been swept by the dragon's tail, leaving its injuries more severe than before. I must leave this place. It is not safe to linger. The black cat struggled to rise, feeling lightheaded. But after a mere few steps in the shoebox, it succumbed to unconsciousness. The moonlight continued to shine quietly, while the dragon tattoo circled the bed before returning to its place on the man's back. In his dreams, Chen Huai'an wore a silly smile, scratching his backside, then rolling over. At 7 in the morning, as the alarm rang, Chen Huai'an, with his head completely buried in the pillow, skillfully reached for his phone with one hand, swiping the screen to unlock it, revealing a face marked by dark circles. Electronic girlfriend, activate. In the small room, a girl sat cross-legged on the bed, diligently absorbing the spiritual energy from the gathering formation. Status, cultivating. Cultivation progress, 7631, 9999. Remaining lifespan, 273 years. Favorability, 60. Not bad. Upon witnessing Li Qingran's astonishing progress in cultivation, Chen Huai'an was instantly awakened to the situation. With a limited amount of funds in his pocket, he could only afford to set up an intermediate spirit gathering array for Li Qingran. Nevertheless, throughout the night, Li Qingran soared through multiple levels, his strength advancing by leaps and bounds. Is this the terrifying power of a supreme quality Dantian? Chen Huai'an felt an overwhelming sense of gratification. Despite the game's tendency to exploit players financially, the results were immediate and remarkable once one invested. He gently prodded Li Qingran's shoulder, causing the battle command system and various historical data to emerge. This system rewarded Li Qingran as he ascended in rank. For instance, after leaping from a 6th to the 8th level the previous night, he unlocked 3 rewards that resembled golden bags. Chen Huai'an clicked to claim them, and the 3 bags instantly materialized on Li Qingran's desk. Spirit Stone Lucky Blind Box. Rather mediocre. Chen Huai'an was not particularly interested in such minor rewards. His gaze shifted to the grand prize for achieving the great perfection in Qi refinement, which shimmered with dazzling purple light, clearly a remarkable item. Chao Shengge. The tides rise as the sun emerges from the remnants of night, ushering in the old year with the spring of the river. The tide rising technique, inspired by the vastness of the ocean, harnesses the spirit of the tides and comprehends the mysteries of yin and yang. Cultivating this technique is akin to standing by the sea, witnessing the alternation of sun and moon and feeling the breath of the tides. Upon reaching the highest level, one can draw spiritual energy within the body, gathering it like a tide, and even resonate with the natural spiritual forces, replenishing consumption through the power of nature, thus maintaining endurance in battle. This technique is a lower-tier version of the ocean technique. Upon reaching the great perfection realm, one may directly cultivate the ocean technique. Wow, truly, the battle command is formidable. Chen Huai'an nodded in agreement, stroking his chin. Although he had never inquired about the internal martial arts that Li Qingran was practicing, he surmised that it could not be superior to what was obtained through the battle command. After all, according to the nature of this game, anything given for free without monetary investment was likely to be mere basic equipment of little value. He opened Li Qingran's character panel and glanced at the section on martial arts, only to feel a twinge of embarrassment. The Red Cloud Technique, which was currently Li Qingran's internal martial arts, was rated as a low-grade mysterious tier. While both the Red Cloud Technique and the Tide Rising Technique were of the same low-grade tier, the latter had a superior alternative. However, to switch internal martial arts would require dispersing his current skills, effectively rendering all of Li Qingran's hard-earned progress futile. If the red cloud technique also had a superior version, then it would seem imprudent for Li Qingran to abandon his cultivation for a new one. Never mind, after all, it is still a martial art. Let us see what it entails. Chen Huai'an noticed that the tide-rising technique was not marked as exclusive to Li Qingran, and a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this technique might also be usable by me? He could not help but recall the Qinglian sword classic. Could it be that he must first master the tide-rising technique before imparting it to Li Qingran? Given the game developer's penchant for mischievous twists, it seemed plausible that they might orchestrate such a scenario. He shook his head in resignation, considering these elements merely as intricacies designed by the game creators to enhance player immersion. Your electronic girlfriend's delightful gift has arrived. The notification popped up, followed by another indicating that the loot you selected is also at your doorstep. The charming little gift is a bracelet crafted by Li Qingran. As for the loot, it consists of a prized item obtained after vanquishing the Night Vulture, which includes a manual titled Heavenly Demon Technique, Volume 1, a low-grade magical sword, a damaged mid-grade spiritual artifact, and several spirit stones. The game window had prompted him to select one item as real loot. As for the term real, having played this game for numerous days, he could easily deduce that these were mere tokens bestowed upon him by the game's creator. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the outer door. Chen Huai'an paused for a moment, then, leveraging his cane, propelled himself toward the entrance. Today, he was determined to discover the identity of the early morning courier. However, upon opening the door, he was met with an empty corridor. Could it be that the individual was an expert in parkour? Chen Huai'an glanced toward the darkened staircase to his right, hearing no sounds of descent. It seemed the person had escaped through the adjacent window. If that were the case, he had missed the opportunity to confirm their identity. TSK, how shy of them. If they wish to flee, then so be it. As Chen Huai'an withdrew his head from the window, he noticed two boxes lying at his feet. One was small enough to contain a bracelet, adorned with the inscription Qingran's gift. The other box was considerably larger, measuring approximately 1.5 meters, with only 3 prominent characters emblazoned on it. Loot. Just as he had anticipated. He reached for the larger box, but found it too heavy to lift with one hand. It thudded heavily onto the floor, leaving a noticeable dent in the hotel flooring. Startled, Chen Huai'an glanced around, feeling guilty, and discreetly dragged a corner of the carpet to cover the indentation. With both hands, he cautiously lifted the elongated box, inwardly marveling at its contents. What a splendid sword. Indeed, he, Chen Huai'an, now possessed his very own blade. Chapter 30, The Black-Scaled Sword. Regrettably, his streaming account had few followers. Otherwise, he would have surely conducted an unboxing live stream. With a sense of elation, Chen Huai'an carried the 2 boxes into his room, shutting the door, closing the windows, and drawing the curtains. He turned on the bedside lamp and settled onto the bed, eagerly rubbing his hands together. First, he would unveil the charming gift from our dear Qingran. He used a nail clipper to cut through the tape, opening the box, only for his expression to darken instantly. Inside was merely a sealed bag containing a string of beads, the material unknown, resembling glass orbs. This feels rather lackluster. As he took the string of beads into his hands, he felt their coolness, and in an instant, the air around him seemed to freshen, dispelling the morning's weariness. Although the material was unremarkable, and the craftsmanship subpar, the inscribed characters were so poorly done they nearly brought him to tears. He gazed at the crooked blessings inscribed on the bead, yet he adorned his wrist with it, his eyes brimming with delight. The mere thought that it was a small gift from Li Qingran invigorated his spirit considerably. Indeed, he identified the refreshing sensation that coursed through him as the power of love. Not far away, the black cat, which had previously lain motionless in a shoebox on the table, twitched its nose, its tightly closed eyes parting ever so slightly. What followed was the grand reveal. Chen Huai'an's movements as he unwrapped the package were somewhat aggressive. In a matter of moments, he unveiled the substantial object within. It was a long sword, its design reminiscent of ancient craftsmanship, appearing somewhat aged, yet clearly intended to convey a sense of antiquity. The sword measured 1.5 meters in length, its entire body a rich bronze hue, adorned with black scales along the blade. The hilt bore intricate, albeit indecipherable, traditional characters, which Chen Huai'an speculated might be the name of the swordsmith. The name Black Scale was indeed fitting. He raised the black scale sword towards the ceiling light. The light glinted off the blade, reflecting a chilling radiance that seemed to belong to another era. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But he couldn't shake the feeling that this sword was out of place in this world. Rather, it belonged to Li Qingran's realm. It was not merely a decorative piece, but a genuine flying sword from the Zhangyan realm. I must have had a poor night's sleep. My mind is wandering, Chen Huai'an thought, bemused by his own fanciful imagination. Nevertheless, he held a deep appreciation for the craftsmanship of the game developers. For instance, the amulet from before, though faded, appeared genuinely crafted by Li Qingran. This time, the bead, though perhaps composed of mere glass, emitted a subtle fragrance akin to that of the previous amulet. In essence, it was all in the details. As for the sword, there was little left to be said. It was made of authentic materials, and even displayed as a mere ornament in his home, it would exude an impressive aura. I wonder if this sword is sharp? Chen Huai'an mused, scratching his head. Just as he was about to test it with his hand, he instinctively withdrew, a subconscious warning advising against such folly. Instead, he picked up a curled strand of black fur from the floor and gently tossed it onto the blade. With an ethereal sound, he faintly heard the sword hum. To his astonishment, the fur was severed cleanly in two, falling away from either side of the blade. Goodness, it's that sharp. Is this considered a controlled weapon? How is it transported? What if I get caught? Chen Huai'an hastily sheathed the sword. Spotting a nail on the wall beside his bed, he hung the black scale sword there. Strangely enough, the modern decor complemented the ancient sword quite well. Decided then, black scale sword, you shall accompany me in the flames of cremation. He chuckled. Meanwhile, the black cat in the shoebox observed, this lad is quite peculiar. He possesses a magical flying sword. Could it be that in this era, usable magical artifacts still exist? Why have I not encountered any on the streets? The art of puppetry, however, is remarkably advanced. Within the confines of a shoebox, a black cat gazed out with its round, luminous eyes, startled by the ethereal energy emanating from a spirit stone. This energy was, for the feline, an invaluable resource. Even merely inhaling the air imbued with its essence could hasten the healing of its wounds. The secret art of the golden needle and the protection of the ancestral dragon had now emerged alongside the spirit stones and magical artifacts. The black cat's heart fluttered with uncertainty, perplexed by the situation of Chen Huai'an and the peculiarities of this era. Logically, such entities associated with spiritual energy should have long since vanished from this world, as its observations post-awakening had confirmed. Yet, this young man possessed everything. Was this not a realm of mysticism? Regardless, the immediate priority was to utilize this young man to expedite its recovery. Although the protection of the ancestral dragon posed a challenge, as long as it did not inflict harm upon him, his intentions would remain unscathed. Just as the cat planned to meow faintly to attract Chen Huai'an's attention, it discovered that the room had already emptied. Where has that young man gone? It pondered, dragging its weary body to the windowsill. There, it observed its target clad in sleep attire, brandishing a clothes drying rod as he rushed toward the plaza across the hotel. Old Li had been practicing Tai Chi in the small square for 20 years. Among the elderly in the surrounding neighborhoods, he would confidently assert second place, with no one daring to claim the top spot. As he strolled along, engrossed in a game on his phone, he cautioned two children crossing the street. Watch out for cars, he called, only to receive a rude gesture from one of them in response. Old man, mind your own business. Oldie shook his head, sighing at the departing youths. The younger generation seemed increasingly devoid of vitality, spending their days consumed by video games rather than engaging with the world as he did in his youth. While technology has ushered in societal advancements, it has also led to the loss of innocence and nostalgia. With a heavy heart, he sighed again and approached the tree where he practiced each day, only to find another figure had arrived before him. Clad in sleepwear, a young man stood there, awkwardly wielding a clothes-drying rod, sweat glistening on his brow as he maintained a peculiar posture. Despite the young man's unorthodox movements, Old Li perceived a flicker of hope in that moment. This vibrant youth embodied the very essence that was lacking in the current era, the quality he most admired. Observing the young man's technique, he recognized potential, albeit accompanied by a clear lack of foundational understanding. Seizing the opportunity to mentor him, Old Li declared, "Young man, that is incorrect. Your stance is unstable. This is not how one should practice the horse stance." At that moment, Chen Huai'an, deeply engrossed in his painful training of the Qingran sword classic, was suddenly interrupted by an elderly voice from behind. A pair of broad hands pressed down firmly on his shoulder, exerting significant weight. As he awkwardly shifted his foot between his legs, Chen Huai'an inhaled sharply, a wave of excruciating pain coursing through his plastered right leg. Yet, surprisingly, he felt no irritation. With the elderly gentleman behind him correcting his posture, he was astonished to discover that his progress in the Qingran Sword Classic Chapter 1 had surged from 2 to 13. Chapter 31. Please select a target. What sheer joy! A magnifique surprise. Chen Huai'an had initially thought that teaching Li Qingran the Qingran Sword Classic was a distant dream. However, the old man's casual adjustment of his stance illuminated a glimmer of hope. Simultaneously, Chen Huai'an realized a crucial fact. The hacker team behind the camera must be monitoring his movements, or at the very least, an AI system was continuously assessing his various actions. Only with standard movements could he effectively enhance his training progress. The intricacies of this game were astoundingly rigorous, even down to the acupuncture needles provided, which adhered to the orthodox techniques of traditional Chinese medicine. Thus, it was evident that the foundational aspects of the Qingran Sword Classic were adapted from legitimate martial arts, necessitating precise movements. Master, Chen Huai'an turned and bowed deeply, tears glistening in his eyes. Thank you for correcting my posture. The old man, Li, was momentarily taken aback, yet a wave of exhilaration surged through him. Master? Occasionally, the elderly would jestingly refer to him as such, but it was mostly in a light-hearted manner. As an elder, he yearned for the acknowledgement of the youth more than that of his peers, just as young people sought validation from their elders. This was a mutual exchange. No young person had ever called him a master before. This lad was the first. Upon closer inspection, the young man was rather handsome, though it was puzzling why he had shaved his head, and his complexion appeared somewhat unhealthy. While he possessed some medical knowledge, he had regrettably neglected his own health over the years. Regardless, he resolved to first correct the young man's posture before checking his pulse to discern any underlying issues. What a fine young man. He must remain in good health. Son, I merely helped you adjust your posture. There's no need to be so moved. I am no master, just an old man who practiced classical martial arts for a few years in my youth. Li Chocolat Bottomly, continuing to point out Chen Huai'an's other errors. Your movements seem to emulate a form of classical martial arts, somewhat akin to Tai Chi, yet with a sharper and more rebellious edge, which is inconsistent with the principles of Tai Chi regardless of the martial art. The foundational step is to stabilize your lower body. Before ensuring your hand movements are precise, you must first stabilize your legs. As he spoke, he glanced at Chen Huai'an's trembling right leg, his brow furrowing in concern. Lad, your leg doesn't seem quite rightly reached out and touched the plaster cast. His mind momentarily clouded. Wait, you're limping and still can't practice boxing this early? Another touch confirmed his worries as he felt a lump on Chen Huai'an's leg. What is this? Young man, let me take your pulse. As the conversation unfolded, the elder's hand rested upon Chen Huai'an's wrist, and while he merely touched it, the old man's expression grew increasingly grave. The prognosis was dire. Death loomed ominously within the pulse he felt. Beads of perspiration formed on the elder's brow as he reluctantly glanced at Chen Huai'an, torn between revealing the truth and noting the young man's untroubled demeanor. Old sir, you're truly remarkable. Not only do you excel in martial arts, but you also possess the ability to take a pulse, Chen Huai'an observed, aware that the elder had discerned something alarming. In traditional Chinese medicine, furrowing one's brow signifies the uncertainty of life and death. A side denotes the grim reality of fate. The elder's furrowed brow and sighs resonated with his current predicament, as he felt himself already inscribed in the grim ledger of Yama, the king of the underworld, awaiting his summons. Old sir, I am in the late stages of cancer. My time is limited, and I am well aware of my condition. Your pulse diagnosis is indeed accurate, Chen Huai'an stated matter-of-factly. Late-stage cancer? And you still manage to smile? The elder gazed at the pallor of Chen Huai'an's face, his heart aching with sympathy. What a fine young man. Why must he be afflicted by such a relentless ailment? Accepting the inevitable, Chen Huai'an responded with a refreshing nonchalance. In these final moments, I simply wish to live joyfully and fully. For me, experiencing life, even if it is brief, renders my journey worthwhile. My path may be shorter than many. Yet in light of the current job market where university graduates struggle to find employment, I consider myself to have already embraced a form of tranquility. The elder opened his mouth, intending to dispute Chen Huai'an's perspective, but upon reflection, he realized that the young man's approach was indeed the most commendable response. In Chen Huai'an's eyes, he perceived a sense of liberation and broad-mindedness uncommon among many elderly individuals. Could such maturity be innate? The elder's heart felt heavy. For no one is born with such wisdom. Maturity invariably demands a significant price. The profound insights of this young man could only stem from enduring considerable hardship, which had led him to adopt such an enlightened outlook. The unbearable weight of suffering had transformed into a mere breeze for him. Is there truly no chance for healing? The elder inquired, almost hopelessly. Virtually none, Chen Huai'an replied, shaking his head. Even with insurance, it would merely extend my life. The cancer has infiltrated my very bones. Full recovery is nearly impossible given the current state of medical knowledge. Moreover, I lack insurance. I often ponder whether it is worthwhile to spend money on prolonging my life. Yet I ultimately believe that cherishing each day holds greater significance. I aspire to seize the moment and engage in activities I once hesitated to pursue. I do not entirely forego treatment. Should I have the means to seek care while also enjoying life, I would gladly embrace the chance to extend my days. Ha! His laughter was genuine and open-hearted, though the elder discerned the underlying sorrow and resignation within it. Young man, I cannot assist you with your illness, but indeed, one's mindset is of paramount importance. Previously, I had heard of terminal cancer patients practicing Tai Chi daily, maintaining a positive mindset, and astonishingly, the tumors within their bodies gradually diminished until they completely vanished. If you can endure it, you may come here every morning, and I can assist you in correcting certain movements. The foundational aspects of classical martial arts are generally interconnected, so you need not fear straying into obscure practices. The elderly man's intriguing tales were not lost on Chen Huai'an, who understood that the old man regarded him as one of those desperate individuals who would try any method. However, he had no intention of denying it, for he was genuinely interested in mastering the Qingran sword classic. Would this be too much trouble for you? Not all, the old man chuckled, waving his hand. Engaging with a young person like you brings me immense joy. His diabetes had always been a significant concern, akin to a sword hanging over his neck, rendering his meals unsatisfactory and his sleep restless. Yet after conversing with Chen Huai'an for a while, he felt the burdens that had accumulated in his heart dissipate, as if the vitality of youth had invigorated him. Throughout the morning, Chen Huai'an advanced the Qingran sword classic to level 80 in Chapter 1. However, no matter how he practiced afterward, he could not progress further. According to the old man, he had overexerted himself, leading to muscle fatigue and a distortion in his movements, making further practice today futile. Consequently, Chen Huai'an had to return to the hotel to rest. The old man wished to invite him over for dinner, but as he needed to prepare for his upcoming live broadcast, he decided not to impose. A sense of unease lingered within him. On his way back, Chen Huai'an stroked his chin in contemplation. Last night, after merely half an hour of practicing the movements from Chapter 1, he had felt his hands and feet weaken. Yet, remarkably, this morning, having skipped breakfast, he managed to sustain the movements for 5 to 6 hours. Even the old man remarked that if he were not afflicted with cancer, he would be considered a martial arts prodigy. As this realization struck him, he instinctively rubbed the glass bracelet on his wrist, unaware that one of the beads had dimmed slightly. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him. I understand now. With renewed determination, he grasped the bead tightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. So that's it. I truly am a genius. Previously uncertain whether his genetic potential had been activated, he now felt completely assured. Some things are beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals, yet a genius can master them with ease. Although cancer may shorten his life, it had also awakened his latent abilities. In light of this revelation, Chen Huai'an opened his phone, his gaze landing on the upgrade chart for the golden needle acupuncture. Currently, his spring needle was at level 1. With the next level, the opening meridians needle, requiring 1,000 applications of the spring needle. He had completed 3 applications thus far. The exact calculation eluded him, but he understood that reaching 1,000 would take an eternity. As a devoted player and a potential awakener facing a limited time, what he lacked most was time. Just 998 more to go. Chen Huai'an gazed at the meager balance in his bank account, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Money may be lost, but it can be earned again. However, missing the golden opportunity for potential activation would be a grave misfortune. Damn it! As the 998 disappeared from his bank card, the game interface illuminated and the spring needle technique shimmered with brilliance, its radiance cascading downward until it also ignited the acupoint opening needle technique beneath it. Your skill? Golden needle acupuncture has advanced to level 2, unlocking a new technique. Acupoint opening needle technique. Excellent. This is the power of monetary investment. At that moment, he had returned to his hotel, promptly securing the doors and windows, settling onto the sofa with sparkling eyes, fixated on the acupoint opening needle. Would you like to initiate the needle technique training? Please note, the acupoint opening needle technique carries extreme danger. Insufficient proficiency may likely result in disability. Yes. Please select a target for acupuncture. Who should he choose? Li Qingran was definitely out of the question. Perhaps he could have Li Qingran go out and catch a wild boar instead? Chen Huai'an was momentarily stunned. Then he noticed his phone automatically switching to the camera, which flipped to selfie mode. The screen displayed his own visage. Selection complete. Please commence acupuncture. Chen Huai'an. Chapter 32. The Birth of Inner Demons. No. My friend, are we not even pretending anymore? Is there no effort to conceal this? I know you can hear me. From this moment onward, cease all control over my phone and refrain from prying into my privacy. Otherwise, I shall take you to court. Chen Huai'an spoke with a grave tone, his anger palpable. Due to the extreme danger of the acupoint opening needle, targeting an appropriate subject will significantly enhance the needle's proficiency. This acupuncture session can yield 20 proficiency points and reduce the likelihood of disability from the acupoint opening needle by 20. The effects of the acupoint opening needle are formidable. It can assist your electronic girlfriend in accelerating her cultivation and solidify the foundation of practitioners. Chen Huai'an furrowed his brow at the 3 game prompts. Gradually, he regained his composure, his gaze unintentionally drifting to his right leg. It seemed, perhaps, it was not entirely unfeasible. After all, his right leg was already a remnant of its former self. What difference would it make to be further disabled? Furthermore, it was merely a game tool. Just because it warned of disability, should he take it seriously? Such alarmist rhetoric. What is this fellow up to now? The black cat emerged from its box, leaping onto the sofa to observe Chen Huai'an, who was incessantly poking at his phone. The cat needed to be near him to absorb the aura emitted by the spirit stones, yet it dared not approach too closely, fearing the retribution of the ancestral dragon that lingered around Chen Huai'an. All day staring at that black box. Wait, could it be that all the treasures on this fellow originate from that black box? The black cat cautiously inched closer, only to see a pitch-black screen on the phone, yet its suspicions grew ever stronger. If my hypothesis holds, then acquiring this black box would grant me all his fortunes. It is perhaps the case that humanity's ability to receive the protection of the ancestral dragon is intricately linked to this enigmatic black box. For it did not discern anything particularly special about Chen Huai'an. The black cat inched closer, one eye fixated on the phone while the other remained vigilant of Chen Huai'an's back. Suddenly, Chen Huai'an seized the set of silver needles from the side. The black cat momentarily froze, believing that Chen Huai'an had finally experienced a moral awakening and would administer the acupuncture. However, in the next instant, it witnessed Chen Huai'an plunging the silver needle forcefully into his own right leg. The black cat. A piercing scream echoed throughout the hotel, almost reverberating off the walls. Fortunately, it was already midday. Had this occurred in the morning, other guests would surely have come knocking. Goodness, that hurt. Chen Huai'an glanced at the site of his self-inflicted wound, where the skin had already turned a deep purple. Yet, soon he sensed something amiss. The area he had pierced had previously been devoid of sensation. The sudden onset of such pronounced pain could only signify that the silver needle was indeed having an effect. But it was merely a momentary discomfort. Did Chen Huai'an truly fear pain? With another series of needles, the black cat, observing Chen Huai'an's descent into self-harm, crouched low, preparing to snatch the phone. At the very moment the final needle struck, the black cat let out a meow and lunged for the phone by Chen Huai'an's thigh. However, Chen Huai'an's leg, which had previously been fractured, sprang up with astonishing speed at the instant the needle landed, delivering a violent knee strike to the black cat. Meow. With a thud, the black cat flew through the air in a parabolic arc, landing back in the shoebox, its lid closing with a soft thump. Although it was quite painful, I have regained sensation. Chen Huai'an touched his right leg, his face alight with surprise. The purpose of the opening meridian needles is to clarify the meridians and facilitate the flow of qi. The lack of sensation in his leg was primarily due to the fracture and the pressure from the tumor. The treatment with the opening meridian needles was perfectly suited to address this, and it is also possible that the principle of fighting poison with poison had fortuitously yielded results. Speaking of which, did my knee just collide with something? Chen Huai'an scratched his head and surveyed his surroundings. His attention had been solely focused on the acupoints, and he had not paid heed to his environment. Perhaps it was merely a figment of my imagination. In the realm of Tsang Yun, ever since acquiring the extraordinary quality of her dantian, Li Qingran's cultivation progress could be aptly described as meteoric. Having broken through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement last night, she was already advancing towards the great perfection of Qi refinement by this afternoon. A feat made possible not only by her exceptional dantian, but also due to her lack of spiritual roots. At this moment, the 5 elemental spiritual energy quietly resided within her dantian, appearing rather formidable. Cultivators with spiritual roots can convert all the spiritual energy drawn from the heavens and earth into energy corresponding to their root attributes. For instance, a cultivator with a fire spiritual root can transform all 5 elemental spiritual energy into pure fire spiritual energy. The attribute of spiritual energy can only unleash its maximum potential when it aligns with the spiritual root. Should there be a conflict between the spiritual root and the elemental energy utilized, it may lead to chaotic energy fluctuations, posing a significant danger. Certain cultivation techniques and internal martial arts also impose requirements on the attributes of a practitioner's spiritual root. Thus, when practitioners exchange techniques, they must select those with similar spiritual roots, meaning both must possess at least one common spiritual root to facilitate the merging of energies. Consequently, in the realm of cultivation, a singular spiritual root is deemed the most auspicious talent, with mutated spiritual roots being even more exceptional, while the 5-element and non-spiritual roots are regarded as the least favorable. Those with 5 spiritual roots experience a painfully slow cultivation pace, often struggling for a lifetime to transcend the Qi refining stage. Conversely, although those without spiritual roots may cultivate rapidly, the inferior quality of their spiritual energy makes it exceedingly difficult to break through bottlenecks, and their spellcasting power significantly lags behind that of other practitioners. Li Qingran had initially believed that her lack of a spiritual root would hinder her from advancing to the foundation establishment stage. The bottleneck loomed before her like an insurmountable dam. To break through it, not only would she require a substantial amount of energy, but also a tremendous force. Her mixed spiritual energies clearly lacked the necessary impetus. However, as she neared the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, she discovered that the exceptional dantian bestowed upon her provided pure spiritual energy in a far greater volume than before. The extraordinary dantian granted by her senior was indeed formidable. Upon introspecting her dantian, an overwhelming shock flooded her being. Prior to her cultivation being crippled, she had achieved a minor completion in the foundation establishment stage. Yet now the amount of spiritual energy within her dantian was already 2 or 3 times that of her peak. If she were to successfully break through to the foundation establishment stage, her total spiritual energy would be equivalent to that of 5 or even more ordinary practitioners at that level. What did it matter if she lacked a spiritual root? With the assistance of her senior, she could still forge ahead on this path. The 5 elemental energies within her began to boil under her command, converging towards the dam that represented the foundation establishment stage. She was preparing to break through, yet at that moment, a sharp pain coursed through her mind. An endless darkness engulfed Li Qingran completely. In her dazed state, she beheld an elder clad in blue standing before her. Qing Xian Daoist, her former master. Li Qingran. To harm your fellow disciples is an act of injustice. You practice the teachings of our sect, yet show no ambition, trampling upon my guidance. Such is the height of filial disrespect. You were cast to the outer sect, yet you chose to bully the disciples there, an act of utter cruelty. You wield the inner martial arts of the Qiyunju, yet contemplate switching allegiances to other masters. This is treachery. Your heart, clouded by temptation, allows demons to flourish within. The smiling mask cannot conceal the grotesque scars beneath. A painful past cannot be so easily obscured. The words of Qing Xian Daoist resonated in Li Qingran's mind like a thunderous bell, scattering the surge of spiritual energy that had been on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck. The figure of her senior brother, Lu Chantian, appeared beside Qing Xian Daoist, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Li Qingran, how could a person as unfilial, treacherous, and unjust as you even dare to aspire to transcend the foundation establishment stage? How pitiful and laughable. Li Qingran, to think you would harm your junior sister. I truly misjudged you, spoke her third senior brother, Yun Zimo, with a face full of disdain. Li Qingran, spit out the elixirs and spiritual herbs I bestowed upon you. Do you even deserve them? Second senior brother Xiao Yifeng's visage twisted with malice. Fourth senior brother Zhang Hanxiao stepped forward with sword in hand, his gaze fierce. If you were to break through to the foundation establishment stage, I would undoubtedly cleanse our sect of your presence, ensuring you vanish from this world entirely. No, that is not true. I did not intentionally injure Junior Sister. I have not neglected my cultivation, nor have I ever oppressed the outer disciples. No, Li Qingran curled up, cradling her head in the frigid darkness. She yearned to defend herself, but countless inky hands reached out from the shadows, silencing her voice. No one believed her words. No one truly listened. Just as on that fateful day during the sect's grand competition, when Junior Sister was harmed, she was struck down from the ring by the furious Lu Changtian's palm. Her justifications fell flat, her tears dismissed as mere deception and scheming. Yet she was clearly coughing blood, lying amidst the dust, while Mu Baishuang had merely sustained a scratch on her shoulder. Was she not Lu Changtian's junior sister? Was she not the little sister of Qi Xiao Peak? Was she not a disciple of Qingxian Taoist? The onlookers among her fellow disciples reappeared, materializing from the darkness, gathering around the crowd of Qi Xiao Peak. She could only watch helplessly as their disdain and hostility enveloped her, fingers pointing and whispers of slander and mockery filling the air. Was it she who had deliberately harmed Junior Sister? Such a wretched being. How could Qi Xiao Peak harbor such a malevolent disciple? Surely it was envy over Mu Baishuang's beauty that drove this. Ha ha ha. How unfortunate that senior brother Lu, such a good person, had once cared for her. Such a person deserves death, should be cast out to feed the beasts of Wangqingshan. Out of Qingyun's sect. Out of Qingyun's sect. Sixth junior sister Mu Baishuang nestled behind everyone, leaning against Lu Changtian. She stood in the light, shielded by all, like a cherished bloom. She smiled down at the tear-streaked face of Li Qingran, her lips barely moving. Yet only Li Qingran, steeped in darkness, could hear her words, "Sister Qingran, disappear. A person like you does not deserve to live." Chapter 33, A Conscience Awakens. Oh, by the way, did I not rescue a black cat yesterday? I wonder how it fared. Chen Huai'an rose, intending to check on the shoebox. Inside, the black cat, recently kicked and momentarily dazed, perked up at the sound, ready to charm Chen Huai'an with its antics. Just then, Buzz, the mobile phone on the coffee table abruptly vibrated, emitting a notification sound. Chen Huai'an returned to the sofa. The black cat's spirit sank once more, returning to its position. Your electronic girlfriend is currently under attack by inner demons. Chen Huai'an was taken aback, opening the door to find Li Qingran seated cross-legged on the bed, her complexion pale, brows tightly knit, beads of sweat dotting her cheeks and forehead. Dark energy swirling on her brow, lips tinged with blue, her delicate face etched with agony. Does the Qi refining stage also encounter inner demons? Chen Huai'an felt somewhat at a loss. He had perused numerous novels, in which the protagonists typically encounter their inner demons only after attaining a significant realm. Who encounters their inner demons during the Qi refining stage? Upon examining Li Qingran's status bar, he found an explanation regarding the inner demons. The emergence of inner demons is unrelated to cultivation realms. Rather, they stem from the practitioner's own thoughts. Obsessive thoughts, malevolent intentions, and greedy desires can all manifest as inner demons. These demons can spontaneously arise from a practitioner's experiences and may also be influenced by certain demonic sect techniques, causing those who initially possessed no inner demons to develop them. To dispel inner demons, one must eradicate the thoughts within. Is that so? What troubling thoughts plague Li Qingran? Chen Huai'an recalled Li Qingran's background. Aside from her parents being harmed by treacherous individuals, the greatest blow on her path of cultivation undoubtedly came from the people of Qi Xiao Peak, or perhaps the entire Qingyun sect represented a formidable nightmare for her. Knowing the source is one thing, but finding a way to dispel it is another. He hadn't forgotten that this was a game. So he began to poke around in search of the recharge page. This game had one rather absurd aspect. Aside from the openly available shop, all other functions for acquiring benefits through monetary expenditure were concealed. For instance, providing protection for Li Qingran was not a permanent feature. It only became available in accordance with the unfolding narrative, and he could only resolve Li Qingran's troubles through in-game purchases once the game actively presented the recharge option. Quite vexing. The game developers had a knack for maintaining a facade while engaging in unscrupulous practices. Well, he found nothing, and when faced with uncertainty, he resorted to celestial divination. Chen Huai'an directly accessed the game's customer service. This divination will require a purchase of 100, and you will incur a layer of the fortune diminished status. Do you wish to proceed with the divination? Yes. Divination in progress. In its Sangyan realm, The winds of change were stirring. Hiss, that formidable being again, divining the celestial mechanics at noon and now engaging in another divination? Was something monumental about to transpire in the Qingran realm? Over at Wankingshan, another divine elixir had emerged, followed by a surge of spiritual light. It was highly probable that this elder's divination was linked to these two extraordinary phenomena. The mid-continent secret realm was about to open, heralding a tumultuous season. Alas, at Wanjian Pavilion, the sect leader Su Qingyan stood atop the Sword Gate Mountain, cradling his sword in white robes that billowed elegantly. His white hair, dancing wildly in the wind as he squinted toward the direction of Wankingshan, exuding an air of a transcendent being. Yet, this lofty demeanor did not endure for long. In the next moment, he erupted into a tirade. Damn, those Qingyun sect scoundrels. What benefits do you lot receive from Wankingshan? Just wait, this time at the mid-continent secret realm, I shall ensure you receive your due reckoning. Sect leader, an elder of the sword pavilion, descended from his flying sword and bowed respectfully. Sect leader, we face two grave matters. What is it? Su Qingyan's expression shifted as he composed himself and stroked his beard casually. Sect leader, we are out of funds. The elder hesitated, his face pale. What? Su Qingyan was taken aback. If we have no spirit stones, then go dig in the back mountain. The spirit stones are depleted, utterly exhausted. What a short span of time. Su Qingyan could no longer contain himself. This situation had been anticipated. He had known last month that the spirit stones at the rear mountain would be exhausted. Yet he had not expected it to happen so swiftly. He could only reassure, leave this matter to me. I shall devise a means to procure more spirit stones. Is there anything else? The sword pavilion was already impoverished, regarded as the most destitute sect in the Qingran realm. Previously, they had managed to sustain themselves with the spirit stone mine and some modest ventures, but with the impending opening of the central continent's secret realm, resources were desperately needed throughout the sect, compounding their woes. It seemed they would have to liquidate some assets. Su Qingyan instinctively pressed his hand against the flying sword at his waist. With a swift sound, the sword emitted a melodic hum, quivering slightly. Moreover, the elder swallowed hard. Our guardian beast has entered heat and is requesting to mate. If we do not allow it to venture out, it threatens to uproot all the spiritual herbs in the rear mountain. Su Qingyan's mouth twitched at this revelation. Seeking a mate from the beast sect would entail expenses. An ordinary beast would not suffice for their guardian. However, the matter of its heat could not be ignored. The spiritual herbs represented monetary value. What about the safety of the outer disciples if they let the guardian beast out? That was out of the question. Thus, he instinctively pressed his hand against the flying sword, a pained expression crossing his face as he closed his eyes and declared, castrated. What? The elder was taken aback. Su Qingyan abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with fierce sword energy, a murderous aura emanating from him as he growled. Damn it. Tell that beast that the sect is out of funds. It must control itself. If it cannot hold back, I'll have it castrated. The guardian beast of the sect was typically a male beast raised from infancy, imbued with formidable aggression. Castration would hinder its development and diminish its ferocity. The elder left with a pained expression. The sect master, having been driven to this extent, truly indicated the sect was in dire straits. Su Qingyan continued to stand on the cliff, lost in thought, gazing at the serene skies. His right hand had already ventured into his storage pouch to feel for the night-walking attire. I must devise a way to acquire some funds. The celestial mechanics have been completed. Li Qingran must return to the Qingyun sect to eradicate the heart demon and sever all ties with the Qishao Peak. Li Qingran is about to suffer backlash from the heart demon, and his cultivation is on the verge of regressing. Please use the opening pulse needle in conjunction with the supreme heart-protecting elixir to stabilize his realm. You have received a 24-hour luck deficit status. Supreme elixirs for free? Goodness. The game developers have truly shown benevolence. This was the first time Chen Huai'an had encountered such generosity from the game. Even though it was a necessary plot item, it still felt somewhat disconcerting. A flash of azure light appeared as the supreme heart-protecting elixir manifested on the table. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at the Qingyun sect, the second disciple of Qishao Peak, Xiao Yifeng, had just returned to his cave dwelling, joyfully producing his alchemical furnace. At last, I have acquired the supreme, heart-protecting elixir. The last time I purchased both superior and intermediate quality medicinal items, they were insufficient for me to comprehend the nuances of alchemical refinement. However, this time I'm certain of success. A smirk played on Xiao Yifeng's lips. Although the Qingyun sect provided a formula for the heart-preserving pill, The techniques employed by each alchemist differed, leading to variations in the quality of the elixirs produced. Common alchemical methods could only yield pills ranging from inferior to superior quality. It was only those master alchemists who had distilled their own experiences that could concoct extraordinary or even transcendent elixirs. Such knowledge was, naturally, a closely guarded secret, exceedingly precious. Rarely could one reverse engineer these intricacies through the pills themselves. By fortunate chance, I am such a genius. Once I decipher the method for creating the extraordinary heart-preserving pill, my junior sister will surely hold me in even greater esteem. With this thought, Xiao Yifeng felt a sense of relief at the prospect of exhausting his resources to acquire an extraordinary heart-preserving pill. He reached into his storage pouch, his expression gradually paling. Gone? All the medicinal pills have vanished. My extraordinary heart-preserving pill is also missing. Chapter 34. Li Qingran, you truly are foolish. The suspected theft of medicinal pills belonging to the inner disciples of the Qishao Peak was indeed a grave matter. Moreover, the extraordinary heart-preserving pill, valued at over 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, was no trivial commodity. To procure this pill, Xiao Yifeng had leveraged every connection, exhausting all possible contacts. He thought, as an alchemist, if he could master the creation of the extraordinary heart-preserving pill, repaying such a sum would be trivial. When questioned about when the pills had gone missing, Xiao Yifeng hesitated, only able to assert that the heart-preserving pill had inexplicably vanished from his storage pouch. He had not let go of the pouch since returning from the foot of the mountain. He had even opened it to confirm its contents upon entering the Qingran sect. Yet, the pills had mysteriously disappeared from within. The Taoist Qingxian, along with the elders, were left speechless in their attempts to defend Xiao Yifeng. Sect leader Wu Duan ordered a lockdown of the entire sect. All disciples were required to present their possessions for inspection. However, after a chaotic search, nothing was found. If I discover who has stolen my medicinal pills, I shall ensure they meet a most gruesome end. Thus, Xiao Yifeng vowed to the heavens. Meanwhile, Chen Huai'an had already administered the extraordinary heart-preserving pill to Li Qingran. Ashu, who on earth is speaking of me? Chen Huai'an sneezed thrice in rapid succession, quickly redirecting his focus as a notification chimed from his phone. Please tap the Qihai acupoint with your left hand. Channel your energy towards it. While sliding your fingers towards the Guanyuan acupoint, please use your right hand to administer acupuncture according to the opening meridian technique. The phone's display magnified, concentrating on Li Qingran's waist and lower abdomen. At that moment, influenced by heart demons, Li Qingran was drenched in sweat, the moisture soaking through the delicate fabric of his long garment, rendering the already sheer attire even more revealing. This allowed for a clear view of his alluring waistline, with an undergarment resembling a small green skirt resting just above his thighs, embroidered with a design reminiscent of lotus leaves, upon which a creature resembling a small frog rested. In the lower right corner of the undergarment, the name Li Qingran was embroidered in a crooked script. Could this possibly be Li Qingran's handwriting? In an instant, the enchanting allure within Chen Huai'an vanished upon encountering those three words, reminiscent of a dog's scratch. The style of these characters seemed oddly familiar, as if they adorned his talisman and wrist beads. Without the opportunity to retrieve the beads for comparison, the faint golden glow emanating from Li Qingran's lower dantian and Guanyuan acupoints urged him to press down. Chen Huai'an gingerly applied pressure with his thumb and forefinger, distinctly sensing a tremor coursing through Li Qingran's body. Surely, this would not inflict pain, he mused quietly. Regrettably, he could not behold Li Qingran's expression, unaware that she was gently biting her crimson lip, two rosy hues spreading from her cheeks to the nape of her neck. The screen displayed a bifurcated image. The left side depicted the area below the waist, above the legs, while the right side showcased everything above the waist, below the neck. A sequence of acupoints on the right illuminated one after another, leaving Chen Huai'an no time to hesitate as he swiftly administered needles in order. In the depths of darkness, Li Qingran struggled amidst the muck, her ears inundated with derision and insults. Her body felt ensnared by countless invisible threads, each limb ablaze with searing pain, yet rendered immobile. Qingxian Daoist, Lu Chantian, Xiao Yifeng, Yin Zimo, Zhang Hanxiao, Mu Baishuang, along with her fellow disciples of Qingyan sect, their faces morphed into a colossal wall of visages, swirling around her. Each distinct countenance bore the same mold of expression, their voices echoing the same cruel sentiments from cavernous mouths. Li Qingran, Do you dare aspire to break through the foundation establishment stage? Ridiculous. Wretched being, you deserve your cultivation to be shattered. Get out of Qingran's sect. Get out of Qingran's sect. Sister, a person like you has no right to live. The cacophony resonated in her ears, akin to a blade poised to cleave through Li Qingran's mind. Chaotic thoughts boiled over, mingling with the hurtful words that buzzed like flies in her consciousness. It felt as though her soul was being extricated, as if needles penetrated from above, leaving her riddled with wounds. Every inch of her bones felt as though they were being trampled, crushed, dragging her dignity and sense of self into the abyss. She even began to doubt her own existence, reaching out desperately to touch something, to affirm her being, only to grasp the cold void. The faces of those tormentors loomed ever closer. The sounds from their gaping maws faded, leaving only the sight of their mouths opening and closing, poised to devour her, to rend her into fragments. No, who will come to save me? Suddenly, a crisp sound of a sword's song echoed through the darkness, like a sweet spring falling into the mire, washing away the din of buzzing voices. A sliver of light pierced the gloom, illuminating the surroundings. Li Qingran. Someone called her name. With great effort, she opened her eyes and witnessed the faces encircling her cease their vitriol. They gazed in astonishment, their eyes widening as a line cleaved through the center of the cranium, flames surging forth from the gradually widening fissure, distorting and disintegrating them before erupting with a thunderous crash. Li Qingran. The voice drew nearer. Amidst the ashes, she could only vaguely discern a figure. The person stood amidst the smoke, sword in hand, their visage obscured, clad in flowing black, hair cascading like a waterfall. A majestic, five-clawed black dragon with piercing golden eyes danced wildly around them. Senior. Li Qingran looked at the figure, her gaze entranced. A wave of reassurance swept away the tumultuous thoughts in her mind. The darkness seemed to cower in fear before the figure's imposing presence, swiftly receding. Li Qingran opened her eyes, finding herself still within that small room. The frightening visions had merely been illusions conjured by her inner demons. At this moment, she felt nearly drenched, an unusual sensation radiating from her abdomen and waist. Upon glancing down, her face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears. Two golden, ethereal hands were gently pressing on the acupoints around her waist and abdomen, the left hand channeling energy while the right employed spiritual energy as needles for acupuncture. The areas being treated tingled with a delightful sensation, urging her to gasp for air. Yet, she managed to restrain herself, promptly closing her mouth and holding her breath. After all, her senior was assisting her in cultivating energy. She could not disrupt them. Thus, Li Qingran silently observed as the soft flesh of her abdomen and waist sank and rebounded under the pressure of those hands. She lowered her head, biting her lip, as the blush spread from her ears down to her neck, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment, fingers whitening from strain. Her feet unconsciously scuffed the ground, wishing fervently to find a crack to slip into. It was over. Her undergarment had been seen by her senior. What a mortifying ordeal. Why had she embroidered lotus leaves and frogs on it? Surely her senior must think her childish. Li Qingran, you are truly foolish, she lamented. Oh dear. She was at a loss as to how to face her senior in the future. With Chen Huai'an's interference, the matter of her inner demons seemed less significant. The girl was consumed with thoughts of how to conduct herself before her senior. Even after Chen Huai'an completed the acupuncture, Li Qingran remained lost in her anticipations of future awkward encounters. Ah, it's done, Chen Huai'an remarked, relieved to see Li Qingran still in the realm of perfected qi cultivation. The effect of the supreme heart-protecting pill was to consolidate her cultivation level. Originally, the backlash from her inner demons had been quite severe. Even the heart-protecting pill might not fully preserve her state. However, with his exceptional acupuncture techniques and exclusive mastery of acupressure, the triviality of inner demon backlash was easily manageable. Next, he needed to devise a solution for the troublesome inner demons. Chen Huai'an furrowed his brow. According to the celestial calculations, Li Qingran needed to return to Qingyun's sect to sever the ties of causality. To be candid, if given the choice, he would not wish for Li Qingran to venture back to Qingyun's sect and face potential peril. Regrettably, the narrative design of this game unfolds in such a manner that it offers no alternative options. Should Li Qingran return, it is likely he would encounter danger, especially as he currently finds himself devoid of funds. Just as Chen Huai'an was in a state of turmoil, contemplating his subsequent course of action. A sudden knock resounded at the door, followed by a dispassionate voice declaring, "Li Qingran, open the door. I know you are inside." Chapter 35. An end to it. The visitor was Lu Changtian, and there was no mistaking his identity. Having spent 3 years on Qishao Peak, Li Qingran was all too familiar with Lu Changtian's voice. Simultaneously, she sensed a faint aura of murderous intent and a probing spiritual awareness. "Li Qingran, have you attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement? How is that possible?" Lu Changtian's voice was laced with astonishment. Given that Li Qingran's Dantian had been rendered useless, he should not have been able to cultivate normally, even if he forcefully attempted to do so. It was inconceivable that he could elevate his abilities to such an extent in such a short span of time. He was determined to ascertain the truth and pushed against the door. "An individual intends to intrude upon your electronic girlfriend's sanctum. Please select a countermeasure. 1. Unleash a powerful strike to send him flying, teaching him the consequences of his actions towards your electronic girlfriend. 2. Employ the pressure of a formidable presence to compel him to kneel, imparting a lesson in respect. 3. With a cold snort, channel your internal energy to shatter his eardrums, sending him fleeing in terror." Chen Huai'an surveyed the options presented by the game with dissatisfaction. The individual outside was one of Li Qingran's obsessions, her senior brother, Lu Changtian. He had arrived swiftly, represented on the map by a neutral yellow, thus no prior warning of danger had been issued. This yellow dot presumably indicated a potential shift to either red or green, denoting hostility or friendliness, respectively. "Can I pay to eliminate him outright?" Chen Huai'an mused darkly. In reality, he would grapple with moral dilemmas overtaking human life. However, in this game, he felt no such ethical constraints regarding Lu Changtian's demise. After a brief wait, no additional payment options emerged in the game, indicating that a plot twist involving Lu Changtian's death was not in the cards. Yet, it soon dawned on Chen Huai'an that Lu Changtian served as Li Qingran's inner demon, and customer service had advised that she must sever this connection herself. It remained uncertain how the ensuing narrative would unfold. After some contemplation, he ultimately chose option 2. Since Lu Changtian was merely a stepping stone for Li Qingran, he would refrain from intervening. "Why won't this door budge?" Outside, Lu Changtian was growing increasingly agitated. Just as he prepared to channel his spiritual energy to deliver a forceful blow to the door, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended upon him, akin to a mountain crushing down. Ugh! Crack! His vital energy surged, his internal organs feeling as though they were gripped by an iron hand. Lu Changtian could scarcely endure the force. Collapsing to his knees, shattering the tiles beneath him, terror gripped his heart. Only the master, the sect leader, and a few elders from the peaks could compel him to kneel through sheer pressure within the entire Qingran sect. The oppressive force approaching him was far more overwhelming than that of the elders, leaving no room for resistance in his heart. "I am Lu Changtian, a direct disciple of the Qishao Peak of Qingran sect. I was unaware of your presence in the room. I beg your pardon," he began, but was abruptly silenced by a thunderous rebuke from within. A fierce gust of wind flung the door open, only to slam shut with a resounding bang. Lu Changtian was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into a thunder pit, feeling as though his abdomen had been struck with tremendous force, rendering him breathless and silencing his words. "Qingran, this concerns your previous sect members. I shall not intervene," came the voice. "Yes, thank you, senior," replied Li Qingran. To Lu Changtian's astonishment, she addressed the figure as senior, indicating a close relationship. Had her recovery been aided by this enigmatic elder? Was Song Jiaojiao also a victim of this senior's wrath? Had Li Qingran allied herself with the demonic sect? Yet, the previous pressure had been serene, devoid of any malevolent aura associated with dark forces. This elder did not seem like a practitioner of the demonic arts. How had Li Qingran come to associate with such a formidable figure? As Lu Changtian's thoughts spiraled into confusion, the door to the small room opened, revealing Li Qingran, now dressed in different attire. Her delicate face still flushed with a faint hue. "Lu Changtian, what brings you here?" she inquired. He gazed at his former junior sister, noting the profound transformation she had undergone in such a short time. The current Li Qingran exuded a cool and refined aura, devoid of the timid and pitiful demeanor she once displayed while pleading with them. She resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating a subtle yet sharp brilliance. This sister had become quite unfamiliar to him. Faced with this new incarnation of Li Qingran, coupled with the presence of the mysterious elder within the small room, Lu Changtian instinctively shed his seniority. Clutching his chest, he rose and spoke with a calm tone. Junior sister, I have come to escort you back to Qingran sect. Although you injured 6th junior sister during the sect competition, your crime does not warrant death. I was unaware that Zhang Hanxiao had abandoned you here in the Wanshan Mountains to await your demise. Otherwise, I would not have remained indifferent. Does not warrant death, does it? Li Qingran's face twisted into a bitter smile, her icy gaze fixed upon Lu Chantian. So, it is acceptable to cripple my Dantian? To sever my spiritual roots? What a convenient notion of justice. Lu Chantian, do you comprehend the significance of spiritual roots and Dantian to a cultivator? You did not directly cause my death, yet you have rendered my existence worse than death. Lu Chantian furrowed his brow at Li Qingran's fierce demeanor. In the past, had he merely proposed to bring her back to the sect, she would have expressed her gratitude. Now, however, she appeared as if she were on the brink of despair. Yet, since she could still cultivate, her Dantian was likely merely damaged rather than utterly destroyed, and with the aid of that mysterious elder, a few restorative elixirs could remedy her condition. With a slight pursing of his lips, he responded, Junior sister, it was indeed wrong of me to harm your Dantian. But you are still able to cultivate, are you not? My master and I will devise a way to assist you further in your restoration. As for your spiritual root, we shall seek it out for you. What about my spiritual root? A chill akin to a tide surged in Li Qingran's eyes, her voice trembling. Your spiritual root. Lu Chantian hesitated, then steeled himself to say, You are aware that our junior sister is frail and lacks a solid foundation. Thus we have transferred your water spiritual root to her. However, rest assured, I will certainly find you another singular spiritual root, even if it means auctioning off everything I possess. With her head bowed, shadows masked Li Qingran's face beneath her bangs. Her hands clenched into fists and then relaxed, only to tighten again, lost in thought as tears streamed down her cheeks, plopping onto the ground. Outside the game, Chen Huai'an, who had witnessed the entire exchange, was both amused and incredulous. The people of Qishao Peak truly know how to play. They have taken away Li Qingran's spiritual root for that so-called junior sister. Had they lost their minds? It was evident that despite such persecution, Li Qingran still harbored feelings for the Qingyun sect and Qishao Peak. She was a person of deep sentiment, recalling the teachings of Taoist Qingxian and the kindness of every senior brother she had encountered. Yet now, as her tears fell, it seemed that all these cherished memories were destined to shatter completely. Lu Chantian, I shall return to the Qingyun sect. Li Qingran raised her head, her tear-filled eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, only cold and desolate silence. Under the weight of her gaze, Lu Chantian felt a chill run down his spine. He heard Li Qingran enunciate each word with clarity. Tomorrow, I will return to the Qingyun sect, solely to sever ties with the past. Chapter 36, Variety Show Senior. Qingran has taken it upon herself to return to the Qingyun sect tomorrow. Lu Chantian departed, and Li Qingran, upon entering her room, bowed to the ceiling, kneeling and unable to rise. Qingran is neither a stubborn fool nor one clinging to the goodwill of Qingyun sect and Qishao Peak. They have become obstacles on her path to cultivation. She must personally sever these ties to continue her practice and meet the expectations of her seniors. With her head lowered, her words earnest, she understood that the Qingyun sect was a den of peril, yet she had to venture forth. She also recognized that from her seniors' perspective, it would be undesirable for her to return, potentially arousing suspicion. Having already received so many favors, would returning to the Qingyun sect not render her a thankless wolf? Thus, she awaited her senior's counsel. If her senior commanded her to return, she would comply. If not, she would remain. Chen Huai'an pondered for a moment before pressing the communication talisman, saying, Worry not. The one who tied the knot must also untie it. Since this matter began at Qishao Peak, let conclude there. Handle it as you see fit. I trust you. In a small room, Li Qingran waited for a while before ethereal sounds graced her ears. Amidst joy and sorrow, one must recognize the ebb and flow of existence. Every sip and every peck is predestined, with causality to bear. You, go forth. Li Qingran pondered Chen Huai'an's words carefully, her heart stirred, and with a respectful bow. The hesitation in her eyes transformed into unwavering determination. Junior Qingran expresses her gratitude for the senior's enlightenment. Before you depart, I bestow upon you a token. With a swish, a flying sword materialized upon the table, its sheath as luminous as the moonlight and its tassel of vivid crimson akin to fresh blood. This sword, named Su Xian, is a supreme magical artifact. I see your previous flying sword has been broken. Take this one to safeguard yourself. Li Qingran cradled the Su Xian sword. Her heartstrings tugged with profound emotion, moved beyond words. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she embraced the Su Xian sword and bowed in gratitude. Qingran shall not disappoint the senior. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Chen? Yes, this is he. We have a variety show that would like to invite you to participate. Would you be interested? Is this a scam call? Chen Huai'an furrowed his brow and abruptly hung up the phone. He was troubled about how to assist Li Qingran in overcoming her tribulations the following day, particularly since funds were scarce. And this troublesome game would undoubtedly seek to exploit him for money. He had no time to engage with such fraudulent calls. In the past, he might have spent an hour discussing life and ideals with these con artists. Just as he ended the call, another call came through. Upon seeing the caller ID, Chen Huai'an smirked coldly and pressed the answer button. All right, if you wish to drink a toast, prepare to face the consequences. Today, Chen Xianzuan intended to lay down his sword. Yet these scammers are rushing towards the blade. They shall not blame him for his grand deception. Mr. Chen, please do not hang up. We are not scammers. We are producing an outdoor variety show called Adventure with Stars. Our director has seen your vlog of the Liangshan Challenge and is very interested in you. We would like to extend a special invitation for you to participate in our program. Many popular young stars are involved, and it has garnered impressive ratings on Mango TV. Participating could also promote your live streaming account and increase your followers, a win-win situation. Upon hearing this, Chen Huai'an's expression sharpened as he realized the matter was more intricate than it appeared. He promptly accessed the hotel computer and searched Baidu, discovering that the outdoor variety show indeed existed and had gained a modicum of popularity. The program revolved around taking a group of trending young stars to engage in outdoor extreme challenges, such as hiking, diving, bungee jumping, and survival in the wild. Such shows were ideally suited for shaping the public personas of these celebrities. Of course, it was also possible that some pampered individuals would reveal their true colors during these outdoor challenges. However, why were they inviting him to participate? He was hardly a celebrity. Filled with curiosity, Chen Huai'an opened his live streaming account, only to be taken aback. His casually edited vlog had amassed over 100 million views, with over 7 million likes. And the comments and private messages were so numerous that the system lagged for a moment without refreshing. Wow, am I famous? Chen Huai'an exclaimed in astonishment as he noticed his follower count had surged to 270,000. This is the era of the internet. He couldn't help but shake his head in amazement. Time and fate converge, leading to a profound understanding of why contemporary university graduates aspire to become internet celebrities. After all, toiling for a boss may seem like a path to nowhere, whereas the prospect of becoming an influencer offers a glimmer of hope. The realm of self-media is vast and diverse, allowing individuals to engage in pursuits they are passionate about. The potential for monetization brings joy to many. Even in the absence of financial gain, life does not feel entirely devoid of meaning. His vlog is interlinked with numerous topics, one of which is the trending phenomenon of mirages at Mount Lu. Experts have provided explanations, indicating that a production crew from the bustling metropolis is filming a drama and, through a series of atmospheric optical effects, their work is projected onto the summit of Mount Lu. To substantiate this claim, the production team has indeed been dispatched to film at the site. Chen Huai'an took a brief glance and immediately discerned that this crew seemed hastily assembled. Although the actor selected for the role donned a dark royal robe and possessed a handsome visage, the disparity in temperament was striking. To put it bluntly, it was akin to comparing a loach to a true dragon. There was no basis for comparison. The other trending topics advocate for cancer awareness, urging compassion for patients and encouraging a courageous approach to life, garnering significant attention. At this juncture, Chen Huai'an comprehended the essence of his own work. His live streams did not promote products, nor did they solicit donations. His vlogs did not indulge in self-pity. Instead, they embodied a spirit of resilience and positivity. It is not that fundraising or soliciting donations is inherently wrong. After all, these avenues are essential for many seriously ill patients to secure treatment funds. However, the audience has grown weary of such narratives, compounded by the prevalence of online scams, leading to a depletion of empathy. In this context, his videos and streams emerged as a refreshing tide, swiftly eclipsing the chaos of competing content, and with the platform as support, they naturally gained traction. Having been released for only 3 days, there remains ample potential for further resonance. The variety show undoubtedly recognized this opportunity, seeking to capitalize on the wave of popularity. It is quite amusing, This is a classic case of wanting to reap rewards without investment. Indeed, the machinations of capitalists are as dark as they come. I have no desire to participate in any variety show, Chen Huai'an promptly declined. I merely wish to spend my remaining time in peace. The individual on the other end of the line seemed to have anticipated this response, chuckling as he stated, Mr. Chen, who would refuse the chance for treatment. If you agree to attend this variety event, we will compensate you with 500,000 yuan for your appearance. 500,000. Chen Huai'an's eyes widened in astonishment. 500,000 yuan will secure your participation in our season of the show. We typically film 3 programs per quarter, and regardless of whether you are needed thereafter, this sum will be transferred to your account as soon as you agree and sign the contract. Taking a moment to compose himself, Chen Huai'an recognized the significance of this offer. 500,000 is a fee typically reserved for second or third-tier celebrities. The organizer's willingness to invest in this trending wave was undeniably sincere. It is worth noting that many emerging artists often have to pay to appear on such shows, let alone receive a fee. What do you think, Mr. Chen? How do you feel about this? Chen Huai'an has always been a firm believer in the concept of mutual benefit, his face adorned with a bright smile. I find it quite appealing. Could you elaborate on the nature of your upcoming program? We will be trekking up Tianmen Mountain, accompanied by a professional mountaineer. In addition to yourself, we have invited 5 celebrity artists of varying prominence. You will attend the show as a mysterious guest. If you agree, please add me on WeChat, and I will promptly send over the electronic contract. I agree wholeheartedly. I do enjoy a touch of mystery. Chen Huai'an chuckled sinisterly. After hanging up, the atmosphere was jubilant. He gazed at Qingran, who was diligently meditating in the game, and a myriad of emotions surged within him. Although he had invested a considerable amount of money into this game, appearing rather extravagant, without the motivation and opportunity it provided, he would never have amassed 500,000. The mere allure of capturing the mirage of Fengshan's sacrificial ceremony and challenging late-stage cancer at Fengshan alone would not catapult him to fame. It was the fusion of these 2 elements, coinciding with his accident at Fengshan, that birthed his current terrifying popularity. Such is the ineffable nature of cause and effect. After signing the electronic contract, he submitted his bank account number. Upon witnessing the addition of 500,000 to his account, a flicker of hope surged within Chen Huai'an, who desires to perish when life is still a possibility. 100,000 is but a drop in the ocean against cancer. Perhaps 500,000 offers a glimmer of opportunity? He promptly donned his clothes and hailed a cab to the hospital where he had previously undergone examinations. The attending physician conducted a puncture re-examination as per standard procedure. In the diagnostic room, Chen Huai'an and the doctor silently observed the X-ray images on the computer, the atmosphere thick with silence. You truly only climbed Fengshan and sustained a fracture? The doctor turned, his expression grim, brows furrowed. Indeed, I did nothing else, Chen Huai'an replied, his heart sinking at the doctor's demeanor. He then heard the doctor sigh heavily. This is my first encounter with such a case, he remarked, pointing at the X-ray, his tone filled with regret. In less than a month, your cancer cells have spread from your leg and pancreas to your entire body. Even tumors have begun to develop in your brain. Such a rate of spread is virtually impossible under normal circumstances. You must understand that cancer cells require nutrients to proliferate. It's as if they have received an enormous supply in a remarkably short period, leading to explosive reproduction. It is utterly unprecedented. Chen Huai'an responded, so after all this, there's still no cure? The attending physician regarded Chen Huai'an with a complex gaze, sighing, young man, did you not mention that you earned 500,000? Spend your remaining time enjoying life. As long as you do not engage in illegal activities, pursue whatever brings you joy, and make certain to find happiness each day. Chapter 37. Ascending Qingyun's Sect, Hearts C1. The physician's words were unmistakably clear. Translated, it meant, young man, your days are numbered. Go ahead and spend that money, lest you leave it for others after your passing. Chen Huai'an returned to the hotel with a sense of helplessness. It was already past 9 in the evening. Alas, what use is earning money when this illness cannot be cured, even with wealth? He opened the game and noticed that Qingran had ceased her meditation, gazing out the window, lost in the moonlight. This young lady must be worried about the developments tomorrow. Yet, she has no reason for such concern. With 500,000 in her bank account, that sum is a veritable fortune within the game, enabling countless endeavors. A celestial-grade primordial restoration pill costs merely 100,000. With 500,000, one might even secure the life of a nascent soul cultivator. If only I could spend money to buy my own life. Chen Huai'an shook his head, lamenting that his life is not a game, and no one would present him with miraculous items to alter his fate outside of it. Tomorrow, Li Qingran would return to Qingyun's sect, while he would head to Tianmen Mountain to record a program. Altering one's destiny ultimately relies on oneself. At the very least, now that I possess 500,000, I can undertake many ventures I once deemed unattainable. In a sense, isn't this a form of changing one's fate? Lying on the bed, Chen Huai'an stared at the ceiling, conversing with himself. The anxiety that had once plagued him dissipated in an instant. Things could hardly worsen from here. Thus, every subsequent step would surely be fortuitous. Alas, with nothing else to occupy his time, he resolved to give the black cat an injection. Suddenly recalling that another life resided in the room, he retrieved the black cat from the shoebox. The cat, just awakened from slumber, was still dazed as Chen Huai'an placed it on the sofa. However, it quickly regained its senses, mewing pitifully in a hoarse voice before limping a couple of steps on the sofa and turning back to meow at Chen Huai'an. How could he endure this? He gazed at the limping black cat, stroking his chin in contemplation. What method of acupuncture would be most effective? The previous meridian opening technique had yielded satisfactory results, albeit with potential risks. Nevertheless, given the cat's current condition, the prospect of side effects seemed inconsequential. After all, Chen Huai'an's luck could hardly be that dire. The black cat pondered as well. Hee, am I not adorable? Hurry, administer the injection to heal my wounds, and then I shall have a greater chance to seize your treasures. Hee. Very well. I shall proceed with the meridian opening technique. Let's gamble and transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Chen Huai'an took out the silver needle and began his intricate work on the black cat. Half an hour later, the cat found itself reflecting on its now lame right leg. This isn't right. It shouldn't be like this. Could it be that this fellow lacks acupuncture skills? My leg was fine before. It had merely pretended to be lame. Now, it was utterly incapacitated. A large, expressionless face loomed into view. You're fated to cross paths with me. Chen Huai'an concealed his guilt beneath a solemn demeanor. He could discern that the black cat's right leg had completely lost sensation, like a stiff wooden stick, rigid and unyielding. In light of this, I shall take responsibility for you. Henceforth, you shall be named Baji. In our human realm, bestowing a name upon a pet signifies its incorporation into one's domain. You are to grow robustly, sharing in my sustenance without the luxury of selectivity. As Chen Huai'an rambled on, he placed the bewildered Baji into a shoebox and sealed it. He mused to himself about how little a kitten comprehends and resolved to restore its leg once he mastered the acupuncture technique. With that, he leaned on his cane and descended the stairs to purchase steamed buns. With newfound wealth today, he intended to indulge in an additional chicken leg alongside the buns. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, causing the shoebox on the table to tremble violently. Ah, my leg! Curse the human brat! Just you wait. I shall seize the opportunity to settle the score. By noon, Chen Huai'an had succumbed to slumber, while his phone on the table continued to engage with an electronic girlfriend game. As the clock struck 12, a notification popped up. You have 72 days left to live. Have you heard? Li Qingran is returning to the sect. Li Qingran? Who is she? She is the one who injured the little sister of Qi Xiao Peak, reportedly on purpose. How audacious of her to return. Regardless of intent, injuries are common in the sect's grand competition. Is Qi Xiao Peak truly that sensitive? Enough chatter. Li Qingran has arrived. The disciples gazed toward the entrance of Qingyun's sect, where a slender figure had materialized. Clad in a light blue Taoist robe, her black hair secured with a white ribbon. She held a moon-white flying sword in her right hand. As the morning breeze tousled her hair and flared the edges of her robe and sword tassels, she approached the plaza before the sect's hall with an unhurried grace. Is this Li Qingran? Everyone speaks of Mu Baishuang's beauty, suggesting Li Qingran is envious of the position Mu occupies at Qi Xiao Peak. Yet, at this moment, Li Qingran appears far more captivating than Mu Baishuang. Indeed, Li Qingran has always been the more striking of the two. I regretted her expulsion from the sect. Li Qingran halted in the plaza, lifting her gaze to meet the myriad of eyes upon her. With a total of 1,200 cultivators in Qingyun's sect, the murmur of their discussions reached her ears, though she could not discern their contents. Surely, they were not speaking kindly of her. Li Qingran felt no fear. Kudachin hersu win sior tightly. She sensed its icy blade through the sheath. Crafted from millennium of mysterious iron, the sword emanated a frosty aura that mingled with the morning mist. Yet, she felt no chill. Instead, a sense of calmness enveloped her, alleviating her tension. She was not alone in this moment. Behind her stood a presence of support, though she could not see the figures of her predecessors. Nevertheless, she felt the warmth of a gentle gaze upon her, a gaze that had accompanied her through each day and night, in moments of practice, meals, sleep, and even baths, ever watchful and reassuring. At first, she felt shy and awkward, but as time went on, the absence of that gaze left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown increasingly reliant on her senior. She recognized that this dependence was not ideal, yet she could not restrain her emotions. Time passed, though it felt like mere moments as the sun shifted slightly. The esteemed elders of the sect began to arrive, and the grand doors of the main hall opened. The sect leader, Wu Duantian, emerged accompanied by 3 direct disciples. From the peak of Qi Shao, 5 radiant beams of light soared forth, with a cerulean flying sword leading the descent. The Qingxian Taoist elegantly alighted from the Xianyuan sword, followed closely by Shao Yifeng, Yun Zimo, and Zhang Han Shao, 3 inner disciples of Qi Shao, who gracefully landed on the plaza. Last to arrive was Lu Chantian, who rode in on his flying sword, bearing the young apprentice Mu Baishuang. Li Qingran exchanged a brief, calm glance with Mu Baishuang, who appeared startled and quickly hid behind Lu Chantian. Suddenly, a thunderous shout reverberated through the air, causing Li Qingran's ears to ring. Li Qingran, are you aware of your transgressions? Chapter 38, I shall see who dares. The voice belonged to the Qingxian Taoist. Li Qingran met his gaze with an impassive expression and replied coldly, I, Li Qingran, am innocent. A momentary silence fell over the plaza following her declaration, as everyone stared at her in astonishment. Li Qingran, where did she find the audacity to confront a deity transformation practitioner? For most cultivators within the sect, an elder like the Qingxian Taoist was a figure of great respect and authority, akin to a moral compass. Regardless of the validity of his words, what he said was deemed absolute, and one would typically respond in acquiescence. Any discrepancies could be addressed later, but to confront a deity transformation practitioner directly was tantamount to courting death. There was no need to discuss matters of power. The strength of a deity transformation practitioner was evident. To utter even a single dissenting word could lead to a crushing defeat due to their superior realm. In the world of cultivation, brute strength ultimately ruled. The sect leader, Wu Duantian, gazed upon Li Qingran with a mix of pity and regret, acknowledging her commendable resilience in the face of the Qingxian Taoist pressure, yet lamenting her stubbornness, which rendered her ill-suited for the realm of cultivation. You're innocent? The Qingxian Taoist, infuriated, let out a mocking laugh. Your blatant disregard for your superiors constitutes a grave offense. Kneel before me. With that, a terrifying pressure descended upon Li Qingran. Despite her clenched teeth, she found herself slowly being forced to her knees. At that moment, a gentle force lifted her knees, spreading warmth throughout her body, allowing her to withstand the Qingxian Taoist's oppressive aura. It was her senior. A warmth spread through her heart as she realized her senior had indeed arrived. Yet, with 7 deity transformation practitioners and over a dozen nascent soul cultivators within the Qingyan sect, her senior's intervention could potentially bring danger. Though she relied on her senior, she was constantly worried for their safety. Qingran is foolish, bringing trouble to her senior once more. No matter, a chilling voice echoed in her ear. As long as I am here, who dares to insult you? In the realm of the game, Chen Huai'an exudes charisma. However, outside the game, he appears rather bewildered. Let's rewind time by 10 minutes. Li Qingran had just ascended to the Grand Hall, as anticipated by Chen Huai'an. The game interface erupted with a myriad of prompt boxes. You have triggered main quest 10. Assist Li Qingran in severing causality with Qi Shao Peak to navigate this calamity. Please create your game character first. Chen Huai'an's lips twitched in disbelief. Remarkable. After investing over 100,000, only now does he get to create character? If this game hadn't displayed such a window, he would have remained oblivious to the possibility of character creation, assuming his avatar was merely an ethereal entity or perhaps just 2 hands. Let me see what this is all about. Upon opening the character creation panel, he discovered that the facial customization system was rather limited, allowing only slight adjustments to his current appearance. Fortunately, he looked quite appealing, with a few tweaks. He could easily fit into the realm of cultivation with a touch of ethereal charm. As he navigated to the hair section, his hand froze. Limited time offer. Celestial Master S. Ethereal White Hair. Wuxian style. One-time payment for permanent enjoyment. Only $998 for exquisite white hair to take home. What the heck? The expression on Chen Huai'an's face was nothing short of spectacular. He had initially thought this game wouldn't resort to such monetization tactics, only to find that they weren't even attempting to disguise it. With over 100 styles of white hair available for selection, there were also options for blonde, red, silver, and a plethora of hairstyles numbering in the thousands. The discounted white hair resembled Wei Wuxian's ponytail, albeit in a white variant. He tried it on and felt utterly dashing. At $9.98, it was relatively affordable compared to other styles priced at $99.98, so he decided to purchase it. Chen Huai'an shook his head. As a white-haired enthusiast, one must always pay the price. Luckily, his current financial standing rendered this some trivial. Next came the attire. Without purchasing an outfit, he would be left with a single, free coarse linen robe. It wouldn't evoke any sense of grandeur, barely surpassing the appearance of a street beggar. Attire was a necessity. Chen Huai'an meticulously selected a black Taoist robe, adorned with golden dragon patterns on the cuffs. Priced at $39.88. This, too, was a limited-time offer, while other robes soared into the tens of thousands, with some functional ones reaching into the millions, and others requiring spirit stones for purchase, of which he was uncertain of the mechanics, but he certainly could not afford them. With his eye-catching attire and white hair, his game character finally began to exude a semblance of prestige. However, it still paled in comparison to the ancient, godly figure radiating resplendent light in the sect's grand hall. Thus, he was presented with further options for monetization. Surrounding effects. 1. Ancestral Dragon as protection. Gain the effect of Ancestral Dragon as protection, with the dragon clearing the path upon entry, radiating dragon might, and commanding submission from all corners. Daily card. 9,988 or 1 spirit crystal. Monthly card. 288,888 or 28 spirit crystals. Yearly card. 3 million or 300 spirit crystals. Permanent card. 3 billion or 300,000 spirit crystals. The Golden Crow chasing the sun. Acquire the Golden Crow's sunlight effect, making a grand entrance with resplendent celestial authority beneath the blazing sun. 1-day card. 888 yuan. Monthly card. 250,000 yuan. Annual card. 2.08 million yuan. Permanent card. 2.5 billion yuan. The Ancestral Dragon Seal. Obtain the Ancestral Dragon encircling one's form. Today's special offer. 998 yuan. Subsequent purchases revert to the original price. Chen Huai'an fell into silence for a moment before ultimately opting for the Ancestral Dragon Seal. Its affordability and high cost-effectiveness were appealing. The instant he adorned this effect, a 5-clawed black dragon phantom encircled his character. Though it could not compare to the complete Ancestral Dragon's protection, what could one expect for merely 99.8 yuan? Besides, he was contending with a cultivator at the transformation stage, not a throng of great Luo golden immortals. There was no need for extravagant measures, especially considering there were more expensive ventures ahead. Weapon effect. The weapon in question was the black-scaled sword. Although it had been delivered to his home, the in-game item remained in his character's backpack. For the weapon effect, Chen Huai'an simply purchased a premium spiritual tool effect for a mere 998 yuan. Recognizing that a weapon is ultimately an external asset, one must possess inner strength to truly wield it. The main event was upon him. The newly created character possessed no cultivation level, and it remained uncertain whether it could cultivate at all, as the character had not yet been fully established. No cultivation options were presented. However, the monetary investment points were prominently displayed. 1. Instant Ascent to Qi Refinement Great Perfection, 200,000 yuan. Qi Refinement Great Perfection Experience Card, 998 yuan. 2. Instant Ascent to Foundation Establishment Great Perfection, 5 million yuan. Foundation Establishment Great Perfection Experience Card, 998 yuan. 3. Instant Ascent to Golden Elixir Great Perfection, 80 million yuan. Golden Elixir Great Perfection Experience Card, 998 yuan. 4. Instant Ascent to Nascent Soul Great Perfection, 6 billion yuan. Nascent Soul Great Perfection Experience Card, 880,000 yuan. 5. Instant Ascent to Transformation Great Perfection, 8 billion yuan. Transformation Great Perfection Experience Card, 1.88 million yuan. Other realms are not yet available. All of the above can be paid for with spiritual crystals, with 1 spiritual crystal offsetting 10,000 yuan. How exorbitantly priced, even with a 1 discount. In the past, even when first engaging with an electronic girlfriend, or more recently before his hospital checkup, he would have scoffed at such ludicrous recharge options, cursing the game developer's ancestors. Yet now, he merely smiled calmly and selected the Transformation Great Perfection Experience card. 1. 88 million yuan vanished from his bank account. His character radiated divine light, and an overwhelming spiritual pressure surged forth, rippling like waves across the water. Just then, he heard the game character, Qing Daoist, seething with rage, bellowing, "Kneel before me." Kneel? For Li Qingran to kneel? Ha! Chen Huai'an pressed the transmission talisman, a cold smile gracing his lips. As long as I'm present today, let us see who dares. Chapter 39. So, you wish to intervene? In the Grand Plaza of the Qingran sect, two formidable auras clashed, resulting in an explosion of spiritual energy centered around Li Qingran. The surrounding cultivators felt as though their heads were suddenly submerged underwater, their ears ringing with a deafening buzz. The plaza was engulfed in a whirlwind of dust and debris, obscuring visibility as the ground tiles were flung violently against the surrounding walls, leaving a series of dense craters. Not good, a master is here. Wu Duantian's expression changed dramatically as he turned to the elders beside him, urging, quickly activate the protective formation to ensure the safety of our disciples. Yes, the two elders, sensing the gravity of the situation, sprang into action. However, their vigilance proved unnecessary. The overwhelming pressure was directed solely at those from Qishao Peak, particularly the imperious Qingxian Daoist. For the other disciples, the oppressive aura felt merely like a gentle breeze, and even the incoming stones seemed to avoid them. Yet, the disciples behind Qingxian Daoist were not so fortunate. The immense pressure from the two powerful cultivators bore down on Lu Changtian and his companions, forcing them to the ground, their faces turning a deep shade of purple, yet they dared not utter a single complaint. Who dares interfere in the affairs of the Qingyan sect? Qingxian Daoist's face darkened, for he was the second strongest in the sect, surpassed only by the ancient ancestor. Even the sect leader Wu Duantian could not match his might, yet this mysterious figure, who had yet to reveal themselves, was able to stand against him. Lu Changtian's earlier report about Li Qingran befriending a mysterious elder now made sense. He had anticipated that this individual might offer Li Qingran some resources, but he never expected them to intervene so boldly for an ordinary disciple they had just met. Did this person not fear the multitude of Qingyan sect members? I have indeed intervened. What of it? You, Qingxian Daoist, nearly choked on his words. Before he could gather his thoughts, a voice, ethereal and drifting with the wind, reached his ears. Li Qingran is no longer a disciple of the Qingyan sect. I am here merely to accompany her due to our karmic ties. Remain calm. Those who cultivate are most attuned to the concept of karma, understanding that anything related to it is of great significance. Qingxian Daoist frowned, questioning what karma. Why? The karma of Qishao Peak and the fate of Li Qingran. I shall not interfere in this matter, nor shall you. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding the Qingyan sect's reputation. As these words echoed, Chen Huai'an felt a tumult of emotions within him. If only he could attain the pinnacle of the transformation stage, if he could reach the integration stage. He wouldn't bother with words, but would strike directly with his sword. Should these elders come at him together, he believed he could perish them all in a self-destructive effort, provided they did not flee. Thus, he resolved to maintain the guise of a mysterious figure. As long as he preserved this air of enigma, Qingxian Daoist would surely think twice before acting recklessly. His confidence stemmed from his ability to discern the foundational details of Qingxian Daoist. Qingxian Daoist, late transformation stage. 651 years old, inherently suspicious, cautious in actions, proud and cold. Chen Huai'an is indeed such a person. He often presents a facade of joviality, yet beneath the surface, he is calculating and shrewd. Once his hidden vulnerabilities are provoked, he reveals to others the true essence of darkness. This is akin to the face of a wolf in sheep's clothing, appearing innocent, yet possessing profound insight. No one can outmaneuver him, for he has orchestrated his plans from the very beginning. He is a true master strategist. It seems that Qingxian Daoist shares similar traits. Therefore, before unearthing Chen's true identity, Qingxian Daoist will undoubtedly maintain his composure. As anticipated by Chen Huai'an, the expressions of Qingxian Daoist, the sect leader of Qingyan sect, and the other elders shifted dramatically upon hearing his words. What does it mean to disregard the honor of Qingyan sect? What kind of strength does the opponent possess to dare utter such words? Wu Duantian wished to demonstrate to Chen Huai'an the weight of Qingyun's sect's reputation. However, he was utterly unaware of Chen's whereabouts. His attempts to discern Chen's strength through spiritual pressure yielded nothing but emptiness. Unable to gauge Chen Huai'an's power, he could only grit his teeth and endure in silence. Continue to investigate the whereabouts of that individual, he commanded, summoning 2 elders for assistance. Simultaneously, he cast a reassuring glance towards Qingxian Daoist, his voice tense and deliberate. Qingxian, the opponent operates in shadows while we stand in the light, without knowledge of their capabilities. We must exercise caution. That Li Qingran is merely a novice in the qi refinement stage. How much turmoil can she truly incite? Let us observe for now. Upon hearing this, Qingxian Daoist slightly nodded, retracting his oppressive aura, though his icy gaze remained fixed on Li Qingran. Li Qingran, accompanied by an outsider, had come to disrupt the mountain stronghold, bringing embarrassment to the Qishao Peak. From this moment forth, Li Qingran could utter nothing that would earn his forgiveness, even if Lu Chantian and the others interceded on her behalf. To think she could still aspire to join the Qingyun sect's Qishao Peak. How utterly delusional. At this moment, Qingxian Daoist was still entrenched in a bygone era, believing Li Qingran still harbored longing for Qishao Peak. With Chen Huai'an as her support, Li Qingran felt increasingly emboldened. She took a couple of steps forward, approaching the assembly at Qishao Peak, disregarding Qingxian Daoist's piercing gaze. Her eyes scanned the crowd and settled on Zhang Hanxiao as she clasped her hands in greeting, speaking softly. "Fourth senior brother, I trust you are well." "Ah, Li Qingran. No wonder you dare to return to the sect so brazenly. It appears you found someone to back you," Zhang Hanxiao retorted, arms crossed, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "This is Qingyun's sect. The elders and our master are present. Even a formidable outsider would not dare to defend you here. A mere Li Qingran is easily dealt with," he asserted. "Indeed, I have support." Li Qingran did not deny it, but held her sword with a steady gaze fixed on Zhang Hanxiao, replying coolly, "Do you still recall, fourth senior brother, how you stirred up trouble under my protection before I was expelled from Qingyun sect? All those spirit stones were repaid by me. Without my assistance, your reputation would have long been tarnished." Confronted with this public humiliation, Zhang Hanxiao felt his blood rush to his face, stammering, "What are you talking about? Do not slander me." "Slander you?" Li Qingran retorted, producing a document from her storage pouch, casting it disdainfully into the air. The documents fluttered down like snowflakes in the wind, their sheer number astonishing. A chilling voice emerged from the cascade of snowflakes. "These documents are the receipts I left while assisting you in repaying your debts. Initially, I intended to keep a record of expenses to ascertain how much had been spent. However, the pace of my bookkeeping could not keep up with your penchant for trouble. Over the years, nearly all of my spiritual stones have been squandered on your follies. The casinos, treasure pavilions, and moneylenders can all vouch for me." Zhang Hanxiao, in public. "You are the illustrious fourth senior brother of Qishao Peak, the foremost in sect missions. Yet, what are you in reality?" Li Qingran scrutinized Zhang Hanxiao's flushed visage and chuckled derisively. "You are naught but a parasite clinging to my junior sister, draining her of her vitality." Many disciples of Qingyun sect had received 1 or 2 of these receipts, the amounts inscribed upon them alarming. Nearly all bore the seal of Zhang Hanxiao. While was Li Qingran who repaid the debts? The crowd, taken aback, began to murmur, "I never imagined Brother Zhang was such a person. TSK, TSK. Did you just realize? Last year I lent him money, and he still hasn't repaid it. I distanced myself from him back then. Junior sister, Li has conducted herself impeccably. If I had such a sister, I would gladly endure a century of life in return." Even Qingxian Daoist reached out to retrieve a document from the air, discovering it was a receipt for Zhang Hanxiao's visit to the drunken immortal pavilion. His vision darkened, and he erupted in rage. "You wretched fool! Is this how I raised you? To squander your junior sister's spiritual stones on courtesans?" He placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it. Yet, an unseen force of spiritual awareness swept over him. "Have you forgotten my words? Sit down." Qingxian Daoist's forehead throbbed with veins, and he suppressed his fury, sheathing his sword. The gazes and whispered remarks from those around him left Zhang Hanxiao feeling utterly humiliated. What was wrong with using his junior sister's spiritual stones? After all, Li Qingran, with her lack of talent, had no need for such an abundance of them. How he chose to utilize them was his own business. It wasn't as if he intended to default on repayment. All of this was Li Qingran's doing. She had exposed his secrets. Zhang Hanxiao glared at the instigator, standing 5 paces away, a simmering rage igniting within him. Li Qingran, you slanderous wretch. He drew his 2-inch blade, his emotions settling into a cold resolve as he gritted his teeth. You insolent one, do you dare to duel with me? If you lose, you shall kneel and apologize. If I lose, I shall confess to all your accusations. Do you dare? Can one distort truth by wielding power? Such tactics were indeed in line with the 4th senior brother's character. Li Qingran let her hands drop, her right hand gripping the sword hilt. Even if she was not his match, so what? She had come here today, her sword aimed at the remnants of her former self, one who had been devoted to Qishao Peak and had endured in silence. The oppressive aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator pressed upon her, the wind tousling her loose strands of hair. Beneath her fringe, her eyes grew increasingly frigid, yet a smile graced her frosty visage. Very well, draw your sword. Chapter 40. Confrontation with Zhang Hanxiao. Zhang Hanxiao, the foremost in Qingyun sect's mission attendants, possessed formidable strength. Despite his indulgence in gambling and promiscuity, his innate talent is undeniable. At under 30 years of age, he has already reached the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Within the ranks of Qishao Peak, he is slightly older than Mu Baishuang and Li Qingran, yet he cannot compare to figures like Lu Changtian. Nevertheless, he has consistently held an advantage over Li Qingran. When they were still at Qishao Peak, Li Qingran was often summoned by Zhang Hanxiao to serve as a sparring partner. Yet she was never a match for him. Both practiced the unique sword technique of Qishao Peak, the lesser wuxiang sword. Zhang Hanxiao's mastery of this technique had reached perfection, whereas Li Qingran, having only recently joined Qishao Peak, lagged behind in progress, especially since her master, the Qingxian Taoist, frequently secluded himself and displayed little responsibility. It seemed she lacked significant talent in swordsmanship, resulting in a sluggish advancement, taking 3 years merely to achieve a minor success. Faced with Zhang Hanxiao, who excelled in both swordplay and internal cultivation, Li Qingran felt an undeniable pressure. Yet, her grip on the sword's hilt remained steady, holding the Susu Xian sword firmly. Li Qingran, Zhang Hanxiao taunted, I hear you managed to reach the peak of qi refinement despite your damaged Dantian? Such determination. If only you had exerted yourself as diligently back at Qishao Peak. But alas, you squandered your time in idleness, and now it is too late to strive for improvement. Instinctively, Zhang Hanxiao reached for his flying sword, only to remember that the one he usually wielded had been gifted to Mu Baishuang. Now, he possessed only a subpar magical artifact, a dull sword he typically used for mundane tasks. He pursed his lips, but decided that this inadequate sword would suffice against Li Qingran. I am at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, he declared haughtily, and to make this duel fair, I shall suppress my cultivation to the peak of qi refinement, just like you. He pointed his sword at Li Qingran, raising his chin in arrogance. However, not far away, the Qingxian Taoist couldn't help but twitch his lips, his expression darkening. This fool, he thought. Li Qingran currently has a damaged Dantian and lacks a spiritual root. Even if he suppresses his cultivation to the peak of qi refinement, it remains an unfair contest. At the very least, he should lower himself to the 5th or 6th level of qi refinement to maintain the appearance of fairness. How did I ever allow such a foolish buffoon to join Qishao Peak? Wu Duantian, who understood the Qingxian Taoist well, noted the elder's face had turned as dark as a pot's bottom. He surmised that this incident would likely end with Zhang Hanxiao facing a wall in reflection for half a year. In response to Zhang Hanxiao's verbal provocation, Li Qingran chose not to engage in conversation. With her sword drawn, its light flashed like lightning, her movements as graceful as a startled swan. She surged towards Zhang Hanxiao at breathtaking speed. Junior sister, your first move, startling the branches, lacks finesse. Zhang Hanxiao laughed heartily, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful strike, conjuring 3 sword shadows that converged upon Li Qingran, unleashing the ruthless killing move of the lesser wuxiang sword, the lonely swan shadow. As Li Qingran beheld the 3 shifting sword shadows, she recalled the countless times she had fallen to this very technique. Yet today, she sensed that it was not as formidable as before. Even though Zhang Hanxiao suppressed his realm, his perfected sword technique remained fierce. It appeared to slow down considerably in her eyes. Why? Was it due to the extraordinary quality of her Dantian? Doubts quickly transformed into certainty. The extraordinary Dantian was exceedingly rare. Even in ancient times, it was a coveted existence, surely possessing some unique attributes. As her thoughts raced, Li Qingran captured Zhang Hanxiao's tangible shadow, and with a clash of swords, a resounding echo filled the air. The smug expression on Zhang Hanxiao's face froze. He understood Li Qingran's weaknesses and had launched an unstoppable lethal strike. Unfortunately, his offensive maneuver fell short. A broken sword lay on the ground. He lowered his gaze and saw that the sword in his hand was reduced to mere fragments. A low-grade magical artifact was astonishingly severed with a single strike. Zhang Hanxiao looked incredulously at Li Qingran, who stood a few steps away, wielding a sword that emanated a chilling aura. The blade was as dark as the abyss, the hilt as white as the moon, and the crimson tassel danced in the wind. This sword was undoubtedly not hers. Its quality was exceptional. Sect Master Wu Duantian narrowed his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, this sword was at least a top-tier magical artifact. The coldness radiating from the blade was akin to a cascading waterfall, and even among top-tier artifacts, it was of the finest caliber. With continued nurturing, it could easily develop a semblance of sentience, transforming into a spiritual weapon. Taoist Qing Xian wore a solemn expression, his fingers caressing the sword hilt, his teeth grinding in frustration, wishing he could charge forward and strike Zhang Hanxiao down. Previously, he felt Zhang Hanxiao's victory was unmerited and shameful. Now, witnessing the broken sword in Zhang Hanxiao's hand, he felt even more embarrassed. If Zhang Hanxiao were to falter against Li Qingran, it would be an even greater humiliation. One could not dismiss the significance of artifacts, as they were integral to a cultivator's strength. Yet this sword was indeed beyond acceptable limits. For them in the spirit transformation stage, such quasi-spiritual artifacts were commonplace. However, for cultivators in the Qi refinement, foundation establishment, or even golden core stages, these top-tier quasi-spiritual artifacts were treasures. To bestow such a precious artifact upon a minor cultivator in the Qi refinement stage, what connection did that mysterious individual have with Li Qingran to offer such unwavering support? Or perhaps for that person, a mere top-tier magical sword was inconsequential, so they could generously give it away without concern for resource depletion. Taoist Qing Xuan's mind was a tumult of confusion, while the battle on the plaza had taken a dire turn. Without a weapon, Zhang Hanxiao dared not confront Li Qingran head-on. The advantages of the flying sword compensated for Li Qingran's shortcomings in swordplay, and Zhang Hanxiao desperately attempted to deplete Li Qingran's aura, but the longer the battle dragged on, the more his own energy waned, slipping into a state of inferiority. How could this be? In the past, her aura would have been exhausted by now. Gazing at Li Qingran, whose imposing presence showed no signs of fatigue, Zhang Hanxiao's heart wavered, causing him to lose focus for a brief moment. Losing concentration in battle was a grave error. Li Qingran seized this opportunity. Her swordplay transformed instantaneously from a conservative attack into a ferocious onslaught. Her garments fluttered, graceful as a butterfly. In the ninth style of the lesser formless sword, the shadows of the trees danced gracefully. With a flick of her wrist, the sword transformed into radiant beams of sunlight filtering through the leaves, shattering into countless shards, each aimed precisely at the vital points. Li Qingran felt a profound change within herself. The dancing shadows represented the most challenging technique in a lesser formless swordplay, one she could never have executed effortlessly in the past, yet today it flowed with remarkable ease. The unparalleled elixir not only enhanced her purity of spiritual energy and reserves, but also elevated her comprehension. Contemplating this, a warmth welled in Li Qingran's eyes. The value of that elixir was indeed immeasurable. The senior had bestowed it upon her solely to aid in her recovery, perhaps even possessing its own utility, yet chose to invest it in her. Senior, I shall not disappoint you. Li Qingran, do not become greedy. Zhang Hanxiao, caught in a disheveled retreat, felt his anger reach its zenith. He ceased to suppress his cultivation, forming hand seals as his realm returned to the mid-foundation stage. Meanwhile, Li Qingran's sword had already reached its zenith. The sword's radiance resembled shadows, showering the sky with glimmers of gold. With a shriek, Zhang Hanxiao was hurled backward, tumbling into the dust, his chest and limbs riddled with numerous sword wounds, blood gushing forth. 3 steps away, Li Qingran sheathed her sword, standing tall and resolute. Chapter 41. The Reckoning continues. For senior brother, no, Zhang Hanxiao, you have lost. As she gazed upon the fallen Zhang Hanxiao, the weight in Li Qingran's heart dissipated, leaving her feeling remarkably lighter. The entire sect's plaza fell into a stunned silence, all eyes wide in disbelief at the scene unfolding. The fluctuations of spiritual energy, surrounding Li Qingran clearly indicated she had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Yet Zhang Hanxiao, in the mid-foundation stage, was unable to contend with her. Despite Zhang Hanxiao being the last to lift his cultivation suppression, and even with his flying sword shattered, such a defeat seemed unfathomable. Sect leader Wu Duantian wore a look of astonishment, awkwardly turning his stiff neck to inquire the nearby Qingxian Daoist, Elder Qingxian. Is it true that Li Qingran was stripped of her spiritual roots and rendered incapable? Initially, he had deemed the punishments somewhat excessive, but given that each peak managed its own affairs, the sect leader merely oversaw the broader picture. Furthermore, as Qingxian Daoist wielded the greatest power and had connections to the ancestor of Qingyun, he had chosen to turn a blind eye. Yet now, he found himself in a state of confusion. His own disciple, Zhao Lingtian, had also suffered a ruined Dantian, leading to a gradual loss of spiritual energy and a complete lack of combat prowess. How could Li Qingran, similarly afflicted, overpower Zhang Hanxiao in such a manner? This was astonishing. Qingxian Daoist fixed his gaze on Li Qingran, speechless. His astonishment stemmed not only from her explosive combat prowess, but also from her mastery of the lesser formless sword. He vaguely recalled how she had sought his guidance numerous times, yet her comprehension of swordsmanship was limited. Despite his efforts to explain, she struggled to grasp the concepts, leading to his growing impatience, urging her to engage in independent thought or consult Lu Changtian. When Li Qingran departed from Qishao Peak, the Zio Wuxiang sword was merely in its nascent stage. Now, however, it has demonstrated the grace of dancing shadows, indicating that she has at least achieved mastery. Although the Zio Wuxiang sword is not an exceptionally advanced technique, being of the mysterious tier, it is certainly not the sort of trivial skill that one can master from minor to great accomplishment in just a few months. Junior brother Zhang, fourth senior brother. At this moment, upon witnessing Zhang Hanxiao sprawled on the ground, Lu Changtian and the others immediately rushed to his side. Yin Zimo propped up Zhang Hanxiao's upper body, while Xiao Yifeng produced a healing elixir, placing it in Zhang Hanxiao's mouth to assist him in regulating his breath. Mu Baishuang, with tears like pear blossoms, wept on Zhang Hanxiao's chest, lamenting, "Senior brother, it is all my fault. I am sorry. I should not have accepted that sword from you. Had you retained it, you would not be in such a dire state." Yet, in her heart, she thought, how fortunate that Zhang Hanxiao had given her that sword. Otherwise, it would have been for naught. The sword in Li Qingran's possession was evidently of fine quality, and even if she were to exchange it for another, it would likely meet a similar fate of being shattered. Her heart was filled with increasing confusion and a tinge of fear. What had transpired with Li Qingran? Who was the esteemed cultivator standing behind her? Would he see through her disguise? No, her identity must remain concealed. With the young master's lifespan now dwindling, she must exert every effort to secure a glimmer of hope for him. Once the young master breaks through his bottleneck and establishes contact with the sequestered ancestor, they would still have the chance to rise again. Mu Baishuang silently urged herself to act discreetly and promptly rose from Zhang Hanxiao, lowering her head and pretending to weep as she slipped behind Lu Changtian. "Li Qingran, you have gone too far," Lu Changtian stated, pointing at her with a stern expression. Regardless of his circumstances, Zhang Hanxiao was once your senior brother. How could you inflict such harm? Harm? Li Qingran shrugged, shaking her head. I have merely reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, not the peak of foundation establishment. The extent to which I can injure him is already my limit. Do you truly believe I could have left him grievously wounded and unconscious? Lu Changtian opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, before turning to glance at the unconscious Zhang Hanxiao. It was evident that Zhang Hanxiao's face was flushed as red as a brick, revealing that he was merely feigning unconsciousness. His external injuries were indeed severe, yet they were not sufficient to render him insensible. He simply could not bear the reality of being bested by Li Qingran. Li Qingran, has her Dantian been restored? The silent Qingxian Daoist suddenly spoke. The assembled disciples of Qishao Peak were taken aback, their gazes fixed on Li Qingran. While Mu Baishuang leaned out from behind Lu Changtian, her interest piqued. Thanks to the benevolence of my elder, I was able to restore my Dantian, Li Qingran replied, brushing her hair back, one hand resting on the sword sheath as she gazed down her toes, a faint blush creeping up her ears, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor of indifference. However, all attention was captivated by her words, oblivious to her childlike display, save for Mu Baishuang, who narrowed her eyes. Women understand women best. She was unaware of the events that had transpired with Li Qingran during this time, but she could discern that Li Qingran had developed some special feelings towards that mysterious cultivator. It remains unclear how that monk perceives Li Qingran, which presents a dilemma. If the monk's objective also lies in Li Qingran's Tying Dao body, how could she contend with such an ancient fiend given her current prowess? Mu Baishuang bit her lip, her eyes darting as a plan began to form. Sister Qingran, she timidly emerged from behind Lu Chantian, her voice quivering. I previously overheard Master mention that restoring one's dantian requires a rare elixir known as the Hunyuan Butian pill. This pill has long been lost to time, and only it can mend the dantian. I must inquire, has your dantian truly been restored? Be wary of those with ulterior motives, who might create a mere illusion while coveting something else from you. Silence. Before Mu Baishuang could finish, a wave of formidable killing intent surged forth, silencing her words. Li Qingran gripped her Suxian sword tightly, her knuckles turning white as her body trembled slightly. How could you dare to tarnish the monumental kindness shown to me by my predecessor? Mu Baishuang's face drained of color, and she hastily waved her hands. I apologize. Sister, I merely worry for your well-being. The response to Mu Baishuang was a resounding sound of the sword song. Li Qingran lowered her head, a strand of hair lifting gracefully as the Suxian sword was drawn. A beam of sword light shot towards Mu Baishuang, unrestrained and aimed directly at her throat. Mu Baishuang stood frozen, simply closing her eyes with a look of poignant vulnerability. She understood that someone would act before her, thus concealing her own foundation. Clang! The sword was indeed intercepted. Mu Baishuang opened her eyes to find Yun Zimo, the third direct disciple of Qi Shao Peak, standing protectively in front of her. Li Qingran and Yun Zimo exchanged glances, the very brother who once sheltered her now glaring at her with eyes filled with hatred and contempt. How ironic. Yet, it mattered not. She no longer needed to concern herself with such matters. She was her own person, Li Qingran, no longer merely someone's little junior sister, nor the former direct disciple of Qi Shao Peak, nor a pawn in anyone's game. If her life were to blossom for anyone, it would be solely for her predecessor. Li Qingran touched the tassel of her Suxian sword, the indifference and chill in her gaze gradually intensifying with the resurgence of memories, a slight smile gracing her lips. Yun Zimo, since you have stepped forward, let us begin the reckoning with you. Well, do you wish to duel with me? Yun Zimo raised an eyebrow, a cold sneer escaping his lips. I am not like the fourth. I shall not suppress my cultivation. To deal with someone as arrogant and contemptuous as you, even if my realm surpasses yours, I would not find it disgraceful. Yun Zimo possesses strength equivalent to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Yet he boasts more treasures than Zhang Hanshao. The latter, upon earning spirit stones, would squander them immediately, whereas Yun Zimo is inclined to save. Additionally, his knowledge in alchemy and array formation renders him a formidable opponent for any ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Third senior brother, are you intimidated? Li Qingran fixed his gaze upon Yun Zimo. You need not provoke me. I will not fall for your tricks. He withdrew a flying sword from his storage bag, his gaze settling upon the Suxian sword. Your sword is commendable, yet I shall not suffer the same fate as the fourth. I possess many more flying swords. Li Qingran, however, remained silent, merely offering a respectful bow to the sect leader, Wu Duantian. Sect leader Wu, the esteemed Zhang Weishan of Qingyun sect, must not be wrongfully accused, and malevolence must not flourish. To slander others and conspire against fellow disciples is a grave offense. Is there any truth to this matter? Wu Duantian, his mind preoccupied with the elixir to restore his dantian, was momentarily taken aback by Li Qingran's sudden inquiry. Taking a while to respond, there is indeed such a matter. Li Qingran, what do you intend to imply? I have not wronged you. A fleeting glimmer of panic crossed Yun Zimo's eyes. Yet, he reassured himself that he had handled the situation adeptly. Even if questioned, denial would suffice. What evidence could Li Qingran possibly present? Casting a sidelong glance at Yun Zimo, Li Qingran pressed on with Wu Duantian. What punishment is warranted? Wu Duantian narrowed his eyes and stroked his beard for slander and defamation. If the circumstances are minor, the law enforcement hall may issue a verbal warning. Should one reoffend, they may be exiled to the cliff of reflection. For those who collude and harm fellow disciples, the situation is exceedingly severe. If proven true, they shall face the punishment of having their tongues cut out, eyes gouged, and molten iron poured into their ears, enduring a month without treatment, as a form of admonishment. For cultivators, Such a punishment is not insurmountable, yet the inflicted agony is undeniably profound. Coupled with a month of silence, blindness, and isolation in darkness, it is indeed a punishment of the utmost severity. Upon hearing this, Li Qingran bowed once more. Yun Zimo, the third direct disciple of Qi Shao Peak, has conspired with an outer sect elder to slander and persecute fellow disciples. As a reputable sect, Qing Yun cannot idly stand by in such matters, can it? This declaration caused many faces in attendance to pale. Though Li Qingran did not explicitly state it, everyone understood the implications. Yun Zimo appeared outwardly furious, yet his clenched fists betrayed the anxiety within. Elder Wang Chuan from the outer sect glared menacingly at Li Qingran, wishing to devour him whole, while several outer disciples averted their gazes, instinctively retreating behind the crowd. How dare you commit such acts? Taoist Qing Xian slammed his hand on the table, drawing his sword to point at Yun Zimo, his eyes wide with fury, his mixed black and white hair swirling from the pressure he emanated, resembling a lion in a tempest. Enough! I command you to sit down. In the void, an undeniable presence swept through, leaving no room for dissent. Grinding his teeth, Taoist Qing Xian took 3 deep breaths before reluctantly sheathing his sword. The enigmatic monk, having aided Li Qingran in restoring her dantian, must undoubtedly be the very individual who refined the divine elixir at that time. Such an entity is beyond reproach, and no one present, including all the elders, can provoke him, unless the venerable Qingyun patriarch emerges from seclusion. However, the patriarch is in retreat to transcend his current limitations, and it would be ill-advised to disturb him. Thus, one must endure. Taoist Qing Xian endeavored to quell the fury surging within him. Wu Duantian's expression turned grave. As the saying goes, a people's inaction results in no inquiry from officials. If Li Qingran remained silent, he would never be informed of the matter. Yet, since Li Qingran has spoken, the gravity of the situation escalates. Under ordinary circumstances, out of respect for Taoist Qing Xian, he might choose to act as a mediator or settle the matter privately. But today, standing behind Li Qingran is an ancient being whose precise location remains undiscovered. Could he afford to muddy the waters? Moreover, this predicament is fundamentally a concern for both Qi Shao Peak and Taoist Qing Xian. Typically, Taoist Qing Xian does not regard him, the sect leader, with much esteem. Today presents a perfect opportunity to subtly admonish Taoist Qing Xian, while simultaneously showing deference to the esteemed figure behind Li Qingran. He had also contemplated aiding his direct disciple, Zhao Lingtian, in restoring his dantian. Yun Zimo, is what Li Qingran stated indeed the truth? Wu Duantian fixed a cold gaze upon Yun Zimo, the aura of a late-stage transformation locking onto him. Under that piercing scrutiny, Yun Zimo felt an icy chill run down his spine. He was acutely aware of the consequences should this matter come to light. Yet with no evidence to refute Li Qingran's claims, he stubbornly asserted, I implore the sect leader to see clearly. I have never committed such an act. Li Qingran is slandering me, observing Yun Zimo's facade of strength, concealing his vulnerability. Wu Duantian gleaned much from the exchange. He then turned to Li Qingran. As the sect leader of Qingyun sect, should you find yourself expelled due to this incident, I shall certainly seek justice on your behalf. However, one must adhere to the principle of evidence. Do you possess any tangible proof? Justice? Li Qingran found the notion laughable. The justice Wu Duantian spoke of was not intended for her, but rather for the elder who stood behind her. Without the elder's protection, she would garner nothing today. The junior indeed possesses evidence. I was expelled from the sect, and before descending the mountain to gather my belongings, I approached a disciple involved in the incident, offering him 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to reveal the mastermind behind it all. He believed that I would soon no longer be affiliated with Qingyun sect, and under the allure of the spirit stones, he divulged everything. The disciple even insisted that I swear to the heavens never to disclose this matter, lest. Li Qingran's gaze sharpened, her eyes locking onto Wu Duantian and the assembly from Qi Shao Peak. In truth, she could have exposed Yun Zimo before her expulsion. However, at that time, she clung to a shred of hope, yearning for camaraderie among her peers and fantasizing about a day of reconciliation at Qi Shao Peak. It was not until Zhang Hanxiao cast her into a dilapidated hut that she realized the people of Qi Shao Peak were no longer deserving of her expectations. Senior, Qingran shall not disappoint you. Her eyes clouded with determination as she whispered to herself. The painful memories of the past surged forth with each word, lest she endure the torment of 1,000 swords piercing her heart. As the words fell, a phantom sword suddenly pierced through her back, transfixing her. Li Qingran's complexion instantly turned ashen. A trickle of blood escaped her lips, cascading down her chin and splattering onto the ground. Trembling, she raised her hand to clutch her chest, the ethereal sword passing through her, her body swaying precariously. She could barely maintain her balance, propped up only by the sword. More swords descended from the void, embedding themselves in her form. Intense agony gnawed at her nerves like countless insects. Blood gushed from her mouth, pouring from her 7 orifices and staining the tiles with a horrifying hue. Yet, she remained silent amidst her suffering. The square before the Qingran sect was enveloped in an eerie silence, all eyes fixated on this harrowing scene, their hearts trembling. In less than 2 breaths, Li Qingran was surrounded by an array of illusory blades, transforming her into a living hedgehog. The weight of the swords seemed to crush her, her long hair cascading to the ground, mingling with the blood, and she could only kneel on one knee to support her frail body from collapsing. The profound scriptures of the great Tao spiraled around the swords. 1,000 swords pierced her heart, a testament to the solemn vow of the great Tao, manifesting before the astonished crowd. Chapter 43. Are you satisfied? Help! Someone, please help. Wait, the game never mentioned a plot twist involving a female protagonist. Outside the game, Chen Huai'an was left dumbfounded, witnessing Li Qingran's instant transformation into a bloodied figure. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if he had not invested enough. He frantically tapped the screen, causing further cracks to spread across his already damaged phone. Sweat trickled down his cheeks as he desperately hoped for the system to pop up a recharge button. The disciples of the Qingran sect were equally stunned, with one pale-faced disciple in the crowd, utterly bewildered. He could never have imagined that Li Qingran would resort to the vow of the great Tao as a means of self-affirmation. That was the torment of 1,000 swords piercing the heart. A moment's negligence could cast a lifelong shadow on one's path of cultivation, making it nearly impossible to advance further in their realm. On Chen Huai'an's end, the moment of deception had finally arrived. A prompt appeared leisurely on the screen just before it cracked beyond repair. Would you like to recharge 188 to purchase a celestial-grade jade elixir to heal Li Qingran? Buy. Without hesitation, Chen Huai'an closed his eyes and confirmed the transaction, oblivious to the surprisingly reasonable amount the system had offered this time. In its Songyan realm, at the square before the Qingran sect, Li Qingran, on the verge of losing consciousness, was suddenly supported by an invisible force. Then, everyone beheld a brocade box emerging from the void behind her. As the exquisite box was opened, a jade-green elixir was revealed, releasing an intoxicating aroma that permeated the air. Those disciples situated nearby felt a subtle acceleration in the circulation of their spiritual energy, while the wounds that had not yet fully healed began to itch intensely. Even those at a distance experienced a refreshing uplift in spirit. Before anyone could fully savor the enchanting scent of the potion, it had already soared towards Li Qingran's lips, transforming into a stream of azure light that entered her body with her breath, rapidly spreading throughout her being. It was undoubtedly the jade transformation pill. Wu Duantian, the sect leader, was the first to realize this. During the recent period, he had experimented with various precious elixirs to restore Zhao Lingtian's Dantian, including this renowned pill that was said to snatch souls from the brink of death. However, the jade transformation pill he had administered to Zhao Lingtian lacked such a potent fragrance. Moreover, the pill before him was crystal clear and devoid of any impurities, resembling jadeite. The answer was evident. It was indeed the celestial-grade jade transformation pill. The shock in Wu Duantian's heart was immeasurable. Master, is this elixir truly exceptional? Zhao Lingtian inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity. Wu Duantian cast a sidelong glance at him, replying curtly, the jade transformation pill is at least a 5th-grade elixir, and this particular one has reached celestial quality. What do you reckon its grade should be? Zhao Lingtian's eyes widened further. If the mortal-grade jade transformation pill was classified as 5th grade, then the celestial grade one must surely be rated as 4th or perhaps even 3rd grade. Such a remarkable elixir is being used merely to alleviate Li Qingran's pain. She is merely in discomfort, not on the verge of death. At that moment, Zhao Lingtian felt as if his heart was bleeding. The elders from various peaks looked on with mixed emotions as they watched Li Qingran enveloped in the jade-like azure light. They pondered the absurdity of utilizing such a precious elixir, one they would reserve for life-and-death situations, on what seemed a trivial ailment. Among the crowd, the outer sect elder Wang Chuan was drenched in sweat, sensing impending doom as his downfall seemed inevitable. Who could have anticipated Li Qingran's ferocity? The oath of 1,000 swords piercing the heart had been broken so easily. Given Wu Duantian's temperament, he was certain his position as elder was at risk, and he would likely face a gruesome punishment. Most importantly, would the mysterious cultivator behind Li Qingran allow him to escape unscathed? Would Wu Duantian sacrifice him to appease that powerful figure? The more he contemplated, the more dread consumed him. Wang Chuan's gaze towards Li Qingran grew increasingly malevolent. With all eyes fixated on the disciple, the mysterious cultivator must surely be concerned for her safety, an unguarded moment indeed. In light of this, Wang Chuan resolved to act decisively. Without hesitation, he drew forth his flying sword and hurled it ahead. He then leapt onto the blade, declaring, "The mountains remain, and the waters flow eternally. Off I go." Yet, before he could soar more than a few paces, a barrage of golden talismans outpaced him with alarming speed. With a thunderous roar, the clear sky was suddenly filled with deafening thunder. Wang Chuan was caught off guard, struck directly, and plummeted down, enveloped in dark smoke. Before the mobile phone, Chen Huai'an, with a grim expression, stuffed the unfinished Thunderfire talismans back into his backpack, blowing on his numbed fingers, concealing his prowess and reputation. Wang Chuanha, merely an outer sect elder, possessed only the full cultivation of the Golden Core stage. While the Thunderfire talismans were insufficient to slay him outright, enduring a dozen strikes left him charred and tender, struggling even to rise. Witnessing this, Wu Duantian felt a shock in his heart and hastily ordered his men to restrain Wang Chuanha, harboring an increased wariness towards the enigmatic cultivator. The fact that several exquisite Thunderfire talismans were cast with abandon indicated that the opponent possessed considerable resources. Could he be an ancient monster from a reclusive sect? Such figures, backed by a sect, were the most troublesome. Solitary cultivators were often easier to manage. "Master, sect leader, I have sinned." Invincible, seeing Wang Chuanha subdued, realized that the matter could no longer be concealed. He thus knelt before Wu Duantian and Daoist Qingxian, bowing his head in apology. "I acted rashly out of indignation for Li Qingran's harm towards my junior sister, resorting to such desperate measures. Regardless, I have violated sect rules, and I am willing to accept punishment." "Scoundrel!" Daoist Qingxian trembled with rage, his face flushed. This was an immense disgrace. From now on, Qishao Peak would become a laughingstock of Qingyun's sect. When the ancestor emerged from his seclusion, he might even form a negative opinion of him due to these trivial matters. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, yet under the watchful gaze of hidden eyes, he dared not act rashly. Daoist Qingxian vowed he had never felt so humiliated in his life. Well, without Wang Chuanha's involvement, this would not have transpired. He is indeed the crux of the issue. Wu Duantian stroked his beard, narrowing his eyes. Invincible, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy. Since the sect leader had spoken thus, the primary punishment would surely fall upon Wang Chuanha, thus reducing his own consequence. Then Wu Duantian's voice resonated. "Outer sect elder Wang Chuanha, for conspiring against and slandering fellow disciples, your actions are of an extremely vile nature. As an elder, lacking virtue and principle, and as a manager, failing to uphold standards, I hereby strip you of your elder status. Your eyes shall be gouged, your tongue severed, molten iron poured into your ears, and you'll be sent to the cliff of reflection for 6 months of penance. As for the direct disciple of Qishao Peak, Invincible, you too shall face the same punishment of eye gouging, tongue severing, and molten iron, but you will undergo 3 months of penance at the cliff of reflection, with daily meals supplemented by 2 leaves of vegetables, considering your willingness to admit your fault. The other disciples implicated in this matter shall all be sent to the cliff of reflection for contemplation." Yunzimo's face changed drastically upon hearing this. Was it not the same punishments being reiterated? Moreover, the duration of penance had been extended. "Sect leader, please, I will be ruined." "Master, master, will you plead for my sake?" Yunzimo, crawling and rolling to Daoist Qingxuan's feet, was kicked away, tumbling to the entrance of the square, losing consciousness upon landing. "Master." The third junior brother has recognized his mistake. Lu Chantian, too, did not anticipate that Li Qingran's expulsion from Qingyun's sect was a setup. But upon seeing Yun Zimo's pitiful state, he could not bear it. Mu Baishuang also approached, softly pleading, "Indeed, master." Third senior brother was merely momentarily confused. However, The usual charm that had always worked on her fellow disciples fell flat before Qingxian Taoist. Silence. The Taoist's icy gaze sliced through Lu Changtian and the others like a knife. Utter another word, and you shall all roll to the cliff of reflection for contemplation. Lu Changtian's face turned pale, and he could only close his lips. Xiao Yifeng, who had just intended to plead as well, was momentarily stunned and quickly swallowed his words. A shadow flickered in Mu Baishuang's eyes. The situation and the people had begun to slip gradually beyond her control. Wu Duantian cast a glance at the disciples of Qishao Peak, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. His gaze shifted to the now awakened Li Qingran, and he spoke gently. Qingran, are you satisfied with the resolution I have rendered? Chapter 44, Decisive Action. The preciousness of the Jade Transformation Pill lies in its ability to heal wounds while alleviating pain. When cultivators find themselves in life-and-death crises, it is often not the injuries that are most fatal, but rather the debilitating effects of pain. The celestial-grade Jade Transformation Pill nearly eradicates all suffering, rendering even the torment of 1,000 swords piercing the heart trivial enough to be disregarded. Li Qingran gazed at the ethereal blue light enveloping her. Delicately pinching her wrist with her left hand, her eyes downcast, she realized that she had unknowingly accepted yet another favor from her predecessor. But the debts of gratitude had accumulated to such an extent that she no longer knew how to repay them. Predecessor, Qingran, it matters not, merely a pill. First, address the current matter. The ethereal voice resonated in her ears, audible only to her. Qingran, are you satisfied with the resolution I have rendered? Li Qingran lifted her gaze to Wu Duantian, and from the corner of her eye, she noticed Yun Zimo being escorted by 2 disciples, on the verge of being taken to the law enforcement hall for punishment. Indeed, even the agony of dismemberment or molten iron poured into one's ears could not compare to the suffering she had endured. Without her predecessor's intervention, Wu Duantian, out of respect for Qingxian Taoist, would likely bestow upon Yun Zimo a punishment that was insignificant. She ought to be relentless in her pursuit of justice. Yet the mere thought of her predecessor standing behind her brought her a sense of relief. Wu Zongzhu demonstrated great wisdom and fairness, and naturally, the younger generation held him in high regard. Li Qingran performed a deep bow, indicating her satisfaction. Wait, a voice cold and detached echoed through the void. Qingran is satisfied, but I am not. Wu Duantian's smile froze on his face. His hand, which had been stroking his beard, found itself in a state of indecision, and he had no choice but to cautiously inquire into the void. How do you believe this should be handled? Why, of course, immediate punishment. Chen Huai'an sat cross-legged on the sofa, vigorously stroking the cat's head with his left hand while pressing a communication talisman with his right, chattering away. Who knows if you all are truly taking him to the law enforcement hall for punishment or merely pretending? Seeing is believing, and hearing is deceiving. The void fell silent for a moment before a distant voice emerged. Punishment does not spare kin, and law does not show favoritism. If retribution is not visibly enacted, it fails to serve as a deterrent. Thus, a decisive action must be taken. Li Qingran was momentarily taken aback, her heart warming slightly. A venerable figure, such as her predecessor, would surely be loath to witness such gruesome spectacles of punishment. She feared that all she had painstakingly fought for might be in vain, that those who had wronged her would escape unscathed. Wu Duantian exhaled in relief. He had anticipated that the enigmatic cultivator might demand the expulsion of Yun Zimo from the Qingyan sect, or even seek to eliminate him entirely. Such matters were beyond his authority. Despite being the sect leader, expelling a direct disciple required consultation with the elders, particularly the esteemed Qingxian Taoist. No problem. Let the execution proceed here, Wu Duantian signaled to the 2 disciples of the law enforcement hall, holding Yun Zimo. In truth, following the execution, he would routinely lead all disciples to the reflective cliff to visit those who had been punished, thereby imparting a lesson through their suffering. However, since the mysterious cultivator had made this request, he chose to remain silent, mindful that it might cause Qingxian Taoists some embarrassment, though he cared little for such matters. The disciples of the law enforcement hall dragged Yun Zimo to the center of the square, one of them restraining him while the other produced a hook from his belongings. Given the cultivator's formidable regenerative abilities, there was no need to heat the hook beforehand. With a harrowing scream, many disciples of Qingyun's sect turned their faces away. In the center of the square, Yun Zimo, now tongue-tied, stared up at the sky with bloodshot eyes, howling in agony, his voice distorted beyond recognition. The iron water required time to be prepared on site. Wu Duantian glanced at Li Qingran, and it was evident to all that his words were directed towards the enigmatic cultivator behind her. Everyone gazed at Li Qingran expectantly, as if she had become the spokesperson for the mysterious figure. Zhang Hanxiao continued to feign unconsciousness, while Lu Changtian and Xiao Yifeng wore pale expressions, refraining from pleading for Yun Zimo. They stood protectively on either side of Mu Baishuang, as if to shield her from the sight of Yun Zimo's plight. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Li Qingran felt somewhat at a loss. Her predecessor remained silent, leaving her unable to speak on their behalf. She could only clutch the Su Xian sword, lowering her gaze to count the ants on the ground. What does Qingran think? A gentle voice unexpectedly broke the tension, causing Li Qingran to flush crimson. After a moment of composure, she feigned tranquility and replied, "I believe it is sufficient." Qingxian Daoist grunted discontentedly. Wu Duantian stroked his beard, wearing a conciliatory smile. Sensing that the moment was ripe, he turned to address the enigmatic figure behind Li Qingran, bowing respectfully, "Forgive my boldness, but I have an earnest request. Since you possess the means to restore this child as Dantian, might you also extend your assistance to my direct disciple?" He gestured to Zhao Lingtian, his expression pained as he continued, "This child is exceptionally gifted, kind-hearted, and a rare talent. It is a pity that he has been rendered incapable by the nefarious sect. I cannot bear to witness his despair, to see him halted in his pursuits." Li Qingran lifted her head, the rosy hue on her face fading, revealing 2 blocks of icy coldness in her autumn-like eyes. The primordial restoration pill. She now finally comprehended the precious opportunity bestowed upon her by her esteemed predecessor. Such a divine elixir must have been exceedingly difficult for her elder to obtain. Was it not? Wu Duantian opened his mouth, eager to demand it. On what grounds? Was he planning to leverage her as a means of coercion against her predecessor? Meanwhile, Chen Huai'an, seated before his phone, received a notification. The sect leader of Qingyan sect, Wu Duantian, requests an opportunity from you, the primordial restoration pill. Please make your choice. Direct refusal. Do you even qualify? Begone. Temporary measure. Let us not discuss this matter for now. We shall elaborate once this situation is resolved. Granting opportunity. Very well. A mere primordial restoration pill holds little value for me. I shall bestow one upon you. Utilize a voice transmission talisman for free dialogue. Chen Huai'an was poised to select one of the options almost instantaneously. However, his finger suddenly halted, narrowing his eyes as he realized the complexity of the situation at hand. Chapter 45, A Discourse. He had initially intended to choose the first option, setting aside the fact that the primordial restoration pill was worth 100,000. It was clear that there were none left in the koi pond, a benefit provided by the game developers. The hint in option 3 also implied that the value of the primordial restoration pill exceeded mere monetary worth. Moreover, this was merely the primordial restoration pill, not a celestial grade item. What if choosing the first option triggered an overwhelming transformation within the entire Qingyan sect? Although a perfected divine transformation could easily overpower those in the later stages of divine transformation, it would not protect Li Qingran. Furthermore, the visible strength of such a cultivation sect only represented a fraction of their capabilities. Who knew if there were hidden sanctuaries housing ancient, reclusive beings? If the younger generation were to be defeated, would the elders not come forth? He could not withstand that. As he rubbed the head of his cat with his left hand, his thoughts raced. He did not consider his concerns to be unwarranted. Typically, in games that involve character progression, choices significantly influence the narrative. A moment's inattention could lead to a bad end. In such a case, what use would it be to restart the game and receive a new electronic girlfriend? She would not be his Li Qingran. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed down on option 2. Let us set this matter aside for now. Once Qingran's situation is resolved, we shall find a suitable place to discuss further. The ethereal voice was steady and resonant, instilling confidence. Wu Duantian inwardly berated himself for his haste and quickly clasped his hands together in apology. Indeed. The matter concerning Qingran is of utmost importance. I have failed to grasp the essence. He did not expect an immediate response. To him, a grand cultivator capable of refining the primordial restoration pill would hardly concern themselves with trivialities. They would likely discuss compensation later. Yet, restoring Zhao Lingtian's Dantian was worth any price, even if it meant depleting his entire fortune. Li Qingran wished to remind her predecessor, yet she found no opportunity to speak. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her ears. "Patience, for I have my own arrangements." It seems that the senior had always been aware of the situation, and she, in her unwarranted worry, felt rather foolish. Li Qingran inhaled deeply, her heart finding solace, and she chastised herself for her naivety. Individuals like her senior, despite their youthful appearance, had traversed far more life experiences than she could ever fathom. Did she truly need to concern herself with their burdens? Instead, it was her senior who ended up comforting her, a role that seemed ill-fitting. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a flush crept to her ears, prompting her to cast aside the chaotic musings. Lifting her gaze, it fell upon Xiao Yifeng, the second disciple of Qi Xiao Peak. Xiao Yifeng, who had been consoling Mu Baishuang, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he was met with the indifferent gaze of Li Qingran. A shiver coursed through him, and fleeting memories surfaced in his mind. The Li Qingran he recalled had always been submissive. When had she ever exhibited such a demeanor? Even during the agonizing trials of alchemical testing, she maintained a facade of indifference, and despite enduring numerous injuries while safeguarding the spiritual field from thieving avian demons, she always wore a cheerful smile. Xiao Yifeng had long admired her talent for alchemy, or rather, he had believed that she held him in high regard for it. Gradually, he had transitioned from pleading for her assistance with alchemical trials to demanding her help with an air of entitlement. He considered this a matter of course, often bestowing upon her surplus elixirs, even if they were of little use to her. Yet, was that truly sufficient? Brother, what troubles you? Xiao Yifeng snapped back to reality as a delicate, icy hand slipped into his, its touch ethereal. He looked into the tear-streaked eyes of his junior, Mu Baishuang, who appeared utterly terrified. She had been crying since hearing Yin Zimo's anguished cries, her face as pale as death. Despite her evident fear, she still mustered the strength to show concern for him. How absurd that he should still harbor any trepidation. Unbeknownst to him, a faint mist of crimson swirled in the depths of Mu Baishuang's eyes. Meanwhile, the meditative Qingxian Taoist, seated beside Wu Duantian, suddenly opened his eyes and glanced toward Xiao Yifeng, a flicker of confusion crossing his brow. That aura. Something was amiss. How could a disciple from Qi Xiao Peak be in distress? They had all been meticulously chosen, with only minor flaws in temperament. Nonetheless, Qingxian Taoist remained vigilant, silently committing that fleeting essence to memory. Li Qingran, why do you gaze at me so? Have I wronged you in any way? Do not forget how many elixirs I have provided you. With encouragement from his junior, Xiao Yifeng regained his composure, descending the steps, standing tall and confronting Li Qingran with renewed vigor. Indeed, I must thank you for the elixirs you bestowed upon me. The fasting pills, the vermin repellent, and the laxatives. Li Qingran recounted, counting on her fingers, inciting peals of laughter from the surrounding disciples of Qingyun sect, while Xiao Yifeng's face turned as red as a ripe apple. She paused for a moment, her eyes cold as frost, and continued, by the way, there's also that worthless pill you gifted me, disguised as an ordinary great rejuvenation pill. The fiery poison has been raging within my body for 93 days, robbing me of sleep by night and sustenance by day. At my worst, even walking became a daunting challenge. Truly, you are a commendable second disciple of the Red Sky Peak, my esteemed second senior brother. Xiao Yifeng's expression shifted. He had long anticipated that Li Qingran would bring this matter to light. After the grand competition concluded, Mu Baishuang was injured, and Li Qingran had been struck by Lu Changtian, spitting blood profusely. He was the only one who visited Li Qingran in her cave dwelling, ostensibly to offer her a great rejuvenation pill for healing, while in reality, that pill was nothing but a disguised, worthless concoction. He watched as Li Qingran gratefully consumed it, only for the fiery poison to erupt within her moments later. He had even remarked that she should truly experience the suffering of his little junior sister. But did Li Qingran possess any evidence? Would she dare to swear an oath to the Tao? Was she willing to risk her life? Did she not fear that her fortune would dwindle, her fate would suffer, and she would become a wretched soul doomed to a short life? Furthermore, junior sister, I am but a 7th-grade alchemist. While I may possess some talent, I cannot guarantee the complete elimination of all toxins from every pill. How can you prove that I intentionally sought to harm you? Xiao Yifeng crossed his arms, lifting his chin defiantly. You often come here to test the medicines. Your body has grown incredibly sensitive to the pills, akin to that of an alchemist like myself. Can you truly not discern whether a pill harbors fiery poison? I see you as an ungrateful wretch, driven mad, dismissing all our kindness as mere nonsense. Li Qingran gazed at the overbearing Xiao Yifeng, suddenly clutching her mouth as her stomach churned violently. Even when expelled from the Qingyun sect, even while waiting to die in a dilapidated hut. She had never imagined that her once revered second senior brother would devolve into such a repugnant little man. Yet, she indeed lacked direct evidence. The words spoken by Xiao Yifeng were known only to the two of them. Just as Li Qingran felt at a loss, a cold snort echoed from the void behind her. Interesting. Xiao Yifeng, I ask you, as an alchemist, are you not supposed to discern whether a pill contains fiery poison? Xiao Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. Identifying fiery poison within a pill is a fundamental skill every alchemist must master. If one cannot accomplish this basic task, what use is there in being an alchemist? He nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Then let us engage in a thorough debate. As the words fell, 10 brocade boxes flew forth from the void behind Li Qingran. Each contained the most basic of ordinary great rejuvenation pills. These were the simplest pills, their formulas thoroughly researched. And the lower the grade, the more straightforward the composition. Xiao Yifeng gazed at these pills in confusion, perceiving them all as standard ordinary great rejuvenation pills devoid of any peculiarities, even originating from single furnace. What, then, was the intention of this elder? Chapter 46. The decision is made. In this moment, there lay 10 ordinary elixirs before him. Of these, 9 were tainted with fire poison. If, within the span of a single incense stick's burning, he could discern the one untainted elixir, the esteemed presence would deem him worthy. Xiao Yifeng cast his gaze over the array of potions, noting that the inferior quality of certain elixirs revealed their fire poison through darkened spots upon their surfaces. Yet, at this moment, relying solely on sight, he perceived no abnormalities in any of the elixirs. Regaining his composure, he realized that this was a ploy devised by the venerable figure behind Li Qingran. These elixirs had undoubtedly been expertly disguised beyond a recognition of an ordinary person. But was he merely an ordinary person? A cold smile crept across Xiao Yifeng's lips, as one endowed with the innate wood spirit root. Among the most suitable for an alchemist, he possessed a natural sensitivity to spiritual herbs. For simpler elixirs, he could discern their ingredients merely by scent. This ability extended to identifying poison as well. His sense of taste was even more acute than his sense of smell. It was no exaggeration to state that he could detect poisons that even the god transformation cultivators present could not perceive. Esteemed one, what if I were to identify the poison? He inquired, refraining from immediate agreement, instead addressing the void behind Li Qingran with a respectful yet assertive demeanor. Today, he would seek vindication for Yun Zimo, Zhang Hanxiao, and his junior sister, striving to restore honor to the Qi Shao Peak. If you succeed, you shall be deemed worthy, and I shall overlook the matter concerning Qingran, came the response from the void. Xiao Yifeng was eager to inquire about the relationship between this venerable figure and Li Qingran, and what it meant to overlook past grievances. Yet reason quelled his curiosity. He bowed deeply, infusing his respect with a hint of defiance. Esteemed one, should I be able to discern the poison, I implore you to personally heal my 3rd and 4 junior brothers and to intercede with Master Wu to rescind the punishment imposed upon my 3rd junior brother. What say you? Wu Duantian's expression shifted, pondering the audacity of Xiao Yifeng, who dared to negotiate with an unknown yet formidable elder. Meanwhile, Qingxian Daoist stroked his beard with satisfaction, believing in Xiao Yifeng's integrity and finding delight in his current demeanor. This was indeed the disciple he had trained. Chen Huai'an glanced at his phone, contemplating the probability of Xiao Yifeng identifying a normal elixir, 0%. This was the assessment provided by the game. He felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Was Xiao Yifeng courting danger? Did he possess any wisdom? Thus, he decided to indulge him, pressing the communication talisman. Very well. I shall grant you 3 opportunities. Should you fail to identify a single normal elixir within these 3 chances, you shall consume all 10. On the square of Qingyan's sect, all eyes were eagerly fixed on the mysterious cultivator in the void, awaiting a response. Xiao Yifeng, though appearing bold, felt a surge of anxiety within. He could only hope that this enigmatic figure would not hold his earlier words against him. After all, those remarks had indeed been rather disrespectful. Very well. A voice gradually resonated from the void. You have 3 chances. Should you fail, you shall consume all of these elixirs. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yifeng let out a sigh of relief, a confident smile gracing his face. Senior, your magnanimity is commendable. I shall uphold my word. He took a few steps closer to the brocade box, his demeanor exuding assurance. Initially, he inhaled the scent of the 10 great recovery pills, and, as he did so, The casualness on his face was gradually replaced by solemnity. From the information provided by his olfactory senses, these ordinary great recovery pills were strikingly uniform. This uniformity manifested in their cooking time, structure, ingredient proportions, and the age of the materials, all suggesting that these 10 pills were exact replicas of one another. However, was this truly the case? What level of alchemical mastery would be required to achieve such perfection? A tremor coursed through Xiao Yifeng's heart, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Elder Qingxian, can Xiao Yifeng truly succeed? Wu Duantian, though not well-versed in alchemy, observed Xiao Yifeng as he sniffed and pinched the pills, appearing quite convincing in his examination. Rest assured, Elder Qingxian remarked, his eyes slightly drooping, a dismissive snort escaping his nose. My disciple possesses the innate with spiritual root. Testing Xiao Yifeng in such a manner is utterly futile. Wu Duantian acknowledged this with a nod, though the specifics were lost on him. After all, when Xiao Yifeng initially sought to join the sect, he had intended to approach Wu Duantian, only to be intercepted by Elder Qingxian midway. This incident had left Wu Duantian restless for 2 nights. Upon hearing Elder Qingxuan's words, Lu Changtian felt a wave of relief wash over him. The self-purification ability of a foundation establishment cultivator was virtually non-existent. Had Xiao Yifeng consumed all 9 toxic pills, even if he emerged unscathed, his subsequent recovery would be arduous, potentially leaving him severely impaired. This old fiend truly harbored malicious intentions. Lu Changtian cast a cold smile at the void behind Li Qingran. Aligning oneself with such a nefarious individual, even if Li Qingran achieves success in the future, it is unlikely to differ from that of a demonic cultivator. Mu Baishuang, hidden behind Lu Changtian, rolled her eyes but remained silent. Surely, she had never witnessed what true demonic cultivators were like. They would not bother with reason. If they found something distasteful, they would eliminate it outright. Even if compelled to reason, in such a scenario, these 10 pills would undoubtedly be poisonous. As time ticked away, Xiao Yifeng grew impatient with merely relying on his sense of smell. He began to lick each pill, scraping off a bit of powder with a small knife or cutting into them to examine their cross-sections. After a flurry of activity, his complexion paled further, and his gaze became increasingly dazed. Time is up. Have you made your selection? A voice suddenly interrupted, causing Xiao Yifeng to flinch. He paused, swallowing hard, his eyes finally settling on one particular pill, determination crystallizing within his gaze. I have made my choice. It is this one. Chapter 47. Perhaps it is worth a try. Chen Huai'an, observing Xiao Yifeng's selection of the Great Recovery Pill, could not help but scoff. He actually had an option for instant replacement available, costing 6 coins each time. If Xiao Yifeng had truly defied the odds and chosen the one devoid of poison, he could easily spend money to swap it for one that was toxic. However, it seemed that such a transaction would not be necessary after all. Xiao Yifeng was not an individual blessed with extraordinary luck. The first elixir he chose was indeed tainted with pill poison. He pressed the communication talisman and thought, since it has been selected, one must consume it. Why linger in hesitation? As fate has already been determined, one should take it and see. Xiao Yifeng, what are you still hesitating for? The Qingxian Taoist cast a sidelong glance at his second disciple, eager to witness Xiao Yifeng's confrontation with the enigmatic figure. As for the constipated expression on Xiao Yifeng's face, he merely attributed it to the proximity to the mysterious individual, inciting a sense of nervousness in him. Yes, master. Xiao Yifeng fervently implored the celestial beings, and, with his eyes shut, swallowed the Great Recovery Pill in one gulp. The potency of the elixir surged rapidly. He stifled a groan, clutching his chest in agony as his face turned a deep shade of crimson. His eyes were bloodshot, gasping for breath, unmistakably exhibiting the symptoms of a severe pill poison outbreak. And without a doubt, it was a particularly potent strain. To prevent damage to his meridians, he immediately settled into a meditative posture, channeling his inner spiritual energy, utilizing the wood element energy to gradually neutralize the pill poison within. Other cultivators with different elemental affinities could only resort to consuming antidotes or seeking assistance from their elders to expel the toxin. Wu Duantian glanced at the neighboring Qingxian Taoist and noticed the elder's complexion had darkened considerably, shadowed with a hue akin to the hat atop his head, while his concealed hands trembled, clearly infuriated. You still have 2 chances. A voice, smooth as water, resonated from the void behind Li Qingran. The onlooker's disciples, and elders of the Qingyun sect understood that Xiao Yifeng had failed his first identification attempt. Having temporarily subdued the pill poison, Xiao Yifeng opened his eyes, his expression grim. After a moment's hesitation, he respectfully addressed Li Qingran. I dare to ask, among these 10 elixirs, is there truly one that is normal? What? Do you think I'm trying to entrap you? A cold snort echoed, and an overwhelming pressure descended, as a fierce gale swept through, shattering the steps surrounding Xiao Yifeng into rubble. A voice filled with murderous intent rose from the void. With just this statement of yours, I could slay you without justification. I acknowledge my error. I implore the esteemed elder to quell your anger. Xiao Yifeng quickly lowered his head, trembling with fear. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced towards the Qingxian Taoist, only to find his master indifferently closing his eyes, seemingly unbothered by the unfolding events. Sect Master Wu Duantian observed Li Qingran with a smile, his gaze akin to that of a father assessing his beloved daughter. No one could assist him. Both his master and the sect leader were unwilling to offend that mysterious cultivator. He was left to rely solely on himself. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yifeng steeled his resolve and selected the second elixir. Consuming the antidote, the fire poison erupted once more. You have one chance remaining. After subduing the fire poison, Xiao Yifeng extended his trembling hand, veins bulging, reaching toward the 8 remaining elixirs. Never before had he imagined that the agony of fire poison would be so excruciating. His entire body felt as if it were being scraped repeatedly by a brush embedded with countless steel needles. This agony is not a perpetual torment, but rather a series of waves, akin to a serpent slithering throughout the body, offering no opportunity for adaptation and bestowing only unrest. This is attributed to his wood elemental root, which innately possesses the ability to detoxify and suppress toxins. Yet, Li Qingran lacks such a gift. It appears that after being cast out from Qishao Peak, Li Qingran has been languishing in this torment, turning restlessly day after day. The alchemical prowess of this mysterious cultivator is indeed remarkable. Even a mere taste, akin to cheating, renders it impossible to discern which elixir carries the poison. In light of this, it would be more prudent to select one at random. Xiao Yifeng closed his eyes, relinquishing his struggles, and carelessly chose one. Remarkably, the lad's fortune smiled upon him, as he managed to select one with an 8% probability. Chen Huai'an, with a sense of resignation, spent 6 coins, and at the very moment of deduction, Xiao Yifeng's elixir was surreptitiously swapped. Nearby, the black cat observed Chen Huai'an with a peculiar glint in its eyes. What is this lad muttering to himself while fixated on that black box? Could he be mentally unhinged? It mused. Could it be that this black box is some sort of mind-controlling magical artifact? How intriguing. One wonders whether the malevolence behind this box surpasses that of the primal beasts. The black cat seemed to recall something amusing, its tail held high with glee. As Xiao Yifeng ingested his final opportunity, the fiery toxin erupted once more. The previous 2 surges of fire poison had reached an apex, and this third wave acted as a spark igniting a fuse, culminating in a complete explosion of torment. Xiao Yifeng's face turned ashen, flushed crimson, and he staggered back several steps on the stairs before ultimately collapsing to the ground, expelling a mouthful of black blood. Strangely, that black blood vaporized into mist, filling the air with a foul stench of medicinal dregs and tainted blood, prompting nearby disciples to cover their mouths and noses. In the center of the square, a figure, clutching their chest, struggled to maintain composure but eventually succumbed, convulsing a few times before falling still. Qingxian Taoist. It seems your disciple is not as talented as he believes himself to be, a voice echoed in the void with a soft sneer. There are still 7 elixirs remaining. Will you administer them, or shall this esteemed one take action personally? Chen Huai'an felt no sympathy for Xiao Yifeng. Li Qingran had endured the fire poison for 3 long months, with his meridians charred and decayed by the elixir's toxins. In comparison, Xiao Yifeng's current suffering is trifling. My lord, this disciple has already faced punishment. His condition from the fire poison is dire. Perhaps it would be best not to administer the remaining 7 elixirs. Wu Duantian interjected, sensing that Qingxian Taoist was on the verge of losing control. Did this esteemed one grant you permission to speak? Sit down. Do not overstep your bounds. Qingxian Taoist could no longer contain his outrage and rose to his feet, sword drawn, yet aimed at Li Qingran. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of the fact that all 10 of these elixirs harbor toxins. My second disciple would never be able to distinguish among them. Even if you wish to defend Li Qingran, your actions may be somewhat excessive. Moreover, did my second disciple truly administer the poison pill to Li Qingran? Elder Qingxian, bearing the immense pressure of the late-stage transformation, advanced with great difficulty, her pale visage straining as she attempted to shield the presence lurking behind her. Those icy eyes, fixed upon her former master, reflected a profound desolation that penetrated to the very core. Since the arrogant competition, the younger generation has received no assistance. And the sole pill consumed was the great recovering pill bestowed by Xiao Yifeng. How dare you speak such nonsense? Elder Qingxuan's eyes widened in fury. Should I utter one falsehood, I vow by the heavenly path, let the wrath of 5 thunders befall me. Li Qingran raised 3 fingers to the heavens. The oppressive force of the divine law rendered her delicate face ashen, and she could distinctly feel her fate diminishing. The arduous efforts she once exerted to maintain these relationships were so pitiable, and her current desperate counterattack was correspondingly fierce. Above Qingyun's sect, the previously clear skies instantaneously darkened. Clouds gathering ominously as flashes of lightning flickered within, as if probing the scene. When the inquiry yielded no results, the thunderous light dissipated alongside the clouds. Elder Qingxian and Li Qingran locked gazes resolutely, the sword in his hand trembling, rendered speechless. Having entangled with the heavenly mechanism twice, her fate was inevitably compromised. Li Qingran was gambling with her life. If that were the case, the poison pill must have been deliberately given by Xiao Yifeng, including the healing pills he intended for Li Qingran, which never reached her hands. Among the remaining 7 pills, 1 floated before Elder Qingxian. The oppressive force weighing down on Li Qingran dissipated, and a spectral voice echoed in the void. If it is indeed a poison pill, perhaps you should try it for yourself. Elder Qingxian gazed at the ornate box containing the pills, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. How am I to know what this pill is? Before his words could conclude, the box suddenly opened, and a great recovering pill shot forth into Elder Qingxuan's mouth. The void hissed, "Consume it." Chapter 48. The Battle of Lu Changtian. Witnessing the pill darting into Elder Qingxuan's mouth, both individuals shuddered. One was Sect Master Wu Duantian, and the other was Chen Huai'an, who had become momentarily dazed before his phone. Just moments ago, a prompt had appeared asking if he wished to voluntarily offer the normal pill to Elder Qingxian, and he had selected yes. So, was this the act of giving? Was it truly so forceful? Would this NPC not erupt in rage? Surely, this wouldn't lead to a bad end. Wu Duantian was astonished by Chen Huai'an's audacity. As a great cultivator, how could he commit such an act as forcibly shoving a pill into another's mouth? It was a disgrace to decorum, quite explosive, utterly astonishing. Li Qingran was rendered speechless, a single tuft of hair standing upright on her forehead, utterly dazed. Elder Qingxian swallowed, the great recovering pill settling in his belly. Just as he was about to be consumed by rage, the pill's effects began to spread, without even a hint of poison, evidently confirming what that mysterious cultivator had claimed. There was no deception, and Xiao Yifeng's current predicament was of his own making. The Taoist, Qingxian, found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions. The fiery rage that clouded his mind began to dissipate, yet he could not openly declare that the elixir contained the poison of deception. Everyone present could see the disgrace etched upon his face. At this moment, the identity of the lurking cultivator remained shrouded in mystery. Should he lash out without knowing his opponent's strength, he would have no place left in the Qingyan sect. Resolved, he chose to endure once more. Taking a deep breath, his taut visage twitched slightly as he managed to utter, "Indeed, there is no poison in this elixir. I have failed in my mentorship, and it seems I have provided you with a source of amusement. However, should my disciple, Xiao Yifeng, exhibit his remarkable talents in alchemy, I would be eager to seek your guidance then." The words of Taoist Qingxian were tactfully veiled, implying the adage that fortunes shift over time, much like the fortunes of a disciple. Chen Huai'an perceived the veiled threat within Qingxuan's words and scoffed at the insinuation. "By the time your disciple achieves greatness, I will have already transformed Qingran into a sword immortal. Master, there is no need for such a lengthy wait. I shall seek your wisdom today." As the sound of footsteps echoed, the onlookers turned their gazes. They beheld Lu Changtian ascending the steps of the plaza, halting before Li Qingran. Slowly, he drew his flying sword from its sheath, his aura intensifying, his piercing gaze fixed upon Li Qingran. As the eldest disciple of Qishao Peak, he had attained the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. Among cultivators under 30, Such a realm was indeed a rare prodigy. The two exchanged a silence filled with tension, their hearts taut with anticipation. Lu Changtian's robe billowed, as if stirred by an unseen tempest. His deep-set pupils, filled with ire and disdain, surged to a peak before gradually retracting and compressing down to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Junior sister, I still wish to address you as such, yet I refer to the person you once were, not the loathsome figure you have become. If it were not for you, neither Zhang Hanxiao, Yin Zimo, nor Xiao Yifeng would be in such a state. Qi shall peak, and my master would not have been humiliated. Yet, I am reluctant to call you senior brother. Li Qingran unsheathed her sword, its tip angled menacingly at Lu Changtian. The blade reflected her eyes, frosted and bitter. The day I fell from the arena, Lu Changtian, you perished already. Your harm to my junior sister is a fate you have earned. Should I wish to harm Mu Baishuang, you would not even have the time to react. Back then, I was at the foundational stage, she at the qi refinement stage. What made you think you could prevent me from harming her? With the elders and sect leaders absent, what power do you possess? Alongside a mere outer sect elder at the Golden Core stage? Do not attempt to argue. Let me witness whether your sword is as deft as your tongue. Lu Changtian advanced, his sword aura as cold as snow, embodying a chilling intent. It was a technique frequently employed by Mu Baishuang, known as embracing frost and snow, derived from the lesser, formless sword technique. This was the same move Mu Baishuang had used in the arena, and now, Lu Changtian suppressed his cultivation to match her level. Adept in every technique of the lesser formless sword. Whatever Mu Baishuang had executed then, he would mirror now. Let us see if it is indeed as Li Qingran asserts. As long as she desires, they cannot impede her. Li Qingran, too, perceived Lu Changtian's intentions. She evaded a sweeping wave of sword energy, her figure flickering, as the Su Xian sword lunged towards an uninhabited space. Lu Changtian, appearing like frost and snow, materialized in that very air, his brows knitted tightly, his gaze piercing. A hawk-like maneuver allowed him to evade the Su Xian sword, and he couldn't help but wonder when Li Qingran's reflexes had become so rapid. Feeling a chill above his head, he promptly raised his sword to parry. A powerful force struck his blade, but vanished in an instant. As he pivoted to unleash a cunning leg sweep, Li Qingran had already elegantly retreated 3 steps. In the moment Lu Changtian had yet to retract his leg, she thrust her sword once more. The sword light fell like rain, its momentum intensifying. The sword technique she employed was the same one she had used against Mu Baishuang during the tournament. The 6th form of the Xiao Wuxiang sword, rain-soaked. Overwhelmed by the disparity in their realms, Lu Changtian's body could not keep pace with his mind's reactions. He never anticipated that Li Qingran's sword would be so swift. Even with his understanding of the Xiao Wuxiang sword, he could only respond hastily. Rain-soaked executed a relentless barrage of 49 strikes. In his memory, Li Qingran had never unleashed more than 30 strikes during their training sessions. If only he could withstand 30 strikes. There was no time for further contemplation. A piercing flash of sword light suddenly filled his vision, moving with unparalleled speed. This blade descended from above, accompanied by a blurred, graceful silhouette. The torrential downpour was relentless, the sword's momentum cascading like a waterfall. Within the curtain of sword shadows, a barely perceptible sword intent was gestating, culminating in a sudden thrust of 49 strikes, powerful as bamboo splintering. Clang! Lu Changtian's sword flew from his grasp. He knelt upon the ground, his pupils quaking, staring blankly at the familiar, yet unfamiliar girl before him. The icy blade of the Su Xian had long since been poised against his throat. Why could you unleash this final strike of rain-soaked? Why? Li Qingran's voice seemed to echo with a sigh, tinged with self-mockery. Lu Changtian, I have actually known how to do this for a long time. It was merely your lack of patience that prevented me from executing the last strike. Chapter 49. The Game Helmet? Lu Changtian was taken aback. When did it begin? He pondered that his junior sister sought him for sword practice, and he grew increasingly impatient. It was he who had encouraged her to spar with him frequently. Why had everything changed? No longer did he patiently offer instruction, nor did he await Li Qingran's arrival at the training grounds each day. Once, even when she was clumsy, he would smile and encourage her, meticulously reviewing their sessions. Yet later, no matter how hard Li Qingran tried, all he could see were her flaws, foolishness, a lack of innate talent for the sword. Also, it was not Li Qingran who had changed, but rather he. In her foundational stage, Li Qingran could have harmed Mu Baishuang, yet they could not have stopped her. From the beginning to the end, They were merely venting their grievances. It was their dissatisfaction that stemmed from not having received more. Qingran had always regarded them as senior brothers and family. While they had lost themselves in her repeated calls of senior brother, everything had become a matter of course. Tian had come to a realization. Whether to kill or to torture, do as you please. This is what I owe you. He could no longer face Qingran, merely lowering his head with a sigh. You, abandon your Dantian. Qingran sheathed her sword and turned away, leaving behind a slender, upright silhouette. Tian pressed his lips together, fists clenched tightly, then gradually released. If I were to abandon my Dantian, could you forgive me? Qingran, could you return to Qishao Peak? The fleeting figure did not look back. The biting cold wind carried two resolute words. No. Before the screen, Chen Huai'an, initially filled with tension, suddenly slapped his thigh. Reveling in this sensation, an exhilarating slap in the face, a complete rebuke. Ha ha ha. Truly, my Qingran is magnificent. The money spent was not in vain. He felt a twinge of fear that the game developers might introduce some absurd twist, such as a soft-hearted plot where Qingran, swayed by emotions, returns to Qishao Peak, leading to a narrative where all the senior brothers repent and chase after their junior sister in a funeral scene. In that case, this senior would likely become a mere tool to support Qishao Peak and Qingran sect. Just thinking about it was utterly disgusting. What difference would that make from NTR? Fortunately, the game developers seem to possess sound minds. Thank you for supporting this game. Your exclusive gaming helmet has been delivered. A window popped up. A thud sounded at the door. Chen Huai'an sprang up and dashed to the entrance, opening the door to survey the surroundings. Then, with practiced ease, lowered his head, chuckling as he picked up the box and returned to the sofa. Inside the box lay a black gaming helmet resembling a motorcycle helmet, yet exuding a more technological vibe. Adorned with the logo of Electronic Girlfriend and accompanied by a chibi version of Qingran, Chen Huai'an slowly typed out a question mark. The nearby black cat also hesitantly typed out a question mark. Chen Huai'an, this thing, when worn, won't explode, will it? Seems a bit dubious. This game hardly appears to require a gaming helmet. Black cat, if I'm not mistaken, this is a fragmented celestial artifact. What on earth is this great figure? What relation does he have to the ancestor dragon? Chen Huai'an glanced at the black cat beside him, puzzled. Why are you trembling? The black cat mewed softly, awkwardly licking its paw. It was merely a little cat, destined to remain just a little cat. What could it possibly understand? It knew nothing. Ultimately, Chen Huai'an donned the helmet. While he might not trust the game developers, he believed in the 30,000 he had invested. Electronic Girlfriend connecting. The pitch-black screen flickered. Chen Huai'an was taken aback as he saw Qingran step by step approaching him, surveying the surroundings. Wasn't this the plaza of Qingran sect? By the heavens! Is this VR technology truly so advanced? Chen Huai'an had previously experienced the latest VR helmets at an arcade. Indeed, the visuals were astonishingly realistic, yet they still bore a distinct sense of disconnection. However, the game Electronic Girlfriend presents a unique experience. It truly immerses one in its world. If one were to mention any disconnection, it is not entirely absent. Although the visuals and ambient sounds are extraordinarily lifelike, as if Qingran stands before one. With even the minute blood vessels beneath her skin visible and the sound of rolling sand audible, there remains an intangible barrier. The world within the game feels just out of reach. Despite this, Chen Huai'an feels content. 300,000, a worthy investment. Not a loss at all. He plans to buy an insulated cup for use on airplane, and it will surely elevate his experience. Today I, Tian, shall sever my Dantian, both as an act of atonement and to seek the forgiveness of my esteemed junior sister Qingran. Though death awaits, I harbor no regrets, and beseech my master to grant me this request. As Tian rises, preparing to destroy his Dantian, a thunderous voice suddenly reverberates overhead, immobilizing him. Rebellious wretch, after all the effort I have expended to cultivate you to this point, you dare to forsake your Dantian and cultivation for the sake of another? Pathetic fool. Go to the cliff of reflection and contemplate your actions. At the moment when the beloved disciple was about to self-destruct his Dantian, Taoist Qingxian could no longer remain passive. Tian was his most cherished disciple, followed closely by Xiao Yifeng, with Mu Baishuang in the third position. Not due to any extraordinary talent, but rather her affable nature. How could he, having invested so much into Tian, stand idly by and watch him destroy himself? Upon witnessing this, Chen Huai'an realized the gravity of the situation. The game developers ultimately could not resist meddling. Your character projection has been activated. You may act freely. Remaining time in the perfected transformation state, 21 hours. You are free to converse. Please be aware that all your words and decisions will influence the course of the narrative. Your actions represent your character. Choose your words wisely. Seeing this, Chen Huai'an swiftly swallowed back the words on his lips, his expression turning serious as he coldly declared, I have stated that today, events are not to be interfered with. Daoist Qingxian. Do not say I did not warn you. Chapter 50. The moon rises over Tianshan only when one faces a need does one lament their lack of preparation. Chen Huai'an felt his vocabulary was woefully inadequate, forcing him to restrain himself. As these words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the Qingyun sect's plaza immediately darkened. Daoist Qingxian remained silent, merely drawing forth the Qingxian sword. The aura of a late-stage transformation surged like a tidal wave, his spiritual energy swirling around him. His hat cast aside at his feet, and his robe and hair dancing wildly in the invisible currents. Elder Qingxian, let us speak civilly. Wu Duantian was the least inclined to witness a conflict between two cultivators. After all, this was the Qingyun sect, and any damage would be to his detriment. Furthermore, he awaited the mysterious cultivator to assist Zhao Lingtian in healing his Dantian. If enmity arose, how could they plot further? Lu Chantian is my esteemed disciple. How could I stand idly by while his Dantian is destroyed? The Taoist Qingxian forced the tone into a line, addressing Wu Duantian. He is certainly not at the integration stage. Observing his relationship with Li Qingran, even if there is no formal master-disciple bond, there exists a sense of duty akin to one. It is the master who stands up for the disciple. If he were truly a great cultivator at the integration stage, wouldn't he be so convoluted? The determination in Qing Xuan's tone was resolute, as he was steadfast in protecting Lu Chantian. Wu Duantian sighed. How could he not comprehend Qing Xuan's words? Their eyes were not blind. It was evident that the other party was wary of the strength of the Qingyun sect and would not act lightly. Yet, he was indifferent to such matters. The opponent's strength was inconsequential to him. What mattered was whether that individual could assist Zhao Lingtian in restoring his Dantian. Could they not sit down and discuss this properly? There was nothing to discuss. Qingxian maintained his cold demeanor and released his voice directly. Very well, let us engage in battle. Unable to dissuade him, Wu Duantian resigned himself. Let us shatter the mountain gate. Let the ancestor emerge from seclusion. And then both the righteous and demonic factions of the Songyun realm shall mock our Qingyun sect. Excellent. Let us see if you all possess the qualifications to intervene in today's affair. The void behind Li Qingran began to twist, emanating a cold snort filled with rising fury. An even more terrifying pressure than that of Qingxian descended upon everyone's hearts. A figure gradually materialized in the void, clad in dark robes with white hair, wielding a black-scaled longsword. The features of his obscured face radiated an extraordinary allure. Yet his golden vertical pupils emanated an overwhelming authority that unsettled those who dared to meet his gaze. He hovered behind Li Qingran, and, as his form solidified, a thunderous roar echoed in the air. A shadow of a black dragon erupted from behind him, coiling around his figure, bearing its fangs and claws, exuding an impressive might, ultimately merging partially with the black-scaled sword, resembling the sword's soul. Predecessor. Li Qingran's eyes were fixated on Chen Huai'an, who had now positioned himself before her. Even catching a mere glimpse of his profile caused her to forget her breath. Her cheeks flushed as her mind went blank. Step back. I shall commence my act. Cough of killing. Li Qingran was anxious, and so was Chen Huai'an. To his right, a dazzling array of skills illuminated, yet he was oblivious to what they were. There was no time to comprehend. He was being thrust into the fray. The crucial factor was that he was wearing a VR headset, intensifying the sense of urgency. He dared not look at Li Qingran. Having caught a glimpse, he found her exceedingly beautiful, truly remarkable. The difference between experiencing it with VR and without was striking. He feared he would be mesmerized if he continued to gaze. Now the question arose, how should he operate? Which illuminated area should he focus on? Yet everything was lit up. Beginner battle tutorial commencing. A game interface appeared in Chen Huai'an's view, and he felt a surge of joy. Wonderful, a foolproof tutorial. We are saved. In the next moment, everything around him fell into stillness. Recognizing that he had entered the tutorial, Chen Huai'an immediately turned to gaze intently at Li Qingran. This is known as desensitization training. The game employs cutting-edge neural mapping technology, allowing players to directly control their character's actions through thought alone. Before him appeared a mirror rippling like water and a wooden dummy. Chen Huai'an reluctantly diverted his gaze from Li Qingran's face, attempting to form a peace sign in front of the mirror. It was rather incongruous for a celestial being at the peak of the transformation stage to strike such a pose, and he quickly reverted to his usual ethereal demeanor. Once immersed in the character, he instinctively began to act accordingly. The game assured him that the techniques and mental methods he could employ would be mapped into his consciousness without burdening his mind. As the mapping increased, they would gradually become part of his memory. He was prompted to attack the wooden dummy. After pondering briefly, Chen Huai'an swung his sword at the dummy, which shattered effortlessly, lacking any sense of impact, akin to slicing through tofu. He was then instructed to use a technique. The dummy reformed, and after a moment's reflection, Chen Huai'an executed the first move of the Qingran sword manual, long wind breaking waves. With a ringing sound of the sword, he moved in harmony with its motion, the blade striking forth like a dragon. In an instant, a brilliant flash of sword light appeared, and the wooden dummy was reduced to splinters. In the next moment, he returned to his original stance, a remnant of mist lingering, capturing the pose of his thrust. At this point, the second move of long wind breaking waves was still active. The shadow strike allowed him to return to the position of the remnant and thrust again. Astonishing, Chen Huai'an, though lacking in education, understood the value of praise. He hadn't anticipated that the first move of the Qingran sword manual would be so peculiar. It was certainly something he needed to practice diligently to teach Li Qingran. The instruction concluded with a wish for an enjoyable gaming experience. Everything around him sprang back to life. Chen Huai'an's gaze settled firmly on Lu Changtian and Taoist Qin Xian in the distance, his previously bewildered expression now replaced by confidence. Taoist Qin Xian, fond of meddling, are we? With a cold smile, Chen Huai'an resolved to unleash a powerful move against such an obstinate old dogma. The 10th move of the Qingran sword manual, Moon Rising over Tianshan, surfaced in his mind. The 11th and 12th moves remained locked, inaccessible to one at the peak of the transformation stage. Otherwise, he would have thrust the Milky Way into Taoist Qin Shuan's face today. The black-scaled sword emerged half an inch from its sheath, its light like dust. The rampant sword intent emanating from the sheath sliced through the surrounding air with a crackling sound. Taoist Qin Xian, seeking to protect your disciple? Chen Huai'an's eyes sparkled with intent. Here, receive my sword. With a thunderous resonance, the sword sang. Above the Qingran sect, before the hall, a streak of moonlight rose from the ground. Chapter 51. This is also a hidden old monster. The unparalleled young master, his sword intent like a rainbow. Everyone was left astounded under the brilliance of that full moon. Rendered speechless, Wu Duantian staggered to his feet, struggling to maintain his composure. The Qingxian sword in the hands of the Qingxian Taoist trembled slightly. Deep within the mountains of Qingyun's sect, in a concealed paradise, an elderly woman with a mane of white hair suddenly furrowed her brow while meditating with closed eyes. Li Qingran gazed dreamily at the moonlight. In the luminous orb, a figure danced with a sword, indulging in wild abandon. The bright moon emerged from the Tianshan Mountains. Amidst the vast sea of clouds, ethereal melodies resonated in the moonlight, lingering in the air without being intrusive, instead rendering one entranced, gradually succumbing to its allure. The sword dance in the moonlight was dreamlike and surreal, with cold light piercing through the clouds. Suddenly, the momentum of the sword shifted, swift as thunder. Then the ethereal voice erupted in laughter. For tens of thousands of miles, the long wind blows past the Jade Gate. In the high heavens, the sword's intent was imposing. The figure dancing with the sword came to a halt, and the flying sword in hand descended lightly. With a swish, the sea of clouds parted, revealing a clear expanse of sky, and the moonlight intensified. Yet, an overwhelming aura of menace loomed downwards. Wu Duantian's heart raced in terror, his face pale, as he shouted frantically to those around him, "This is bad. Quickly stabilize the protective array of the sect and evacuate the disciples from the plaza immediately." When that mysterious cultivator had appeared, his aura suggested he was merely at the peak of the transformation stage, so Wu Duantian had not taken it seriously. He had thought that even if the Qingxian Taoist could not prevail, he would at least be able to buy some time, or at worst, enlist the help of the elders. Who would have imagined that the moment the opponent's sword moves began, the sheer intent of the sword would chill him to the bone? Could this person be an ancient monster from the hidden sword pavilion? How could he wield such terrifying swordsmanship? It was widely acknowledged that while many cultivators favored the sword, achieving mastery as a pure swordsman was exceedingly rare. However, once a swordsman attained greatness, the destructive power of their techniques was unrivaled in the Qingran realm. Without further contemplation, the sword had already descended, aimed directly at the Qingxian Taoist. The coldness of the moonlight fused with the sharpness of the sword's intent. From a distance, the sword retained its form, but as it approached, all that remained in the field of vision was a sea of silver. The Qingxian Taoist gripped his sword, unable to discern whether it was the moonlight or the sword light in his eyes, as he found himself enveloped from all sides, with no escape. He could only grit his teeth and unleash his strongest strike of the great Wuxiang sword, attempting to gather the galaxy. The body of the Qingxian sword shimmered with starlight, blindingly radiant. What was meant to be a grand display of power appeared juvenile and laughable in the moonlight. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Yet the starlight, before the brilliance of the full moon, could only be devoured and dissipated. The full moon vanished. The plaza of the Qingyun sect was riddled with countless sword holes, growing denser toward the center. The Qingxian Taoist was drenched in blood, propping up his faltering body with the sword. The Qingxian sword, which had accompanied him for over a century, was now riddled with wounds, much like his scarred body, as if a mere movement would shatter them both. A beam of moonlight fell behind the Qingxian Taoist. Chen Huai'an emerged from the moonlight, casting not even a glance at the bloodied figure kneeling at the center of the plaza. He simply approached Lu Chantian with measured steps. "Will you come willingly, or shall I assist you?" Lu Chantian gazed up at Chen Huai'an, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. He swallowed hard, stammering, I will do it myself." As spiritual energy surged downwards, a muffled thud echoed, and Lu Chantian clutched his dantian, writhing in agony on the ground. The piercing wails reverberated across the square. Qingxian Taoist stirred, attempting to rise, but after a few futile struggles, he knelt back into the pool of blood. There's a saying, grievances have their origins. Debts have their masters. Chen Huai'an approached Mu Baishuang, his gaze fixed on the exquisitely delicate maiden before him, whose golden slit-like pupils reflected only indifference. In that moment, the girl appeared like a frightened fawn, her face awash with terror as she trembled, both lips and body quaking. Her pitiable demeanor was undeniably enticing, as if with a mere gesture, he could shatter her existence. Yet, a bead of sweat trickled down Chen Huai'an's temple. Mu Baishuang, female, 347 years old, mid-stage transformation. Naturally beguiling. Two pieces of disheartening news. First, she is an extraordinary hidden ancient being. Second, in his attempt to project an imposing presence, his resources have been depleted. The two exchanged glances for a moment, before Chen Huai'an slowly spoke. Li Qingran's water spirit root handed over. "Senior Eye, will you yield it, or not?" He fixed his gaze upon her golden slit-like pupils, now suffused with murderous intent. Mu Baishuang clenched her teeth, weighing her options earnestly. Refusing would necessitate unsealing her cultivation to engage in battle with this monstrous swordsman, which would not only expose her identity, but, should he possess any remaining strength, could lead to her demise. She must survive to assist the young master. She could not reveal her identity. After all, it was merely a water spirit root, of no use to the young master, and she had no particular desire for it. "I will give it." Mu Baishuang feigned a look of grievance, puffing out her chest as she tilted her head to reveal her fair neck, her delicate face etched with sorrow. As tears welled in her eyes, she implored, "Senior, please take it directly." Truly, she was the epitome of natural allure. Chen Huai'an was rendered speechless. "Please select the spirit root to extract." Single water spirit root, dual earthwood spirit roots, good heavens. Chen Huai'an thought to himself in astonishment. Although he was uncertain how this enchantress had concealed her previous set of spirit roots from Qingxian Taoist, the opportunity was ripe for the taking. Why not extract both? Since she was a hidden identity enchantress, would she dare to protest? Would she dare to expose herself? Chen Huai'an selected both options. Suddenly, two orbs of light illuminated Mu Baishuang's lower abdomen. He reached out, his hand effortlessly penetrating her form, extracting both orbs of light and stowing them into his bag, while simultaneously casting her a meaningful glance. Mu Baishuang stood frozen in disbelief. The agony of losing her spirit roots was trivial compared to the terror and shock that sent chills down her spine. As a being of natural allure, she possessed no spirit root to begin with. Now, having stripped others of theirs, coupled with the secret methods of the heavenly demon technique that concealed spirit roots. She should theoretically remain undetected. How could this person? She savored that profound gaze, feeling an eerie chill run down her spine. Could it be that this monk had discerned something? Yet, if he had, why did he not expose it? Was he, too, a practitioner of dark arts? Mu Baishuang's heart was in turmoil as she raised her eyes, intending to seek confirmation from Chen Huai'an, only to find that he had already turned away. Striding towards Qingran, he had exacted revenge, settled scores, and taken what he desired. The blue had been vanquished. Chen Huai'an was preparing to flee with Qingran. As he passed by the Qingxian Taoist, he contemplated whether to deliver a final blow to the half-dead elder. But soon sensed that several late-stage transformation realm energies had locked onto his position. Wu Duantian remained silent. Yet Chen Huai'an could glean some information from the silence, know when to stop or face dire consequences. Very well, the old man of Qingxian was not truly malevolent. He was merely a misguided believer. Qingran, let us depart. Depart? An elderly voice echoed from behind. Unbeknownst to him, a white-clad crone had appeared beside the Qingxian Taoist. Leaning on a dragon-headed cane, her murky eyes fixed on Chen Huai'an, devoid of any aura, she had silently materialized, blending seamlessly with her surroundings. So you think you can ransack my Qingyan sect and simply walk away? That would be quite unreasonable, wouldn't it? The crone thrust her dragon-headed cane into the ground. A resounding thud reverberated, and azure ripples spread like water surface undulations. Several late-stage transformation realm elders of the Qingyun sect, along with Wu Duantian, knelt, bowing their heads in reverence. Before the sect's grand hall, silence reigned, a chilling stillness enveloping the atmosphere. Chapter 52. Select all. Chen Huai'an's steps faltered. The hidden boss had finally emerged. A common trope in cultivation novels, often derided as a cliché. The ancestral master of the sect, having dealt with the lesser adversaries. Now the elder had arrived, and after the elder, the resurrected foe. Invincible in the world, enemies descending from the heavens, an infinite cycle of challenges. In another player's position, one might only contemplate fleeing or facing a narrative demise. But Chen Huai'an was different. He was wealthy. Are you the ancient monster concealed within the Qingyan sect? Huh. Chen Huai'an tilted his head slightly, half of his face cloaked in shadow, save for that one vertical pupil that burned fiercely. At his words, the entire assembly gasped in astonishment. Qingran gazed at Chen Huai'an in silence, sensing a stark contrast in his manner of speaking compared to before his appearance. Yet, that mattered little. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Wu Duantian and the elders regarded Chen Huai'an with incredulous expressions, while the feigning dead Zhang Hanshao cracked open one eye, and Lu Chantian ceased his rolling. Mu Baishuang widened her eyes, covering her mouth in disbelief, and even the half-dead Qingxian Taoist twitched at the corners of his mouth. The ancestral master of Qingyun, a formidable cultivator at the integration realm, had been referred to as an old monster, although, indeed, she was quite aged. Respect is fundamental, especially considering your status as a consummate deity. The difference between your realm and mine is vast, despite being merely a step away. You dare refer to me as an old monster? The elder of Qingyun felt the corners of his mouth twist into a smile, though there was no warmth in it, only a chilling aura and an intent to kill. Indeed, I am an old monster. Chen Huai'an felt no fear within. Yet upon uttering those words, he sensed that this concealed boss was poised to strike. It was time to harness the power of wealth. He silently intoned, elevate my realm to the pinnacle of the harmonization stage. Given the neural mapping technology, it should capture his stream of consciousness. As he anticipated, the game indeed registered it, but a notification appeared. Realm not yet accessible and your balance is insufficient. Chen Huai'an. Then elevate me to the later stage of harmonization. Realm not accessible, balance insufficient. Mid-stage harmonization, realm not open, insufficient funds. Early harmonization, not open, insufficient. Chen Huai'an, this is it, I'm doomed. The exchange of thoughts transpired in an instant. Meanwhile, the elder of Qingyun was already enveloped in swirling spiritual energy. A colossal avatar composed of azure stone, with a face of a dark hue, silver hair, and crimson eyes, manifested behind her, exuding an air of authority. This avatar boasted 6 arms, each wielding a different artifact: a sword, a knife, a spear, a bottle, a shield, and a fan, each movement resonating with formidable majesty. She was directly revealing her avatar. Though Chen Huai'an maintained a calm facade, anxiety gripped his heart. Surely, This wouldn't trigger a narrative demise? You have provoked the hidden boss, the Elder of Qingran. You have 3 choices. A game prompt appeared. Chen Huai'an, who was about to bend under pressure, straightened his back instantly. Limited offer this month. Recharge 18 to obtain a 1,000 Li escape talisman and flee the battlefield. Incredible 0.001 discount special. Recharge 88 to temporarily gain the pressure of the later harmonization stage for 30 seconds. Special offer. Recharge 188 to enhance your charm, making the Elder of Qingran regard you with newfound respect. Is the third option serious? Upon reflection, it seemed like an otherworldly version of courting a wealthy patron. If it weren't for Li Qingran, he would have chosen that in an instant. This is merely a game. One must seize the chance to ally with the affluent. After all, the game character merely needs to revel in the joys of wealth and escalating stats, while he, as a player, has far more to contemplate. Moreover, it could enhance his charm. But at this moment, Chen Huai'an narrowed his eyes. As the Elder of Qingran was on the brink of unleashing her fury, he promptly recharged 294. Select all. In that instant, the Elder of Qingran's fierce gaze fixated intensely on Chen Huai'an. She momentarily felt that the face shrouded in divine light appeared strikingly familiar. Zihao, could it be you, Zihao? No, Zihao has perished. He cannot possibly be Zihao. Yet, his demeanor bears an uncanny resemblance. The once formidable presence of the Elder of Qingran gradually diminished, akin to a deflated balloon. Lu Zihao, the former companion of the Elder, once hailed as one of the 10 most handsome men in Songyun realm, had fallen short in talent. Despite the Elder's relentless pursuit of rare treasures and elixirs, he could not transcend to the spirit transformation stage to extend his life. The Elder of Qingran was not always in this decrepit form. Cultivators possess the art of retaining youth. Should she desire it, her true age would remain a mystery to all, even if she were a millennium old. She could still appear as youthful as a blossoming maiden. Her spirit, however, had long since withered. Yet now, a flicker of life ignited within her once ashen heart. Alas, that spark was swiftly extinguished by a single utterance from the opposing side. Old hag, do you think being in the unity stage is impressive? Chen Huai'an smiled faintly, and with that his aura could no longer be concealed, surging upward dramatically. Late-stage unity. The entire Qingran sect plaza felt as though it was under the weight of a colossal mountain, shrouded in shadow. The oppressive force from the 2 unity stage cultivators rendered even the elders in the spirit transformation stage incapable of rising, their knees sinking into the stone bricks beneath them. Behind Chen Huai'an, a black dragon avatar, larger than the stone monster, spiraled forth, its roar thunderous and its majesty akin to that of a prison. Those golden vertical pupils resembled 2 blazing suns, overshadowing even the brilliance of the sun itself. At this moment, I felt an inexplicable urge to compose a poem. Chen Huai'an furrowed his brow, this peculiar impulse bubbling within him. Unfortunately, his mind was devoid of eloquence. He could hardly utter, "Wow, how impressive." Thus, he chose to remain silent and aloof. Unbeknownst to him, Li Qingran beside him was already enamored. You 2 are in the unity stage? The Elder of Qingran's thoughts became increasingly tumultuous. This person bore an uncanny resemblance to her late companion in both form and temperament, and their power paralleled her own. Should she pursue this matter further? If she did, how could she maintain a good rapport with him in the future? If she did not pursue, what of the reputation of the Qingran sect? As the Elder wrestled with her dilemma, Chen Huai'an was biding his time. With 30 seconds about to elapse, he proactively offered an exit. Today, I have come to the Qingran sect and have certainly witnessed the grandeur of your sect. Grudges have their origins, and I have no intention of punishing others further. Now that the karmic debt has been settled, I shall take my leave. Farewell. With 5 seconds remaining, Chen Huai'an produced a 1,000-mile divine movement talisman, attempting to grasp Li Qingran's hand, but instead, he passed right through her. Fortunately, the talisman enveloped both of them. May I inquire your name? The Elder of Qingran's gaze followed that imposing figure, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Sword Gate, Chen Huai'an. In an instant, Chen Huai'an and Li Qingran's figures vanished. Sword Gota? Could it be a reclusive sect? The Elder's heart was a tumult of emotions, yet she refrained from pursuing them. The cultivator's strength likely exceeded her own. Since he had already shown her courtesy, to chase after him would be discourteous. She turned and walked to the side of the Qingxian Daoist. The dragon-headed staff tapped gently on Qingxian Daoist's shoulder, enveloping him in a cerulean glow that gradually mended his wounds. After a moment, the recovering Qingxian Taoist laboriously lifted his head to gaze at the old woman. Mother, be silent and retreat to the cliff of reflection. The old woman snorted coldly, brushing past him. Yet, after taking only a few steps, she turned back with a stern expression and commanded, within half an hour, bring me 2 furnaces of beauty elixir. Qingxian Taoist replied, and do not forget the milk bath and the luo shun flower. Qingxian Taoist was taken aback. Chapter 53. The Guardian Institution. No jesting. Qingxian Taoist had a foreboding sense that his mother might not be long for this world. It was a profound and intense premonition. However, he dared not defy the order of the Qingyuan ancestor. Even though his injuries had not fully healed, he had no choice but to comply. He had not anticipated that the individual in question was a formidable cultivator at the integration stage. Qingxian Taoist shook his head in contemplation. The fact that a cultivator of such caliber spared his life was a sign of mercy, considering the reputation of the Qingyan sect. He felt a sense of relief. What did it matter if a suppressed integration stage cultivator could slay him in a single stroke? His defeat, after all, was not without its honor. A typical transformation stage cultivator would likely have been crushed to dust beneath such a formidable strike. Master, regarding my Dantian. Lu Changtian staggered before Qingxian Taoist, his visage pale. I am powerless to assist you with your Dantian, Qingxian Taoist replied, his brow furrowed with impatience and irritation. All things in this world are bound by cause and effect. Had you known this, why did you choose to bully that girl, Qingran? You even claimed she intended to harm Mu Baishuang, urging me to sever her spiritual root. Now you regret it? Now you come to seek my aid? Lu Changtian bowed his head, rendered speechless. Yet, Qingxian Taoist could not bear to witness the downfall of his most cherished disciple. He shook his head and said, you now have 2 paths before you. One is to cultivate the physical body, honing your strength to break through myriad laws. With your talent, you could achieve success. Though the Qingyuan sect possesses few physical cultivation methods, and the entire Songyun realm offers little in this regard, this path is narrow and fraught with difficulties, requiring much personal exploration. The second path is to prepare for the secret realms of Zhongzhou. This time, there will be both a large and a small secret realm. Master, I wish to enter the large secret realm. Lu Changtian immediately bowed, his expression resolute. Qingxian Taoist struck the top of Lu Changtian's head with the hilt of his sword in exasperation, exclaiming, fool, that is a place for cultivators above the nascent soul stage. You would undoubtedly perish. I mentioned the secret realms to inform you that the major sacred sites will come to select talents. If you perform exceptionally in the small secret realm, you may attract the attention of these sacred sites, thus gaining an opportunity that could potentially restore your Dantian. Upon hearing this, Lu Changtian's eyes brightened with understanding. The 3 great sacred sites of the Songyun realm, Yaoqi, Jinwu, and Fanjing, were brimming with powerful figures, many of whom were renowned throughout the history of the Songyun realm. These individuals possessed extraordinary abilities. Perhaps one among them could offer the Hunyuan Butian Dan or a complete system of physical cultivation. Thus, the issue regarding his Dantian may be resolved effortlessly. The Taoist Qingxian observed the joy on Lu Changtian's face, yet a shadow loomed over his heart. The Holy Land possesses rigorous standards for selecting exceptional disciples. To be considered, how extraordinary must Lu Changtian, with his damaged Dantian, truly be? It seems a daunting task. Nearby, Mu Baishuang, seated in meditation to heal her injuries, perked up her ears to listen intently. She was well aware of the happenings within the Central Continent's secret realm, an annual grand event where ancient techniques, artifacts, and elixirs would make their appearance. It is no exaggeration to state that acquiring treasures from within could transform even an ordinary individual into a coveted genius among the various sections. Surely, Li Qingran would also venture into the Central Continent's secret realm, Mu Baishuang Bandit. The Taiyindao body and the dark gold cold jade upon Zhang Hanxiao were of paramount importance to the young master. Obtaining the dark gold cold jade should pose no challenge for her, given that Zhang Hanxiao was currently injured. She could seize this opportunity to nurture a deeper bond with him, thereby securing this precious jade. As for the Taiyindao body, her previous intentions had been to let Li Qingran perish outside the sect, and through the celestial demon bone devouring secret technique, transfer the Taiyindao body to herself. However, Li Qingran encountered a powerful figure, evading death and even mending the damage she had inflicted upon his Dantian. Yet, every situation possesses its duality. Once they exit the Qingyun sect, should they cross paths within the secret realm, how could a mere Qingran be so easily trifled with? That formidable cultivator, despite their diligence, could not possibly monitor Qingran continuously. After all, such cultivators typically prefer seclusion and meditation. Her confidence in remaining unnoticed at Qingyun sect stemmed from the fact that the venerable ancestor seldom emerged from his retreat. As long as she did not wander about in his presence, it would be manageable to conceal her identity. Are you a disciple of Qingxian? Just as Mu Baishuang was lost in her thoughts, a voice, aged and resonant, suddenly broke the silence. A chill ran through her body, and goosebumps prickled her skin. She dared not glance at the speaker, instead kneeling and bowing deeply. Disciple Mu Baishuang pays respects to the ancestor. The venerable ancestor of Qingyun maintained a composed demeanor. Uttering not a word, Mu Baishuang bit her lip, her vision fixed on the ancestor's shoes and cane, beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks, each moment stretching like an eternity. Just as she began to fear that the ancestor might perceive her intentions and contemplated a desperate resistance, the venerable ancestor finally spoke. I am aware of the matters concerning Qingran, Mu Baishuang. Focus on your cultivation. Should your intention stray, I would not hesitate to assist my wayward child in clearing the path. With that, the ancestor, leaning upon his dragon-headed staff, ambled away with an unexpected youthful vigor. Having encountered many like Mu Baishuang, who thrived on sowing discord, the ancestor reflected on her own past as a disciple, where her methods were not dissimilar to those of Mu Baishuang. Now, she eagerly anticipated her own resurgence, considering the matter of a mere qi refinement disciple to be trivial, unworthy of her concern. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Huai'an emerged from the 1,000-mile divine movement talisman with Qingran. He cast a glance at the map and realized that, according to its depiction, they had not strayed far from the Qingyan sect. What an extraordinary map this is! To avoid being pursued by the venerable ancestor of Qingyun, Chen Huai'an utilized his ability to retrieve items from a distance, swiftly lifting Qingran onto the black scale sword. With the fleeting time left on his divine transformation experience card, he needed to fly far away with her. How swift is the flight of a divine transformation cultivator? Chen Huai'an felt it rivaled that of a fighter jet, though he had never flown in one to compare. As he marveled at the brilliance of this game, Qingran, caught in the fierce wind behind him, could barely keep her eyes open. She gazed at her senior's silhouette, yearning to speak for help. But as soon as she opened her mouth, the wind transformed it into a trumpet flower. To avoid revealing her disheveled appearance to her senior, she hastily shut her lips. Confusion swirled within her. Did her senior not activate a wind barrier while riding the flying sword? Was it to appear more dashing with tousled hair? No, her senior could not be so superficial. Surely, he was attuned to the rhythm of the wind, sensing the omnipresent laws of nature. Oh, Qingran, in comparison to such a senior, you are still woefully inadequate. And yet, you aspire to become his disciple? Alas, one wonders if he has any disciples. Are there any female disciples? How many might there be? Qingran gazed at the wild, white hair ahead of her. Even though her own hair was a tangled mess, her heart softened. Why fret about such matters? Whatever her senior does is right. Having 100 female disciples is only fitting. This wind is rather cold. Chen Huai'an rubbed his hands together and slightly reduced his speed. After all, they were cultivators. Could not the flying sword possess temperature regulation? What if it left his treasured Qingran feeling chilly? This is hardly metaphysical. Congratulations. You have assisted your electronic girlfriend in completing the main quest 10. You have received a reward, 10 Thunderfire Talismans. A mere 10 Thunderfire Talismans. What a pittance. Chen Huai'an scoffed. Did he, the esteemed Chen, lack such trifles? Unbeknownst to him, a loud thud echoed from the hotel room door as a black cat peeked out from a shoebox, cautiously assessing the aura of the objects outside. Suddenly, it trembled, its eyes widening, before retreating, shivering back into the shoebox. Main Quest 20. Please assist your electronic girlfriend in establishing a foothold in the new care facility. A care facility? Chen Huai'an's mind went blank, nearly causing him to tumble from the flying sword. Chapter 54. Dispersing Power. Senior, have you been to Tianquan City before? Senior, look at this. It's so interesting. My parents bought me one when I was little. Senior, do you have any favorite foods? I know of a fantastic restaurant here. Oh dear, Qingran forgot that you are in seclusion. Senior, this path leads to Filong Pass. My parents often said that those who depart from this road are unlikely to return. Qingran turned to face Chen Huai'an, her head bowed, fingers clutching the hem of her garment. The strands of hair framing her forehead danced with the breeze, and beneath her fluttering eyelashes lay an unspeakable sorrow. Tianquan City, once her hometown, has long since undergone dynastic changes, with the city lord replaced twice. Standing at the city gate, amidst the bustling traffic, Li Qingran's voice was tinged with melancholy. "Senior you." She dared not lift her gaze, fearful of revealing her reddened eyes to him. Alas! Chen Huai'an felt utterly helpless, realizing that his current actions mirrored those of indifferent parents who abandon their children at daycare for their own ease. The daycare in this context is akin to a sect. Li Qingran no longer belongs to any sect, and according to the narrative's demands, she requires one for protection. Initially, Chen Huai'an failed to comprehend this necessity until he noticed the dwindling time on his experience card. It dawned on him. In this realm, where extraordinary individuals abound, Li Qingran, possessing an unparalleled dantian, a Taiyan physique, and a singular water spiritual root, is akin to a walking treasure chest. Should her unique attributes be discovered by those with ulterior motives, she would find herself in peril, particularly as her meager mastery of qi leaves her with no means of self-defense. A cultivator lacking strength, yet brimming with potential treasures, has no hope of survival in this world. Moreover, he cannot monitor his phone incessantly. He must also participate in shows to earn a living. Thus, securing a temporary sanctuary for Qingran within a sect is of paramount importance. As her cyber boyfriend and guardian, his role is to assist her in establishing herself within this new sect. Hence, he guided Li Qingran to Tianquan City, traversing from the upper left of the map to a point slightly right of the center. This bustling metropolis is sufficiently distant from Qingyan's sect, having left behind the densely populated areas rich in spiritual energy. Here, the spiritual aura is exceptionally thin, which also signifies relative safety. "Senior, I am merely departing temporarily," he reassured her, though the truth is he would not truly leave. He merely had to explain the imminent end of his current incarnation. "Senior." Li Qingran noticed the difficulty etched on Chen Huai'an's face. Her fingers, which had been tightly gripping her garment, gradually relaxed. What was amiss with her? She should not continue to burden him. He too had his own responsibilities, with 100 eager disciples awaiting his guidance. He had already extended so much support to her. What more could she desire? "I understand. I will find a place to stay quietly," she declared. Chen Huai'an cast a surprised glance at Li Qingran. He had assumed this young lady had come to terms with her situation, that their conversation had reached an understanding, yet he observed her drooping brows and reddened eyes, reminiscent of a forlorn kitten about to be discarded. How pitiful she appeared, especially when recalling her earlier poise during the sword duel with Lu Chantian. "Very well, allow me to elaborate," he mused, recognizing that lingering here was not a wise course of action. Chen Huai'an led Li Qingran into a restaurant, casually instructing the anxious waiter to bring some dishes, before earnestly explaining, "I, am quite occupied with numerous matters at hand, and I cannot spare the time for you." Upon hearing this, Li Qingran's lips immediately pursed in dismay. Chen Huai'an quickly abandoned his aloof demeanor, ruffling her hair as he added, "You see, I cannot reach you because I am an incarnation descended. My true self is engaged in battle with a formidable demon." At this, Li Qingran's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Is there danger for you, senior? Is it a particularly troublesome demon?" "Indeed, one could say that cancer is quite a troublesome foe." Chen Huai'an nodded, his tone tinged with resignation. "It is difficult to cure. I have been poisoned by that demon, and the antidote is elusive. My life may be at stake." He pondered how much a game character could truly comprehend. What good would it do to mention cancer? Although this game was remarkably free, with AI-driven characters, they likely could not convey genuine human emotions. This was the most significant shortcoming of AI. Li Qingran's face paled instantly, her ears buzzing, her mind swirling in confusion. Her heart constricted painfully, as if seared by a branding iron, her fingers gripping her clothing until they turned white. If even the senior, with his extraordinary prowess, could not dispel the poison, how fearsome must that demon be? Just as she had suspected, the senior was indeed a great hero, tirelessly fighting to protect the Sangyan realm. Despite his overwhelming responsibilities, he still found time to accompany her to Qingyun's sect. Yet she was reluctant to let him leave now. "Senior, I realize my mistake." Li Qingran wept, approaching Chen Huai'an and kneeling suddenly, startling him. "What are you doing?" Chen Huai'an exclaimed, his hands hovering uncertainly. Even as a force lifted her, she stubbornly remained kneeling in midair. They met each other's gaze in an oddly level manner. "Senior." I possess a singular water spirit root, which is also suitable for alchemical cultivation. With a multitude of alchemical recipes in the Qingran realm, I will certainly create a potion that can dispel the poison, Qingran declared with unwavering determination. Her thoughts were naive and almost laughable, yet she clung to a glimmer of hope. She believed that although the senior was immensely powerful, the solutions he sought must be among the rare recipes circulating in the market. Sometimes, the answers lie quietly within the ordinary sect's archives. If he sought grand solutions, she would exert herself to find humble remedies, ensuring nothing would be overlooked. Witnessing Li Qingran's reaction, Chen Huai'an felt a profound sense of emotion stir within him. It was hard to dismiss the notion that she was not merely an AI character, but perhaps a dedicated game master portraying this role, encapsulating voice, expression, and gestures, serving him singularly. In her eyes, he could see an inescapable sorrow and reluctance, predominantly fear and trepidation. This girl before him was frightened of his departure, terrified of his potential demise. The eyes cannot deceive. He was unaware of the immense acting skills required to convey the depth of one's gaze. 300,000, truly a worthy investment. As he stood on the precipice of departing this world, he was once again allowed to experience that warmth blossoming within his heart. He smiled gently, unable to suppress his desire to console the girl before him. Rest assured, I am a grandmaster of the unified realm. How could I possibly be so easily poisoned by a mere beast? Dedicate yourself to your cultivation, and becoming the mightiest cultivator of the Qingran realm would be my greatest solace. Li Qingran noted that her senior no longer referred to himself as this humble one, yet she found the shift made him seem more approachable. The once lofty figure, seemingly beyond reach, now appeared within her grasp, even if physically they could not touch. Senior, I aspire to become an alchemist. I must become an alchemist. I possess the water spirit root, and Lingxi Valley will accept me. Lingxi Valley is renowned in the Qingran realm as a prestigious sect of alchemy, also known as the Sacred Healer's Valley, where one finds both alchemists and healers, some of whom are but remnants of the living. At that moment, a great sect in Tianquan City was hosting a conference to select talented individuals with spirit roots from among the common folk, including Lingxi Valley. However, considering that Li Qingran had already cultivated the Qiyuan technique, which was antagonistic to the path of alchemy, he did not envision Lingxi Valley as a suitable future sanctuary for her. Qingran, I understand your intentions, but you have already practiced the Qiyuan technique. Chen Huai'an's words trailed off as he perceived the resoluteness and determination in Li Qingran's eyes. Suddenly, he was struck by a thought. You, senior, I am fully aware that the Qiyuan technique, being fire-oriented, is inherently contradictory to the path of alchemy. Li Qingran bowed respectfully, and upon raising her eyes, she met Chen Huai'an's gaze. After all, the water spirit root was incompatible with the Qiyuan technique. A smile graced her lips, warm as the sun, as if the one in need of comfort was not herself, but rather Chen Huai'an. Then it is settled. I shall disperse my powers. Chapter 55, Master. Please accept your disciple's bow. No wonder the people of Qishao Peak claimed that Li Qingran cultivated slowly. It would be astonishing for a water spirit root to master a fire-oriented technique swiftly. They likely only considered having her join Qishao Peak, without regard for whether there was a suitable technique for her cultivation. Fortuitously, the war command had rewarded him with the tide rising technique, which was a perfect match for the water spirit root and could serve as a foundational technique for Li Qingran. As Chen Huai'an pondered, Li Qingran had already completed the dispersal of her powers. She stood timidly, resembling a resilient little flower, her smile radiating warmth as she gazed at Chen Huai'an. For any cultivator, dispersing one's powers signifies a complete abandonment of prior achievements. No one would casually relinquish the realms they had painstakingly attained. Li Qingran was unaware that the tide-rising technique awaited her. She simply wished to assist Chen Huai'an, not merely with words, but with immediate action. Every sip and bite has its own determination. Chen Huai'an produced a jade tablet, its surface undulating like the waves. This is the Tideborn Revelation, a method of water affinity. Since you have lost your internal cultivation technique, you shall practice this from now on. Once you attain great perfection, I shall provide you with something superior. Li Qingran did not reach for the Tideborn Revelation. Instead, she tilted her head, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Senior, do you intend to accept Qingran as your disciple? Huh? Chen Huai'an was momentarily taken aback. How could a mere impostor at the transcendent stage possibly serve as Li Qingran's master? Yet, he did not underestimate himself. After all, he was a premium player and would eventually rise to prominence. He thought of accepting Li Qingran as a disciple once he had achieved some success, thus allowing him to stand tall and confident, unafraid of being exposed. The senior hesitated. Li Qingran lowered her gaze and smiled sadly. Indeed, the senior already has over 100 eager female disciples, with little energy left to take on another. Chen Huai'an slowly formed a question mark in his mind. Over 100? Female disciples? Eager? When did all this happen? I have no disciples, he asserted. Li Qingran suddenly knelt with a thud, bowing deeply. Master, please allow your disciple to pay her respects. Chen Huai'an was taken aback. So, you are calling me master now? I haven't even agreed yet. What if I am exposed later? However, it was too late to refuse. Their rapport had already reached 80, and declining would only diminish it further. Very well. Chen Huai'an straightened his expression, feigning a thoughtful gesture as he stroked his non-existent beard, and declared in a solemn tone, From this day forth, you shall be my foremost disciple. As my direct protege, I will impart my teachings diligently. You must also cultivate earnestly, elevate your realm and longevity, and live long to fulfill my expectations. Yes, master. Qingran will remember. The two exchanged smiles. In that ordinary tavern within the mortal realm, a bond was forged that transcended two worlds. Every occurrence in the universe is interconnected by cause and effect, and it is precisely this connection that brings them closer together. As Chen Huai'an removed his VR headset, a phrase involuntarily surfaced in his mind, prompting him to shake his head in contemplation. The ceremony of apprenticeship was not overly elaborate. Li Qingran quickly sourced materials from the tavern to brew a cup of spiritual tea in homage. When asked how she would navigate joining other sects despite having a master, Li Qingran simply replied, A master is a master, and a revered teacher is a revered teacher. In the Songyun realm, many sects did not adhere to particularly stringent rules. Naturally, for disciples who already had a master, the sect would generally refrain from teaching the most essential techniques. Joining a sect did not necessarily require taking on a master. Most disciples lacked the privilege of having one, with their knowledge primarily derived from the sect's scripture repository and the elders who lectured in the martial arts arena. Chen Huai'an provided Li Qingran with all the Thunderfire talismans for self-defense, then exited the game. Li Qingran's goal was Lingxi Valley. From the map, all cultivators within Tianquan City associated with Lingxi Valley appeared as green dots, signifying absolute friendliness. Such a sect could be trusted completely. In contrast, the Yuling sect, Zen sect, and Suncrown Pavilion were less inviting, as their cultivators exhibited a mix of yellow and green dots, indicating they were not to be trifled with. In addition to this, the green friendly light spot also includes the Sword Pavilion, which only recruits one new disciple, making it seem rather meager. Qingran went to pay homage to the mountain. Why should start earning some money? Chen Huai'an glanced at the time. It was already late. After changing his clothes, he prepared a bowl of white rice for Beijia. As he pushed the door open, he sensed something outside. Looking down, he saw two packages. One was labeled Thunderfire Talisman, and the other Qingran's spiritual tea. Chen Huai'an fell silent, slowly typing out a question mark. So, was the Thunderfire Talisman from the main quest intended for him? But what use would it serve him? If he affixed it to his door, others would surely think him mad. Upon opening the package, he indeed found 10 exquisitely crafted Thunderfire talismans, even catching a whiff of the cinnabar scent. Lacking sincerity, they were mere mortal goods. Chen Huai'an was at a loss for words. These could only serve as decorations. He affixed one to each window and door, and combined with the black-scaled sword on the wall, the decor of the luxurious hotel room took on a somewhat peculiar atmosphere. Not bad. It had a certain charm to it. Though he feigned dissatisfaction, he found it rather pleasing deep down. Chen Huai'an then unwrapped the package of spiritual tea. Expecting tea leaves, he was astonished to discover an actual cup of tea inside. The lid and cup were sealed with vacuum film, and as he tore off the film and lifted the lid, he found the tea still warm. Goodness, these people couldn't possibly be living nearby, could they? In ancient times, Guan Yu warmed his wine to slay Hua Xiong. Now, in this game, players enjoy tea while receiving items. They were truly committed to providing the ultimate gaming experience for the spenders. Without suspicion, Chen Huai'an raised the cup to his lips, savoring a sip of the spiritual tea. As his nose approached the cup, he detected the same refreshing aroma reminiscent of the talismans and bracelets. Chen Huai'an was entranced. This was exquisite, truly exquisite. Such a gaming experience, even if it were merely ordinary tea, made his body feel light and his mind remarkably agile. Unbeknownst to him, the game was relentlessly popping up notifications. Your remaining lifespan is 45 days. Your remaining lifespan is 84 days. Your remaining lifespan is 79 days. The notifications continued incessantly, fluctuating like an electrocardiogram. Ultimately, stabilizing at your remaining lifespan is 78 days. After finishing the tea, Chen Huai'an placed the cup beneath his pillow. Just as he took a couple of steps, his expression changed, and he looked down at his legs. My legs can walk. After moving about a bit and removing the plaster, he discovered he could indeed walk. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to recover from sprain or fracture. For someone like him, a victim of osteosarcoma, it would likely not be a matter of just 100 days, but rather a permanent disability. Yet now, the fracture site had healed, and he felt more comfortable moving than ever before. This is strange. Chen Huai'an pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. What would be the reason? The spring needle? The meridian needle? Activation of cancer cell genetic potential? The cancer cells transformed him into a vampire endowed with extraordinary regenerative abilities. Chen Huai'an promptly procured a blade and made a small incision on his fingertip. Blood oozed forth, and the wound quickly began to coagulate and scab over. Chen Huai'an was taken aback, then elated, placing his hands on his hips. Wow, am I becoming a superhero? Ha ha ha. A crack in the shoebox revealed a pair of cat-like eyes peering at him. Wait, what is this? Why is this person so joyous? Isn't it merely the acceleration of internal and external healing due to the circulation of spiritual energy? Does he not possess basic knowledge despite having celestial artifacts and a magical sword? No, I must leave this place. Although there are opportunities here, it is permeated with an unsettling aura. As a newly reborn Tao Tai, having usurped the body of a black cat, Baji understood that consuming food would enhance its strength. It had anticipated sharing a bountiful feast with this powerful individual, but found itself subsisting solely on plain rice. Moreover, this individual appeared to be showing signs of madness. Danger. Extreme danger. It was time to flee. If it lingered any longer, it would perish. Its gaze fixed on the door. Once the human departed, the world was vast, and it could venture anywhere. All it needed was to continue feeding, and one day it would grow into an unparalleled entity. A sinister smile crept onto Baji's lips as it envisioned that day. Chapter 56. My friend, you are truly impressive. Half an hour later, Chen Huai'an had been gone for quite some time. Baji stood by the window, gazing at the setting sun, its eyes filled with sorrow. A piece of yellow paper adorned the window, inscribed with unintelligible characters. Despite its inability to comprehend the writing, Baji knew that approaching the window would invite a thunderous punishment. Ultimately, there is no escaping this fate. I was indeed too naive. Baji lowered its head in despondence. How could a powerful being in possession of a fractured celestial artifact be unaware of its subtle intentions? It was utterly impossible for it to be allowed to leave this confinement easily. As for the strange behaviors exhibited by this individual, they were likely in pursuit of enlightenment. There were cultivators who suppressed their power and even sealed their memories to experience the tribulations of life, seeking understanding through suffering. This powerful individual was probably in such a situation. Well, rice is still edible. In this era of profound change, the rice was far superior to what it had known in its previous time, yet it always felt insufficient. Baji crawled to the bowl and took a few bites. As it ate, golden feline tears began to fall. This rice, damn it, it's undercooked. Did it feel as though it had forgotten something? Chen Huai'an scratched his chin. Oh, right, the rice seemed to have been poorly prepared. A pang of remorse surged within him. However, it seems that Baji's health has improved significantly, indicating that he's been well cared for. Baji is a rural cat. During his time in the countryside with my grandparents, he would eat whatever the family consumed, far from the delicate diets required by city-dwelling cats, who often suffer from sensitive stomachs. Any feelings of regret were fleeting. Chen Huai'an felt a deep sense of comfort. Indeed, Baji was easy to nurture. Today marked his first flight, stirring a flicker of excitement within him. Previously, he had only traveled to Leishan by train, primarily due to financial constraints. Initially, he planned to take the train to the production team, but after spending a considerable amount of time with Qingran in Tianquan City, he found himself pressed for time and had to splurge extravagantly. Strangely, why were so many people staring at him today? As he walked to the check-in counter with his luggage, Chen Huai'an noticed more than one gaze scrutinizing him. Most were from women, though there were occasional male glances, often tinged with anger and jealousy. Each time he directed his gaze toward them, those stares promptly vanished. Chen Huai'an narrowed his eyes, sensing that something was amiss. He hurried into the restroom to check his reflection. Surely there was something on his face. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he vanished through the restroom door, a wave of fiery gazes converged upon the vicinity. Wow, a rare handsome guy. No joke. Oh, I got it. That profile is absolutely stunning. Goodness. Who dares to ask him for a green bubble tea? Forget it. I'm afraid I'd faint standing in front of him. Isn't he much more attractive than that recently popular Kai Yifan? Is he a celebrity? I have no recollection. The buzz of their chatter echoed like a swarm of green-headed flies, inciting the surrounding men to grind their teeth in frustration. Some ladies, not in a hurry to board, lingered near the restroom, particularly younger girls who had already devised various means to discreetly capture candid photographs. The older ladies were more reserved, thinking to steal just one last glance to uplift their spirits for the day. There is nothing on my face. Chen Huai'an mused as he scrutinized himself in the mirror, unable to discern any differences. If there were any changes, it was that his skin had improved, and he possessed an elusive charm that was difficult to articulate. How to describe it? Ethereal? A term formed in his mind. If he donned an outfit befitting a celestial being, perhaps he would exude an enchanting aura without needing to manage his expressions. What are you staring at? So vain. A fellow patron finished washing his hands and grumbled as he exited. Chen Huai'an furrowed his brow at the comment, but then relaxed and slapped his thigh. Right. I am vain. He had an epiphany. His recent gaming sessions had led him to indulge in self-admiration. Ah, how foolish of me. Time to board. Chen Huai'an patted his face, exited the restroom, and strode confidently, indifferent to the gazes around him. Even when several young women collided with the billboard in their eagerness to catch a glimpse of him, he remained oblivious. Upon entering the aircraft, the scrutiny diminished significantly. Chen Huai'an located a seat and settled in, when a flight attendant approached him, her face adorned with a warm and inviting smile. Sir, you appear to be in some discomfort. Allow me to assist you with your seatbelt. Chen Huai'an replied, I can manage myself. What discomfort? His lameness was merely an act, and his hands were perfectly functional. It's quite all right, sir. This is my duty, she insisted. Once the seatbelt was fastened, another flight attendant approached. Sir, would you like a glass of water? If you prefer, we also have a selection of beverages. Chen Huai'an responded, no thank you. I'm not thirsty. The chief attendant then made her way over. Sir, are you prone to motion sickness? I could share some tips to make your journey more comfortable. I don't suffer from motion sickness, Chen Huai'an replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The level of service was overwhelmingly attentive. He mused himself. Given this level of hospitality, the ticket price of 800 or 900 was indeed worth it. He failed to notice the young woman beside him whose face had turned crimson, wishing to shrink into her seat. Flight attendants, adhering to their professionalism, soon busied themselves elsewhere, recognizing there was no reason to linger in front of Chen Huai'an. After a while, as the aircraft descended into the stratosphere and the noise subsided, the girl, after several minutes of internal struggle, cautiously stole a glance at Chen Huai'an. Ah, he's so handsome. How can there be such a striking man? Yet he seems so aloof. An opportunity, an encounter on the plane. Could this be a fateful meeting? Xiaoya, don't be afraid. Go for it. Summoning her courage, she retrieved her phone and extended it towards him, her palms slick with sweat, her breath trembling. Chen Huai'an suddenly smirked dismissively. Is this what flying is? I can travel much faster on my flying sword. The girl was momentarily taken aback, silently retracting her phone. Chapter 57. Get out. Tianquan City. The Dao Inquiry platform was teeming with people. Most of these individuals did not hail from Tianquan City, but rather from surrounding regions. They were, without exception, mortals. Among them were a few martial artists possessing some degree of skill. Yet, no matter how formidable a martial artist might be, they remained merely martial artists. Even those hailed as top-tier experts in the martial world would bow their heads in the presence of cultivators. If given the chance, they would scramble to enter a sect of cultivation, but alas, the celestial gates only recognized spiritual roots and innate talent, no matter how advanced their martial skills. They would ultimately be in vain. Several disciples of the Qiyang sect looked upon the crowd and couldn't help but voice their grievances. Sigh. This year's disciples have perished in greater numbers than last year. Once we held the Dao Inquiry Conference annually, then biannually, and later quarterly. Now, it's monthly. It's enough to exhaust even an immortal. Alas, there is little to be done. Competition grows increasingly ruthless. Even the elders of the sect find themselves at an impasse. What hope do we, mere disciples, possess? I can only wish for the acquisition of a few promising spiritual roots, ideally those with 3 or 2 roots. The prospect of a single-root genius is simply beyond my imagination. Suddenly, a voice resounded from the western side of the Enlightenment platform. Qingran, single water, spiritual root. At this proclamation, an uproar erupted around the platform. A single spiritual root. There is indeed a single spiritual root. Let me have a look. I shall grant you half an incense stick to uncover the details of that single root disciple. Qingran was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, she found herself encircled by eager newcomers from various sections. Young friend, come to my Qiang sect. Our sect master will take you as a personal disciple. Nonsense, Fiang sect. She has a water spiritual root. She should join our Su Shui sect, where we possess the finest water affinity techniques. Young friend, why not consider our weapon sect? As for our Zen sect, never mind, I take my leave. Qingran gazed at the friendly faces surrounding her, feeling a mixture of confusion and surprise. How could a single water spiritual root garner such attention? It was Lu Chantian who had brought her to the sect. Now, experiencing this frenzy of interest was a novel sensation. Outside the crowd, an elderly man clad in simple cloth, with a sword at his waist, squinted towards Qingran, ensuring no one was watching before producing a communication jade slip. Sect Master, a significant event has occurred. A genius with a single water spiritual root has emerged. Shall we take action? After a moment, a hurried voice came from the jade slip. Do not rush. I'm still occupied here, and this matter is of greater importance. Keep an eye on it for now. How can I possibly keep watch? The old man sighed, his face wrinkled with concern. A person with a single spiritual root is a genius. It will not be long before other sects snatch her away. Surely, he could not resort to slaying everyone here to keep the girl safe. Such actions would be no different from those of the demonic path. Very well, let it be. What is meant to stay will remain, and what is forced will not endure. Just as he finished speaking, a gentle female voice emerged from the crowd. Esteemed sister, I am Lu Shanin, the guiding elder of Lingxi Valley. Your water spiritual root is most suited for healing or alchemy. Why not come to our Lingxi Valley? The crowd parted as a woman clad in blue, surrounded by several female cultivators, stepped forward. She wore a veil that obscured her features, yet as she moved, a fragrance of flowers wafted about her, and lotus blossoms seemed to bloom beneath her feet. She was indeed from Lingxi Valley. Alas, disperse, disperse. This disciple is destined to be taken by Lingxi Valley. What? Do you wish to compete with Lingxi Valley for her? You had better pray you never find yourself seeking their favor. Qingran listened to the discussions within the crowd, her heart filled with delight. Her goal was to reach Lingxi Valley, and now it seemed within her grasp. Liu Sheni Napruaka Qingran. Her enchanting gaze lingering on her for a moment before she could not help but exclaim, Sister, you are truly beautiful, with a graceful figure and such exceptional talent. Do not go to other sects to satiate the eyes of those wretched men. Come to our Lingxi Valley instead, where we are like family. Qingran had heard that Lingxi Valley only accepted female cultivators. In rare instances, male cultivators might be admitted, but they would be required to undergo castration. Initially, she thought that joining a sect composed entirely of female practitioners would spare her much trouble. Engaging with senior brothers and elders in other sects was an unavoidable burden, and her heart was solely devoted to her master. She wished to avoid the complexities of interpersonal relationships. With mutual interest between herself and Lingxi Valley, it was only natural that they would come to an agreement. Bowing her head respectfully, she said, I am grateful for your esteemed consideration, senior. I will be delighted to join Lingxi Valley. Seeing Qingran so obedient, Lu Shengyan felt even more pleased and instructed the other female cultivators. Take this sister to the young master. Allow her to meet him while I wait to see if any other promising candidates appear. Yes, elder. Qingran was escorted by several female cultivators to a luxurious suite on the top floor of a grand restaurant. A pale pink curtain draped over a couch, behind which a captivating figure flickered in and out of view. Beneath the curtain, a snow-white leg dangled languidly, its delicate toes resembling 5 pearls adorned with rouge. The individual behind the curtain seemed to prefer silence. The female cultivators merely bowed and exited without a sound. This person was surely the young master of Lingxi Valley. Although the figure was a woman, Qingran felt a twinge of nervousness, keeping her head bowed in quiet anticipation, refraining from speaking out of turn. After a moment, the graceful foot beneath the curtain ceased its motion. The enchanting silhouette within stretched lazily, and a melodious voice rang out. Water, spiritual root? Quite remarkable. After half a month, I finally encounter a genius. Your praise is unwarranted. Li Qingran quickly bowed her head respectfully. No need for such formality. Come closer. I have a few questions for you. Following the young master's suggestion, Li Qingran approached the curtain, and a rich floral fragrance enveloped her. As she glanced inside, she swiftly averted her gaze, thinking it inappropriate to stare. The girl behind the curtain sniffed playfully and withdrew her foot, smiling as she inquired, with such striking features, even I, the young master, envy you. Do you have a partner? Li Qingran pressed her lips together. She would have liked to have one, but regrettably, her master would likely not see her that way. She shook her head and replied, no. Have you ever had one? Never. Excellent. The girl seemed pleased with Li Qingran's responses. She lifted a corner of the curtain, revealing a fair chin and a pair of alluring peach blossom eyes, saying, show me your hand. Li Qingran obediently extended her hand. She felt delicate fingers resting on her wrist, cool to the touch. After a moment, the young master withdrew her fingers and remarked nonchalantly, you have already cultivated a commendable internal cultivation method, which aligns perfectly with your water spiritual root. Quite impressive. Do you have a master? Yes. Li Qingran understood there was no point in hiding the truth, as she was not adept at deception. Is it a man or a woman? The young master's voice suddenly rose slightly. A man. The atmosphere in the room grew noticeably colder. Li Qingran was taken aback, cautiously raising her head, feeling two indifferent gazes upon her even through the curtain. Leave, commanded the young master of Lingxi Valley with a dismissive wave of his hand. The door to the private room swung open with a loud bang, and Li Qingran was roughly pushed out. Chapter 58. Wait, she stumbled outside, where two female cultivators flanked her and hurried to assist her. At that moment, Li Qingran was still somewhat bewildered. She could not comprehend why the young master of Lingxi Valley had suddenly expelled her after their pleasant conversation, merely due to the fact that her master was a man. I'm sorry, young lady, but you have not passed our young master's assessment, one of the female cultivators said, smoothing the wrinkles in Li Qingran's clothing, her face conveying a mixture of regret and resoluteness as she guided Li Qingran further away. Li Qingran was unwilling to forfeit her opportunity to enter Lingxi Valley. In her mind, Lingxi Valley was the most promising sect to harbor ancient medicinal formulas and could impart upon her invaluable medical skills, which would enable her to assist her esteemed mentor. Thus, she halted her steps and respectfully clasped her hands in greeting towards the female cultivator. I would like to understand the reason. The female cultivator pursed her lips, casting a swift glance at the already distant private room, leading Li Qingran to a secluded corner. Ensuring no one was around, she lowered her voice to say, if you were of ordinary talent, I would never reveal this to you, but given your singular spiritual root, you are destined for greatness. I do not wish for you to harbor resentment towards the young master. She was not always like this. The specifics are difficult to elaborate on, but you must understand that Lingxi Valley currently abhors disciples forming partnerships, and our young master harbors a deep-seated animosity towards men, particularly male mentors. Animosity towards men? Li Qingran exclaimed, but my master is a wonderful person. He is not a bad man, and I can attest to that. Furthermore, he would not come to Lingxi Valley. The female cultivator shook her head. It is futile. Our young master has struggled in the past. She has tested countless men, all resulting in failure. Due to certain events, she developed psychological scars, and her subsequent failures cemented her hatred towards men. Previously, Lingxi Valley merely refrained from accepting male cultivators. But now, within a 50-mile radius, no men may appear. Exceptionally talented male cultivators may be admitted, but only if they undergo castration. Li Qingran was momentarily stunned, feeling a mixture of exasperation and urgency within her. Is there no room for negotiation? Perhaps I could explain the situation to your young master? No, you must leave quickly. The female cultivator gestured dismissively. The Tao conference is nearing its conclusion, and various sects will soon depart by flying boats. You might still have the chance to join a respectable sect. As for Lingxi Valley, alas, we are fated to part ways. With that, the female cultivator departed, leaving no opportunity for Li Qingran to protest. How could this be? As Chen Huai'an left, Li Qingran held back her tears, now on the verge of weeping, having been inexplicably cast out when she should have joined Lingxi Valley. Besides Lingxi Valley, which other sect could specialize in cultivating medicinal and alchemical practitioners, and which would possess such a wealth of ancient medicinal formulas? How could she resolve her master's affliction? Li Qingran stood at the entrance of the tavern, gazing back towards the private room, feeling an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Her master had bestowed upon her numerous opportunities, Yet when it came time for her to assist him, she found herself unable to even take the simplest first step. Oh, is that not the sister with the single water spirit root? A voice, neither entirely male nor female, pierced the air unexpectedly, imbued with both surprise and avarice. Sister, have you not joined the Lingxi Valley? Following the sound, Qingran beheld a group approaching, led by a pale-faced scholar. He appeared more delicate than most women, with a complexion as white as paper, his cheeks adorned with rouge. A slender sword hung at his waist, accompanied by 4 porcelain vials, and his fragrance wafted through the air, perceptible from half a street away, exuding an air of artifice in his every gesture. The pale scholar scrutinized her, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Sister, you must have been expelled by that madwoman. Ai Wei never imagined that even a genius with a single spirit root would be cast aside. His laughter turned ashen, as if he struggled to catch his breath, before he bent over and took a deep breath, grinning broadly. Splendid. Sister, why not join our Yin-Yang sect? Our influence is no less than that of the Lingxi Valley. We merely lack their reputation. As cultivators, do we not seek the path of the Tao? Provided one does not delve into demonic practices, what harm is there in adopting a more indulgent approach? Qingran's delicate features grew cold. She had heard of the Yin-Yang sect, which was notorious alongside the Huai'an sect and the Supreme Bliss Zen sect as one of the 3 great licentious sections. However, they were indeed recognized as righteous sections. In contrast to the dual cultivation methods employed by demonic cultivators, the practices of these 3 sects emphasized mutual benefit, devoid of the concept of exploitation, yet their excessive lifestyles were looked down upon by other righteous sections. She already had a master and would never consider joining such a dissolute sect. Even without her master, the path they pursued was incongruent with her own. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your kind offer, Qingran replied politely, clasping her hands in refusal. The Yin-Yang sect is indeed commendable, but I seek a sect more suited to my water spirit root. We also possess water-based heart techniques at the yellow and profound levels for you to choose from. He countered, I have a master already, and I cannot disregard my master's orders. I implore you not to put me in a difficult position. She bowed once more. Difficult position. The expression of the pale scholar darkened, and he scoffed. It appears you are unwilling to show our Yin-Yang sect any respect. Master? Perhaps we should summon your master to see? He insisted. You must come with us today. Qingran bit her lip. She certainly could not call upon her master. She did not wish to disturb her master in his battle against the formidable demon. The threat posed by that demon was immense, requiring her masteress full concentration. How could she dare distract him? However, although her master was absent, she possessed talismans left by him, originally intended for preservation. Qingran reached into her storage pouch, grasping a handful of Thunderfire talismans. She hesitated, not immediately activating them. The pale scholar before her was likely a golden core cultivator, and these Thunderfire talismans would be sufficient to obliterate him to ashes. However, she would inevitably be hunted down by the Yin-Yang sect. What was she to do then? Would she have to trouble her master to clean up her mess? Qingran, you are truly a fool, ruining a winning hand. She cursed her own foolishness, her gaze locking onto the approaching scholar in white, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. Wait. A soft command echoed through the air. Suddenly, a heavy sword, as wide as half a meter and as tall as the eaves of a house, crashed down between Qingran and a group from the Yin-Yang sect with a resounding thud. A gust of wind followed. The sword wobbled slightly, a leg drooping down, the hilt striking the ground and sending up 2 sprays of wine. It was a woman clad in black, her face veiled. She sat with one leg crossed, her shoe torn, exposing half a toe. As the veil fluttered in the wind, a pungent odor of alcohol and garlic wafted forth, accompanied by a languid voice. This little girl, we have our eyes on her. Burp. You all burp. Get lost now. Chapter 59. We are from the Qingran sect. Your audacity to snatch someone from the Yin-Yang sect in broad daylight is quite presumptuous, don't you think? The scholar in white sensed the aura emanating from the black-clad woman, his pallid face turning a shade of ashen gray. Burp. I'm just going to take her. What of it? The woman leaped down from the sword, grasping the hilt with one hand, though her body swayed unsteadily. She effortlessly swung the heavy sword as if it were a mere toy. The members of the Yin-Yang sect instinctively took a few steps back, fearful of being swept by the massive blade. This woman is on par with me in strength, and her singular water spiritual root makes her an exceptional dual cultivation partner. It would be a pity to let her go. I will block her. You all quickly summon the home master. The scholar in white hastily instructed his guards, then drew a short sword from his waist, pointing it menacingly at the black-clad woman. We're all in the golden core stage. Today, Wei will meet you. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure flashed before him, and a short sword was seized by a hand that had appeared beside him. What will we meet about? How about you spar with me? The scholar in white was taken aback, turning to see an elderly, gaunt man with grizzled hair standing by his side, half of his face obscured by a mask, revealing a crooked grin filled with crooked teeth. Who are you? Guess. The old man, with a sword sheath hanging at his waist, yet choosing not to draw his sword, gradually closed his gnarled hand. The blade of the short sword began to twist under the immense pressure, emitting a creaking sound. The scholar in white found himself immobilized by the oppressive aura of the old man, his only hope resting on summoning the hallmaster. However, he soon heard the muffled sounds of bodies hitting the ground. Turning around, his expression darkened further. 3 figures in black stood in the middle of the street, arranged from tallest to shortest. The leftmost was the tallest and thinnest, the center was balanced, and the rightmost was short and stout, all clad in black, and each wielding a sword at their waist. Each bore a bulging bag on their backs, the contents unknown. Meanwhile, his subordinates lay on the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. Do you dare to lay a finger on the members of the Yin-Yang Pavilion? The pale-faced scholar exclaimed, his anger palpable. The Yin-Yang Pavilion was indeed a prominent sect. Who would dare to covet their interests? It had already been some time since the discord began. Yet the guards of Tianquan City and members of other sects were conspicuously absent. Could it be that they had all returned to their respective mountain gates? Let us not waste time. Quickly seize the final hall and retreat. A voice resonated from above. A figure emerged from the top of the adjacent building, clad in black, wielding a black sword and wearing a hood that concealed his features, save for a white beard that peeked out from beneath. To his waist hung an array of weapons. The scholar's pupils constricted as he recognized one of the weapons to be the saber of his sect leader. When did their home become a target for theft? The scholar's bravado dissipated, and he forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Esteemed elders, I am but a humble disciple unworthy of your attention. I relinquish this single spiritual root disciple to you, and shall take my leave. Cast your magical instruments, spirit stones, and storage bags to the ground. The elder before him grinned widely, his wrinkled face resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. With no alternatives left, the scholar complied and surrendered his possessions. Remove the jade from around your neck. The scholar hesitated, and your attire as well. Enough, elderly, interjected a female cultivator brandishing a large sword, unable to endure the scene. His clothing is rather exquisite. The elder fondled the scholar's garment, his eyes brimming with fascination. The scholar was on the verge of tears. Might I be permitted to leave now? Indeed, you may. The elder collected the scholar's short sword into his storage bag and smiled as he released his grip. The scholar turned and fled without a backward glance. Young man, take your subordinates with you. Upon hearing the elder's command, the scholar hastily soared into the air, scrambling away. The members of the Yin-Yang Pavilion had departed, and the gazes of the 5 cloaked figures converged upon Qingran. Taking a half step back, she recoiled in trepidation. Hastily bowing and expressing her gratitude, I thank you, esteemed elders, for your intervention. Although these 5 enigmatic individuals seemed more formidable than those from the Yin-Yang Pavilion, she felt an inexplicable lack of threat. Child, you possess remarkable talent. Would you consider joining our sect? The eccentric elder regarded Qingran with a warm and benevolent smile. I wish to join Lingxi Valley, Qingran replied, shaking her head timidly. Your sect is admirable, but I aspire to be a healer. You could also pursue healing within our sect. The female cultivator leaned against her sword, languidly interjecting. Qingran was about to decline once more when a voice rang out from the loft above. Alas, how can you proceed in this manner? As the speaker removed their hood, Qingran stared in bewilderment as they proclaimed, We are members of the Qingyan sect. The other 4 soon followed suit, unveiling their true identities. The female cultivator opposite removed her veil, revealing long, flowing hair cascading down to her waist and a captivatingly charming face. Her cheeks were flushed, her gaze dreamy and tinged with the effects of alcohol, yet her smile was enchanting, and her speech was coherent. Little sister, as you can see, we have pilfered items from other sections. The elder beside her interjected, and now, you are aware of our identities. The master of the sword pavilion, Su Qinian, sneered, drawing a conclusion. Therefore, You must accompany us. Otherwise, we shall silence you. Ha ha ha. Li Qingran thought. How could she not recognize that they were from the Qingyan sect? She noticed the emblem hanging from the waist of the figure atop the building. The sword pavilion. The sword pavilion and the sword gate? Li Qingran was momentarily taken aback, inexplicably conjuring wild associations. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the world spun, and in a dizzying moment, she found herself on a flying sword, courtesy of the tipsy female cultivator. The other four also mounted their respective swords, each bearing expressions of triumphant delight. Junior sister, if you're frightened, you may hold onto your senior sister's waist, the alluring cultivator said with a playful smile, and then the sword soared skyward. Li Qingran was buffeted by the fierce winds, her eyes squeezed shut, instinctively wrapping her arms around the cultivator's waist. Suddenly, she found no desire to resist, for these individuals were akin to her master. When riding the flying swords, they too did not activate the windproof array. Chapter 60. The true self is indeed extraordinary. In Tianquan City, at the Ascension Tower, Yun Suxin, the young mistress of Lingxi Valley, stirred from her slumber. Surrounding her were various cultivators, and city guards sprawled haphazardly. She pinched her throbbing temples and instinctively reached for her waist. Where's my storage bag? Not only was her storage bag missing, but her magical artifacts and all her jewelry had vanished. Many cultivators around her remained in a deep slumber, initially waiting for their respective sects' flying vessels, only to find themselves enchanted and stripped of their belongings. This is soul-dissolving incense. Yun Suxin discovered a burnt incense burner tucked away in a corner, a colorless and odorless drug devoid of toxicity, commonly employed to pacify ferocious beasts. One could only be grateful that the assailant's intent was not lethal. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Yet, this location was known only to reputable sects, and everyone's identity had undergone rigorous scrutiny. This could only imply the presence of a traitor. Who could be? It's the Qingyun sect, someone shouted, pointing angrily at the enormous character for Qing and a provocative, ghostly face on the hall's wall. How absurd. We bear no grudges against the Qingyun sect, yet they traveled such a distance to steal our possessions? The Qingyun sect is wealthy enough. This must be merely a jest at our expense. In the Central Continent's secret realm, we shall ensure that the cultivators of the Qingyun sect suffer. Amidst the uproar of indignation echoing through the hall, Yun Suxin pinched the ash of the incense, rolling her eyes. If this were indeed the doing of the Qingyun sect, she would consume the ash herself. Looking around, he found no sign of the Sword Pavilion's people, and, recalling their dismal situation, Yun Suxin had a rough idea of what was transpiring. So the Sword Pavilion dares to rob from Lingxi Valley? We'll see about that. Brother, you truly are remarkable. Chen Huai'an's lips twitched as he stepped out of the airport and into the vehicle arranged by the production team. The driver had repeated this phrase thrice, first upon meeting, then upon boarding, and now again. To be honest, brother, I specialize in picking people up, and I've encountered nearly 1,000 celebrities, the driver said earnestly, one hand on the steering wheel while giving Chen Huai'an a thumbs up with the other. But none possess your extraordinary handsomeness, even if you were bald. It's hard to imagine how stunning you would be with hair. Many male and female stars have undergone cosmetic surgery, like the one named Kai Yifan participating in this season's program. You, being completely natural, surpass him in charm. I think I'm just average, Chen Huai'an replied, feeling slightly bashful from the flattery. Not at all, the driver exclaimed. It's all about your aura, you know? Setting aside looks, your presence alone eclipses all male stars. There's a sort of, how should I put it, a sacred purity akin to that of a wise monk. You should consider playing Tang San in a drama. It would surely be a hit. Chen Huai'an took the driver's words as jest and chuckled. If that's the case, wouldn't I overshadow those celebrities on this program? The driver's expression shifted at this comment, and he thumped the steering wheel. You might not want to say that. Kai Yifan has quite a significant standing and is not to be trifled with. This program is essentially designed to promote him. When you encounter him, keep a low profile and avoid any conflict. We are just ordinary people. No need to clash with those stars. Chen Huai'an nodded, though he felt like a cancer patient. How could he possibly clash with a celebrity? On the other hand, would that celebrity dare to provoke him? Following the bizarre old Deng and the little fairy, he was likely a hidden superversion answer. If that star dared to trouble him, he would show them what true despair looked like. Heaven, Kai Yifan has finally arrived. Good evening, brother Fan. Brother Yifan, you are becoming more handsome and your career is flourishing. At the foot of Tianmen Mountain, the crew of the Great Adventure program awaited. A dapper young man, clad in a custom outfit and adorned with an expensive brooch, entered amidst a throng of admirers. Cai Yifan, a rising star. Although he could not quite compare to the true giants of the industry, his trajectory was on the rise, filled with infinite potential. His participation in this program was not born from a fondness for it, but rather because his company informed him that it would help him establish a better public persona and attract more fans, thus paving the way for his upcoming role as the lead in a film. After all, his acting skills were non-existent, and he would require voice dubbing. If one does not cultivate some rapport with the public, will they not find themselves mercilessly ridiculed once the film concludes? From Cai Yifan's perspective, he harbors no interest in this program and even feels a sense of disdain towards it. Firstly, he detests climbing mountains. The exertion leaves him drenched in unpleasant sweat. Secondly, the program is broadcast live, which necessitates that he endure the unsavory behaviors of many celebrities, such as cursing, smoking, and picking their noses. Consequently, although the filming is scheduled to commence at 9 o'clock, attendance is required by 7 for preparation. He stubbornly arrived at 8:40. Aside from himself, an outdated star and 3 inconspicuous newcomers had already arrived on time, diligently filming some behind-the-scenes content. Such variety shows as Adventure with Friends invariably require behind-the-scenes footage. Despite being broadcast live, the footage will later be edited into a pseudo-documentary, as not everyone possesses the luxury to sit in front of their televisions at 7 o'clock in the evening. "Oh dear, Xiaofan, you have finally arrived." The director, nearly frantic, was furious yet restrained, refraining from uttering harsh words. "You may start preparing now. During this interval, we will casually capture some behind-the-scenes moments." Cai Yifan cast a sidelong glance at the director and retorted, "Make sure to choose the right angles. I must look my most handsome. After filming, let me review it. If I don't look sufficiently handsome, do not upload it." Understood. Rest assured, the director thought to himself, having mentally cursed Cai Yifan's ancestors, but maintaining a cordial facade. Cai Yifan proceeded to change his attire and apply makeup. Even though he was about to embark on a night climb of Tianmen Mountain, it was imperative to conceal his dark circles. The photographer responsible for capturing behind-the-scenes footage appeared utterly bewildered. The entire behind-the-scenes segment would solely feature Cai Yifan changing and applying makeup, while other artists engaged in self-introductions, showcasing their preparations for the night climb, sharing outdoor survival knowledge, and discussing potential challenges along with their solutions or secret weapons. In stark contrast, Cai Yifan's approach was radically different. Would he merely strike a few cliched poses and call it a day? Is he on a runway? At 8:50, everyone was in position, and the director was about to announce the commencement of filming when a staff member hurried over, whispering, "Director Zhang, someone is yet to arrive." "Who?" The director squinted, his long-suppressed anger surging to the surface. "It is the mysterious guest you invited." "Oh, the mysterious guest." Director Zhang, regaining his composure, thought perhaps he had been so exasperated by Cai Yifan that he had forgotten about the guest. "Find out their whereabouts." "We've already inquired. The driver reported that the vehicle has run out of battery." "What?" The director exclaimed, exasperated. "This is utterly vexatious. Ask them for their exact location, and dispatch a car to fetch them." With a darkened expression, Director Zhang despaired, scratching his head before ultimately announcing the beginning of filming. After all, 5 minutes may be inconsequential to them, but for the television station, it constituted a live broadcasting mishap. Nonetheless, being a seasoned director, he noticed the barrage of comments beginning to flood the live chat. He swiftly advised a few artists to be a bit more verbose and to engage in self-introductions to buy some time, in order to deter the crew from being surrounded by tourists. The filming location was not on the usual tourist route, but rather an ascent that had long been supplanted by a cable car, making it an uncommon choice for those wishing to trek on foot, akin to seeking discomfort. Additionally, since the filming was to be conducted secretly at night, there were not many visitors along this path. However, at present, Chen Huai'an found himself stranded on this very road, still some distance from the meeting point. "My apologies, young man. This electric vehicle simply lacks the stability of a fuel-powered one. The cold night hastens the battery drain." The driver lamented. Both he and Chen Huai'an stood before the vehicle, momentarily at a loss. Chen Huai'an glanced at the time. The program was scheduled to commence at 9 o'clock, and he was a man of punctuality. The linear distance to the production team was not great, but the elevation difference made the descent quite convoluted. He reached out to touch the adjacent steep rock face and tested it with his foot, finding it solid and secure. He mused that climbing directly might prove swifter. "Perhaps I should ascend on my own," he suddenly proposed to the driver. "What?" The driver was taken aback. "Young man, do not jest. Let us wait for the crew to fetch us. This slope is quite steep. Though it appears close, even if you sprint with all your might, it would still take 10 minutes. The driver was unaware of Chen Huai'an's true identity, only knowing that he limped, making walking a challenge. In his current state, by the time he reached the top, the filming would likely be over. After finishing a cigarette and hearing no sounds from his companion, the driver assumed Chen Huai'an was unwell. Reluctantly, he pulled out his last cigarette. Here, young man, take one. What's done is done. We must maintain our composure. He turned to offer the cigarette, only to find the space beside him empty. Where on earth did he go? The wind on Tianmen Mountain was fierce, and the night was dark. On the steep mountain wall, Chen Huai'an was making swift progress with his cane. I can hear the echo of cancer cells and life potential. He gazed at the moonlit sky, feeling an unusual vigor in his right leg, unaware that a bead on his wrist was gradually dimming, his lips curling into a sinister grin. Hee, indeed, I'm a true one, a Superman. Chapter 61. Who can be as handsome as our brother? Hey, everyone, what is up? Born in 2006, aspiring to be a rap leader, so pretty, so unique. Each day is a refined affair for a boy who dreams of rapping. Creativity being his trump card, ready to rap anytime, anywhere. The world is my stage. Your attention fuels my excitement. Hello, everyone. I'm your dear Chen Songzichen. 1 plus 1 is adorable. 2 plus 2 is adorable. 3 plus 3 is also adorable. Hello, I'm your little cutie, Wang Yitao. Greetings, everyone. I'm a novice actress, Su Xingchen. Although I've only appeared in a single short drama thus far, I am determined to continue striving for excellence. Following the two peculiar characters introduced earlier, here comes a more conventional young lady to present herself. She possesses an innocent appearance, and her large eyes still reflect the naivety of a university student. After finishing her introduction, she playfully waved her small fist. Director Zhang could not help but nod in approval. This young actress has a commendable image and temperament, exhibiting notable potential for development. He resolved to grant her more screen time shortly. Hello, everyone. I am your familiar Wang Lulu. Good evening, dear fans. My album will be released next week, and I encourage you all to give a listen. Wang Lulu is a once popular singer and a mother of two, participating in this variety show in hopes of rekindling some popularity. Finally, it is Kai Yifun's turn. Yo, hello everyone. I am Xiao Fan. With just this one line, the previously tranquil barrage of comments erupted into chaos. Ah, Brother Fan is so handsome. Yifun, strikingly extraordinary. Why are there so many camera shots for others? Just focus on my brother. The production team clearly lacks understanding. Don't they know who holds the greatest star power? Oh my, how can he participate in outdoor variety shows with such a packed schedule each month? My heart aches for him. Observing the frenzied comments, Director Zhang felt a slight relief. Although Kai Yifun may not be remarkable in character, his striking looks and immense popularity are undeniable. Spending $300,000 to invite him for the program to boost its appeal seems quite worthwhile. You understand, I am incredibly handsome, exceptionally skilled at basketball, and capable of climbing mountains, all while maintaining my charm, Kai Yifun remarked, striking numerous poses, reiterating his impressive allure. Yet, the barrage of comments grew even more tumultuous, with words blending into an indecipherable frenzy. Having concluded his introduction, Kai Yifun noted that the mysterious guest had yet to arrive. The director quickly signaled him to stall for time. Seeing the director's urging gaze, Kai Yifun felt a twinge of disdain. Why should he, the biggest star present, wait for some insignificant mysterious guest? Why should he be tasked with delaying for them? With a smile, he deliberately said, I heard there's a mysterious guest tonight, someone around my age. I wonder if they can match my handsomeness? However, since we are all here waiting, they must be exceptionally impressive. Director Zhang's face turned pale upon hearing this. Kai Yifun truly had a knack for stirring up trouble. His attempt to shift attention only led to further chaos. Indeed, as his words echoed, the comments erupted once more. Surely, my brother is the most handsome. What mysterious guest could possibly warrant my brother's weight? What is wrong with the production team? Shouldn't they be removed from the show for being late? A mysterious guest? What a big deal. How arrogant. I must say, in terms of handsomeness, Fangu undoubtedly surpasses all others. However, as the mysterious guest, it is only fitting that he makes his grand entrance last, tantalizing everyone's anticipation. Su Xingchen, noticing Director Zhang's awkward demeanor, swiftly stepped forward to buy some time. She had initially hoped to elicit a response by prompting a discussion regarding the identity of the mysterious guest, a topic to stretch the moment until the guest's arrival. Yet, to her dismay, no one uttered a word, leaving her in an uncomfortable silence. Even Kai Yifan, who had received a compliment, seemed oblivious, offering her no solace. Su Xingqian bit her lip, lowering her gaze, her cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears. At that moment, she felt trapped, unable to advance or retreat, as if ants were crawling all over her. Just then, a clear yet foolish voice rang out from the edge of the cliff. "Excuse me, is this the adventure show's crew?" Everyone turned, including the cameraman, who adjusted his filming angle. Under the spotlight, a strikingly bald head came into view, its sheen reflecting the light in a disconcerting manner. A young man stood at the cliff's edge, leaning on a cane, his face adorned with a gentle smile. The mountain breeze lifted the collar of his climbing jacket, casting a shadow across one side of his face, while the illuminated side seemed to radiate a celestial glow. At first glance, he exuded an aura reminiscent of an enlightened monk, yet the shadowed side possessed an alluring, sinister charm, akin to a bottomless abyss, drawing one in unwittingly. As the illusions faded, all that remained in everyone's minds was the singular thought of his unparalleled attractiveness. This individual was undeniably striking. How could a man possess such extraordinary good looks? Director Zhang gazed intently at Chen Huai'an, his mind not occupied with the logistics of how Chen had arrived or why he stood at the cliff's edge. No, his thoughts were solely fixated on seizing the opportunity that this breathtaking young man represented. Capturing him would undoubtedly unlock the key to future success, far surpassing anyone like Kai Yifan. "My apologies, Director. I arrived just in time," Chen Huai'an remarked, glancing at his watch, feeling genuinely remorseful. Despite his earnest efforts, he had only just made it by 9 o'clock. Surely, this would cause some inconvenience for the crew? This was truly unacceptable. However, Director Zhang paid no heed, hastily striding over to Chen Huai'an, warmly grasping his hand. "You must be Brother Huai'an. It's wonderful that you have arrived. My word, you are exceptionally handsome." Chapter 62. What are you doing, pharmacist? Everyone was captivated by Chen Huai'an's beauty, with several makeup artists in the crew staring in awe. As makeup artists for the program, they frequently interact with numerous male and female celebrities, well aware that many stars not only undergo surgical enhancements, but also exhibit a stark transformation before and after makeup. Yet, the young man before them presents a curious case. His lips are a captivating shade of red, his teeth impeccably white, although his complexion is somewhat pale. He exudes a natural, refreshing aura reminiscent of Zen. Most crucially, it is evident at a glance that he is devoid of any cosmetic enhancement. Truly a handsome specimen born of nature, and remarkably so, even without the embellishment of hair. Am I truly so striking? Even Chen Huai'an, typically oblivious, sensed an unusual shift. He perceived his own attractiveness as merely that of a modestly handsome individual, possessing a distinct advantage when juxtaposed with the average person. After all, with such a lackluster appearance, how could he have ever attracted a girlfriend? However, receiving the director's approval was a game-changer. Individuals in such professions can be regarded as semi-scouts, acutely attuned to beauty that photographs well. If they deem someone handsome, one can be assured of their appeal. Could it be that latent potential has been awakened, enhancing his attractiveness? Chen Huai'an pondered this notion. He even speculated that vampires might be beings who have mastered the mutations of cancer cells, which would explain their striking looks. Alas, this world lacks vampires. Otherwise, he would seize the opportunity to exchange insights with them on mastering cancer cells, perhaps averting his own demise. What a perfect visage he possesses. Director Zhang turned the barrage of comments towards Chen Huai'an, revealing a complete overhaul of the previously adoring messages directed at Kai Yifan. This mysterious guest is so handsome. My heavens, I am guilty, but he is undeniably far more attractive than my brother. I apologize, Mom, for being harsh earlier, darling. You may arrive late as you wish. Does anyone know his name? Is he a celebrity? I have no recollection. Wait, he seems oddly familiar. Chen Huai'an gradually regained his senses upon reading these comments. It appears I am indeed striking. This is a definitive affirmation. Director Zhang beamed at Chen Huai'an as though he were a precious gem. All right, our mysterious guest has arrived. Let us continue. Young Chen, please introduce yourself to the audience. Since Chen Huai'an's appearance, Kai Yifan noticed a shift in the focal point of attention. He suddenly found himself sidelined, a position he, accustomed to being the center of adoration, found difficult to accept. His gaze fell upon Chen Huai'an, who was supported by a leg brace and a crutch tucked under his arm, and without a second thought, he blurted out, "Director Zhang, my schedule is packed, with less than 2 hours of rest each day. I have carved out this time to be here." We are indeed set for a night climb, correct? Bringing along a disabled person means we'll likely be climbing until tomorrow afternoon, right? I harbor no disdain for those with disabilities. I merely believe you should be resting comfortably at home rather than participating in this variety show. Guy Zifan, upon finishing his remark, could already envision the ensuing barrage of comments. Everyone feels a pang of sympathy for him, enduring only 2 hours of rest each day. And they criticize the production team for their sensationalism. Yet, what does it matter how handsome he is? His fans possess formidable fighting spirit. However, the moment those words escaped his lips, everyone cast either furious or astonished glances at Kai Yifan. Even the barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily ceased. Only Chen Huai'an remained impassive, his gaze towards Kai Yifan imbued with a hint of gentle benevolence. You are right, my brother. A person like me, a disabled individual, would only bring trouble to the show. Nevertheless, I do not wish to forfeit this opportunity, for it may well be my sole chance to ascend Tianmen Mountain in this lifetime. Allow me to introduce myself. He faced the camera, slightly bowing, a carefree smile gracing his lips. My name is Chen Huai'an, a terminal bone cancer patient with life ticking away. I hope that within the ashes of my existence, I can ignite some semblance of fervor. To all of you before the screen, I express my gratitude for your presence at this moment, witnessing my journey. I am on the path. As these words resonated, the audience remained enveloped in silence. The only sound on the mountain path was that of the wind. After a prolonged pause, a few muffled sobs could be heard from the production team. It turned out that several makeup artists were teary-eyed, and Su Xingqian's eyes glistened with maternal warmth as she gazed at Chen Huai'an. Kai Yifan's lips twitched, staring in disbelief at the smiling Chen Huai'an. A chill coursing through him from head to toe. What are you doing with your medication, man? The program proceeded as planned. Initially, a third of the footage was allocated to Kai Yifan, but ever since Chen Huai'an's arrival, the cameramen seemed to deliberately shift their focus to him, even capturing him inadvertently while filming other artists. Kai Yifan was not oblivious. He recognized this was a deliberate ploy by the director. When the camera was not on him, he discreetly glanced at his phone, his heart plummeting. His backstage had exploded with messages from his agent. Xiaofan, are you trying to ruin yourself? It's a disaster. Your competitors are roasting you, accusing you of disdain for the disabled and seriously ill, claiming you lack empathy. Why did you say those things? All the hard work we put into building your image has been shattered by your words. You need to find an opportunity to apologize to that Chen Huai'an. Your demeanor must be sincere. Kai Yifan managed to endure the earlier remarks from his agent, but upon reading the last line, he could no longer contain himself. Why should I? I'm just an ordinary person. Who am I? I'm a rising star. The next leading actors will share the stage with me. Upon my return to the company, even those third-tier artists will address me as senior, and first-rate celebrities will owe me respect. And now, you expect me to apologize to a disabled person? With a flurry of indignation, he sent a lengthy message before shutting off his phone, refusing to glance at the barrage of comments in the live stream. He is well aware of the loyalty of his fans. They are capable of turning white into black and black into pink. As long as he plays the victim, his fervent supporters can swiftly inundate the comment sections of his adversaries' pages. Most crucially, he has always harbored doubts regarding Chen Huai'an's identity as a bone cancer patient. Although the production team has slowed the pace of the ascent to accommodate Chen Huai'an, it remains a physically demanding endeavor. The 2 female artists and the 2 young male stars in the group have already begun to perspire, while Chen Huai'an appears to stroll leisurely, showing no signs of sweat. Aside from his slight limp, there is nothing to suggest he bears any disability. This individual cannot possibly be feigning. Kai Yifan squinted, growing increasingly convinced of this reality. Some production teams indeed fabricate such scenarios involving special individuals to create buzz. However, finding someone as strikingly handsome as Chen Huai'an among such special groups is no easy feat. Were he merely a typical person putting on a show, it would make sense. If he could discreetly expose this deception, he could not only redeem his previous verbal missteps, but also teach the production team, and Chen Huai'an, a lesson. The allure of a celebrity is not something one can simply exploit. Kai Yifan coldly regarded the star-studded Chen Huai'an, already devising a plan. Brother-in, is there really no cure for your cancer? No cure. Not even with money? Not even with money. I'm sorry, Su Xingqian said, lowering her head in apology. It's all right, haha. Su Xingqian felt a deep sympathy for Chen Huai'an. Yet, observing the calmness and confidence radiating from him, she felt she had no right to pity someone who exuded such brilliance. He did not need sympathy. His life at this moment was more splendid than anyone else's. Perhaps this was the envy of the heavens, she mused. Fate had bestowed upon Chen Huai'an an unparalleled appearance while taking away his lifespan. What could be a tragedy was, through his optimistic demeanor, transformed into an inspiring comedy. The dialogue between Chen Huai'an and Su Xingqian was broadcast live. The barrage of comments had almost entirely shifted from Cai Yifun's support to an outpouring of tears. Director Zhang curled his lip in disdain. The multitude is often hypocritical, and the insincerity on the internet is magnified without restraint. Just moments ago, they were clamoring to have Chen Huai'an expelled from the production, and now they were moved to tears. Yet, no one knew that beneath Chen Huai'an's calm exterior, his heart felt like it was crawling with countless ants. He yearned for his phone. He wanted to know if Qingran had successfully entered Lingxi Valley and what she was doing now. Would she, as a novice disciple, be bullied by her peers? Unfortunately, until the filming concluded at the summit, he could not indulge in gaming. Even glancing at his phone could only occur in fleeting moments when the camera was not focused on him. However, must the photographer always, whether intentionally or not, capture him in every frame? Chen Huai'an felt as if he might shatter under the pressure. Suddenly, a surge of vitality coursed through him, prompting him to inquire if he could lead the group. Cai Yifan, with a bounce in his step, dashed to the front to request the opportunity from the team leader. You wish to lead? The older man mused, eyeing the slender limbs of Cai Yifan with skepticism. That may not be prudent. This path is not a tourist route of Tianmen Mountain, and given that it is now night, should any unusual circumstances arise, like encountering wild beasts, one must make swift, judicious decisions to avoid provoking them. Are you truly capable of that? Cai Yifan thought, in the year 2034, where would one even find wild beasts? Even if any existed in Tianmen Mountain, would they dare confront such a large group? The retired mountaineer was likely just seeking a way to earn some money. If the leader bestowed the role upon another, it could affect his wages. The old horse is just an old horse, especially a retired one, and cannot compare to a rising star like himself. Fear not, my good sir. In my youth, I trained at Shaolin, and I still possess the spirit of a novice. I have not faltered in my skill. I am incredibly formidable. Even if a bear were cross my path, I could bring it to its knees. Cai Yifan flexed his impressive muscles, a testament to his brief time at Shaolin, albeit cut short after less than a month. Before his rise to fame, he considered this experience insignificant, but after the intervention of his manager and company, he was rebranded as a disciple of Shaolin, adorned with numerous flattering labels. Pure-hearted, physically robust from childhood martial arts training, resilient and hardworking. To enhance his image, the company even trained him in martial arts movements for a month, not focusing on strength, but on aesthetics, knowing that his adoring fans would not discern the difference. Now, Cai Yifan himself felt somewhat lost amidst this facade. Late at night, while indulging in a post-event cigarette, he occasionally convinced himself that he was indeed a martial arts master. Thus, during each group venture, he would reassure his allies, "Fear not. I am strong, just endure." Yet, in reality, even after a month of training, he could barely last 5 minutes before being eliminated in the game. Nevertheless, Cai Yifan remained in high spirits, frequently instigating group events. The older man recognized that Cai Yifan was not to be trifled with, so he exchanged a questioning glance with the director who was responsible for his paycheck. If the director consented, he would acquiesce. Director Zhang pondered for quite some time, unable to decipher Cai Yifan's intentions. He assumed the young man merely sought to establish a persona and redeem his image. Pineapple Television and the entertainment company behind Cai Yifan had a collaborative relationship, and, as the program director for Pineapple Television, he felt obligated to provide Cai Yifan with an opportunity to shine, even if it was not his desire to do so. He exchanged a look with the older man, who nodded in silent agreement and discreetly took his position at the back of the line, a role of significant importance. Wolves, those fierce creatures, upon discovering a substantial prey, will trail behind while calling their companions, only launching an attack when they are assured of success. Yet, the production team appears to lack such vigilance, having enlisted only one professional. At this moment, the live chat begins to scroll with comments. Is Brother Fan going to lead? Wow, so brave. Although not as handsome as Bald Brother, is Brother Fan going to collaborate with Brother Huai'an? Let us support them well. Brother Huai'an is the handsomest in the world. Obnoxious fans of Fan, stay away. What do you mean, stay away? My admiration for Xiao Fan doesn't affect my fondness for Brother Huai'an. Exactly, Brother Huai'an. We love you too. Chen Huai'an is unaware that he has begun to attract a considerable number of female fans, who have already started to quarrel with Cai Yifan's followers. The peculiarity lies in the feeble nature of this conflict, akin to a mere tickling. After all, Cai Yifan's fans are hesitant to retaliate, for this gentleman possesses an unparalleled charm, adorned with an array of enhancements that shine like a halo. He is impeccable beyond reproach. Moreover, they find themselves unable to voice any criticism. Just gazing upon his visage disperses any animosity, leaving them with a desire to quietly admire the screen, devoid of any inclination towards disrespect. Once Cai Yifan assumed his role as leader, he commenced a spirited performance. "Let us go, everyone," he exclaimed, arms wide open and radiating sunshine. "At our current pace, how long until we reach the summit? Don't you wish to witness the first sunrise at Tianmen Mountain? 1, 2, 3, charge with me." Cai Yifan dashed ahead with remarkable speed, forcing the cameraman to grit his teeth and keep up. Other artists, noticing the cameraman had moved forward, could only suppress their fatigue to chase after him, lest they miss out on any screen time. Su Xingchen initially intended to follow suit, but turned to see Chen Huai'an leaning on his cane. Her heart softened. "Brethren, are you all right? Should I assist you?" "No need." Chen Huai'an waved his hand, smiling. "I am quite accustomed to this cane. I may find it easier to walk than most, so do not worry." What a jest. He is a Superman with a genetic lock. Does he require assistance? With that, Chen Huai'an began to quicken his pace. Strangely enough, his right leg felt like a little motor, brimming with energy, and he felt no fatigue at all. He was not afraid of being exposed. After all, the osteosarcoma in his leg was genuine, not a mere special effect. Su Xingchen watched in astonishment as Chen Huai'an outpaced her with just a few strides. Could this truly be the speed of someone with a disability? A flicker of doubt crossed her mind, quickly subdued by feelings of guilt and admiration. Surely, brother must be doing this to alleviate everyone's concerns, right? Could he not feel pain while moving this way? Despite his evident disability in the advanced stage of his cancer, he remains excessively considerate of others' feelings. "I'm truly heartbroken." Meanwhile, a glint of malice flickers in Cai Yifan's eyes as he observes Chen Huai'an hastily catching up. "Ah, it seems he cannot sit still, you young man. Desire to bask in the limelight, do you? Then I shall expose you. I shall ruin your reputation entirely." Everything unfolds just as he anticipated. Soon, it is likely that someone will notice Chen Huai'an's peculiar behavior without any prompting from him. How could a disabled person possibly keep pace with the group at such speed? It is deemed fraudulent. Simultaneously, in the forest bordering the trail, atop an unnoticed tree crown, a girl in a middle school uniform reclines with her hands behind her head, one leg dangling down, a backpack hanging from her shoe's tip. As the night breeze rustles through, a few leaves drift down. She sniffs, and a glimmer of cold light flashes in her opened eyes. Chapter 64. A tap on the shoulder. "Fangge, slow down a bit." "Yes, Fangge. Did you practice with us when you were young?" Song Zichen and Wang Yitao, though weaker than Cai Yifan, initially managed to keep up, but soon fall behind Chen Huai'an and two other female artists. Not wishing to miss the camera's gaze, they sprint, breathless. Cai Yifan, guali fatit, his complexion pale and drenched in sweat, is fully committed to exposing Chen Huai'an. Seeing the opportune moment, he halts to catch his breath, mockingly pointing at Song Zichen and Wang Yitao. "What is wrong with you two grown men? Look at Chen Huai'an. Despite being disabled, he climbs better than both of you. And not a drop of sweat has graced his brow while you're already exhausted." His words cut deeply. On the surface, they seem to praise Chen Huai'an. Yet they unmask his anomalies, drawing everyone's scrutiny towards him and inciting suspicion. Song Zichen and Wang Yitao stare at Chen Huai'an, momentarily stunned. Indeed, it has been nearly half an hour of climbing. Not only has Chen Huai'an kept up with everyone, but he also appears completely composed, contrasting sharply with the rest. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, Chen Huai'an simply offers a straightforward smile. "Hey," Song Zichen and Wang Yitao, unwilling to admit their own frailty, think to themselves, even if they were weak, surely a mountain climber would not be. The elder at the back of the group has broken a sweat. Yet here you are, with terminal cancer, ascending effortlessly. The peculiarities become apparent to all. The gazes directed at Chen Huai'an turn strange. Only Su Xingchen remains blissfully unaware, unable to restrain her praise for Chen Huai'an beside her. "Brother Huai'an, your stamina is truly impressive. What great perseverance." Director Zhang has reviewed Chen Huai'an's medical records and verified the authenticity of his condition. Recently, Chen's illness has progressed from intermediate to late stage. As for any hope of a cure, he is uncertain. What he does know is that Chun's condition is grave. However, it strikes him as peculiar that Chen can maintain his composure amidst the larger group. Yet, as a director, his duty is not to unravel the truth, but to ensure the continuation of the program. Hush! He feigned solemnity and spoke in a low tone. Do you hear any sounds? The cameraman shifted the lens toward him, drawing the attention of everyone present. Director Zhang summoned all his acting prowess. His expression darkened as he declared, "It is the howl of a wolf." Wolf howl. The two female performers instantly displayed expressions of terror. It is entirely plausible to think of wolves in the mountains. However, the dangers concealed within this tourist site are often overshadowed by its superficial allure. During daylight hours along established tourist paths, the likelihood of encountering a wolf is almost non-existent. Yet now, the circumstances are quite the opposite. The crew could hardly suppress their amusement at Zhang's grave demeanor, aware that this was merely his way of diverting the conversation. One could only commend the seasoned director for his sharp wit. Should wolves truly appear, they harbored no fear. Regardless of whether the wolves could overpower them, a van was trailing behind. They could simply hop in and escape. Could any wolf truly harm them? Wolf howl? I did not hear anything. Cai Yifan was determined not to let Chen Huai'an off the hook, chuckling, "Rest assured, if there are wolves, I am here. I have trained for such scenarios. And if need be, we have brother-in who is undoubtedly a hidden expert." You? Zhang chuckled, playfully attempting to frighten him. The wolves I speak of are not ordinary creatures, but the legendary shoulder-hunting wolves of Tianmen Mountain. It is said that these wolves are exceptionally cunning, preying on night climbers. They silently approach from behind, standing upright to gently press down on a person's shoulder. Once the individual turns around, they swiftly sever the person's head. Upon hearing this, the group exhaled in relief. What nonsense! Merely a legend, Zhang Lulu remarked, rolling her eyes in exasperation while patting her ample chest. Su Xingqian, still shaken, took a moment to compose herself. Wolves terrified her, and not just them. She also feared dogs and cats. Strangely, she was less afraid of insects and snakes. Director, you still not in. 9 meters tall. What kind of wolf could reach my shoulder? Cai Yifan scoffed with disdain. His height had always been an advantage, and he seized every opportunity to showcase it. If a wolf could reach my shoulder, it must be 2.5 meters long. The largest wolf in the world is only about 2 meters tall, and it's not even in our area. Just then, an elongated howl echoed from the distant mountains. The entire Tianmen mountain fell into an eerie silence. The surrounding chirps of insects and birds ceased abruptly, leaving an atmosphere thick with trepidation. Zhang, the director, was momentarily taken aback, never expecting the presence of a wolf. Cai Yifan, instinctively retracting his neck, felt a chilling breeze sweep past him. Yet when he turned to look, there was nothing to be seen. The distant howl of the wolf echoed far away, devoid of any immediate threat. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and exhaled with relief, chuckling to himself, merely a product of his own imagination. However, no sooner had he spoken than he felt a weight settle upon his shoulders, as if a heavy hand was pressing down. From the dense underbrush, a petite figure darted through the foliage with the swiftness of lightning, weaving effortlessly past the thick shrubs and trunks, resembling an ancient master of agility. This figure, though clad in an incongruous school uniform, embodied the spirit of a legendary hero. Suddenly, a piercing scream, more harrowing than that of a slaughtered pig, shattered the oppressive night air. Lin Lingling's expression shifted as she glanced towards the source of the agonizing cry, her previously composed demeanor now slightly faltering. Damn it! Who in their right mind would be hiking up the mountain at this hour? She must go to the rescue. It was her duty as a folk monster slayer in this era of spiritual revival spanning the last decade. Chapter 65. Could he possibly have a solution? Standing at a towering height of 1.9 meters, Cai Yifan, who had been rather dull-witted his entire life, finally experienced a jolt of clarity. Perhaps it was the tales he had heard from Director Zhang, but the moment he felt something pressing down on his shoulder, his instinct was not to look back, but to crouch and roll to the ground, scrambling to rejoin the main group. As he rose, he finally discerned what was behind him, a towering wolf, standing upright, its body measuring an astonishing 2.5 meters in length. Its thick black mane enveloped its form, yet the creature appeared grotesquely contorted. With a massive head and a mouth wide enough to accommodate a truck tire, its limbs were starkly slender. Those hauntingly green eyes reflected the terrified faces around it, filled with an insatiable hunger and murderous intent. The crew, upon witnessing this menacing beast, was paralyzed with fear, their voices lost in a shock. Wow, was all Chen Huai'an could utter, inadvertently breaking the tense atmosphere. He was not afraid in the slightest. In fact, he felt a peculiar urge to laugh. For reasons unknown, he perceived the wolf as rather unimposing, compared to the intimidation exuded by Qingxian Taoist and Qingyun Old Ancestor. This creature seemed almost ludicrous. In attempting to categorize it, it lacked the ferocity of a true monster and was unlike any beast he had encountered. It bore the appearance of a malformed creature, perhaps a product of some bizarre mutation. Yet, Tianmen Mountain was far from the sea. Chen Huai'an's exclamation brought the hiking athletes back to their senses. He swallowed hard, gazing at the approaching monstrous wolf, and forced himself to remain calm. Everyone, do not be afraid. If we encounter a wolf in the wild, we must not turn and flee, especially since we are many and it is but one. It dares not attack us recklessly. We simply need to retreat slowly to the van where safety awaits. The van was less than 50 meters away, not an insurmountable distance. Yet, every step the group took was fraught with difficulty and fear. Maintaining eye contact was crucial, instilling in the creature the understanding that we were not cowed. Yet we must not provoke it, for that could incite its wrath. The elder, possessing considerable experience, observed that although the wolf exhibited signs of aggression, it refrained from attacking, merely baring its teeth and emitting a low, menacing growl. The photographer, ever the professional, continued to fixate on the beast, live-streaming the unfolding drama, unaware if it was staged or genuine. Meanwhile, the chat room erupted in chaos. Oh my goodness, what a massive wolf. Is this some sort of special effect? A staged event? Huai'an, come to mama. I'll protect you, sob sob. Is it really staged? Someone should call the police. Imisuri Xiaofan. But I ultimately choose to worry about Huai'an. Isn't Kai Yifan a disciple of Shaolin? Surely he can handle a wolf easily? Song Zichen, oblivious to the barrage of comments, recalled Kai Yifan's earlier words and poked him in the side. Fan Gu, weren't you trained in martial arts since childhood? Why not scare this wolf away? Use your unique talents. Kai Yifan, already on edge, exploded at the sudden poke, glaring at Song Zichen and shouting, "What nonsense! You're the one trained in martial arts. Your whole family is. You expect me to confront that enormous wolf? Have you lost your mind, or have I?" The elder, standing protectively in front of the group, felt a surge of alarm at their reckless exchange. The colossal wolf, which had been hesitating, was provoked by their shouts, its body crouching low, ready to pounce. The elder, panic-stricken, turned and bellowed, "Run!" to the van. However, the wolf was swifter. In an instant, Song Zichen and Zhang Lulu were sent sprawling as the creature dashed into the throng, letting out a chilling howl. Those with even a modicum of knowledge recognized the wolf was calling for reinforcements. True to form, rustling in the nearby bushes heralded the arrival of another, slightly smaller wolf. The two beasts, menacing and resolute, effectively divided the group into two factions, one nearer to the van, the other trapped outside. Unfortunately, Chen Huai'an found himself among those stranded, along with Su Xingqian and the lead cameraman. Su Xingqian and the photographer were engulfed in despair. It seemed impossible for them to traverse the monstrous wolf's blockade to reach the van. Director Zhang and his crew were also unlikely to risk their lives to rescue them. What do they do now? In the midst of panic, one person remained as steady as a rock, Chen Huai'an. Admiration, su puyaman. Chen Huai'an mused himself. The cancer cells and boundless potential resonated within his life force. He could hear it. He raised his cold, piercing gaze to confront the wolf demon, his eyes filled with disdain and confidence. After all, he was Chen Xianzuan, who had once cleaved the gates of the Qingyun sect with a single strike, leaving the old dog Qing Xian kneeling helplessly in the plaza. What was a mere oddly shaped wolf to him? Su Xingqian soon noticed Chen Huai'an's unusual demeanor and wondered if this young man had a plan. Then, she saw him assume a horse stance, brandishing his cane towards the monstrous wolf, while his free hand beckoned it forward. No, wait, I can't underestimate Brother Huai'an, Su Xingqian thought, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Indeed, Chen Huai'an was a terminal cancer patient, even a disabled person. Had it not been for his lifelong dedication to physical training, his body would have succumbed by now. Yet here he was, not only able to scale Tianmen Mountain, but also keeping pace with the main group, even more effortlessly than the others. The answer was becoming clearer. The monstrous wolf, incensed by the provocation, lunged forward with a growl. Su Xingqian, terrified, shut her eyes. In that fleeting moment, Chen Huai'an swung his cane with the force of a dragon, exuding an aura of lethal intent, imbued with a hint of sword energy. Swift, precise, and fierce. The cane struck the wolf's head with a resounding crack. Was that the sound of its skull shattering? Peeking through one eye, Su Xingqian saw two broken pieces of the cane on the ground. Oh, it was Brother Huai'an's cane that had shattered. Yet, he stood resolutely in front of them, a lone warrior guarding against 1,000 foes. Did he have another trick up his sleeve? Su Xingqian and the photographer gazed anxiously at Chen Huai'an's silhouette. Chen Huai'an slowly turned his head, a benevolent yet grim smile gracing his face. No more looking. The enemy is shamed. Quick, flee. Chapter 66, The Big Shot. The monstrous wolf, dazed from the blow, shook its head in confusion, struggling to regain its senses. It cannot comprehend how it, a creature capable of swiftly dispatching ordinary humans, had been halted by a mere wooden stick. Even more bewildering was the visceral fear it felt at the moment the stick struck. As if it were a sword, it would have surely met its end. This human was formidable. The wolf stared in perplexity at the retreating figures of the trio. If this human were truly so powerful, why was he fleeing? Thus, the wolf concluded that the human was weak, and the earlier encounter was merely a fluke. Pursue. The wolf had come to a realization. Its speed was astonishing, and in a few deft maneuvers, it found itself behind Chen Huai'an. With its gaze fixated on the human's throat, the wolf's eyes glimmered with increasing intensity. On Chen Huai'an's back, the ethereal black dragon was gradually solidifying. In a fleeting moment, he inadvertently stepped on a stone, causing his body to lose balance. Two lightning symbols slipped from his chest and fell to the ground, while his right leg lost stability and kicked backward. This unexpected strike fortuitously connected with the wolf's jaw. With a resounding crack, the creature was sent hurtling through the air, rolling into the thicket. Chen Huai'an tumbled to the ground, landing on his back. Su Xingqian and the photographer, still running ahead, quickly returned to assist him. Go! Hurry and leave. Chen Huai'an's face paled with pain. He had no idea what he had just kicked, but he felt as though his right heel had shattered. He did not look back, still believing that the wolf was pursuing him. We must leave together. While the wolf hasn't caught up, Su Xingqian bent down, and with the photographer on either side, they helped Chen Huai'an to his feet. It was only then that he glanced back at the empty space behind him, confusion settling in his mind. Just moments ago, he had distinctly felt the wolf was about to pounce. How had it vanished so suddenly? How strange indeed. Meanwhile, deep within the thicket, a grotesque wolf with a shattered jaw struggled to rise from the ground. Compared to the mere blow it had received, its head now spun in disorientation, a buzzing resonating in its ears, and its jaw throbbed as if struck by a metallic contraption wielded by humans. This agony ignited its ferocity. The wolf's emerald eyes glinted with a crimson hue, gasping for breath as its body swelled like a balloon, its thick mane erupting like a flurry of sharp steel needles. Since gaining heightened intelligence, this was the first time a human had inflicted such torment upon it, evoking memories of the day it had been struck by that iron box. Humans must perish. This mountain had once been its domain, now reduced to a playground for humans. Forcing the wolves deeper into the forest while remaining wary of those swiftly moving iron contraptions. Why should this be? With a howl of defiance, the wolf burst forth from the underbrush, embodying a regal presence, exuding an air of majesty and lethal intent. The inky night enveloped it, cheering for its emergence. The wolf vowed to make the humans who had humiliated it pay dearly. Its keen sense of smell swiftly locked onto the trio's scent. It sprinted on all fours, as swift as lightning, and then, with a paw, it stepped onto a lightning symbol. A thunderous roar erupted, momentarily stunning Chen Huai'an as he fled. The sound of thunder felt oddly familiar, as if he had heard it before. Why was there thunder? Wasn't today supposed to be clear? Su Xingqian felt an unsettling sensation, as if the air was permeated with the acrid scent of something charred. Struggling under the weight of Chen Huai'an, a grown man, Su Xingqian and the photographer soon found themselves unable to continue. Fortunately, they stumbled upon a small wooden cabin where the three of them took refuge. Closing the door behind them, Chen Huai'an settled against the entrance, feeling that the pain in his right foot had subsided. However, as a person with a disability, he hesitated to reveal this improvement, fearing that any slip could jeopardize the show and lead to financial repercussions. Brother Huai'an, why are you sitting by the door? It's too dangerous, Su Xingqian exclaimed, attempting to pull him inside. Chen Huai'an raised his gaze and waved his hand dismissively, speaking calmly. If the wolf were to break in, I could still offer you both a chance to escape through the window. My life is but a fleeting moment. Having saved me, I must repay the favor. Su Xingqian's eyes glistened with tears at his words, and she pouted as she sat beside him, sniffling. Brother Huai'an, you are too kind. I've already called the police. Everyone will be fine. Your praise is unwarranted. I am merely an ordinary person, Chen Huai'an replied, attempting to distract himself by taking out his phone to play a game, only to realize that the photographer's camera was still trained on him. Wait, are you still recording? He asked, bewildered. The sweating photographer chuckled, revealing a wide smile. Hey, it's professional ethics. Moments earlier, a cacophony erupted. A wolf. The wolf is attacking. Help! Kai Yifan lay convulsing atop the mangled door of a van, while others huddled inside, trembling in fear. Not far away, a massive wolf lay lifeless in a pool of blood, its size having swollen to roughly 4 meters. An imposing behemoth. Initially, they believed that hiding in the van would spare them from danger, not realizing that to the giant wolf, the vehicle was merely a toy to dismantle at will. Standing beside the wolf's carcass was a girl in a school uniform, gripping a blood-dripping gun in her right hand. With remnants of yellowish-white matter, fragments of the wolf's brain, clinging to it, Lin Lingling wiped the blood from her cheek and approached Kai Yifan, whose leg had been crushed by the wolf. As she neared, he muttered incoherently, clearly on the verge of madness. Is this a disciple of the Shaolin? Is this the extent of your composure? Lin Lingling thought, feeling disgusted as she recalled her past admiration for Kai Yifan. Fortunately, her experiences as a demon slayer had stripped away the glamour associated with celebrities. In this world, they were nothing more than fleeting illusions. Before the impending chaos erupted completely, everything was still being forcibly suppressed for the sake of societal stability. However, the truth could not remain hidden forever. Exposure was simply a matter of time. Miss Hero? Director Zhang hesitantly addressed her, unsure if the title was appropriate. There's another wolf chasing the other 3 people to the west. Please, could you help them? Another one? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Lin Lingling widened her eyes, her silver teeth clenched tightly. These individuals had barely escaped annihilation, relying solely on a van. The other 3, without any cover, had likely met their demise at the jaws of wolves. Damn it, Lin Lingling, if only your perception were a touch sharper. Such a tragedy would not have befallen you. The girl hastened her steps westward, having detected the pervasive demonic aura in the air. Time was of the essence. Just then, the western sky suddenly brightened. Thunder rumbled. Lin Lingling paused momentarily, her eyes widening as she beheld a flash of lightning in the murky sky. The thunder descended, purging evil and vanquishing malevolence. The scent of the wolf demon vanished in an instant. There were allies nearby. In that fiery lightning, Lin Lingling felt a profound and serene energy, leading her to a swift conclusion. Moreover, it was a formidable presence. Chapter 67. I have more here. Lin Lingling pursued the source of the fallen lightning, ultimately discovering the charred remains of the wolf demon in a 5-meter-wide crater. The jawbone was shattered, indicating it had been struck by a blunt object. The weapon of that powerful entity was likely a hammer or a club. With the emergence of such a formidable figure and the absence of the scent of human blood, it implied that the 3 lost individuals were safe. Thus, Lin Lingling examined the wolf demon's corpse without any trepidation. She bent down to pick up a fragment of wolf bone, which crumbled to powder at her touch. Her pupils constricted instantly as she murmured, could it be that this force could summon thunderous attacks? And with such immense power, it is a general-level entity. But how many generals could there be in the world? Lin Lingling was astonished by her own deduction. Currently, there were only 4 ranks in demon slaying: white, master, soldier, and general. Individuals like her, classified as white, were merely amateur demon slayers. Amateur demon slayers had relevant credentials, but could not be officially recognized, akin to bounty hunters. However, there were benefits. They were not obliged to undertake missions, could select tasks at their leisure, and were rewarded handsomely for slaying demons, though if they perished through overconfidence, no one would come to retrieve their bodies. Lin Lingling relied on her income from demon slaying to cover her tuition fees. Otherwise, who knows which exploitative factory she would be toiling away in now. Her ultimate goal was to become an officially recognized demon slayer. For only then could she experience a broader world. Oh, what is this? Lin Lingling bent down to pick up a piece of yellow paper. This paper was less than 3 meters away from the wolf's corpse, inscribed with obscure characters drawn in cinnabar. She could faintly sense a gathering, tempestuous energy within it. Realizing this, her hand instinctively trembled. If she were a demon, she would likely have been consumed by the thunderous energy within the talisman by now. It seemed that the earlier thunder had been activated by this talisman. Lin Lingling gasped in surprise. If that eminent figure could unleash such formidable attacks merely by utilizing talismans, it would be utterly unprecedented, an occurrence never before witnessed. At least, within her recollections, the most powerful demon slayer of the Hua district could not achieve such feats. Who could this individual possibly be? She gathered her thoughts and continued to follow the trail. Eventually, she stumbled upon a dilapidated ranger's cabin near the corpse of the wolf. Why had the wolf not yet arrived? Brother Huai'an, how could you say such a thing? Su Xingqian's face turned pale upon hearing Chen Huai'an's words. The cameraman, equally speechless, remarked, "What? Are you actually looking forward to it?" "Not all. According to the law of conservation of safety, our safety signifies that another group is ensnared in peril." Chen Huai'an stroked his chin and replied nonchalantly, "With wolves of such size, can Zhang Dao and the others truly escape unscathed while hiding in the van?" At Chen Huai'an's words, both Su Xingqian and the cameraman could not help but exhibit expressions of dread. Indeed, once the individuals in the van met their doom, would not be their turn next? In this vast wilderness, how could they possibly evade the pursuit of wild beasts? Just then, with a creak, the door of the cabin swung open. The moonlight seeped in, casting a colossal shadow upon the wall. However, the silhouette was not that of a wolf, but rather that of a girl. Lin Lingling, using the moonlight, scrutinized the three individuals within the cabin. 2 men and 1 woman, one bald, one a naive young lady, and 1 robust man wielding a camera. None of them appeared to be extraordinary, lacking the aura of inner strength characteristic of the adept. So, the eminent figure is not here? A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Could it be that the illustrious individual had already departed? Truly, a figure of such caliber could come and go without a trace, unnoticed by someone as insignificant as herself. "Little sister, there are wolves outside. Come in quickly to take refuge." Su Xingqian breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing a cute student girl enter. Although she wondered why the girl carried a long spear on her back. Cosplay, perhaps? Regardless, as long as she wasn't a wolf, that sufficed. The wolf was already dead. The long spear on Lin Lingling's back still dripped with blood, yet she maintained an impassive demeanor and spoke in a frightened tone. "Oh dear, you scared me to death. I was climbing when I stumbled upon a wolf's corpse and, in my panic, ran in here. I'm so frightened." Su Xingqian felt a sudden wave of suspicion towards the young girl. Chen Huai'an's gaze landed on Lin Lingling, scanning her from head to toe before finally fixating on the talisman in her hand. Blinking in surprise, "Little sister, where did you find this talisman?" Lin Lingling glanced at Chen Huai'an, then at the others, and finally stared intently. Goodness, how charming! She had not noticed upon entering, but now, examining him closely, she felt an overwhelming desire to etch his image into her memory. However, as a distinguished demon slayer, Lin Lingling suppressed her impulse to admire handsome men, coughing shyly twice. "What talisman? I don't know what you're talking about. That is merely my keychain. As a demon slayer, it is sometimes unavoidable to be exposed to public scrutiny. In the past, when there were fewer demons, there was a strict requirement to completely conceal one's identity or compel witnesses to sign confidentiality agreements. Subsequently, relevant authorities even developed potions to erase memories for a certain period. Yet, with the increasing number of demons, it has become increasingly difficult to maintain secrecy, and the materials for the potions are quite costly. It is impractical to administer them to every witness after each mission. Therefore, apart from those particularly fantastical creatures, all others that resemble wild beasts are uniformly categorized as mutated beasts that have consumed seawater. Meanwhile, demon slayers publicly declare themselves as martial artists who have trained since childhood. Occasionally, when deployed alongside security personnel, they are referred to as special enforcers. In any case, their identity as demon slayers must not be revealed. The existence of demons in this world must not be disclosed. Ordinary individuals must not be allowed to come into contact with items related to supernatural events. Thus, in response to Chen Huai'an's inquiry, Lin Lingling instinctively chose to conceal the truth. However, this talisman should belong to me, right? To substantiate her claims, Chen Huai'an reached into the inner pocket of his jacket and retrieved a crumpled thunder fire talisman, pondering to himself, "What a ridiculous keychain. I never expected this seemingly fair and adorable girl to be a blatant liar." Lin Lingling, "Look, I have more." Chen Huai'an produced 5 more talismans. Lin Lingling. Chapter 68. Your electronic girlfriend has joined the Sword Pavilion. The expedition to Tianmen Mountain ended on an unfortunate note. Kai Yifan was terrified into madness by a wolf, rendering the title of a lay disciple of Shaolin a mere joke. Song Zichen and Wang Yitao's personas shattered completely, as the two grown men proved less courageous than the girls in the face of danger. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the cameraman, Su Xingchen's image as a kind-hearted lamb gained widespread acclaim, while Zhang Lulu, despite her lack of standout performance, also garnered some attention. However, the true sensation that sparked widespread discussion online was the middle school girl who fought against the wolf, along with the nation's first heartthrob, Chen Huai'an, who remained eerily calm even when confronted with danger, despite being completely bald. Of course, the title of a nation's first heartthrob was bestowed upon him by netizens. Although the episode of Adventuring with Friends experienced an accident, it ultimately propelled the entire show into the spotlight. Furthermore, as there were no fatalities, the inherent dangers were quickly downplayed online, leading to an emergence of various meme-worthy expressions from several male celebrities. Chen Huai'an also became a subject of numerous memes. However, due to his composed demeanor, there were no unflattering expressions to caricature, resulting in each meme showcasing his striking good looks. Receptionist A. The handsome guy from room 418 is back. Receptionist B. Really? I had the aunt check this morning, and he hadn't returned then. Receptionist A. So, what do you say? Should we add a green bubble? Receptionist B. Oh, I'm just a hotel receptionist. No one would look my way. Standing at the counter, Lin Lingling listened to the two women chatting, her expression one of exasperation. She was quite short, barely taller than the counter itself. The countertop was adorned with several 32-inch monitors, which nearly obscured the lower half of her face. Hello, I would like to book room 417, Lin Lingling said, raising her ID card. Receptionist A continued, oh come on, you're not unattractive. What if someone takes a liking to you? Hello, I would like to book room 417. Receptionist B replied, but I weigh nearly 180 pounds. Receptionist A said, isn't that fine? Being slightly plump is in vogue these days. Unable to endure any longer, Lin Lingling took a deep breath and exclaimed, for heaven's sake, I want to book room 417. Did you hear me? Finally, the receptionist acknowledged her. Oh, I'm so sorry, dear. Room 417 is already occupied. What about 419? 419 is available. I'll take it for a month. Here, that's my card. With a stoic expression, Lin Lingling slapped her bank card onto the counter, completed the transaction, and emotionlessly dragged her enormous suitcase into the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, memories of the previous night flooded her mind. Upon confirming that the talismans in Chen Huai'an's possession were indeed genuine, her first reaction was to think that he must be a big shot. However, she quickly sensed something amiss. Firstly, Chen Huai'an possessed no internal energy. He was merely an ordinary person. Secondly, when she attempted to test him, it became clear that he was utterly oblivious. While descending the mountain, she discreetly asked him if he was an advanced-level practitioner. Chen Huai'an looked at her, as if she were foolish, and replied, I am at a comparative level. Undeterred, she continued to exchange secret phrases with him. She said, friends come from afar, expecting the reply to be isn't it a joy to meet? Instead, Chen Huai'an responded, though distant, they must be punished. When she posed another secret phrase, asking, not recognizing the true face of Mount Lu, he responded with, only know to bend the bow and shoot the great eagle. The situation was utterly tangled. From his clear, yet foolish gaze, Lin Lingling understood that this handsome man had no knowledge of the Demon Slayer division whatsoever. But from where did the talismans he possessed originate? Who was he? Could he utilize these talismans? Perhaps he was merely an ordinary individual who stumbled upon a treasure by chance. As a demon slayer, her mission extended beyond vanquishing demons. She was also tasked with seeking out companions, those ordinary individuals affected by the resurgence of spiritual energy exhibiting unusual circumstances. This was twofold. First, to enlighten them about the existence of the Demon Slayer division, and second, to prevent them from being turned into monstrous beings. In recent years, a spate of bizarre serial killings had emerged, some perpetrated by demons, while others were committed by individuals endowed with extraordinary powers. In fact, these individuals with abnormal abilities could often be far more terrifying than the demons themselves. What's more, the talismans were returned to Chen Huai'an. Despite possessing an irresistibly youthful and adorable visage, she was unable to secure the talisman for herself. Nevertheless, she did not overlook the potential threat posed by Chen Huai'an. Her pursuit of him, relocating to the neighboring room, was driven by the desire to ascertain which category he belonged to. Should he merely be an ordinary individual who fortuitously came into possession of those talismans, she would devise a strategy to reclaim these perilous artifacts, perhaps by purchasing them. Of course, She admitted that she too was quite covetous of these precious talismans. Upon reaching the door of room 419, Lin Lingling found herself ensnared in silence as she gazed at the firmly shut door of room 418. Affixed to the door was a talisman, precisely the kind that had been used to vanquish the wolf demon on the mountain. Would he even know how to utilize it? Lin Lingling raked her fingers through her hair, feeling on the brink of madness. What if he were indeed a high-ranking individual executing a covert mission? Would her actions not be akin to flooding the Dragon King temple? Perhaps it would be best to observe for a few days before proceeding. Meanwhile, within room 418, Chen Huai'an divided the recently purchased black duck with his companion, Baji. He then delightfully plugged in his phone, powering it on to access his electronic girlfriend. After enduring a series of chaotic events the previous night, he had spent the latter half at the inspection bureau. He was perplexed as to why he had to report an attack by a beast, especially with a multitude of guards surrounding him, creating an atmosphere akin to a terrorist assault. This was certainly an eye-opening experience. He mused that Qingran must have joined Lingxi Valley. Lingxi Valley, a name that conjured images of a sect abundant with maidens. Wouldn't that be a feast for the eyes? However, upon launching the game, he was met not with the anticipated ancient elegance of blue bricks and tiles, nor the enchanting scene of lotus ponds beneath the moonlight, but rather a landscape of desolation and ruin. Was this truly Lingxi Valley, the legendary sect composed entirely of female medical practitioners? The sect's plaque was shattered, rendering the inscription illegible. Chen Huai'an slowly typed out a question mark. At that moment, a notification appeared in the game. Your electronic girlfriend, Li Qingran, has joined the sect. Sword Pavilion, where all members are sword cultivators. Due to the unique nature of sword cultivators, this sect is also referred to as the poorest sect in the Zhongyun realm. Chen Huai'an, what about the heavenly secrets? Come out. I demand a refund for this disability. Chapter 69. Is Chen Huai'an the Supreme Elder? Half a day prior, disciple Qingran, I pay my respects to the sect master. Li Qingran greeted Su Qinian with a graceful bow. She had successfully passed all assessments and tests of the Sword Pavilion, officially joining the sect. It was only at this moment that she realized, in a race for spirit stones, all 4 elders of the sect had mobilized. The one who had flown her there was the direct disciple of the Sword Pavilion's grandmaster, Su Qinian, named Yu Qianqi. The Sword Pavilion had few disciples, and its dilapidated architecture exuded an air of profound poverty. Throughout the journey, I observed merely over 100 disciples of the Sword Pavilion, who all seemed rather eccentric. Qingran, there is no need for formality. Since you have arrived at our Sword Pavilion, we are all family now. Su Qinian stroked his beard and led Li Qingran to the sect's plaza, chuckling as he explained. I regretfully misled you earlier by claiming we were part of the Qingyan sect. The circumstances were dire. There were many eyes around, and we had just executed a significant operation that could not be exposed, hence the necessity of such deception. Li Qingran felt that robbery was not a righteous path, and although the Sword Pavilion had not harmed anyone, their actions were indeed questionable. However, the thought that this Sword Pavilion might be her master's sect quickly dispelled her inner turmoil. She even began to understand Su Qinian a little better. As a prestigious sect renowned for sword cultivation, it was clear that the pavilion master would not resort to robbery unless utterly compelled. Such a situation was unlikely to recur. Once the Sword Pavilion weathered this storm, they would not find themselves in such a predicament again. Just then, the short and stout elder Yuan Sanshur interjected, Pavilion Master, we have reaped considerable rewards this time, accumulating over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, sufficient to sustain us for a while. Who shall we target next? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qinian replied, in 1 month, we shall raid the Central State's secret realm again. What say you? The elders rejoiced, bowing their hands in respect, exclaiming, Pavilion Master is wise. Li Qingran felt a pang of regret. She retracted her earlier thoughts. Having reclaimed Li Qingran, Su Qinian felt a responsibility towards her. He arranged the elders in a line and introduced them one by one. Qingran, our Sword Pavilion comprises 6 major peaks. This one here is my Xuanwu Peak, which cultivates the Xuanwu sword intent, capable of splitting mountains with its heavy blade. Then there is Elder Yuan's Lingyun Peak, which harnesses the first momentum of the sword, its power vast as the mountains and rivers. Elder Li's Songjian Peak focuses on the art of concealing swords, where a sword remains sheathed unless it craves blood. Elder Wang's Luoshuang Cliff cultivates the world's foremost frost sword, its intent piercing through bone as snow blankets the mountains. Elder Wu's Wuching Peak cultivates the ruthless sword intent, where the blade dissolves the very soul. Furthermore, we have a sixth peak, the Wanjian Peak. But none among us have cultivated the unparalleled sword intent there. It merely bears a stone tablet for contemplation, and without an elder to guide you. I advise caution in your choice. Noticing Li Qingran's dazed expression, Su Qinian stroked his beard and suggested, "You possess a single water spiritual root, and your dantian is of the highest quality, a rare talent in the world of cultivation. I recommend you pursue the frost sword under Elder Wang's tutelage. His ice soul sword technique complements your water spiritual root, allowing for rapid advancement. Moreover, you must keep your exceptional dantian a secret. It is crucial that no one else learns of it. Within the sword pavilion, I and the elders, along with your senior brothers and sisters, can protect you. But outside these walls, the world is treacherous, and calamities may befall you." Qingran took this to heart. As she regained her composure, she bowed in respect. During the talent assessment, before entering the sword pavilion, she had feared that the revelation of her exceptional dantian might incite chaos. To her surprise, the pavilion master and the elders had only shown brief astonishment. Later, through their conversation, it became apparent that within the sword pavilion, there were over 30 disciples of varying ranks in the inner core, with the eldest sister, Yu Qianxi, holding a second-tier status. Her exceptional inner core was indeed a rare gem, yet within the confines of this sword pavilion, it hardly evoked astonishment. The pavilion, seemingly unremarkable, exuded an air of restraint, resembling a sword sheathed in its scabbard. Perhaps the only thing that could stir the emotions of these sword cultivators was the lack of funds. Despite the recommendation of the pavilion master and the guidance of the elders, Li Qingran remained steadfast in her aspirations to become a healer. To pursue the path of healing meant she could not prioritize swordsmanship. Thus, she resolved not to join any sect with an elder, wishing to avoid future discord stemming from divergent opinions. With a respectful bow, she expressed her desire to ascend to the sixth peak. Hearing Li Qingran's choice, Su Qinian offered a resigned smile. "You still aspire to be an alchemist or a healer?" Li Qingran lowered her gaze, enveloped in silence. "Very well, go to the sixth peak," Su Qinian conceded, not insisting further, but advising, "From your perfectly compatible internal cultivation, it seems you already have a master. So I'm not concerned about your lack of techniques. Though our sword pavilion primarily focuses on sword cultivation, its foundation is far more profound than any sect in the Zhangyan realm. Do not be misled by our sparse numbers or our seemingly dilapidated state. Once you enter the scripture pavilion, you shall discover an entirely different realm." Li Qingran did not perceive the pavilion master as boasting, for within his words lay an unmistakable confidence and pride. Thus, the regret of not succeeding in entering Lingxi Valley diminished significantly. Moreover, this place might indeed be connected to her master. With this thought, Li Qingran could not help but inquire, "Pavilion master, may I be so bold as to ask if you are acquainted with a senior of the Chen surname? A Chen? A sword cultivator?" Su Qinian raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Ah, Su Qinian remarked, glancing at Li Qingran's expectant eyes, and with a playful twist of his gaze, he said, "Indeed. Elder Chen is our esteemed elder in the sword pavilion, though he is no longer present here. I have no idea where he may be, probably off slaying demons somewhere." Understanding dawned upon Li Qingran, filling her heart with delight. So this truly was the sect where her master once resided. No wonder their flying swords shared such a similar style. "Well, focus on your cultivation. When Elder Chen returns, I shall introduce you," Su Qinian said, shaking his head. "Elder Chen is quite strict with his disciples. He has little patience for those lacking in strength, so you must elevate your abilities." "Yes, I shall remember," Li Qingran replied, bowing once more, her face radiant with joy. "Very well, go with your eldest sister to select your cave dwelling." Su Yinyan signaled Toyu Yanchi, who understood immediately and promptly led Li Qingran away. "Pavilion master, do we truly have a supreme elder of the Chen surname? What a joke. Then how do you?" The young girl possesses an extraordinary foundation in her dantian, with a singular water spiritual root. If she were to diligently pursue swordsmanship, her future would undoubtedly be boundless. Her urgent inquiry to the Chen surname sword cultivator indicates her desire for guidance in water affinity heart methods. However, for reasons unknown, he has departed from her. Thus, I have chosen to speak thus. Su Qinian, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the vast sea of clouds beneath the mountain gate. His gaze distant. "Are you truly willing to see such a prodigy become rooted in the path of medicine and alchemy, devoid of any prospects?" We live in an era of fierce competition, not a flourishing age. The stars of ZY are dimming and calamities are approaching. Only the sword at your waist can safeguard your existence. While medicine and alchemy may appear promising, should one provoke the ire of others, they could very well dismantle your apothecary and kick over your alchemical furnace, leaving you helplessly watching. I am merely cherishing talent. The elders, upon hearing this, exchanged glances and bowed in realization. The master is indeed wise. Chapter 70. Selection of Caves. Qingran. This is our sword pavilion's cave. On the flying sword, senior sister Yu Qianxi pointed toward the towering peak in the distance. Li Qingran focused her gaze and could faintly discern numerous caves and small stone houses created by cultivators. Surrounding these abodes were spirit fields tended by the practitioners themselves, with the flora and decorations outside reflecting their distinct tastes. For instance, one cultivator had a door adorned with chrysanthemums, while another was surrounded by towering cacti. Although she had yet to see the individuals themselves, Li Qingran speculated that they must possess entirely different temperaments. Seeing Li Qingran in contemplative silence, Yu Qianxi chuckled, thinking she found the mountain unimpressive, and explained, "Our sword pavilion differs from other sects. We lack abundant paradises." The sect master, in an effort to enhance the concentration of spiritual energy, has gathered the essence from other peaks to this one. As a result, although it may feel somewhat crowded for the disciples residing here, the cultivation environment is greatly improved, making it livelier, is it not? Li Qingran nodded in agreement, a hint of admiration blooming in her eyes. The sect master must be a pragmatic individual, willing to sacrifice the sect's prestige for the benefit of the disciples. When she was at Qingyan sect, she often wondered why the sect master did not consolidate the spiritual energy from several peaks, allowing disciples to compete amongst themselves. She had suggested this to Taoist Qingxian, who chastised her for her foolishness, claiming that cultivation is a contest against heaven, earth, and others. If everyone consumes the same sustenance, how can the disparities of talent and personal effort be manifested? Yet, she believed that a sect should resemble a family, united in mutual assistance rather than engaging in conflict. Perhaps her thoughts were too naive? Do you have anything to say, junior sister? No. Li Qingran blushed as she gazed into Yu Qianxi's clear eyes, lowering her head and murmuring, "Senior sister, I find this place quite agreeable. Which caves are currently unoccupied?" Yu Qianxi pointed up the mountain. "Look, most of the caves from the middle of the mountain upwards are vacant. Some are opened by disciples themselves, while others are pits created during the sect master's pursuit of the town's beasts. If you're not satisfied, you may also create your own. Why do so many prefer to reside below?" Li Qingran inquired curiously. "Convenience," Yu Qianxi replied. Yu Qianxi shrugged, remarking, "Riding the flying sword is quite exhausting. Our sword pavilion's principle is, when outside, if one can stand, do not fly. If one can sit, do not stand. If one can lie down, do not sit. If one can sleep, do not remain awake. If one can die, cough, cough, that's the end of it." Li Qingran responded, "Is this the life philosophy of the sword pavilion disciples?" Quite a display indeed. As they approached the peak, she observed numerous sword cultivators sprawled about, some lying by the waterfall, one resting upon a turtle, basking in the sun. At first glance, they appeared lethargic, yet upon closer inspection, there was a profound serenity about them. Among them was a senior named Duan Feng, who practiced the path of emotional detachment, often resembling a lifeless plank. Yu Qianxi rolled her eyes and, with Li Qingran, sped past, circling the mountain peak. "So, junior sister, have you decided where you wish to reside?" Li Qingran blinka, envisioning the scene of a cliff at the mountaintop, with the sun rising in the east and birds singing in chorus. "Senior sister, I wish to live at the summit." "Very well," Yu Qianxi replied, unfazed. Most disciples, upon their arrival at the sword pavilion, tended to choose the peak for its splendid views and expansive horizons. They thought nothing of soaring on their flying swords daily. However, even the most beautiful scenery can become tiresome. As time passed, they would discover the agony of rising early from morning classes, feeling utterly exhausted, yet still slower than those who strolled leisurely. When summer's heat peaked under the blazing sun, they would soon learn to behave. Surviving through summer, winter brought fierce winds and snow, with a fragrant birdsong down below contrasted sharply with the icy desolation above, leaving them subdued after a single night. Within half a year, these disciples would challenge their seniors, attempting to relocate their abodes closer to the mountain's base, where the strongest disciples resided. Yu Qianxi led Li Qingran to the summit, where a small stone hut, coated in dust, revealed itself, evidently neglected for quite some time. All right, junior sister, I shall leave you here. If you need anything, use a sound transmission talisman to call me. You are always welcome to visit me at Cave 1 at the mountain's foot. Suddenly, a fragrant scent of wine wafted through the air. The previously languid Yu Qianqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She hastily set Li Qingran down, licking her lips. Senior sister, I'm off to drink. Far away. With that, Yu Qianqi mounted her flying sword and descended the mountain with thunderous speed, her voice echoing. Junior sister, remember the morning class tomorrow. Do not be late. As her voice faded, it was replaced by, Suan, I'll count to 3. Hand over your newly brewed wine, or I shall demolish your abode. Dream on, tomboy. With a thunderous clash, 2 sword intents surged within the mountain, followed by a cacophony of combat, causing the ground to tremble. A few celestial cranes at the cliff's edge continued to doze peacefully, clearly accustomed to such commotion. Li Qingran stood at the cliff's edge for a moment before turning and stepping into the stone hut. A new life awaited her. After the morning class tomorrow, she would visit the scripture pavilion. She must assist her master in dispelling the poison. She desires to ensure her master's longevity. Li Qingran clenched her fist to bolster her spirits, seizing a broom at the entrance to tidy up the dusty room. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated through the void. Qingran, have you thought of your master in this day apart? Chapter 71, knock? Knock, knock on the farm? Qingran, I miss you dearly. In room 418. Chen Huai'an was animatedly speaking into his phone, unaware that his words had been utterly transformed. Not far away on the table, Baji, having taken a bite of the spicy chow hei duck, was shivering from the heat. Upon hearing Chen Huai'an's voice, Li Qingran's eyes sparkled like melted honey, her entire being seeming to radiate light. Master, I miss you so much. Li Qingran scanned her surroundings but could not find Chen Huai'an. Master, where are you? I'm still engaged in battle with a great demon, yet I have left a fragment of my consciousness with you, allowing us to converse occasionally. Upon hearing this, Li Qingran felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly regained her composure, inquiring with concern. Master, that great demon has not harmed you, has it? You're poisoned. Do not worry, I am unharmed. Oh, that is a relief. You are the most formidable, master. Li Qingran thought, how could he be unscathed? Such a severe poison must surely cause him great pain. She envisioned a scene of her white-haired master, having just emerged from a fierce battle, reclining against the corpse of a beast in a pool of blood, his sword still embedded in the creature, yet enduring the agony to converse with his disciple from thousands of miles away. Merely contemplating this made her heart race 1,000-fold. No, no, no. Li Qingran blushed and tapped her head. Is this really the time for such thoughts? Master, I have joined a new sect. Everyone here treats me well, and tomorrow I shall visit the scripture pavilion to seek a remedy for your poison. Mentioning this matter seemed to darken Chen Huai'an's mood. Which sect have you joined? The sword pavilion. Li Qingran nodded, her lips pursed, her eyes sparkling. Initially, I intended to go to Lingxi Valley, but some unexpected circumstances prevented my arrival. The young master of Lingxi Valley dislikes men, and upon learning you were a man, she expelled me. What? How outrageous! Chen Huai'an rolled his eyes in exasperation, mentally noting the name of that insufferable young master of Lingxi Valley. Qingran, wait for me. When next we encounter that young master, I shall deal with her for you. To cast you out? Who does she think she is? My beloved disciple, Chen Xinzuan's precious pupil, is not someone to be trifled with. That insignificant Lingxi Valley. They must be courting death. How dare they allow my disciple to suffer indignities? When I return, I shall swiftly obliterate them. Master, it's all right. Li Qingran shook her head. That matter is in the past. Everyone has their own taboos. If she does not take disciples, so be it. Now, my path has led me to a better place. Chen Huai'an's lips twitched. The sword pavilion? Indeed, Li Qingran Shukulat Sufli. This is the sect where my master once resided. When I saw them stepping on flying swords without activating the wind protection formation, I knew I was quite clever. Wasn't I? Wait a moment. Chen Huai'an was taken aback. What is the wind protection formation? Is it necessary to activate it when stepping on flying swords? Where is this formation, and how does one activate it? Furthermore, the sword pavilion was a sect he had previously belonged to? What on earth? Who informed you of this? It was the pavilion master. He mentioned that you are the supreme elder, but he was uncertain of your current whereabouts. He also advised me to diligently cultivate and enhance my strength. Otherwise, you might look down upon me as your disciple, she added with a playful grin. Li Qingran's fingers danced before her chest, her eyes sparkling with emotion, her face adorned with an innocent smile, leaving Chen Huai'an bemused. Gazing into her naive and innocent eyes, he surmised that this foolish girl had indeed been misled. The pavilion master displayed remarkable cunning, likely having perceived something and then spun an elaborate tale for Qingran, transforming her into a naive donkey with a carrot tied to its head, while he, Chen Huai'an, became that very carrot. Reflecting on this, Chen Huai'an couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. By the way, Master, should I inform the pavilion master of your current situation? With his assistance. Qingran's eyes brightened. She was uncertain of Su Qingyan's true strength, but presumed it to be on par with Wu Duantian's level, perhaps capable of aiding her master. No, perhaps it would be acceptable. Chen Huai'an initially intended to decline, as he was not truly the supreme elder. Yet, upon further contemplation, he realized that the pavilion master had already deceived Qingran under his name, while the intention was to encourage her to genuinely cultivate and enhance her strength. Since the deception was already in play, he might as well play along and see how the pavilion master would navigate this situation. Very well then, Qingran shall seek out the pavilion master tomorrow. Qingran affirmed with a serious nod. Chen Huai'an perused the map, examining the entirety of the sword pavilion. To his astonishment, every member appeared as green dots, with not a single yellow dot in sight. This indicated that none of the disciples harbored any treacherous intentions. All held goodwill towards Qingran and, by extension, towards their fellow disciples within the sword pavilion. Even those two conflicting dots seemed to be engaged in a fierce battle without any genuine animosity. Ah, it seems I shall not enter Lingxi Valley after all. Chen Huai'an sighed, shaking his head. As the saying goes, plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. Just as he had not anticipated encountering two wolves of such magnitude while merely climbing a mountain, a notification suddenly popped up. Your electronic girlfriend's abode is excessively dilapidated. Recharge 68 to provide her with a cozy home. Chen Huai'an scoffed disdainfully. A mere 68 was insignificant, even if this were the key to unlocking the next wave of in-game purchases. What of it? Chen Huai'an had ample funds. Recharge it, he declared. As Qingran was about to tidy up her room, a flash of golden light transformed the stone house into a warm and exquisite wooden abode, complete with an array of new furnishings, while the existing furniture appeared rejuvenated. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a moment from the past. Qingran gazed at the beautiful house, her eyes welling with tears. In truth, what lingered most vividly in her memory was not the magical artifacts, the spiritual stones, or even the miraculous elixirs that could restore her cultivation. It was that stormy night she would never forget. With the sound of homecoming, a shelter from the tempest materialized before her. The house, built from timber and stone, may have seemed insignificant to other cultivators, yet to her, it was the most precious of treasures. When she had been taken away from Wangqingshan by Chen Huai'an, she had mournfully gazed back at the little stone house for a long time. The affection her master had shown her was always in the subtle details that others overlooked, making her feel eternally indebted. Little did Qingran know, as she was enveloped in emotion, Chen Huai'an outside was lost in contemplation, staring at his screen. You have activated the electronic girlfriend's cave function. You may freely purchase the following items to assist your electronic girlfriend's cultivation. Permanent Primary Spirit Gathering Array, 10,000. Permanent Intermediate Spirit Gathering Array, 100,000. Cultivate a plot of Spiritual Field, 5,000. Cultivate 10 plots of Spiritual Fields, 4,880,000. Upgrade Spiritual Field to Level 1, 1,000. Construct Spirit Beast Pen, 50,000. Build Primary Mystic Armor Array, 5,000. Upgrade Cave to Level 2, 998. All recharge options can be substituted with spiritual stones or spiritual crystals at a proportional rate. Chen Huai'an slowly typed a question mark. He zoomed out to view the house, observing the barren land on the cliff, divided into various areas waiting to be cultivated. An antiquated game sprang to mind. This is reminiscent of farming game. I assent it. Chapter 72. Is it really just about growing grass? Although this game was quite dated, Chen Huai'an immediately recognized that this so-called cave system was merely a template borrowed from the farming game. If he were to construct this so-called beast pen, wouldn't it be possible to raise spiritual chickens and spiritual cattle within? Chen Huai'an let out a cold laugh and decided to upgrade Qingran's cave to Level 2. With another flash of golden light, the entire wooden house expanded noticeably, with 2 additional rooms appearing beside it, complete with a bathing tub and a stove, clearly meant for bathing and cooking, respectively. Spiritual energy was not to be neglected either. Chen Huai'an took a moment to observe closely. The mountain itself already functioned as a primary spirit gathering array, so he thought to add a primary spirit gathering array within the room itself. The effectiveness, although perhaps not as potent as an intermediate array, would still be quite commendable, especially since it required no additional materials, which was quite appealing. Recharge. The primary mystic armor array for protecting Qingran's safety was a must. After the expenditure, the cave's environment underwent a remarkable transformation. Although devoid of pavilions and towers, the structure is composed of exquisite blue bricks and tiles, captivating in its simplicity. Notably, despite its modest size, it is remarkably well appointed. It could easily be considered a grand residence within the esteemed Qingran sect, and situated here in the Sword Pavilion, it is akin to a dream abode. Just as Chen Huai'an was contemplating what else to enhance, a faint voice of supplication echoed within the game. Master, master, that's enough, please, it's too much. Qingran stood anxiously at the bedside, her small hands clutching the edge of her garment, her delicate face flushed with nervousness. This was not her first encounter with her master's mysterious ability to manipulate objects from afar, so she was not overly startled. Her primary concern was how to explain the transformation of the cave dwelling to her fellow disciples of the Sword Pavilion. Surely she could not claim she was the architect of such grandeur. Is this sufficient, Qingran? Chen Huai'an queried. But master, please, no more. Would 10 sizable spirit fields suffice? 10. Qingran recalled that her senior sister only possessed 2 spirit fields, which she held with great pride. As cultivating a fertile spirit field is no simple feat yet now, her master was offering 10? Very well then, 10 it shall be. With a rumble, the land surrounding the wooden cabin shifted, and 10 spirit fields, emanating a gentle glow of spiritual energy, swiftly materialized. Chen Huai'an even upgraded them in the process. Now, they were spirit fields of level 1, totaling 10. That should be enough. Any more and my funds will dwindle. One must always retain some for emergencies. Trembling, Qingran opened the door to behold a vast expanse of fertile spirit fields. Overwhelmed, she sank to her knees, despair enveloping her as she shut her eyes, murmuring, "It's over, I'm doomed." The gifts bestowed by her master could not be retracted. She envisioned herself becoming a notable figure within the Sword Pavilion, and those disciples would hardly refer to her as merely the master's favorite disciple, would they? This garment is quite lovely. Where to bed? A piece of clothing landed on the bed. Qingran entered the room, and upon inspection, her face instantly turned a deep shade of crimson. It was a white sheer dress, exposing her back, with fabric that gradually tightened around her waist and hips, featuring a slit at the thigh. It was not difficult to imagine that donning this dress would perfectly accentuate her curves. Such an attire was certainly not suitable for public wear. Did her master intend for her to wear it to bed? Could this be interpreted as her master wishing to see her in it? Oh dear, such thoughts were mortifying. Qingran's cheeks grew increasingly flushed, the color deepening to a near violet hue. When had she ever worn something so revealing? Yet, if this was her master's desire, perhaps it could be permissible. While Qingran was lost in her tumultuous thoughts, Chen Huai'an had already exited the electronic girlfriend shop. In truth, he had not contemplated much. It was merely that the electronic girlfriend store had suddenly refreshed a delightful offer on a particular sleepwear set. With a mere cost of 18 yuan, he decided to purchase it without hesitation. You have completed main quest 20. Assist your electronic girlfriend in establishing herself at the new shelter. Reward: 1 9-turn spiritual orchid, 1 Yuwa soil. Main quest 30. Countdown to the opening of the Central Continent's secret realm instance is 30 days. Please enhance your electronic girlfriend's survival rate within the instance. For every 30 increase in survival rate, a clue will be granted. Current survival rate: 0. A thud resounded at the door once more. Unfazed, Chen Huai'an recognized it as the arrival of a mysterious delivery. However, he could retrieve that parcel at his convenience. His focus remained steadfast on main quest 30. Was the first game instance finally about to commence? He had previously pondered how an MMO of this nature could possibly lack instances, especially with such an expansive game map teeming with exploration opportunities, perhaps even world bosses. Leaving the modest cabin at Wanqing Mountain was merely a departure from the novice village. Now, joining the Sword Pavilion marked the true inception of his gaming journey. The game would inevitably unfold before him. as he would experience the power struggles within this world from the perspective of Qingran, his esteemed master. This journey would undoubtedly be fraught with various crises, some scripted, others triggered by player actions. The Central Continent's secret realm appeared to be a narrative-driven event. He mused, what would transpire if he chose not to send Qingran into the secret realm? Rubbing his chin in contemplation, he realized that with the game's high degree of freedom, and given his rapport with Qingran, it was indeed possible for her to avoid it. Yet, he soon recognized the naivety of such a thought. Regardless of whether she ventured there or not, her survival rate must be improved. Chen Huai'an placed a hand on Qingran's shoulder to assess her status. Status, whimsical moment. Cultivation progress, 399, 800. Remaining lifespan, 143 years. Affection level, 85. This young lady seemed lost in thought, her cheeks flushed and adorned with pink bubbles. Her strength had already reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. A survival rate of 0 indicated that her current abilities were ill-suited for the secret realm. Thus, it was imperative to enhance her strength swiftly. Both her mental and martial practices needed to progress. It seemed that he must hasten his mastery of the Qinglian sword cannon. A sense of urgency stirred within Chen Huai'an. However, upon reflection, he reminded himself that there was still a month left, which should pose no significant issue. As a player willing to invest, his responsibility was simply to enjoy the game, while the developers bore the weight of deeper considerations. It was time to retrieve the delivery. Chen Huai'an rose and opened the door, where 2 boxes lay as expected. Amidst the crevice of one box, a tender, delicate leaf sprouted, while another box, heavy and laden, exuded a faint, earthy aroma. Could it be the 9-turn spirit orchid? Or perhaps Niwa soil? The situation appeared quite peculiar. Chen Huai'an carried the 2 grimy boxes into the room and placed them on the windowsill, then proceeded to fetch scissors and wet wipes. On the coffee table, the baji, which had been rendered nearly lifeless by the spiciness of chow heiya, suddenly flipped over, its feline eyes scanning left and right before finally settling on the 2 boxes on the windowsill, glimmering with anticipation. Chapter 73. Could this possibly be a genuine talisman? A marvelous find. Absolutely splendid. The baji fixated on the boxes, sensing an instinctive foreboding that consuming whatever lay within would surely elevate its prowess to unprecedented heights. In that eventuality, even the iron boxes of humanity would be devoured and refined in an instant. Had this esteemed figure finally deemed it worthy to offer something delectable after days of feeding it refuse? Chen Huai'an opened the box with scissors. As he had anticipated, one contained a plant, while the other housed a colorful earthen lump. He planted the flora in the pot and placed it on the windowsill, staring at it for a moment before reluctantly retrieving his device, Chindu Shuo, for a scan. The results emerged swiftly. Grass, a type of plant. Wait a minute. Seriously? Just an ordinary blade of grass. Chen Huai'an was at a loss for words. The game developers displayed a distinct lack of sincerity. How much could a pot of orchids cost these days? Was it too much to expect something more than this filthy, trivial grass? And the earthen lump was no better. Its colors reminiscent of industrial pollution, utterly unappealing. In a fleeting moment, he noticed something else within the box. Extracting it revealed a talisman, sealed in a bag, accompanied by a usage instruction. Purple Cloud Divine Thunder Talisman. Please affix this talisman to the flower pot to protect the 9-turn spirit orchid from being devoured by gluttonous beasts. Chen Huai'an mused. Now, even gluttonous beasts are involved. In his room, there were only mosquitoes and a silly cat. Fine, I shall consider it an ornament. Despite the presence of a mere grass plant, the pot, adorned with carvings of celestial palaces and auspicious clouds, was rather aesthetically pleasing. He affixed the talisman to the pot. A pot adorned with a talisman alongside a wilted blade of grass appeared rather eccentric from a distance, not something a normal person would undertake. In the game, Qingran was circling the bed with clothes in hand, and seeing no other matters at hand, Chen Huai'an logged off. After all that activity, he had yet to eat breakfast. After breakfast, he planned to practice swordplay in the square, uncertain if the old man would be present today. Meanwhile, as Chen Huai'an prepared his meal, the baji stealthily approached the 9-turn spirit orchid. The closer it drew, the more potent the aura emanated from it. How could such a spiritual herb exist in this age of dwindling spiritual energy? Where on earth did this esteemed figure acquire it? It pondered, utterly perplexed by the 9-turn spirit grass. However, it matters not. It does not affect its consumption. It drew closer, greedily swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Suddenly, crackling sounds erupted, accompanied by a terrifying pressure looming overhead, causing it to hastily tumble back onto the sofa. It was then that Baji noticed a yellow paper affixed to the side of the flower pot. It was a talisman, even more formidable than those on the doors and windows. Should it dare to touch that flower pot, death would be imminent. As it retreated to a safe distance, the surging thunder from the talisman receded. Alas, I was overly naive, Baji mused, gazing at the spirit herb protected by the lightning talisman, tilting its head upwards at a 45-degree angle. Such a treasure, how could that esteemed being allow me to partake? Self-deprecatingly shaking its head, it resumed gnawing on the unfinished chow black duck. Regardless, as long as this spirit herb remained, a realm suitable for cultivation would soon be created. At that time, everything in a room would be infused with spiritual energy. Ordinary rice would transform into spiritual rice. Chow black duck would become a spiritual black duck, and even a fish, given enough time, could attain enlightenment. Thus, while the fare might still be excrement, it would at least evolve into something akin to chocolate flavored with excrement. Baji consoled itself, savoring the taste even more. A wild wolf has been spotted on Tianmen Mountain. To ensure the safety of visitors, relevant authorities have intervened. While scrolling through Douyin, a new short video captured Chen Huai'an's attention. Regarding such a large wild wolf, let us see what our experts have to say. Hello everyone, I am Professor Wang, an honorary academician of canine species at Xi Province Agricultural University. The wild wolf spotted on Tianmen Mountain is indeed of considerable size, and many have speculated whether it might be a monster. Haha, do not be misled by such fanciful notions. This wild wolf is actually a mutated creature that has consumed polluted seawater. It may appear imposing, but its physical coordination is quite poor, and its aggressiveness is significantly lower than that of a normal wild wolf. Chen Huai'an watched the video, his lips twitching at the sight of the elderly man speaking nonsense with wide-open eyes. Low aggression? It had dismantled the van as if it were a mere toy. Nevertheless, it is true that numerous mutated creatures have emerged in the past decade, primarily due to a grievous incident that occurred 10 years ago. At that time, many were indifferent, until the dangers of seawater pollution gradually revealed themselves. Mutated creatures are one of its byproducts. Previously, it was rumored that the chickens used in the food industry were multi-legged and multi-winged, which might have been a jest, but now, 3-headed and even 5-headed chickens have indeed appeared. Once, multi-headed chickens were confined to laboratories. Now, they occasionally emerge even in breeding farms. Moreover, these mutated multi-headed chickens not only do not perish prematurely, but also boast longer lifespans, with each head possessing its own thoughts, often leading to internal conflicts. As the saying goes, rarity begets value. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the safety of the multi-headed chickens, certain regions have already embraced the consumption of these creatures as a trend, with some farms even proactively cultivating them. Chen Huai'an, like most ordinary individuals, believes that mutated organisms are bound to pose a threat to humanity. For now, however, these aberrations remain within controllable limits, susceptible to bullets. Once they evolve beyond the reach of cannon fire, it seems inevitable that their existence will become undeniable. Chen Huai'an doubts he will witness that day, as he is convinced he will not survive until the year's end. When he passes, who will care about the deluge? Fortunately, that girl arrived swiftly, drawing her firearm and dispatching the wolf with a single shot. Moreover, I must express my grievances regarding the subpar quality of the Sangguang van. I merely closed the door with a bit of force, and it astonishingly fell off. What? You mentioned that the guard appeared youthful? Now it makes sense. No wonder she wielded a gun. I had assumed she was merely a middle school student. Ha 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 ha. Oh, is that not Director Zhang? The scene shifts to Chen Huai'an, who grins widely at the sight of the middle-aged man being interviewed by reporters. Another wolf met its demise by lightning. Thank heavens. Had it not been struck, the 3 others in the crew might have faced dire consequences. Images of the lightning strike sites appear, revealing the mutated wolves reduced to carbon. As Chen Huai'an absent-mindedly scoops food into his mouth, he suddenly pauses. Gazing at the lightning pit, he recalls something amiss. The thunder he heard, the familiar pit, and a missing lightning talisman. He rummages through his windbreaker, extracting several crumpled talismans, his eyes fixated on the vermilion characters inscribed upon them. Carefully, he places the 7 talismans on the coffee table, tentatively prodding them twice. After a moment, he stares in astonishment and mutters, "Could this possibly be a genuine talisman?"